Chapter 81 Corpse Soul Realm finally doing something. 2 months later, the world of One Piece / King of Pirates has generally returned to calm. Although the sea is still in chaos, the number of pirates and adventurers has not decreased but has increased. The development trend of those rising religions has not been curbed. However, one thing is good: the world is not as panicked as before, because the void beast has been suppressed and cannot become a climate. Senju Hajime disclosed the sealing technique and handed it over to all ninjas so he could seal many weak and weak ones. The senior leader of the virtual god of death, the vice captain, solves it. The middle level, there are many admiral, Shishibukai, ghost swordsmen and magical girls to hell. Ghost swordsman's ghost slash and other ghost skills can directly kill Su. The magical girl's light and dark magic is also very restrained, and the damage caused by magic is higher than that of ninjutsu. The magic element is originally the element of heaven and earth, and it is the same as the ghost of the god of death, but the god of death is a spiritual body, and the spiritual pressure is high. And magical girls are human, and their magic power is not as good as death. The situation is favorable to the human race, but the source of the disaster cannot disappear. 17. Because of the void, it comes from human beings. At the same time, the world cannot completely restore and eliminate the virtual, because the Zeon's virtual, the master of the virtual circle, or the god of the virtual circle, is more accurate. He is invincible. It's not just Sengoku's constant headache. The Soul Society also has this headache. Soul Society, call all captains for a meeting today. The commander-in-chief looked serious, as if he had an extremely important task to release. All the captains didn't know what they meant, and of course there were exceptions. For example, Zengi Kenpeka didn't care, and he was not afraid of the sky. And Kukaki Byakuya is a daily facial paralysis, like an ice sculpture. Aizen had a sincere face, but her eyes flashed darkly, as if she had expected it. The 46th room in the central office has given us supreme orders, the commander-in-chief said solemnly. What order? Uzhawali asked. In order to better curb the development of the virtual circle, the 46th room decided to let us establish a ruling area in all areas of the human world, Captain Yamamoto said. All the captains were stunned. Are the high-level idiots? This is already disrupting the order of the world. Aizen stood up against it. This is undoubtedly a war with the world government of the human world. Yeah, there are many strong people in today's human beings, and they are not weaker than our death gods, Shiro Yukitake said with a frown. Are they crazy? Mao's Hiwa said fiercely. In the scene, the only person who agreed with him was Kenpeka Zaraki, and he liked the battle the most. Of course, the corners of Aizen's mouth flashed an untraceable arc. At this time, Captain Yamamoto shouted, "Silence! This is an order, not a meeting." These captains all knew that the captain was 1,000-year-old stubborn, so they didn't speak out because the opposition would only make them unable to eat. Just follow the command line. The next day, Marine headquarters. Sengoku was shocked and disbelieving to receive Ichimaru-jin's notification early in the morning. Soul Society is asking too much. Although it's very embarrassing for you, but the captain of my family is so stubborn, and that's what the above means. Ichimaru-jin squinted and smiled. Why do you make such a decision and damage the cooperative relationship between our two sides? Is there really no negotiation? Sengoku said solemnly. Now most of the emptiness, we can solve it by ourselves. The threat is not too big. Marine has gone through so many wars that the purpose of Sengoku and the entire world government is to resolve all disputes as peacefully as possible. It's still the same sentence. You should be very clear about my position, Ichimaru-jin said lightly. I understand. Sengoku told Ichimaru-jin to go back and said, I'm going to ask Gorosei/5 elders for such an important matter. Sengoku knew that Ichimaru-jin was just a mission performer, and it was useless to talk to him. Okay, wait for the good news, Ichimaru-jin said with a smile. After speaking, he disappeared in the Marine headquarters. Alas, what else can be good news? Sengoku sighed, very melancholy. War is coming, and this time, it is a war with God. God of death. The comprehensive strength has completely exploded Marine headquarters, and the world government is by no means an opponent. And the soul world is very important to human beings. The world of souls is the world we reincarnate after we die. Are we really going to freeze? Garp said solemnly. I know, but even if the Gorosei/5 elders agree, it's impossible for Tenryabaido to agree. Sengoku shook 407's head and said, Tenryabaido thinks that he is the descendant of the gods, and now another group of gods wants to divide the territory with them, and even step on them to become the master of this world. No matter who it is impossible to agree. And the attitude of the soul world is even tougher. Unless they can eradicate the master of the virtual circle and clean up all the virtual world, nothing will be discussed. And this time, Ghost Island. Yechen secretly Isho. Aizen's move is very interesting. However, this war is doomed. The central 46th room and Tenryabaido are a class of creatures, rotten nobles, and for the sake of their own interests, the lives of of soldiers and common people are completely ignored. They are creatures that cannot coexist. It's also a fight with poison. I don't know Aizen how to plan this war next. Is he doing this to weaken the Soul Society and prepare for future rebellion? Or try the water in the world of One Piece / King of Pirates? How deep? Maybe there are. Haha, interesting. Yachen said with a smile. Chapter 82 _ everything will be extinguished and the blade will be like fire. Ding. If the host wants to know about the blue dye plan, you can use the chaos point to read the mind. The system prompted. Don't worry, if you know the ending at the beginning of watching the movie and then watch the beginning, it will be boring. Let's watch it slowly, it will be more interesting. Yachen shook his head gently and said, watching Tenryabito and the Four Nobles of Death bite the dog is also a good fun. Perhaps Aizen also has such an interest. That night the world government had already responded. The world government will never accept unequal terms. In the future, our world's emptiness will be cleared by itself and evil spirits and ghosts will be killed by ourselves, and there is no need for the god of death to intervene. The result was as Sengoku had imagined. Tenryabito refused to agree and felt that he was a descendant of the gods. This piece of heaven and earth was given to them by God and it is impossible to give it up. Anyway, it wasn't them who went into battle to kill the enemy. This time, however, Marine was under a lot of pressure. Although there have been many strong people in this world, they basically have nothing to do with Marine. And this time, it was closely related to Tenryabito's interests and it was impossible for Senju Hashima and his ninjas to get involved. This matter can only be resolved by Marine himself. Due to their small strength, the Gorosei / 5 elders have assembled their forces, handed over their secret weapons to the army, and fully supported the three armies. 3 days later, the Kita continent. Before the crack, countless Marines, ninja troops, and ghost swordsman troops were all ready to fight at any time. At this moment, 7 death gods wearing captains' white robes floated out of the crack. Captain Yamamoto and the 6 captains stayed in the air, showing even more mighty haki under the light of the early sun. However, apart from the 6 captains, Kenpei Kazuriki, Byakuya Kukaki, Shiruro Yukatake, Chunsui Kiraku, Hanaritsu Uno, and Toshiro Hitsugaya, they didn't bring anyone else here. This time, they made a special trip to issue the gauntlet and give the world government a disapproval. The ground Kong brought Garp, Sengoku, San Admiral, Momuzaki, Shitan, Tokikake, and Shisabukai to stand in a row, also majestic and not weaker than the opposite. Marshal of the human world, if you are willing to do as we say, you can completely avoid this war. Captain Yamamoto persuaded him to surrender. God will definitely agree with our justice, and you gods of death are not worthy of living in the heaven created by God. Kong said coldly. Why are you talking so much to them? Akainu was instantly furious. His hands had already turned into rolling molten pulp, and then he leaped great/major eruption. Under the explosion, Akainu's lava hand turned into a giant lava fist, exuding fiery heat, and slammed into Captain Yamamoto like a cannonball. It's really disrespectful to the elders. Sword and wanted to stop Akainu. This yellow-haired boy, let the old man teach him a lesson. As everyone knows, Captain Yamamoto first sacrificed the Zanpakuto hidden in the crutches. The flowing blade is like fire, and then shouted, everything in all things is ashes, and the flowing blade is like fire. Bear. After reading the liberation language, Captain Yamamoto's whole body instantly burst into flames, and then he gently waved his Zanpakuto to cut out a hurricane of flames. Of fire swept across, and Akainu instantly turned into a fireball and fell to the ground, suffering excruciatingly. Akainu rolled several times but couldn't put out the flames on his body. In the end, he had to turn into lava and use sand to put out the fire. Finally, after Akainu climbed out, the red floral shirt was covered with dust and black smoke, and he was very embarrassed. What monster is this? Marine's powerhouses all widened their eyes, and just a casual blow, not even any move, already beat Akainu like this. They had only heard that Ryotsu could injure Logia, and the scene in front of them was more than just an injury. If you hit harder, you'll be killed in minutes. Captain Yamamoto has thousands of years of spiritual power, and the temperature can reach the level of the sun, which is not something that Akainu's little lava can resist. Burning down the whole world is no bragging. It's really true. I didn't expect to see the old man liberation of the fire. It's really rare. Jingle Chunshui exclaimed. As soon as he made a move, he was the strongest god of death in the corpse and soul world. This time Maui was really good. Stubborn human beings, let the fire of karma burn your sins. Captain Yamamoto's Ryotsu exploded in an instant and then swung his sword again. Bear. A burst of flames entrained a strong wind and instantly swept the audience, almost igniting an entire terracotta continent. The substances in the outside world have a much lower ignition point, and it would be easy for Captain Yamamoto to burn this place. This power. Garp frowned tightly. The Ryotsu of this chief captain was too strong, and he couldn't compare to an ordinary captain. The talent of the commander Commander-in-Chief was the best choice, otherwise there would not be the strongest Zanpakuto of the fire type, and they had spiritual pressure that had been cultivated for thousands of years. Garp and the others have only practiced for 50 or 60 years at most, and they are nothing compared to Captain Yamamoto. Is it the principle of doing things in the Soul Society? Kong said angrily. Such a provocation by the god of death. Kong couldn't hold back his breath. Could it be that as a god of death he can bully others and do whatever he wants? Chapter 83 Battle of Stubbornness. Kong vs Captain Yamamoto. The old man is just following orders, Captain Yamamoto said solemnly. Is there no right or wrong order? Kong retorted angrily. Orders are orders and rules are rules. Captain Yamamoto still did not change his face and absolutely followed the order. Damn old stubborn. Kong's face was full of anger. Could it be that he knew that the above order was unreasonable and he did it? Cough cough. Garp. Sengoku's face twitched. Kong is actually an old stubborn and he doesn't make much concessions with Captain Yamamoto. It's just that Captain Yamamoto is a 1,000-year-old super old stubborn. Kong is still a little tender. If Kong is granite, Captain Yamamoto is a diamond. Marine is shameless. Shichibukai present. The Empress, Tyrant Bear, and Doflamingo all slandered in their hearts. Has Sengoku ever been the same? He has no doubts about the orders of the world government, and Marine's Buster Call is still less active. This trip to meet the more stubborn Captain Yamamoto is also considered Marine's retribution. Since you don't obey, prepare for war, Captain Yamamoto said coldly. Exactly, I'll meet you for a while, Kong said. He took out a 160 Ancient Slate Trap Equipment card. Metal Magic Rebound Armor. Attack power and defense power plus 300 when attacking. You can also add half of the opponent's attack power, which is the whole card given to him by Gorosei/5 Elders. And the strength of the equipment card is very high. Plus Kong is the fruit of steel and steel. The attack and defense are all available, and it is barely able to fight against the peak powerhouse. Kong Fist. Kong flew into the sky. Arms covered armament. Attack. Burn the city on fire. Captain Yamamoto's flowing blade ignited a flame as hot as the sun, and then the fire spread rapidly, finally wrapping Kong up like a big hand holding it. Flowing blade Ruohuo can trap the enemy. If you force a breakthrough, you will be burned by the flames, which is a very powerful control skill. Call out. However, in less than half a second, Kong rushed straight out of the fire cage without half a fire on his body. Kong's iron fist with his Zanpakuto, and then pushed him away with force. Is there a special ability? It's still a bit decent, Captain Yamamoto said lightly. Kong is facing such a high temperature flame, but his face does not change, and his strength is still there. This is all because of the anti-sky effect of his equipment. Metal Magic Reflective Armor, and the flame attack is not easy to burn. Steel Fist Jinwei. After Kong stood firm, he started to launch a long-range attack using the awakening ability of the Steel Fruit, blasting countless iron fists in just a few seconds, flying towards Captain Yamamoto like a cannonball. Songming. Captain Yamamoto began to draw his sword, cut through the tornado-shaped barrier and quickly swept away. Bear. Under the scorching flames, the dense steel fists began to melt, turning into a pool of molten steel, and Kong's ultimate move was instantly resolved. Bear. After a while, the flame tornado rushed towards Kong with its residual power. Let you see the power of the ancient slate. Kong did not dodge, but rushed towards the flame tornado. Sulfuric acid. A burst of red light flashed, instantly illuminating the audience, and then the flame tornado began to return to the original path and rushed towards Captain Yamamoto. Torch. However, Captain Yamamoto didn't bat an eye, and he released a powerful riot so that instantly detonated the returned flame tornado. Boom. With a loud bang, the flame tornado exploded instantly, generating a powerful shockwave that quickly swept the audience. Come again. Kong was not in serious trouble during the explosion, and quickly approached Captain Yamamoto and launched a strong attack again. However, in the next matchup, Kong couldn't hurt Captain Yamamoto at all, and he couldn't even touch him. Captain Yamamoto is all-powerful. Whether it's Zanpakuto, fighting technique, or Ghost Deo, he is at the top level in Shinigami. If Kong hadn't been shielded by equipment cards, he would have been crushed long ago. And at this time, in mid-air, ha ha ha, this kind of lively scene, how can I be missing? Zaraki Kenpeka laughed, jumped down, and rushed towards the marine camp. Come on, let's go together. Frantically while wielding Zanpakuto, slashing towards Garp and Sengoku. Fistbone. Garp covered armament with both fists and began to fight back with a swift punch. Big Golden Buddha Fist. Almost at the same time, Sengoku used his fruit ability, turned into a Golden Buddha, and slammed it down. It's with a sword again. Interesting. Hawk-eyed Mihawk felt the fighting spirit of Kenpeka Zakaji and was also excited. Call out. A lightning-like stride. Hawk-eye Mihawk also flew out and slashed towards Zaraki Kenpeka. Hawk-eye Mihawk took the lead in fighting with Kenpeka Zengaki, and Kenpeka Zengaki's slash was a little heavier, giving him an advantage in strength. However, Garp and Sengoku's big punches are almost sticking to the face of Zaraki Kanpeka. Boom, boom. The two fists fell heavily like boulders, smashing a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and thick smoke billowed from the ground. It seemed like a direct hit. After a while, the figure of Kanpeka Zakaji appeared again in the thick smoke. Yes, try harder. Zaraki Kanpeka laughed wildly again. He had been beaten to death, but it seemed that he was very happy to be beaten. As soon as he finished speaking, Zakaji Kanpeka rushed up again and confronted the three at the same time. Zaraki Kanpeka was 1 to 3, and the three were the strongest in the marine camp. They were quickly beaten with blood and stab wounds all over their bodies. However, he was very excited, and he fought harder and harder, just like a berserker. Zaraki is playing big again. In mid-air, the other captains watched the battle on both sides, but did not make a move. Admiral on Marine's side is also watching the changes, not daring to act rashly. At this time, the world's live broadcast screen, and countless people are talking about it. It's so strong. It's another small summit battle. The equipment of the commander-in-chief of the whole army is really good, and he was not suppressed by the opponent. Destroy the world government. Let the god of death protect our world. The world government is already chilling, because the god of death is going to disarm the world government. The live broadcast was opened, and the audience is more inclined to death. Marine is more to protect the interests of the world government, and death will at least protect the lives of civilians. Boom. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically, and the screen was instantly shrouded in a huge golden skeleton phantom. Come on, have a good fight. With a roar, the blood-covered Zanaki Kanpeki untied his blindfold, and a super strong spiritual pressure erupted like a god of war. Hawkeye, Garp, and Sengoku's faces changed dramatically. What kind of monster is this? Is it getting more and more courageous like Kaido? Chapter 84. Marine is defeated. Go. Garp, Sengoku, and Hawkeye Mihawk were stunned for a few seconds, then resumed their fighting intent and attacked Kanpeka. Tekken profound truth. Quick wind cut. Golden light broken. Two fists and one sword covered with the ultimate armament like a flash in the wind, and in a blink of an eye, it has already flown to the front of Zenmyu Jianba. Bah! The pressure of Zaraki Kanpeka was a mess, and the huge skeleton was like a solid shield, blocking the attacks of Garp, Sengoku, and Mihawk, and did not fall down at all. Is it an entity? Garp, Sengoku, and Hawkeye Mihawk were ejected, and there were incredible eyes in their eyes, and they were very surprised. The spiritual pressure of Zaraki Kanpeka is already strong enough to be equivalent to materialization. After a few seconds, the huge skeleton behind Zengi Jianpeka disappeared automatically, but the Ryotsu was still strong and scary. This Ryotsu is a bit unbelievable, Garp said in surprise. The three of us, it's impossible to lose, Sengoku said excitedly. The skeleton is gone. It's an opportunity. Hawk-eyed Mihawk carefully observed, rushed up again, and paired swords with Zaraki Kenba. 3-on-1. The advantage is great. Even if it is grinding, it can grind the opponent to death. Bah, bah, bah. Another burst of cold light swept in all directions, and the four fell into the will battle again. In terms of strength, Kanpeka Zaraki can suppress anyone on the side, but Kanpeka is not agile swordsman. Garp and Sengoku's attacks, he can't dodge almost. He took several heavy punches. However, the more injured Zanaki Kanpeka is, the more exciting, the stronger the attack power, the faster the speed. Garp and Hawkeye Mihawk are very fast, but it is difficult to guarantee that they will not be hit, not to mention the meat target of Sengoku. Zaraki Kanpeka is so fierce, with blood for blood, it is still a question who will be consumed first. At this time, the battle between Kong and the commander-in-chief also became intensified. Captain Yamamoto's every move was a super wide attack, and Kong was struggling, and Kong's attack power is very high, plus half of Captain Yamamoto's attack power. If he takes a punch, Captain Yamamoto will also be injured. A pity that the flames restrained the steel, and Kong couldn't get close at all. Burning hell. Captain Yamamoto started to deliver a powerful blow, stabbing the Ryokan Ryeo into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground vivi trembled, and then there was an explosion, and dozens of pillars of fire shot up around Kong in an instant. Pillars of fire quickly gathered and approached Kong, like making dumplings, with nowhere to hide. The profound truth of steel. The Great Wall of Steel. I saw Kong's fist became as big as a boulder covered with steel color, and he used his supernatural power to slam into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. A violent shaking. A wall of steel several meters thick was pulled up around Kong, like a golden soup made in heaven. Watertight. Boom. The pillar of fire hit the steel great wall, producing a deafening explosion, and the entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in flames, which was extremely spectacular. It took nearly 10 seconds for the fire to gradually become smaller, and only a pool of molten steel was seen on the ground, as well as Kong's mighty haki figure standing on the terracotta. It's a bit of a skill to be able to block the old man's move, Captain Yamamoto said lightly. However, it's time to end it. Old man, don't be too complacent. Kong burst out with a fierce momentum, and the fire around him was almost extinguished in an instant. In an instant his steel fist was also covered with a golden red armament, and haki was awe-inspiring. It's rare, such a strong armament, Kyuzan exclaimed. Not bad for being the #1 tough guy in Marine. Kizaru's eyes widened too. He didn't expect haki to be able to reach such a level. It was really creepy. The profound truth of steel breaks the sky. I saw Kong's big hand like a fluid gush out infinite molten steel, and then quickly solidified into a super huge pagoda covered with golden red armament. Drink. A violent roar. Kong charged for a while, smashing the ground with every step like a rocket erupting, smashing the top of the tower into Captain Yamamoto. Torch. However, Captain Yamamoto did not take a step back, standing still like Mount Tai, and his body erupted with blazing flames like the sun. Bear. The giant tower was quickly melted by the extremely high temperature flame before it touched the captain of Yamamoto. No matter how strong armament was, it was futile. The 61-6 stand light prison. Flowers 0. Captain Yamamoto resorted to ghosts, summoned 6 light films, and locked Kong's actions 99 bounds of the way. Forbidden. Immediately afterwards, Captain Yamamoto was another ghost, disarmed Kong's equipment, and then slashed out a whirlwind of flames with his sword. Boom. One hit. Kong instantly turned into a fireball, flew dozens of meters away, and fell in front of San Admiral. Commander, Ice Age. Kyuzan hurriedly used the cold to help put out the fire. Come on together. Then Kyuzan, Kizaru, and Akainu flew up and attacked the 61-6 stand light prison of the binding path. 63 of the Dao of binding chained. However, before they could make a move, they were restrained by Kukaki, Byakuya, and Toshio with ghosts and could not move. That's it. Bankai, Senbonzakura, Kage Yoshi, Big Guren, Ice Will Maru, Byakuya, Kukaki, and 2 Hero used Bankai to blast the 3 admirals into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 fell heavily to the ground, smashing a deep pit, and their bodies were covered with scars. Reaper had the upper hand, and Marine was barely able to fight back. Kyuzan and the others have only been practicing ninjutsu for a while, and their talents are average. When they meet a captain who has been practicing ghosts for decades, they don't have to fight at all. That's it for today. Next time, if you don't surrender, it will be a total war, Captain Yamamoto said. Today, the Commander-in-Chief is only here to dismantle and test Marine's combat power to prepare for the full-scale war that follows. The same is true for Aizen's goal. If the goal is achieved, there is no need to fight. What? It's over so soon? Was playing hot, but he didn't expect the large army to be ready to retreat, so he had to bounce Sengoku, Garp, and Hawkeye my Hawk back to the camp. Then, all the gods of death disappeared in front of everyone in a blink of an eye. Damn, we lost. Kong was scorched black, very unwilling, and angrily punched the ground, breaking the ground. At the same time, the fact that Marine was defeated was also broadcast live in the world. Facts have proved that death is stronger than Marine and can protect the people better, and the world will be more turbulent in the future. Chapter 85 gradually nibble. The intention of Aizen. Marine is really embarrassed. The god of death is a god in the sky. How could Marine possibly win? Let death guard us. Marine has no hope. Yes, there is no need to pay the heavenly gold in the future. Long live. After the declaration of war, the world cheered, and not many people supported Marine. Without the repression of the system, without the heavy taxation, and with stronger protection, the god of death rules this world, and there is no harm in the people. However, in the afterlife world, they have to accept the exploitation of the death god nobles. At night, Marine headquarters. Damn it, it's all going to be reversed. Sengoku is very angry, and now their strength is simply unable to defeat the god of death. Not only that, because of the impending total war, many kingdoms have recalled the ninjas and ghost swordsmen who were sent to the Marine headquarters to train. The catastrophe is imminent, and these kingdoms have completely despaired of Marine. With Marine, it is better to withdraw the troops and stand on their own. Anyway, the god of death will not interfere in their internal affairs. We can't stop them from leaving. We're not strong enough to get to where we are today. Garp sighed, helpless. Their Ryotsu can attack Logia, and we have no defensive advantage at all. Akainu said in anguish, what's more abhorrent are those ghosts. It's hard to prevent. This is the perfect combination of warrior and mage. Kizaru sighed. Zanpakuto is the main attack, and the ghost is auxiliary, which is a perfect fighting ability. They are not afraid of confrontation, but they do not have the spiritual pressure to defend against special ghost realms. The only captain who doesn't know how to do ghosts is Kenpei Kazakaji, and he is a super monster comparable to Kaido. In terms of combat power, they can barely compete with Captain Death, but with a powerful ghost, Marine is very passive, and if he is not careful, he will be killed. Being stronger, we still have hope, and we can't give up until the last minute. Sengoku said firmly. Can't learn ninjutsu. Do you want to become a ghost swordsman? Kyuzan said depressedly. Marine's strong ability is too simple. His aptitude in ninjutsu is poor, and the task is heavy, and there is almost no no time to practice. And Ghost Swordsman is not suitable for everyone to practice. Not everyone can get Ghost Hand, and it is not suitable for improving combat power in a short period of time. No, we can use the power of the Slate. Sengoku thought of the ancient Slate Kong's equipment card, which can fight a few moves with the strongest opponent on the opposite side. This is the biggest turning point. Sengoku has experimented. The ability of Slate is not a single combined use. There will be unexpected effects. Collect powerful slates and then make precise formations. Maybe there will be a turning point. Early morning 2 days later, the Grim Reaper had already begun to act, but their actions made Sengoku completely stunned. They did not go to war directly with Marine, but launched attacks on the south, west, and north seas, harvesting territories one by one. Damn, they're fighting a long battle. Sengoku was shocked, not expecting Reaper to use push tactics. They had already laid out their tactics, but before they sent troops, the God of Death took one step ahead of them, and this time they miscalculated. Strange, the high-level decisive battle. They are obviously beneficial. Do they want to reduce the damage? Garp said, puzzled. It is possible, but this way we can buy more time to build up the strength at the top. Sengoku calmly analyzed, and then said, immediately go to support the kingdom that is still fighting for justice. While most of the kingdoms have disowned the world government, there are still a few kingdoms under their control. These kingdoms that never give up are really rare, and Sengoku must protect them. Sengoku immediately ordered and dispatched a large number of Vice Admiral level troops to support them all over the world. At present, the troops of the God of Death distributed in the south, west, and north seas are not very strong, and at most the combat power is from the chief officer to the deputy captain, and the captain level characters have all gone to the New World. New World is basically a big man, and the God of Death has to deal with Su, Marine, and the lords of the major territories at the same time, and it is difficult to capture for a while, especially the side between Madara Uchiha and Kinchaozu. They did not dare to move for the time being, and at this time Ghost Island. Boiled frogs in warm water? No need to be so troublesome. Yechen was very curious. According to Aizen's style, he shouldn't be so procrastinating. There must be a mystery in it. With suspicion, Yechen began to check the battle situation in various places. After observing for a moment, Yechen gently issued, I understand. On the battlefield, he saw Rukia and Kurosaki Ichigo, and Urahara Kisuke and Saifunjin Yoichi, who were secretly guarding Ichigo, and he immediately understood the real purpose of Aizen. Aizen had already discovered that Bengaya was on Rukia, but she was in no hurry to take it away. His purpose was to keep Rukia by Kurosaki Ichigo's side and stimulate his growth. Kurosaki Ichigo is the object of Aizen's key observation and is looking forward to Kurosaki Ichigo's growth. Of course, the plan has changed now. Now let Rukia participate in the battle. He wants to let Kurosaki Ichigo, Urahara Kisuke, Saifunjin Yoichi, and others also participate. As a result, on the battlefield, Kurosaki Ichigo can also grow. Second, Urahara Kisuke's wisdom is not weaker than Aizen, and he may be able to use Urahara Kisuke to discover more secrets in the world of One Piece / King of Pirates. The unknown is the most terrifying and the most interesting. Both Aizen and Urahara Kisuke are very interested in this world. How can I have less of this game? Yechen said with a faint smile. In this case, Yechen also took action and gave 5.6 Aizen a surprise. For such a big game of chess, it would be too boring to let Aizen play alone. South Blue Gothic Kingdom. The Gothic Kingdom did not compromise with death, so the war started, and the garrison was blocking a death force. The leader of the God of Death was a girl with short swallowtail hair and a young man with a golden spiky head. They are Rukia Kukaki and Ichigo Kurosaki. After half a day of continuous struggle, the Gothic Kingdom suffered heavy casualties, and the Kingdom Legion was no match. If this continues, in less than half a day, the entire kingdom will fall. However, just as the palace was under attack, a warship approached in the distance. On the bow stood Admiral Candidate Momuzagi. Chapter 86 Ichigo Kurosaki. Stop. The Kingdom Legion was in an emergency, and before the ship entered the port, Momuzagi cut out a sword energy and flew to the battlefield. There is a situation. On the shore, Kurosaki Ichigo had sensed the murderous aura behind him, and immediately turned to block. Bah! The sword chi collided with the blade, making a harsh collision sound, and Kurosaki Ichigo was instantly knocked back more than 10 meters. It's Admiral Alternate Momuzagi. I knew that the world government would not give up our Gothic Kingdom. The reinforcements are here. Drive away the God of Death. Seeing Momuzagi's arrival, the remaining soldiers of the Gothic Kingdom were instantly cheered up. Rukia turned around and saw that it was a swordsman twice as tall as her, and was shocked. This swordsman is very tricky. Cut. Watch me beat her. These government lackeys. Kurosaki Ichigo raised a huge Zanpakuto, burst out Ryutsu, and slashed at Momuzagi. This spiritual pressure. Momuzagi was very shocked. Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to be a captain level Ryutsu, which really surprised her. However, when the two sides are at war. Clang clang clang. A lot of flaws. Momuzagi discovered Kurosaki Ichigo's rough swordsmanship, and it was a complete hooligan fight. And the unfamiliar pace. Just a stinky boy and can't ghost. 17 Kong has a whole body of brute force. It's too bad. Momuzagi easily saw his flaws, and with a light pick, Ichigo Kurosaki's Zanpakuto flew away. This is the strongest one-on-one skill that Momuzagi has learned from Ghost Swordsman. Top up. The defenseless Ichigo Kurosaki is in danger this time. The 31 Crimson Artillery. Just when Momuzagi's blade was about to fall, Rukia used a powerful ghost trick and shot Momuzagi away. Ghost, it's really annoying. Momuzagi blocked the heavy artillery. Vivi frowned. This short goddess of death. The strength is also very strong. Moreover, the combination of her and Kurosaki Ichigo is still a bit tricky. Just like the Zanpakuto and Onigiri are separated, one main attack and one auxiliary. It's Marine. Catch her. At this time, Rukia's 9 colleagues rushed towards Momuzagi and launched a fierce attack. However, Momuzagi's mouth was slightly raised and a fierce sword intent like a cold moon broke out. Rukia realized that the situation was not good and shouted at the 9 gods of death, "Idiots, you are not her opponents." However, it was too late. These 9 idiots couldn't stop the car at all. Breakthrough. Momuzagi slashed out a pale sword energy and swept away. Clap clap clap. With a clean cut, the 9 gods of death were all cut in half and the sword energy rushed towards Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia. Bah! The strong impact caused a knocking sound that resounded in the sky, and Kurosaki Ichigo was knocked back by the sword energy again and fell heavily to the ground. Except for Rukia, the other Shinigami are almost entry level. Kurosaki Ichigo has a strong Ryutsu, but I don't know how to use it. This battle, Momuzagi had the upper hand. Damn, it's tricky. Then half a second, Ichigo Kurosaki got up again and rushed towards Momuzagi like a mad cow. The 33 of the broken Deo blue fire pendant. Rukia floated in the air, blasting flames from her palm covering Ichigo Kurosaki. Fire escape. Great fireball technique. Momuzagi made a knot gasp and then spewed out a huge fireball. Boom. The 2 flames collided and both exploded instantly, producing a sky-high flame, blocking everyone's sight. 3 cuts. At this moment, Momuzagi sprinted quickly, breaking through the flames and slashing out 3 sharp sword chi. Ugh. Momuzagi's move was too fast, and before Kurosaki Ichigo could respond, he was already slashed and blood poured out like a fountain. Momuzagi was born in Wanakuni and has a relatively high talent for ninjutsu. In addition, he has also learned a lot of basic skills of Ghost Swordsman, and his combat power has improved a lot. Ichigo. Seeing that Momuzagi was about to make up for the knife, Rukia immediately fired red cannons to force Momuzagi back. After a few seconds, Ichigo Kurosaki crawled again and pointed at Momuzagi with a large sword. "I must defeat you today. He's a tough warrior." Momuzagi praised but did not hold back. With a fast pace, he flew to the front of Kurosaki Ichigo and then swung a gorgeous swordsmanship, hitting Kurosaki Ichigo without any strength to fight back. Blah blah blah. After a fierce attack like a tiger, Ichigo Kurosaki was unable to block a few moves and swords were drawn on his body. Go. At this time, Marine's soldiers had landed fully armed and quickly surrounded the 2 Reaper. Damn Marine. Rukia wanted to support Kurosaki Ichigo, but she couldn't get out now. In a few minutes, Kurosaki Ichigo was beheaded with blood all over his body and was seriously injured. Ugh. In the end, Kurosaki Ichigo fell heavily to the ground because he was too seriously injured and he had no strength to fight anymore. After dealing with Kurosaki Ichigo, Momuzagi faced Rukia and said coldly, "It's you next. Don't touch her." At this moment, Kurosaki Ichigo stood up again, like an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. His vitality was extremely tenacious. Boom. "I'm going to beat you." Kurosaki Ichigo roared. A small universe erupted. A huge spiritual pressure burst out and the Zanpakuto began to emit a dazzling light rushing into the sky. After Shikai, the pressure of Kurosaki's spirit protection increased dozens of times and that pig-killing knife also turned into a majestic machete. Haki side leakage. Momuzagi was stunned. Is this a fake? This is Ichigo's Shikai. Rukia was shocked, but Ichigo Kurosaki released his Zanpakuto in a desperate situation. "Your opponent, it's me. Come to fight." Kurosaki Ichigo waved his knife and pointed, and Ryutsu instantly rolled up a puff of dust. Majestic. Try 100 times and the result will not be rewritten. Momuzagi gritted his teeth, used a sharp sword technique again, and slashed towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Zanyu. Kurosaki Ichigo raised the Zanpakuto high and then used all his strength to slash down, slashing out a sword energy formed by Ryutsu and splitting away from the ground. Bah! Momuzagi sensed the change in attack and immediately turned to defense, blocking the powerful sword. Such a powerful force. Blood dripped from Momuzagi's mouth. Although the slash was blocked, he was still injured by Ryutsu. This Kurosaki Ichigo is simply a low-profile version of Kenpei Kazakiji. It's open. Go on. Kurosaki Ichigo continued to use his sword again. again and again, slashing out a powerful sword energy and rushing towards Momuzagi. Justice will not fall. Momuzagi attacked head-on, and 703 slashed out a huge golden sword energy, instantly breaking through the strong attack of Heike Ichigo. Immediately afterwards, the two jumped and recovered, and started a bloody battle. Blah blah blah. Kurosaki Ichigo is not fast, but his tactics are blood for blood. Take a knife and then slash the opponent, which is simple and rude. This is a lunatic. Momuzagi suffered several heavy blows, not too badly. After 10 minutes of the battle, both of them were seriously injured and almost lost their ability to fight. Momuzagi's physical strength is almost comparable to that of Admiral, but he can't compete with Kurosaki Ichigo, a blood cow. Why would you risk your life for a meaningless war? Suddenly, an old voice came with a chill, covering the audience instantly. G. An icicle rushed over the sea quickly, opening an ice road. Then, a blind old man in ragged clothes and a few famous swords appeared on the sea, and walked lightly. Where did this peerless master come from? Kurosaki Ichigo, Momuzagi, and everyone else stopped fighting, looking at this mysterious figure in awe. I didn't expect to meet three peerless geniuses here. You are blessed. After a while, the blind old man landed and pulled out a few cheat books. His eyes were shining with stars. Young girl, I have a few peerless martial arts cheat books here. Seeing that your bones are very strange, I will sell them to you at a cheaper price. Kurosaki Ichigo, Rukia, Momuzagi. This peerless master. Chapter 87_boy. You have the potential to become a dark monarch. Why can't you hear me clearly? I'll be cheaper and only charge 9.98 million Bailey. GSD waited for a while and no one responded, then said immediately. At this moment the dazed Kurosaki Ichigo said slowly, Senior, what are you here for? It looks like a pyramid scheme, and it's less reliable than that store manager Urahara Kisu. Rukia muttered. Could it be? Senior is GSD, the 9-day demon god and the master of Zoro, the world's #1 swordsman. Momuzagi saw this outfit and this endless frozen sea road. I remembered the legendary ghost sword that came and went without a trace, only relying on a short sword to travel all over the world. GSD. The little doll has eyesight. GSD. Vivi proudly said. Yes, it is the old man. Momuzagi immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to GSD. Senior, please accept me as a disciple. Momuzagi wants to be strong and fight for justice, and her current strength is too weak. She can't compete with the captain-level death god and the Lich King, Uchiha Madara, and even the Akatsuki organization. She can't compete. GSD glanced lightly at Momuzagi's heart and said, well, your righteous heart is full of arrogance. If you transfer to a female ghost sword, you can become a swordsman. Really? Momuzagi was overjoyed. GSD meant that he agreed to accept her as his apprentice. Why do I feel that the blind man is not looking at the right place? Ichigo, Kurosaki muttered. A closer look. Kurosaki Ichigo's cheeks were also flushed instantly. Momuzagi is really a beauty, and she is turbulent and arrogant. Much more arrogant than Rukia. What are you thinking? People are blind, so their minds are not as dirty as yours. With a look of contempt, Rukia gave Kurosaki Ichigo a shudder. Why are you hitting me? Kurosaki Ichigo yelled. You crazy woman. Crazy woman? Rukia had a devilish expression on her face, and her palms had already begun to condense Ryotsuke the 31 breakthroughs. Don't. I was wrong. Kurosaki Ichigo surrendered directly. Be honest. Don't be ashamed in front of seniors. Rukia clapped her palms before letting him go. At this time, GSD looked at Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia again, and said to Rukia, girl, want to be a horse monkey? Cough. Do you want to be a female ghost sword? But I don't have a ghost hand. Can I become a ghost swordsman? Rukia said in surprise. You don't need ghost hands. GSD said lightly. Rukia was overjoyed. Am I the one-of-a-kind genius? No. You are a female ghost majoring in swordsmanship. Originally a female ghost sword. GSD said lightly. Rukia had a black line on her face, and then sparks appeared in her eyes. Old man, are you kidding me on purpose? She is already a goddess of death herself, much more advanced than ghosts, and she is actually said to be a ghost. Maddening. Momuzagi smiled slightly, but fortunately she was relying on her own talent. God's perspective. Yechen. Vivi glanced at Momuzagi's perfect figure. Yechen really just saw her talent. Really? Well, in fact the power of the female ghost sword does not come from ghosts and gods, but the power obtained by being infected in the space transfer experiment, but you can still cultivate if you have spiritual pressure. GSD explained. Rukia suddenly frowned and said, okay, I promise you. In fact, on the battlefield, Urahara Kisuke had been observing secretly, and he just sent her a voice transmission and asked her to agree. Urahara Kisuke was very interested in GSD. It was the first time he had met a salesman who was more unreliable than him. Well, but your tuition fee can't be less. 9.88 million Bailey. Of course, you can also convert the currency of the Soul Society. When he heard the money, GSD's blind eyes glowed with with golden light. This is the legend. Is seeing money open your eyes? Cursed, why don't you take Momuzagi's money? It's bullying. GSD replied according to Yechen's original words, she has pride. You don't. Damn bad old man. Rukia was so angry that she wanted to kill someone, but she agreed. She vowed that when she grows up she will never be underestimated and she must surpass Momuzagi. Big boobs. Amazing. GSD nodded and finally looked at Kurosaki Ichigo. Young man. Before he could finish speaking, Ichigo Kurosaki immediately interrupted. Old man, don't try to make money from me, let alone 9.98 million. I don't have 1,000 yen on me. No, you don't need to pay. GSD stared at Kurosaki Ichigo, his blind eyes glowing with gold. Shine brighter than when I asked for money just now. Why? Kurosaki Ichigo looked stunned and then thought of something and suddenly got goosebumps. Did the old man see him? Young man, you have the potential to become a Dark Monarch, GSD said solemnly. Dark Monarch? Kurosaki Ichigo asked curiously. That is a ghost swordsman who can control ghosts and gods, reach the highest realm, and can summon the gods of all ghosts. However, in this world there are not many talents like you, and this old man has to break through straw shoes to find a suitable one. Candidate, GSD said meaningfully. God of all ghosts? Besides the Spirit King, there are other gods, Rukia said in shock. She had inquired about the world's 1,000,000-year history, but she couldn't verify it, so she was only dubious. There are many people who are stronger than God, and there are more strong people that you might not expect, GSD said coldly. Master, I want to learn. When do we start? When Kurosaki Ichigo heard that he didn't want money, he couldn't wait, and the Dark Monarch controlling ghosts and gods sounded very imposing. Now, GSD used its best ice blade and wave sword again, opened an endless ice road in the sea, leading directly to a mysterious island, and then said, let's go. Chapter 88 Before the storm. They left. Do you want to follow? In the dark, Saifanjai Yuanya asked. No, he already found us. We should not get too close. Yura Harikisuke said. The opponent is very strong, and if they follow up now, GSD will definitely be wary, but it will make a big mistake. At the same time, the Soul Realm. The power of volatility. Interesting. The corner of Aizen's mouth was slightly raised. His surveillance screen failed. Apparently GSD found him. Lord Aizen, do you want to get rid of that old man? Dongxian asked. Aizen said without rushing. Don't be impatient. On the road to God, if there are no thorns, how can you get the joy of standing on the top of the mountain? Lord Aizen's words are very true, Dongxian said. He didn't understand, but what Aizen-sama said was right. Ichimaru-jin squinted and savored the sentence, but still didn't quite understand the true purpose of Aizen. Longing is the feeling farthest from understanding. If you fear a person, you will never be able to get close to his truth. This is the evaluation of the two in Aizen's heart, and they can't feel the joy in Aizen's heart at this moment. Joy before the storm. At this time, on the mysterious island 170, concentrate your energy and unite with the ghosts and spirits in your body so that you can drive them to fight for you. GSD picked up a branch and quickly slashed towards Kurosaki Ichigo with a demon slash. Ugh. Ichigo Kurosaki was stunned and was directly blown away by more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. GSD is still the same. If you can't pay the tuition, you will use a simple and rude method which is fast and direct. Damn, this is abusing high school students. Kurosaki Ichigo yelled. This way is too rude. Being a teacher is for you to remember the most basic skill of Devil May Cry. Ghost slash. GSD said coldly. If you don't learn Ghost slash well, Dark Lord, you are just dreaming. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded, which seemed to make sense. After a blow, he seemed to have a deeper understanding of ghosts and gods. This is the most basic ghost of Devil May Cry. GSD continued to teach and summoned a ghost, a red ghost in the shape of a samurai. The first ghost, Kazan of the Soul of the Sword. Kazan of the Soul of the Sword can increase strength and intelligence. What does this ghost god formation have to do with Ghost slash? Kurosaki Ichigo scratched his head, not knowing what he meant. Of course there is. You have to summon Kazan first and use soul devouring Ghost slash before I teach you the next step. GSD said solemnly. There is no free lunch in the world. This is your entry requirement. Spirit Devourer. Kurosaki Ichigo said confused. It's a Ghost slash with the power of ghosts and gods. I'm not Devil May Cry. I can't demonstrate it for you. You can only experience it yourself. GSD explained. Understood, master. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded resolutely and then, according to the prompt, condensed his strength in the palm of his hand, and suddenly a red light flashed. Roar. With the roar of ghosts and gods, Kazan of the Soul of the Sword descended slowly in the red light. Fine, but you don't seem to know anything about the game. GSD nodded. Although Kurosaki Ichigo successfully summoned the ghosts and gods, this Kazan only has a 1 meter range, which is less than 1% of GSD's. But GSD didn't blame him because this was the first time he cast it, and it was amazing to be able to summon it. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't have the talent to learn ghost ways, so it's hard to grasp the power of battle formation. Rukia looked at the black line on her face. Such a small formation can only accommodate one person, so there is no practical use. Now you try Ghost/GSD said. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded. His mind was united and the small universe in his body exploded instantly. Ghost/bang. With a loud shout, Kurosaki Ichigo slashed out an extremely thick black ghost sword, instantly cutting the big stone in front of him in half. Bang. Before the attack was over, the ghosts and spirits in his body rushed out, chased after the boulder again, and shattered it. This is the power of ghosts and gods. Kurosaki Ichigo was very surprised. He didn't expect to have such a great power. Looks like a beheader. GSD nodded, very satisfied. Kurosaki Ichigo's talent is really high. Moreover, his ghost slashing power is particularly powerful, suitable for slashing ghosts, not forming ghosts. Of course, when Devil May Cry reaches the highest level, the formation will become passive and do not need to be released. However, Kurosaki Ichigo is still far behind. The other side. 5 Chi Chao Yuan. Momuzagi is practicing the 5 Chi Chao Yuan, increasing strength and speed. There are 5 levels of 5 Chi Chao Yuan, and each level can increase the attribute. Now she has cultivated to the 3rd level and has made great progress. Momuzagi was originally Admiral's alternate strength, and he started training very quickly. Now he has the strength of a level 30 female ghost sword, so he doesn't need to worry about it. As for Rukia, GSD directly helped her activate the Zanpakuto attributes, allowing her to practice sword sex skills. This is my Shikai, Snow White, Rukia said excitedly. After all, she paid for the money, and GSD helped her Shikai and transfer to sword sect for free. Why do you give Rukia Shikai directly and teach the female ghost swords job transfer skills, and I have to learn from backjump ghost/top pick and Kazan of the soul of the sword? Kurosaki Ichigo complained. Road. Young man, do you want to become stronger? GSD said coldly. Kurosaki Ichigo nodded and said, of course. Young man, have you made money? GSD said. Kurosaki Ichigo was speechless for a moment. This was the difference between the rich and the poor. If you don't have money, just train Laozi honestly. If you can't learn to force the back jump today, don't even think about eating. GSD angrily scolded. Kurosaki Ichigo looked helpless. Yes, the hell training begins. Chapter 89_2 Events that shocked the world. 3 months later, the mysterious island. Momuzagi, there is nothing to teach you now as a teacher. Now you can become a teacher and protect your justice. GSD said earnestly. Momuzagi is only one step away from awakening and needs to go out to sea to experience. After all, the outside world is fighting now. Marine needs her very much. The great kindness of the master, I will definitely remember it in my heart. On the occasion of parting, Momuzagi knelt down again and said goodbye to GSD. Remember, fight for the justice in your heart, GSD instructed. Momuzagi nodded solemnly, then left silently. Master, I also want to go out to practice, Rukia said resolutely. Rukia's strength has recovered and has been greatly improved, and she probably already has a level 40 female ghost sword. She doesn't want to be behind Momuzagi. Are you going to apprentice now? GSD asked. Yeah, Rukia nodded. GSD could have taught her more, but Rukia was not far behind and went out to practice. After all, now she and Momuzagi belong to opposing factions. Although divisions cannot fight within each other, they can fight for their own faction. Then, the 2 female apprentices of GSD went to see one after another, so he focused all his energy on Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo is even more depressed, and now the ghost step has not been figured out and the future will be difficult. 7 days later, Momuzagi and Rukia's record shocked everyone in the new world. The grand prize candidate Momuzagi is really strong. He actually defeated many powerful Shinigami and also defeated a captain. It's terrifying. It actually repelled Captain Death. Yeah, I heard that she became a disciple of GSD and has practiced extremely advanced female ghost swordsmanship. She is not even afraid of ghost power. Damn, I want to go to sea. I want to be a GSD disciple. The powerhouses in the new world were talking a lot and they all shouted that they wanted to be GSD disciples. And Momuzagi's record is indeed terrible. In the new world, he defeated several vice captains of the Soul Society and repelled the 9-team captain Tsuneyo. And Rukia also beat the new world powerhouse, beheaded Daigzu, and defeated Admiral candidate Chiton Tokike. Both of them made a big name and refreshed the perception of them in the Marine headquarters and the Soul Society. Due to the skyrocketing strength and repeated military exploits, Momuzagi was officially named Admiral, far from Chiton Tokike. And now, relying on the power of the female ghost sword, she is no longer afraid of the ghosts of death. And Marine has a major turning point. Marine intends to have Momuzagi teach Marine's female swordsmen to gather strength to fight back. Just that before the Marine female ghost sword corps appeared, the Soul Society made another major decision, which made Marine and the god of death bewildered. Affecting affected the entire world of One Piece / King of Pirates and the world of Souls quietly came last night. In the shattered Terracotta continent in the Holy Family of Roswald, a battle broke out between the female Tenryubido Zaluria Palace and Toshiro Bird Icicles. Two hero used a large area attack to clear all the guards of St. Roswald, the 39-round gate fan. In a critical situation, the Zaluria Palace even resorted to the ghost way of death, creating a circular shield to block Toshiro's attack. What's going on? In a corner, St. Roswald was dumbfounded. He didn't expect his daughter to get the power of death. It was incredible. The target has been found. Dong Shilang exhaled cold air and said coldly, "Damn the god of death." Zaluria Palace knew very well that he could not defeat Two Hero and had already fled in the chaos. However, Two Hero is a leader-level big man and she can't escape at all. 6 Clothed ice formation. With a thought, Toshiro drove the ice formation that had been set up a long time ago and instantly froze the Zaluria Palace into an ice sculpture. Flowers. Close the team. Toshiro captured Zaluria Palace alive and brought it back to the Soul Realm. It turned out that a month ago, Zaluria Palace was accidentally involved in the battle between Death and Su, absorbed the power of death and became a human who obtained the power of death. Whether it is intentional or not, as long as the ban on the Soul World is triggered, it must be taken back for approval and there will be no mercy. In addition, Kukaki Rukia, the princess of the Kukaki family, also triggered the ban because she lent the power of the god of death to humans. And the people who hunted down Rukia were her brother Byakuya Kukaki and Renji Asanai, childhood sweetheart Roar Shuimaru. Asanjing Renji used Chikai Zanpakuto turned into a double-edged viper sword and swept towards Rukia with one slash. The magic sword is coming ice. Rukia took out the Zanpakuto and attached the soul of the demon sword Keratin of ice and turned it into a blue ice demon sword which deflected the viper sword's onslaught. Swift shadow slash. Immediately after, Rukia rushed towards Renji Asane like lightning and then forcibly terminated the move. Break the air and dance. I saw Rukia dash forward with a gorgeous spin, slashing out a powerful sword energy. So soon, in less than half a second, Asanjing Renji had no time to react at all and a long knife mark was drawn on his waist and blood spurted out. Love. Rukia softened her heart and did not pursue Renji Asanai anymore. Scatter. Senbonzakura. At this time, Kukaki Byakuya had released the Zanpakuto, turned into countless cherry blossom petals and rushed towards Rukia. Without any precautions, Rukia was instantly killed by a single move, blood flowing. It's not that Kukaki Byakuya doesn't care about family affection, but letting her run away will only make the situation worse. Bringing Rukia back to the Soul Realm is the best solution. Chapter 90 _ Public Execution. World War. The two news shook the world in an instant. The world noble Tenryubido and one of the 4 nobles in the Soul Realm were all arrested for approval. It's amazing, even his own nobles have to be punished. It's really unselfish. The law is to have that majesty. That's right, be selfless. Punish Tenryubido severely and the world will be stable. Judgment ruling. The world is not shocked. Surprisingly, even Kukaki Rukia was judged together. This has a great impact on the world of One Piece / King of Pirates. Could it be that the Emperor is really guilty of breaking the law and the common people? This incident caused a worldwide sensation, including the Revolutionary Army that had been lurking. A large ship decorated with dragons. What's the system like in the 163 world? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey.D. Long looked towards the world of corpses and had some expectations for the system in the sky. At this time, on the mysterious island, Ichigo Kurosaki was still studying and practicing when he suddenly received news of Rukia's arrest and was shocked. Master, I want to go out and save Rukia. Kurosaki. Ichigo said, you are still too weak. You may die. Are you sure you want to go? GSD said, must go. Kurosaki. Ichigo said firmly, since you're going, call your senior brother, Zoro, the world's #1 swordsman. GSD said, remember, my apprentice, you must not lose. Thank you, master. Kurosaki. Ichigo didn't hesitate and according to GSD's prompt, immediately went to Zoro and attacked the Soul Society together. The world government side, the Gorosei/5 elders and Tenryubido are already furious. If Marine Admiral, Marshal, Commander-in-Chief are captured, they don't really care. But to capture Tenryubido, it is necessary to crusade. Otherwise the system of the world government will collapse. After an emergency meeting, after many discussions, the world government decided to declare war on the Soul Society. Return Zaluria Palace immediately. Otherwise, the world government will not stop fighting. And the Soul World is a tough response. Breaking into the Soul World without going back and forth. Few days, Marine began calling Shichibukai, hiring bounty hunters, and even asking everyone for help, making sure to rescue Tenryubido Zaluria Palace. The war between the two worlds is imminent. Ghost Island. Yechen Viviisho, Aizen, finally ready to ascend to the throne. Boss show that Aizen prepared for himself. himself taking the World War as the stage. In the next battle, Aizen is a ready-made boss and he doesn't need to arrange it deliberately, and yet Chen needs to give them some new surprises in the final battle. A week later, news came from the Soul Society again, and the Central Room 46 issued an order to execute Zaluria Palace and Rukia. Time: tomorrow. The Fisher of the Sky in the World of Souls and One Piece / King of Pirates. Public execution. For a time, the world was shocked and the world government Alexander was extremely headache. Terracotta Continent, Holy Land, Marijoy's new marine headquarters, Grand Place. Kong looked at Shichibukai. Many bounty hunters, slate holders, and even notorious big pirates such as the King of Bad Government. His face heavy. This time, the world government has given a lot of rewards to attract so many strong people who can make great contributions and gain military exploits, or even given the treatment of Shichibukai. But Kong still lacks the slightest self-confidence because the captain alone is too powerful. Kong said. Suddenly, a few shadows floated in the air and a group of mysterious people broke into the venue. These people are Urahara Kisu, Shifunjin Yoichi, Zoro, and Kurosaki Ichigo. As soon as Kurosaki Ichigo got out, he ran into Kisuke Urahara, and with the help of Kisuke Urahara, he found Zoro. Zoro, the road idiot, was confused and asked curiously, "Hey, even if I don't know the road, I remember that this is the Marine headquarters. Why did you bring us here? Aren't you going to save the junior sister?" "That's right, it's too late." Kurosaki Ichigo was both curious and anxious, and he thought he was going in directly to save people. "Don't be impatient, don't come here. Just the two of you want to break into the world of corpses and souls. It's difficult to climb to the sky." Urahara Kisuke said lightly. This is indeed the case. The soul world is heavily guarded. As soon as they enter, they will be discovered by the enchantment inside and then arrested. "Don't ignore me." On the side, Kong was already in a rage. After all, he was also Marine's commander-in-chief, so he was taken as heir. If this continues, Kong will treat them as invaders and use force to expel them. "Your Excellency Commander-in-Chief, do you want to rescue Zaluria's palace?" Urahara Kisuke said with a smile. "Of course," Kong said. "Calling such a powerful force this time is just to rescue Tenryabito. Isn't that nonsense?" "Then listen to me. I used to be the captain of the 13th team of the Guardian, although now I'm just a grocery owner," Urahara Kisuke said lightly. The former captain of the Soul Society, Kong, Sengoku, and the others were shocked. With the former captain of the Soul Society, they would definitely be able to obtain a lot of important information. "Why should we cooperate with you?" 0.3s Sengoku said. "They don't know the real purpose of Urahara Kisuke and this group of people, so they can't be trusted. Don't think about us too complicated. We just want to save Rukia. Since the goal is to save people, why not join forces?" Urahara Kisuke said. At this moment, Momuzagi stood up. "I think it's believable. After all, Ichigo and Zoro and I both come from the same division." After some discussions, Kong, Sengoku, and others decided to listen to his plan. Afterwards, Urahara Kisuke said the plan, but the pirates carried out the peripheral plan. The core of the plan, executed by Kurosaki Ichigo, Zoro, and Marine 3 Admiral Garp, Sengoku, Kong, Momuzagi and others. And the time to plan the action is tonight. Chapter 91 Aizen's death. Burning world. That night, the crack in time and space above the Terracotta Continent. Because the gods of death often come and go in and out of the fissures, enchantments are set up, the fissures are enlarged, and divisions are established. The execution was carried out on the execution platform of the branch. The night is silent. Suddenly, an enchantment exploded. Boom. Urahara Kisuke stood outside the void crack, took out a barrier release device from his pocket, and smashed it into the big crack. The barrier burst open. "Quick, time is limited, go." Kong stepped on the moon step, rushed into the sky, and shouted, "Go." With a battle cry, countless marine and pirate powerhouses began to attack at night. "Stop them, damn it. How can humans break our barrier?" A hooded, burly, white-robed death god rushed out with a death god army and blocked the army. This is the 7th division of the Godei 13th division, and the leader of the white-robed reaper is the captain, Komamura Zyuajin. They had been prepared against marine for a long time, but they didn't expect that the other party would be able to break the barrier directly. "Destroy this god of death. Ha ha ha. Blast him." The wicked behead. Ninjutsu, great fireball technique. Before the death of the 7th division could make a move, marine and the pirates had already used their colorful skills and fired countless shells to strike first. Boom boom boom. A flame of fire rose and the garrison of the enchantment was instantly wiped out. Marine has a large number of people, a captain level, completely unable to stop this wave of offensive. It's the 17th level captain. Take his head to get the merit. The vicious pirates, such as the King of Evil and the Big Wine Barrel, set their sights on Komamura Zyuajin, pulled out their weapons, and flew towards him excitedly. "Looks like it's lost here." Komamura Zyuajin knew that the enemy was no match for such a force, and they retreated after fighting fighting and were quickly broken through. After the breakthrough of the first line of defense, Marine and the pirates quickly attacked the execution platform. However, most of the Marines bypassed the execution platform, rushed into the Yashun Street and attacked the Siritii. The King of Evil, the pirate headed by the Big Wine Barrel, stayed near the execution platform to make trouble, beheading countless guards of death, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Ha ha ha. Endless killing. The King of Evil uses his enormous ability to destroy everywhere, and his combat power is astonishing. It's fun to kill gods. The Big Wine Barrel seemed to be half awake, but with the strength of the wine, it exploded with astonishing power and killed an ordinary death god with one punch. On the other side, the Yashun Street was on fire, and countless death guards were attacked, causing heavy casualties. It was Shishibukai Doflamingo, Hawkeye Mihawk, the Empress, and Marine 3 Admiral who did the damage. Damn, don't hurt innocents. At this moment, 2 Hero flew over and stopped Marine. Ice Age. Hyuzen ignored Dongshilang and made a big move to freeze everything. The 61-6 Stand Light Prison directly resorted to ghost ways, trying to block Hyuzen's actions. The 63 Thunder Roar Cannon. However, before 2 Hero could make a move, a thunderbolt blasting energy wave rushed over, interrupting Taosero's spellcasting. Cheating is disgraceful behavior. Uraharakisuk gently Isho said, "Damn, it's actually you." Dongshilang frowned. In addition, the captain of the second team has already fought with Kizaru, but there is a knight in Saifanjayuan, and Death can't use ghosts to deal with Marine and Saifanjin Yoichi. The hurried captains were unable to defeat Marine Admiral and Shishibukai for a while. Boom! Right in front of the execution platform, a raging fire ignited in the open space. This overwhelming flame, this suffocating riot suit, only one person can do it, and that is Captain Yamamoto. On the opposite side of Captain Yamamoto are the 5 forces of the Marine lineup: Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Tyrant Bear. The stupid world government dares to throw itself into the net. Captain Yamamoto said, "No need to say more, let's fight." The 5 predators rushed directly to Captain Yamamoto and launched a strong attack. Songming. Captain Yamamoto picked 5 without fear. He waved his Zanpakuto and swept out a wall of flame tornadoes. Bear. A burst of flames entrained a powerful spiritual pressure, instantly knocking the 5 back more than 10 meters. Fortunately, the 5 were tough guys with thick skin and a lot of blood, as well as ancient equipment for defense. Come on together. Fistbone. Iron Fist. Push the pressure cannon. Big Golden Buddha Shockwave. Just standing firm. Kong and others launched a long-range attack again. Too weak. However, Captain Yamamoto just broke out a powerful spiritual pressure and burned the surrounding storm. However, even though Captain Yamamoto couldn't be hurt, he was able to hold him back. It's a fight, so I should prepare too. Aizen set up cameras in the Soul Society, broadcasted the war live, and then left the monitoring room lightly. World of One Piece / King of Pirates. The battle has started. There are so many masters on both sides. This battle is similar to the last battle with Madara Uchiha, and it is even more terrifying. Marine has the advantage of the temple. The crowd tactics are quite powerful. Don't think about it. The captain of the opposing team still has the upper hand in a 1vs5 match. They will finish the game sooner or later. Witnessing this chaotic world-shattering war, the world was immediately amazed. At the same time, there are mixed feelings in my heart, because the outcome of this battle will decide Death or Marine, who will become the overlord of the 2 worlds. At this time, in the chaos of Soul Society, Zoro, Ichigo Kurosaki, and Momuzagi have come to the tower where the prisoners are being held. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, 2 shadows floated in the air, and Kenpei Kizaragi and Byakuya Kukaki blocked their way. They handed it over to us. You go save people. Zoro asked Momuzagi to save people, and then began to draw his sword, using a raptor slash, and rushing towards Kenpei. Chap. Zoro was extremely fast and directly hit Kenpei Zaraki, leaving 3 long stab wounds. 3 knives. Interesting. Zaraki. Kenpei instantly cheered up and launched a fierce attack like Zoro. The duel between the 2 crazy swordsmen is about to break out. Don't even think about getting past me. On the other side, Kukaki Byakuya has released the Zanpakuto and drove the cherry blossom petals towards Momuzagi. Your opponent is me. In a flash of lightning, Ichigo Kurosaki unleashed a full moon slash, slashing out several gecko sword energy, and swept away Kukaki Byakuya's petals with one strike. Immediately afterwards, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly approached Kukaki Byakuya and launched a fierce attack, buying precious time for the rescue operation. Few minutes later, Momuzagi came to the prison room of Rukia and Zaluria Palace, and also found the imprisoned Rear Admiral in the White City. I'll be in trouble for you to save them. At this moment, Ichimaru-jin, who was guarding the place, flew out and blocked Momuzagi's path. Within half a second, another captain came out. Silver, let them go. This battle is completely meaningless. They are all innocent, and I will bear all the consequences. Captain Aizen. Momuzagi saw that it was the good man Akainu had mentioned. But Momuzagi didn't fully believe in Aizen's character and still held the knife. Captain Aizen and Rukia and Beicheng were also shocked. Aizen would be sentenced to death for doing so. I have always admired Captain Aizen. This time I trust your judgment. Let's go. Ichimarujin came over and patted Aizen on the shoulder gently and pretended to agree to let him go. Chap. Suddenly, a pool of blood splashed, dyeing the white robes of the two captains red. Front of 133 Momuzagi and others. Ichimarujin pierced Aizen's heart behind his back. Silver, you. Without any strength to resist, Aizen died under Ichimarujin's sword. I said it would be troublesome for you to take them away. After speaking, Ichimarujin hugged Xaluria Palace and Rukia and teleported away. Momuzagi and Beicheng were extremely shocked, and now they are in big trouble. They were originally just saving people, but now they are going to turn into war. Of course, the blue dye on the ground is just suspended animation. After Ichimarujin left, he immediately used the ghost way to spread a message that resounded throughout the jingling court. Captain Aizen was killed. Marine Admiral teamed up with the sinner Beicheng to assassinate Captain Aizen. I managed to escape, and now I'm rushing to the execution platform with the sinners Kukaki, Rukia and Xaluria Palace. When the news came out, the soul world instantly panicked and fell into chaos. Ghost Island. Ding. Gain 8.1 chaos points. Ding. Get 10 chaos points. Ding. Gain 5.3 chaos points. The war between the two worlds seems to have more chaos points, and the god of death provides more chaos points than humans. Yechen nodded with satisfaction. Viviisho. Now it's time to see how Aizen ends. Soul Realm. Damn Marine. Since that's the case, don't blame the old man for being ruthless. After receiving the news of Aizen's death, the commander-in-chief was furious and issued an annihilation order to Marine. The order goes on: all those who have committed my corpse and soul world, kill them. After he finished speaking, his spiritual pressure erupted, and a burst of anger swept through the soul world, and the huge lava fire column evaporated the water vapor in the entire jingling court. The power of the commander-in-chief is so terrifying. Kong and the other 5 were stunned. This stubborn old man seemed to be able to burn down a world. Chapter 92. Kong died in battle. Zoro awakened. You and Tyrant Bear retreat. I'll hold him back. Hurry up. The commander-in-chief issued an order to kill. Kong knew that he was invincible, so he let Garp Sengoku retreat and save his living strength. No, Commander-in-Chief, we have to fight to the end. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr were all reluctant to leave, preferring to fight Kong to the death on the battlefield. Retreat. This is a military order. Kong yelled. None can get away. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in with the sun-like flames and rushed towards Kong and others like a huge wave. The profound truth of steel. The Great Wall of Steel. Kong's hands were covered with golden red armament, and with all his strength he punched the ground. Boom. With a loud bang, a steel great wall several meters thick rose from the ground, forming a sky-high city wall, blocking the front. Bang. The overwhelming flames impacted the entire wall like a cannonball, and the entire soul realm seemed to have suffered an earthquake of magnitude 8. But the result was a bit unexpected. Kong blocked the angry blow of Captain Yamamoto, but the steel wall has been melted by the fire, and Kong has also been burned. Because Kong is equipped with a magic card Black Necklace, which increases his attack power by 500 points, plus the effect of the metal magic reflective armor, he steals half of Captain Yamamoto's attack power, and this move is successfully blocked. Go. The commander-in-chief won't be able to hold back for long. At this time, Sengoku gritted his teeth and kept tears, pulling Garp and Zephyr, and the Tyrant Bear teleported them away with a devil fruit. Kong arranged for the Tyrant Bear to form a team with them just to control the air to weaken the flame of the commander-in-chief, and at the same time to be able to run even if he couldn't fight. Teleportation ability. The captain's face sank, but he didn't expect them to escape in front of him. Good, Sengoku, then I can rest easy. Kong smiled calmly and gave a thumbs up in the direction Sengoku left. Behind him, Chong Tianlinja rolled over with a wave of fire. The profound truth of steel. Steel breaks the air. After a burst of charge, Kong's body was covered with the ultimate armament, and molten steel gradually poured out of his arms, condensing into a 100-meter tower, flying towards Captain Yamamoto like a rocket. The commander-in-chief was merciless, fully releasing the accumulated spiritual pressure of thousands of years. Bang! A huge column of lava fire rushed into the sky, and the battle was so fierce that it could be seen in the entire jingling court and the battlefield of the execution platform. Commander Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, who had withdrawn from the battlefield of the execution platform, were all in tears, but they had no choice but to break through. On the other hand, Momuzagi didn't know about Kong's order to retreat, and they rushed to the execution platform with all their might. However, as soon as Momuzagi and Beicheng arrived at the execution platform, they were stopped by Ichimarujin. You haven't given up yet. Run away now. You still have a chance. Ichimarujin opened his eyes, exuding an astonishing murderous aura, and at the the same time released the Zanpakuto and the gun. Byakuya made a 3-stage slash, rushed towards Ichimaru-jin, and fought a sword. Captain Ichimaru-jin, why did you do this? Because gun god killed. Ichimaru-jin smiled and pointed the knife at Shikai Castle, and Shikai's ability was activated instantly. The blade extended 10 miles at an extreme speed, piercing the heart of Byakuya. White City Rear Admiral Momozaki's eyes widened, and the other party shot at a disagreement so fast that she couldn't react. Yulongjang. Anger. Momozaki used his swordsman's professional skill, the dragon palm, with dozens of dragon-shaped palms, and threw himself at Ichimaru-jin. Gun terrain. Ichimaru-jin shot out his sword again and again, blasting out countless stab guns. The stabbing guns are like falling rain. Destroy all palms through and stab Momozaki. Captain level, so strong. Momozaki is an agile swordsman himself, and after switching to the female ghost sword, his speed is many times faster, and he can barely avoid the opponent's continuous stabs. Get out of the way, come again. Silver. Viviisho pursues Momozaki with a sharp gun. Although Momozaki was fast and skilled in swordsmanship, she couldn't get close to Ichimaru-jin, and for a while she could only dodge and was extremely embarrassed. By this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was already covered in blood. Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto was too heavy and his agility was too low to escape Kukaki Byakuya's pursuit. Now his strength is still too bad in front of Kukaki Byakuya. You can't beat me. Kukaki Byakuya stayed still and manipulated the pedals to attack Kurosaki Ichigo, dashing and free. Ghost Whip. Kurosaki Ichigo slashed out 3 black shadow swords and swept away a lot of pedals, but it couldn't completely offset the blow. Only seeing blood splashing, Kurosaki Ichigo was hit by the remaining pedals and scratched a lot of stab wounds. Damn, if you learn Ghost Walk, you won't be afraid of him. Kurosaki Ichigo gritted his teeth. The Ghost Step can increase agility, and there are ghosts and God's Shelter, which can temporarily enter the invincible state. The most damning thing is that he hasn't learned it yet, so he has suffered a big loss and has been beaten by Kukaki Byakuya. Not far away, Zoro and Ziriki Kenpeki had fought for nearly 100 rounds, and both of them were covered in stab wounds. It's time to make a break. Zoro was excited, especially the bloody aura that had dyed his eyes scarlet. Devil's Blood Break. A demon-like roar. Zoro awakened the power of the blood demon god, summoned a bloody sword, and floated behind him. Kenji-un continued to absorb the blood energy of Zenmyoji Anpeki, and gradually formed a complete blood energy sword. Interesting. Zenmyoji Anpeki's fighting spirit burst into flames. He untied his blindfold, and a surge of spiritual pressure erupted, instantly crushing the ground, which was extremely terrifying. 5 cuts. Zoro made a 3-stage slash and rushed towards Zaragi Kenpeki. Under the blessing of the blood sword, Zoro is faster and stronger. Blah blah blah. Zaraki Kenpeki easily blocked a few blows. However, Zoro was already behind him, finding the release distance and ready to launch his ultimate move. Drink. A mad roar. Zoro chopped off the bloody sword behind his back, smashed the ground directly, and sent Zenaki Jianba flying. Boom boom boom. In less than half a second, hell magma dozens of meters thick erupted from the ground, instantly engulfing Kenpeki. Bear. The magma spurted wildly, a heat wave swept the audience instantly, and raging flames ignited in a radius of 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, all living beings were roasted into coke. Happy. However, after the explosion, Zaraki Kenpeki was able to hold on to the strength of the Ryotsu. What a monster! I can only fight to the end. Zoro's heart was shocked, and the monster Zaraki Kenpeki seemed to have more HP than Kaido. Although he was protected by spiritual pressure, his skeleton shield had long been dissipated by the flames, and most of the damage was carried by his body. Come on, let's fight. Zaragi Kenyachi roared and rushed towards Zoro. The two berserkers fought again, and the battle continued until dawn. Seeing that the execution time was less than an hour away, finally, Zoro was half kneeling on the ground. Damn, the physical fitness is still not as good as this monster. Get up, fight again. On the opposite side, Zaraki Kenpeki was getting more and more mad, and continued to attack. Facing the onslaught, Zoro felt his body getting heavier and his eyes getting blurry. An aura of despair arises spontaneously. Am I going to die? However, at this time, he recalled a word that GSD taught him. Remember, the sword cuts the body and the heart cuts the soul. As a qualified ghost swordsman, you have to listen with your ears and see with your heart. The sword will guide you in the direction of going. Listen with your ears, watch with your heart. The sword will guide me in the direction of going. Zoro muttered to himself. Exhausted by his physical strength, he actually avoided the continuous pursuit of Zaragi Kenpeki. Hey, you still have strength? Zenaki Kenpeki laughed. Okay, let's fight again. Master, I understand. At this moment, the bloody Zoro stood up and looked at Zaragi Kenpeki indifferently and calmly. The ghost hand was white, shining with white light, and at the same time, the white sword and Daichi in his hand shone like a lightsaber. Have you heard of Sword 24? 24? Zoro said lightly. This uncle is Kanpeka. I have never heard of 24. Zaragi Kanpeka laughed wildly and rushed towards Zoro. Everything is guided by a sword. At this moment Zoro let go of the lightsaber Tachi in his hand and quickly floated into the air surrounding Zaragi Kanpeka. Sword Soul awakens. Extreme ghost swordsmanship. Storm style. As soon as the voice fell, the sword in the air quickly split into 20 swords of various kinds hovering in the sky. Chap 12 swords pierced into the ground, forming a pole sword formation with a range of tens of meters. I saw Zoro leap and pull out a sword in the air, which fell like lightning. Bah! Zaragi Kanpeka blocked a blow, was knocked back a few steps, and widened his eyes. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Chap! Before Zangi Kanpeka could react, Zoro drew his sword again and swept towards the sky, slashing out a sword energy. Clap clap clap. Immediately afterwards, Zoro's sword was getting faster and faster, and Kanpeka Zengaki didn't even have time to react and was beheaded more than a dozen times. Drink. With a loud shout, Zoro slashed the final blow, used his divine power to pick up the knife, and Zaraki Kanpeka was instantly slashed dozens of meters away and fell to the ground powerlessly. Zaragi Kanpeka was lying on the ground panting, closing his eyes and laughing. Ha ha ha. Is this the sword 24? I remember it. Almost at the same time, Zoro exhausted all his energy and fell to the ground. After a while, Zoro stood up with difficulty. I have a stronger move. Do you want to try it later? Ha ha ha. Okay. Zaraki Kanpeka laughed but did not stand up to fight again and let Zoro leave. The crazy duel between the two swordsmen is over. Chapter 93 _ both open and hang. Unexpected. Soul World. Execution platform. Tyrant Bear, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Empress, Doflamingo and others encountered an interception on the way to retreat. You can't just leave so easily. I have to give Captain Aizen an explanation. Shiro Yukitake and Kiraku Chunsui stood in front of Sengoku and Garp. Behind the two captains, a dozen or so angry vice captains, dozens of officers, and a large number of death gods could no longer hold back their anger and threatened to avenge Captain Aizen. Jingle Chunshui and Shishiro Yukitake teamed up. Even the captain of Yamamoto can hold back, and the vice captain has the strength of Admiral Alternate or Shishibukai. Sengoku and the others couldn't escape at all. On the other side, in Yuhun Street, Marine San Admiral Yura Harakisu and Siphon Jinyaika knew that the situation was wrong and implemented Plan B. Now turn around and go to the execution platform, Yura Harakisu said. Want to save people? It's not that easy. Use ice. Come and decide the winner with me. However, Hiro and the second team leader, Sakube, led by the Death God Corps, intercepted them. It's tricky. Kizaru frowned and attacked the broken bee again. Both were good at speed, and the battle started again. Exploding pheasant mouth. Great / major eruption. The ice dragon spins its tail. Akainu and Kyuzan also fought. Hiro. Don't fall in love, Yura Harakisu shouted, asking Akainu and others to fight and retreat, and hope can only be entrusted to Kurosaki Ichigo, Zoro, Momuzaki, and the others. Under the prison tower. Damn it, I'm going over there. Rukia. Kurosaki Ichigo was already seriously injured, so he knelt down on one knee and supported him. You can't make it through. Kukaki Byakuya did not continue to make up for the knife and said lightly, according to this kind of injury, Kurosaki Ichigo 847 can't last long. Stop for me. With a mad roar, Kurosaki Ichigo burst out with an unprecedented shocking spiritual pressure, forming a black aura that instantly broke through the sky. I only felt an extremely oppressive Ryatsu rushing from behind. Kukaki Byakuya's eyes widened and Vivi was stunned for a few seconds. Is this a ninja? As soon as Kukaki Byakuya turned around, he saw an astonishing scene. Under the black aura, a shadow of a shadow ninja gradually formed, covering the entire tower. This phantom is the second ghost of Devil May Cry Kaija of After Images. Because of Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual pressure, Kaija's size has also become extremely large, which is completely different from ordinary Devil May Cry. Then, Kukaki Byakuya was shocked. Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo burst out, and the spiritual pressure erupted like a blowout, and its ghostly aura made everyone horrified. Heaven lock slashing the moon. A few seconds later, Ichigo Kurosaki came out of the black spiritual pressure, holding the black long sword. Majestic, haki, awe-inspiring. This is Bankai. Don't shame the power of death. Kukaki Byakuya quickly recovered his cold face, opened his palm, and drove the cherry blossom petals towards Kurosaki Ichigo. Call out. Hearing a sound of instigation, Ichigo Kurosaki disappeared into the air. What? When Kukaki Byakuya reacted, Kurosaki Ichigo had already appeared in front of him. With the blessing of Bankai and Ghost Step, his speed is now no weaker than that of Siphon Jiyuanyai. Death Tombstone. Kurosaki Ichigo raised one hand, sent out a thought, and summoned countless tombstones. Boom boom boom. Between the electric light and flint, countless boulder-like tombstones poured down like rain. Not good. Kukaki Byakuya reacted quickly and made a quick escape. However, However, the tombstones were densely packed and Byakuya Kokaki couldn't escape the attack range and was instantly submerged. In a few seconds, a forest of steles within a range of tens of meters, like the graves of the deceased. After a while, Kokaki Byakuya stood up hard again. The death tombstone was too powerful, but luckily not many tombstones hit him, and the injuries were not too serious. In that case, Bankai Senbonzakura Keijiyoshi. Byakuya used Bankai, summoned countless huge blades, turned into overwhelming cherry blossom petals, extremely gorgeous. Now that Kurosaki Ichigo has been reborn, Kokaki Byakuya directly strikes the strongest blow. Final scene: White Emperor Sword. I saw Kokaki Byakuya gathered all the Senbonzakura petals, blooming a pair of archangel-like wings. Come on, Ichigo Kurosaki. With a loud shout, Kokaki Byakuya flew rapidly, sending out an extremely shining pure white sword light, slamming towards Kurosaki Ichigo. In the face of this devastating blow, Ichigo Kurosaki did not dodge at all, and charged directly. Ghost Step. I saw Kurosaki Ichigo's shadow of nothingness flash, and the White Emperor sword directly penetrated his body. Kokaki Byakuya was surprised. The attack was ineffective. It's now Ghost Flash. Ichigo Kurosaki seized the momentary flaw, bypassed the White Emperor's sword glow, the shadow of nothingness, and the speed of light flash, cutting out two intersecting sword shadows dozens of meters long. What kind of skill is this? Kokaki Byakuya's figure was frozen in mid-air, as if time and space were stagnant. A skull appeared on top of his head. However, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't answer him. Instead, he swung his sword, sending out a black aura of Ryutsu sword glow. Heaven lock slashing the moon. The sword glow ripped apart the world and cut the white clouds in the sky. Puff. In an instant, the skull locked on Ghost Shadow Flash crack. Kokaki Byakuya had a cross scar on his chest, and he was hit by Tianchuo Zanyu's heavy blow on his shoulder. Blood splashed and fell heavily to the ground. I actually lost. Kokaki Byakuya lay weakly on the ground and smiled bitterly. Is his decision wrong? Hoo bastard. If it were me, I wouldn't hurt my sister in death. Kurosaki Ichigo shouted angrily, then propped himself up and flew to the execution platform. Time is limited. At this time, on the execution platform, S offensive was as fierce as a tiger, and Momuzagi was almost cornered. The 61-6 stand light prison. Jin seized the opportunity and used the ghost way to seal Momuzagi's actions. Damn, are you going to lose? A weak state. Momuzagi's mental power has declined, and he can't remove ghosts. Gun God kill. S sharp spear stab. Momuzagi's pupils shrank. At this moment, time and space seemed to freeze. No, my justice will not lose. The unyielding will reminds Momuzagi of the teaching before GSD came out. Jian Hao, the swordsman who strengthens his own spirit with the vitality of the heavens and the earth. The two ceremonies, the three reincarnations, the four signs of the sky, and the five dynasties. You have already controlled it, and the last step can only be completed by yourself. The last step, transformation, spirit, unity, profound meaning, and three flowers gather on the top. Under the threat of death, Momuzagi burst into potential. His body ignited a blazing flame, and the six-rod light prison was instantly shattered. Then, she elegantly dodged the opponent's fatal blow, and after dodging the attack, she gently brushed her beautiful long hair casually, with the attitude of a hero in a female middle school. Sword Master awaken. What kind of aura, Ryutsu flame attribute is this? Ichimaru-jin was taken aback and did not dare to underestimate the opponent, so he made a move with all his strength. Gun Sheu. Zanpakuto with an extremely powerful spiritual pressure blasted out dense 100-meter stabbing spears. The sword was deadly, burning the sky and refining the sun. Momuzagi's arrogance continued to erupt, and the famous sword in his hand erupted with fiery flames, and a 100-meter-long sword traveled. Blah blah blah. Immediately afterwards, she continuously rotated the fire knife, moved quickly, destroyed hundreds of silver guns on the opposite side, and hit Ichimaru's silver head-on, igniting it. How is that possible? Ichimaru-jin was frozen and unable to move. In just a short moment, it was so much stronger, no matter in strength or speed. Destroy it. Momuzagi detonated the flames on Ichimaru-jin's body, creating a huge explosion of flames that shot up to the sky. Rumbling. The huge explosive pillar of fire shone through the execution platform. Compared with the Commander-in-Chief's piercing pillar of fire, it was not too powerful. That's the direction of the execution platform. It seems like Momuzagi and Captain Ichimaru-jin are fighting. Is there a winner? Suddenly, it attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Cough cough. I actually lost. After the explosion, Ichimaru-jin was half kneeling on the ground with black smoke and had no strength to fight again. Rukia, I'll take you away now. Momuzagi did not make up for the knife but ran to the execution platform, ready to rescue Kokaki Byakuya and Zaluria Palace, who were tied. Saving people, this is the purpose of her trip. Chap. At this moment, Momuzagi stabbed through the back, blood gushing out. Baya-chan, why? When I turned around, it was actually Beicheng. Vivi's wicked smile from Beicheng seemed to be familiar. What a great matchup. Silver didn't expect you to be so embarrassed. Joke. The figure of Beicheng slowly transformed into a person Momuzagi never expected. Sorry, Aizen-sama. She suddenly became too strong. Ichimaru-jin said with a wry smile. He couldn't beat him. Blue dot. In an instant the audience was shocked, and all the people watching the live broadcast in the One Piece / King of Pirates world were also full of shock. What's happening here? Chapter 94 _ Climb the throne of the King of the Sky. Aizen, why didn't he die? Aizen is not dead. How is it possible? Intelligence error. Jingle Chunchwei and the others felt very wrong. In the Soul world, only Urahara Kisuke was not surprised at all. Captain Aizen. Under the execution stand, the 5th team vice captain Hinamori Tao was surprised and delighted to see that Aizen was still alive, and immediately abandoned his opponent and rushed towards him. However, just as she approached Aizen pierced Hinamori Tao's heart with a sword. Aizen. Captain. With full of doubts, young Sen Tao fell on a pool of blood, dying. Aizen, what are you doing? Saw that the girl he loved was brutally murdered. He was furious and flew up with the Bankai Big Guren Hiran Meru, stabbing Aizen with a knife. GGG. Two hero hit directly with a knife, and Aizen instantly turned into an ice sculpture. However, this is just an illusion. Aizen's Zanpakuto Kyokusu Izuki can hypnotize everyone who has seen Kyokusu Izuki Shikai. What everyone saw was a scene directed and acted by Aizen. It's impossible. Looking back, Aizen was already behind two hero, and the Zanpakuto in his hand was already stained with blood. Half a second later, Dong Shilang spurted blood from his waist and then fell heavily to the ground. What's the matter? Marine and Grim Reaper were both shocked. What was Aizen doing? His own. Aizen, what are you doing? At this time, Captain Yamamoto stopped, and instead of chasing Marine, he flew to the execution platform and questioned Aicheng. Obviously, I'm ending the war. While speaking, Aizen poked his heart out with a black tiger and snatched the Bengaio from Rukia's body. Call out, Lord Aizen. Dong Xian wanted to flash behind Aizen, very respectful. Ichimaru-jin also stood up and walked to Aizen's side. Obviously, they are a gang. Ugh. Rukia fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Call out. At this moment, a black shadow floated past, and the seriously injured Kukaki Byakuya walked over in a flash, picked up Rukia, and left the execution platform. Aizen, you actually deceived us. Immediately afterwards, Akainu, Kuzan, Kizaru, Urahara Kisuke, as well as Zoro, Zaraki Kenpeki, Kurosaki Ichigo, and others all rushed to the scene and surrounded Aizen in groups. Just at this moment, the sound of the broadcast resounded in the Soul Society. Mao's Hiwali sent a message. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The members of the 46th Room of the Central Committee died together a few months ago. The preliminary investigation is that Aizen did it. What? The audience was shocked, the world was shocked, and everyone was in disbelief. The decision-making level of the Soul Society died a few months ago. So who made the original decision? Who made it? Blue dot. Kurosaki Ichigo's heart was shocked and anger surged. This man is fooling the whole world. No, it's toying with two worlds. Sengoku gritted his teeth. As the resourceful general, he didn't expect this at all. The Commander-in-Chief burst into anger and said angrily, Aizen, why did you betray us? I never said that you should believe me, trust me, become a partner. Why would you betray? Aizen smiled softly. Aizen, have you fallen? Shiro Yukitake said with a frown. No, I'm going to stand higher. Aizen, like a great poet, declared lightly, no one stands in the sky from the beginning, whether it is you or me, not even God. But the window period of the throne of the sky is coming to an end. From now on, I will stand at the top. Statement from Haki instantly resounded through the entire Soul Society. No, including these two worlds. The world was terrified. A kind of fear, a kind of awe, and instantly filled the whole body. Is Aizen going to become a god, or even rule the sky? Bold sinner Aizen, give me the trial of karmic fire. Captain Yamamoto's blade was burning with raging fire, and he flew towards Aizen quickly. The blade is like fire. Bear. A flame tornado swept across the ground, swept away, and rushed towards Aizen. At the same time, other strong men also shot angrily. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. Great/major eruption. Yasakani no Megatama. Phantom sword dance. Kendo 2 breaks. Big golden Buddha shockwave. Kurosaki Ichigo, Zoro, Zaragi Kenpeki, Sengoku, Akainu, and the others all ignited their anger and shot at Aizen with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the colorful energy covered the entire execution platform, and the terrifying attack, even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could not stop it. However, Aizen is Viviisha. Roar. Flowers. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the sky, and then several pairs of big hands quickly tore the crack open. Between the lightning and flint, 3 reflective membranes descended in the virtual group, covering Aizen, Tsuneyo, and Ichimaru-jin, blocking all attacks. At the same time, in the virtual circle, captain-level powerhouses such as the virtual circle and 10 blades and 100 hundreds of big virtuals transformed by blue dye appeared in front of everyone. Is that Aizen's subordinate so strong? The world was dumbfounded and another god-level force was born. Then it's time for the farewell ceremony. Aizen took off her glasses and returned to her original handsome and charming appearance and said goodbye to everyone calmly. Don't try to escape Tianchuo Zanyu. Draw the sword. Ichigo, Kurosaki and Zoro tried to stop Aizen from escaping, but the attack was ineffective. Under the golden membrane light, the three of Aizen slowly lifted off into the sky, and any external attack was ineffective. It's useless. This beam of light is a reflection film used to save the companions. There will be no interference inside and outside the beam, and you can't hurt them at all, Captain Yamamoto said with a sullen expression. Before disappearing, Aizen glanced at Momuzaki, Kurosaki, Ichigo, and Zoro on the ground, and calmly Isho, goodbye, a few interesting ghost swordsmen. Damn it. The crowd gritted their teeth and felt extremely resentful towards Aizen, but they couldn't help them at all. In the end, the crack in the air slowly closed, and Aizen and others completely disappeared in front of everyone. The turmoil in the Soul Society was finally ended by Aizen alone and became the biggest winner. At this time, the Ghost Island Ding gained 3.2 Chaos Points. Ding get 4.5 Chaos Points. Ding get 7.1 Chaos Points. Ding get 9.2 Chaos Points. After watching this good show, Yechen clapped his hands. The pretense is so compelling. The self-directed and self-acted personal show has caused unimaginable fear to the world. Before and after, Aizen obtained a total of 3 million Chaos Points for Yechen. Now, as long as Yechen gets another 2 million Chaos Points, he can upgrade the system again and get a big gift package. Aizen is indeed a perfect villain. As long as he is still around, all races in the world will not be able to calm down. Of course, Aizen's script is over, and next, Yechen's script has just begun. Chapter 95_God's Gift. Tear the world apart. This time, Yechen had expected Aizen's script because GSD is so mysterious and powerful and can find Aizen's characters appearing. Aizen is excited, and Aizen will plan this personal show and walk to the front and use the personal show to see what can be made, such as Zoro, such as Kurosaki, Ichigo. Their performances are very important to Aizen. Even Momuzaki, Aizen recognized her without killing her and had a starting point for her potential. Her current potential is still worth looking forward to. It's a pity that no one in the world can understand Aizen's behavior. Yechen can see clearly. That's because he is the creator of Aizen. But these are the last episodes. With today's play, the world in the future will be even more exciting. And now, Yechen is ready to bring this play to a successful end. At this time, the entire pirate world was filled with all kinds of complicated emotions. One Uchiha Madara is scary, and now there's another Aizen. Are all villains so wise these days? Damn, how will we, our righteous partners, live like this? Idiot, a righteous partner. It's not bad to take care of your own life. At this moment, the Corpse Soul world, because Aizen jumped back, the Commander-in-Chief and Marine temporarily reached an armistice agreement to release Zaluria Palace and Kukaki Rukia. In addition, the Commander-in-Chief also personally mourned Kong, who died in battle. Captain Yamamoto stood on the cliff, his eyes full of respect, and delivered a eulogy to the world. Marine Commander Kong, as well as the world government, the dead martyrs of the Dead Soul world, may you rest in peace. Your heroic souls will forever live on in the world. Promote the peaceful coexistence of the two worlds. Although he killed it, the war is just for its own sake, and no one can blame the Commander-in-Chief. Go all the way, Commander-in-Chief. You will always be Marine's soul. Marine was crying all over, and even Akainu's eyes, who had always been cold and ruthless, were a little red. All the Marines lined up in a neat square, saluting in midair. A wisp of cool wind wafted the smoke that slowly dissipated, and the birds in the sky made a long neigh, making them even more desolate. Kong is a hero, dedicated to his duties throughout his life, and a role model for the military. Although he has a stubborn, ignorant, and loyal side, these will be judged by future generations. However, after the temporary memorial service ended, everyone thought the war was over. Rumbling. In the world of Corpse and Soul, the situation on the sky is changing, and the dark thunder is rolling, as if the end is coming. After Aizen landed in the virtual circle, the black mouth of the virtual circle grew sharply. Then, a ghost-like phantom appeared in the sky, just in a position where both Soul World and Aizen could see. Such a terrifying aura is not under this old man at all. Captain Yamamoto was shocked. No one in the Soul Society had ever seen him look like this. Sengoku and Garp took a closer look and recognized the phantom on the sky, and immediately exclaimed, "It's the master of the Phantom Circle. Is he the legendary god of the virtual circle?" Kurosaki Ichigo was full of awe. "But since it is virtual, I will hit you." "Why is he here?" Zoro asked in surprise. "Could it be with Aizen?" Akainu asked. "No, it's not quite like it. Aizen is not a submissive person," Garp said lightly. At this time, in the virtual circle on the other side, Aizen and 10 blades of the void circle did not know the purpose purpose of the Lord of the Void Circle? Could he be blaming us for splitting the virtual circle? 10 Blades Number 1 Stark asked. Other 10 Blades retorted, the master of the virtual circle has never returned to the virtual circle. This is the master of the virtual circle. Interesting. Aizen is very indifferent. No matter what kind of enemy, he can maintain absolute confidence. At this time, in the sky of the soul world, Ye Chen grinned and said, the battle in the past few months has been very exciting, especially the last play. I am very satisfied with the performance of the King of the Sky. The King of the Sky is talking about blue dye. My god, it turns out that the master of the virtual circle has been watching all this. Is this the power of God? Perhaps the master of the virtual circle can no longer be said to be a human being. The whole world was in an uproar, and this sentence surprised everyone. The master of the virtual circle knew everything from the beginning and was just watching silently. Even Aizen raised his brows slightly. The other party was spying on him, but he didn't realize it. Ye Chen ignored the horrified expressions of the world and said lightly, as a reward for this battle, I will give you the gift of God next. As he said that, he tore the sky with his bare hands, splitting the virtual circle in two, half of which was the virtual circle currently ruled by Aizen. The other half of the virtual circle completely disintegrated, turning into a bottomless black hole, shining with a mysterious and unknown glow. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, endless aura gushed out of the black hole and flew to all parts of the world, including the world of One Piece / King of Pirates. The wound has healed. Moisturized by the spiritual energy, Momuzaki, Toshiro, and Hina Moritao's injuries healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they stood up in a few seconds. And the world of 1.8 One Piece / King of Pirates also has a lot of aura. What the hell did you do? The commander-in-chief asked. The master of the virtual circle actually decomposed half of the virtual circle and also led the purified spiritual energy of the virtual circle to the human world. Is this causing chaos in the world? I just make the world more exciting and make the stage of the War of 10,000 Races more exciting. Ha 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 ha. After the wild laughter, the phantom of the Lord of the virtual circle gradually faded and disappeared into the void, leaving only the terrified chief captain, Sengoku, and others, and the world stunned by his words. What a master of the virtual circle. In the virtual circle, Aizen squinted his eyes and couldn't help sighing. This is a monster beyond imagination. Chapter 96 Ling Wang is a big liar. Soul Realm. Captain Yamamoto and other captains are extremely jealous of Ye Chen. The master of the virtual circle is a monster who divides and destroys his own territory at will. The name of ghosts and gods is worthy of the name. In order to catalyze the War of 10,000 Races, you don't hesitate to do this. The master of the virtual circle is a lunatic, Sengoku said with a heavy face. Wake up the other strong. Isn't he afraid of being overthrown from his throne? Garp said. Maybe he just wanted people to challenge him to prove that he is the supreme god of all races. Isn't that the case with Aizen? It's just that Aizen is not hot enough now. These people are crazy, Sengoku said. Garp nodded and said, it makes sense. Even the virtual circle created by himself has been destroyed. This kind of monster is not something we can understand at all. Just when Death and Marine were worried, the virtual circle. Lord Aizen, will the Lord of the Void Circle become a threat? Dong Xian wanted to ask with an ugly face. Because the master of the virtual circle can tear the virtual circle and decompose it with his bare hands. With such powers, there is no doubt that he is the god of the virtual circle. He was a little uneasy in his heart. Even if he regarded Aizen as a god, he might not be able to defeat the master of the virtual circle. Even the 10 blades of the void circle were the same. They didn't know the existence of the Lord of the Void Circle in the past, but they couldn't get rid of the fact that they were the people of the Lord of the Void Circle. Because Aizen transformed them, they followed Aizen. But in case the Lord of the Void Circle returned from the One Piece / King of Pirates world, they also feared the revenge of the Lord of the Void Circle. If he is God, then I will surpass God. Aizen Viviisho, full of self-confidence. From now on, this place will not be called the Virtual Circle, but the God Virtual World. Since the Lord of the Virtual Circle gave this territory to him, the King of the Sky, then Lan Ran was disrespectful. Long live Aizen-sama. Long live the illusory world. Toxian was about to wait for someone, but he was immediately infected by Aizen's charm and suppressed his uneasiness. Lan Ran stood at the top of the Shinxu realm and looked at the Soul realm, but there was a sneer in his heart. It is said that the three realms were created by the Spirit King, including the Void Circle, but now it seems that the Virtual Circle must have been created by the Master of the Virtual Circle, so the so-called creator of the three realms, the Spirit King, is simply a big liar who deceives the world. Yurahara Kisuke and Yamamoto Motoya Sushiji Kuni, the Spirit King, whom you are devoted to defending, turned out to be a big liar. It's really ridiculous. His choice is undoubtedly correct. At this moment, the Corpse Soul world, Yurahara Kisu, Yukatake Shiruro, Kiraku Chunsui, Uz Hawali, Kukaki Byakuya, 2 Hero and other smart people have thought of this. this, and it is very likely that the Spirit King is not the god of creation, and one is an opportunistic big liar. The captain of the 7th team, Komamura Ziogen, also thought of this, and said honestly, Master of the Virtual Circle, did he really create the Virtual Circle? Wasn't it created by His Majesty the Spirit King? Dong Shilang and the others looked at him with a gloomy and strange expression. This is really a pot that can't be opened and raised. On Marine's side, Sengoku, Garb, Kizaru, and the others looked at the bear captain with expressions on their faces. What an honest dog. Why are you all looking at me? Komamura Ziogen was stunned, as if something was wrong. Before he could regain his senses, Captain Yamamoto exclaimed, "What nonsense! You dare to question the Spirit King?" I made a blunder." The bear lowered his head and apologized quickly. In fact, Captain Yamamoto is also suspicious of this, but he will not admit it. After all, he is already 1,000-year-old stubborn. In the Soul Realm, the Spirit King is the supreme belief. However, no matter how the Commander-in-Chief concealed it, the entire Soul world saw Yechen tearing the sky today. Therefore, the faith in their hearts has long been shaken, and chaos will break out in the Soul Society sooner or later. Alas, the world of corpses is actually the same as our world. At this time, Garp said meaningfully, 467 is it the same? Sengoku looked at Captain Yamamoto, thinking, just like Tenryabito of the world government, God is Tenryabito's supreme belief, reaching the point of brainwashing. Captain Yamamoto seems to be a mirror of Sengoku and Kong. Is it wrong for him and Kong to insist in the past? Sengoku is somewhat conflicted inside. Suddenly, Sengoku's emergency phone bug rang. After connecting, it was discovered that the caller was Gorosei/5 Elders. Gorosei/5 Elders voice anxiety. Sengoku, hurry up, the army returns. Sengoku, Garb, Kizaru, and others listened. Their faces changed drastically. Could it be that something big has happened in their world? Rely on, and let no one live. At this moment, in the holy land of Marijois in the mainland of Terracotta, the troops who stayed in the holy place were sweating profusely. In front of them, there seems to be an unknown and terrifying enemy. Chapter 97 _ The Underground Kingdom is born. The whole army obeys the order and returns to Marine headquarters. Sengoku immediately ordered the retreat and let Kizaru and Tyrant Bear, two fast-moving powerhouses, take the lead and let them rush back to the Holy Land Marijois as soon as possible. Few minutes later, the Holy Land Marijois, more than 10,000 defenders of the world government are being besieged by more than 100,000 troops dressed in strange clothes. Instigate. A strong light flashed, and at the same time the air exploded and a huge black shadow teleported over. Kizaru and Tyrant Bear rushed back to the rescue. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru flew into the air and directly used his ultimate move, blasting countless light bombs at the enemy army. Push the pressure cannon. The Tyrant Bear also slapped his palms again and again, shooting a large number of bear paw-shaped compression cannons. Bang, bang, bang. The fire in front of the Holy Land exploded again and again, and countless invaders were instantly blasted away, billowing thick smoke. In less than a few seconds, the enemy army fell in a large area. Kizaru and Tyrant Bear killed hundreds of people in one move, and injured countless more. The thief general, how dare you kill so many of my soldiers? Admiral Army in steel armor threw a ball of lightning energy at Kizaru. Boom. Kizaru's fingertips condensed light energy, blasting a laser, hitting the lightning energy ball, and both exploded. This bitter melon face has some strength, Kizaru said lightly. It's not easy to block my move easily. The Admiral Army was also weighing Kizaru's strength. With a simple touch, the two of them roughly figured out each other's strength. The strength between them should be almost the same. Who are you? Kizaru asked. I am the Bud Admiral Army, the strongest admiral in the Empire. You rebels who attacked the Empire, surrender quickly. The Admiral Army said arrogantly. Rebel? You are the rebel. Kizaru thought it was ridiculous. They were clearly the invaders, and they turned black into white. The Bud Admiral Army was furious, with thunder and lightning around his fists, making a creaking sound. Rebel, courting death. With a leap like lightning, in just half a breath, the Bud Admiral Army had already flown in front of Kizaru, and a punch was about to fall. Bah! Kizaru took out the Sky Kong Cloud Sword, blocked the blow, and was knocked back dozens of meters. Kizaru frowned and Vivi wrinkled. How rude. It's so long-winded. Let's fight. The Bud Admiral Army continued to pursue and flew up. However, before he could rush up, Kizaru had teleported in front of him. Have you ever been kicked by the light? Kizaru turned into a light element on his feet and kicked at his heart. Bang! The Bud Admiral Army responded quickly, withstanding the kick with both palms and blocked the strong blow. However, under the strong impact, the Bud Admiral Army was bounced like a cannonball, smashing a deep pit. I didn't expect to be so tall and so fast. The Bud Admiral Army stood in the smoke, uninjured. However, Kizaru's speed opened his eyes. It's astonishing that a man almost twice his height is more agile than him. Boom! At this time, Bud's camp exploded again and again, causing countless casualties. Bear shock. The Tyrant Bear Empire made a big move, and a huge bear's paw air cannon appeared in the air and then quickly compressed to the extreme. Drink! With a loud shout, the tyrant Xiong Shuangpaws launched a compressed air cannon and hit the army. Boom! A huge air bear's paw enveloped the audience, and air bombs exploded in the crowd, releasing a strong air pressure that instantly swept the audience. Thousands of soldiers were shot, killed, or wounded. Bud Admiral's face suddenly changed. Oops, I forgot there is another one. Because of his love for war, he actually forgot the existence of the tyrant bear, and this time he suffered a big loss. Retreat. The casualties were heavy, and the Bud Admiral army had to retreat. The enemy's upper-level combat strength was too strong, and if they continued to fight, it would only cause more casualties. A few hours after the opponent retreated, Sengoku, Garp, Shichibukai and others all returned to Marine headquarters and learned about the invading army. The Gorosei/5 elders then sent CP0 to investigate the matter. 2 days later, CP0's investigation was completed and the information was sent back to the world government. Here's the thing. After the Kito continent was blown up by Yechen, it has been divided into hundreds of territories, big and small. Each piece is huge, bigger than the islands of this world. One of the large islands closest to the Holy Land, because of the recovery of the spiritual energy, an earthquake occurred and the imperial capital was connected to the ground world. The Bud Admiral army was born in a country called Empire and is the supreme commander of the empire. He also didn't expect that their world would have the sky split open and the earth float up, connecting a higher world one day. The empire thought it was the ghost of the world government, so it began to send troops to crusade. The result is today's battle. The emperor of the empire is very small, and almost everything in the military and politics is controlled by the imperial minister Ernest. The entire empire has decayed. Ernest is brutal and greedy. The nobles are rotten, wantonly killing civilians. The news. Both Gorosei/5 elders were taken aback. Terra continent. There is a world below. If you let the world know, it will be another shock. We have Fishman Island 10,000 meters under the sea, and it is understandable that there is an unknown world under the Terracotta continent. I didn't expect that we ruled here for 800 years, and as a result we were so ignorant of the world pattern. Now is not the time to be emotional, but to see what to do. Let them join us. Okay, we agree. The Gorosei/5 elders gave the order after deliberation. Sengoku, the world government has decided to ally with the empire, and it's up to you to handle this. In the phone bug, said bearded Gorosei/5 elders. A corrupt nation will only bring corruption to our world government. Sengoku was not happy. Not only Sengoku, Garp-Kuzan, Momuzagi and other marine executives don't like that empire. We don't know the true strength of the other party, but the other party is not weaker than a group of 4 emperors. According to the situation that the 10,000 races are about to recover, we should try our best to avoid war and increase allies. Otherwise, do you have a better way to fight against so many god-level enemies? Said the bearded Gorosei/5 elders. Okay, I see. Sengoku reluctantly took over the task. If we can form an alliance, peaceful development is the best. Just that Sengoku has an ominous premonition that this empire is definitely a piece of rat shit, which will make the originally chaotic world even more chaotic. Chapter 98 _ The Fuse. Tenryubido's wrath. 3 days later, the two sides reached an agreement. The minister of the empire, after seeing the powerful strength of the marine headquarters, of course, chose to join. In order to show goodwill, a special mission was sent here. Marine headquarters, in a gorgeous guest room. The nobles of the empire, the inferior pariahs, dare to play with power like this. Zalulia Palace snorted coldly. Currently, she lives in the marine headquarters and has obtained information from the empire. The nobles of the empire abused the common people and acted wickedly. She somehow felt that she was a good person compared to them in the past. Tenryubido has his own hobbies. Her dead brother likes to keep women in captivity, and her father likes to keep pirate captains in captivity. In the past she liked to keep slaves as dogs. When she became a god of death, Zalulia Palace was very excited, thinking that she must be a descendant of God, and this kind of power is a gift from God. Unexpectedly, all this is a bureau of blue dye. Now she is very insecure and feels that the world is full of deceit, so she stays at the marine headquarters. And the representative of the imperial embassy is Sheila, the only son of Minister Ernest, a maniac who relied on space emperors, was brutal and slaughtered innocent people indiscriminately, and especially liked to kill young women. The crime was enough to delay him 10,000 times. Makes Zalulia Palace deeply disgusted. The next day, marine headquarters. The imperial mission led by Shi-647 lot arrived and held a meeting with many high-level marines at the marine headquarters. Among them, Zalulia Palace did not leave Momuzagi because of security issues and followed in for a meeting. As a result, when she saw Sheila for the first time, she looked disgusted and left the conference room with Momuzagi. This Sheila, with dark skin and a ferocious appearance, appearance, a big man wearing a small jacket and a mini skirt, is simply a pervert. This time, I am representing the Empire and joining the world government. Sheila was talking, but his eyes stayed on the back of Zaluria Palace. The Empire also investigated the world government, and he was very aware of Tenryabito's status. The nobles of the world are in the same league as him. If he wins the Zaluria Palace, in the future, his status with his father will be as stable as Mount Tai. We attach great importance to your joining. In order to show sincerity, the Empire does not need to pay the heavenly gold to the world government. At the same time, the talents of your empire can be sent to our marine troops for training. Sengoku said. Oh, well, that's it. Sheila's thoughts were all on Zaluria Palace, and she didn't care about Sengoku. She walked out of the door after speaking. He thought Tenryabito is the ruler of this world. Sengoku the Buddha. Hero Garb, just a dog owned by Tenryabito. When I get Tenryabito out of the way, you all have to kneel for Lao Tzu. Damn, what kind of attitude is that? After Shiro left, Sengoku slapped the table angrily, full of anger. Originally, he was not optimistic about this cooperation. If it weren't for the order from above, he would have broken this fellow's neck long ago. The same goes for Garb, Akainu, and others who dislike such arrogant gangsters. Remove your anger, just finish the task, he persuaded. Sengoku nodded, and for the sake of the world government, he also endured it. Late at night, Marine headquarters, the room of Zaluria Palace. Sheila sneaked in quietly, opened a 2-meter square on the floor, and then used the Tego Shangri La. You rascal, what do you want to do? Zaluria Palace woke up suddenly because her figure appeared on a grass. This is Sheila's Tego Shangri La, an extremely powerful prop that can move the target in space. Why, I'm marrying you. Sheila had a ferocious face and claws, ready to attack her. Go away. Zaluria Palace immediately pulled out the Zanpakuto and slashed at Sheila. However, Sheila blocked the blow with one hand. He has been honing himself since he was a child. Fighting technique includes Vice Admiral Water, and Space Taiga has the strength of Shisabukai. Zaluria Palace's strength was a lot weaker, and it was quickly suppressed, and Sheila was also pressing step by step with an evil smile on her face. Damn, I'm unwilling to be a goddamn scum. Zaluria Palace's eyes were full of anger and despair. Could it be that this is Tenryabito's retribution? Then I would rather give up my identity as Tenryabito, who will save me. Boom. In desperation and anger, the Zanpakuto of Zaluria Palace emitted a strong red light, instantly bouncing Shira away. Follow me, liberate Ilang God Emperor. Inside the Zanpakuto, a goddess resided, said indifferently, liberate Ilang God Emperor. Zaluria Palace instinctively uttered a liberation speech, and the red light on the Zanpakuto gradually faded away, turning into a sharp sword with a dragon-shaped hilt. Damn, what's the situation? Sheila's eyes widened. This Zaluria Palace is open. Dragon Emperor, different dimension. Zaluria Palace was full of anger and used the Zanpakuto ability. Her Zanpakuto attribute was actually an extremely rare space sword, with energy balls condensed on the blade and then exploded, tearing apart the space. No, it's better to go first. Sheila wanted to use the Emperor Shangri-La to escape, but under the attack of the Dragon Emperor's different dimension, the Emperor fell directly, and he was also hit by countless knives and fell to the ground. You run away. Zaluria Palace held the knife and pressed hard step by step. No. At this moment, Sheila experienced Ling Kai's pain and despair for the first time. Moreover, after his death, he was dragged down by the gate of hell, enjoying the endless torture of hell. This is just the beginning. Zaluria Palace gritted her teeth and would never let go of these disgusting nobles like Sheila, even giving up the identity of Tenryabito. But even if you want to give up, you must use up the final value of this identity. That night, she reported the matter to Tenryabito, and Tenryabito immediately ordered, let Marine Headquarters immediately capture the Sheila mission. In one night, everyone in the mission was caught, and all the Sheila mission was put to death. Meanwhile, Tenryabito declares war on the Empire. Tenryabito was angry, and the world government had to start calling Shisabukai Buster Call to eradicate the imperial capital. Gorosei/5 elders also agreed. After all, the other party committed an unforgivable sin and blasphemed against the gods of the world government. Vivi raised the corner of Yechen's mouth. He deliberately created the underground kingdom. How could it be possible for them to form an alliance with the world government? A new era has just begun. This war is just an appetizer. Day 2. Empire. Sheila's misfortune quickly spread back to the Empire, and the whole country was in chaos. It's miserable. What should I do now? The little emperor was shocked. The strength of the world government was already stronger than that of the Empire on the card. If they fought, they would definitely lose. The Bud Admiral army stood up and publicly accused the son of the minister. It's all his fault. This villain is already dead, and holding him accountable will not change the result. We can only fight with all our strength. Minister Ernest said in a cold sweat. He didn't feel sad about his son's death at all, but hated him and ruined the big deal. deal. Report: the Esteth Admiral army has returned in triumph. Suddenly, the soldier reports. The little emperor was overjoyed. Outside the hall, a beautiful general wearing a blue and white military uniform with a melon face and long blue hair slowly walked into the hall. She is the strongest general of the empire. Queen of Ice Esteth. Chapter 99_Ice Queen vs Marine Headquarters. Esteth, a beautiful queen with blue icy eyes, tall, proud figure, full of momentum. It is also one of the two strongest in the empire. Compared with the old stubborn Bute Admiral army, Esteth's potential is even more amazing, and it will be victorious in every battle. The little emperor and ministers trusted Esteth's power, so they told her everything about it and asked her what she thought. After Esteth heard the news, a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. 1 P/King of Pirates World Government Marine 3 Admiral 4 Emperors Orcs Undead Reaper Big Void. Esteth continued, are there so many strong people in the outside world? Orcs. Degzu is a dangerous kind of creature. Dangerous species. The unique life of the Crimson Eye continent are alien creatures. Dinosaurs are completely incomparable with them. In the world of 1 P/King of Pirates, they are similar to sea kings. However, when a dangerous species reaches SS level, it needs an admiral level master such as Esteth to hunt and kill it. Don't worry about the strong or not, let's think about what to do. Minister Ornest was very nervous. After all, his son broke out in this disaster and he couldn't get rid of it. What else can be done? Let's go to war. Esteth's fighting spirit is lingering, but he is very calm and authentic. Immediately summon all the emperor's envoys and martial artists in the empire and recruit the private guards of the nobles. Assemble the empire's 500,000 elite troops and capture dangerous species to form a surprise force. All the fighting power of the country. Desperate. This is her strategy. The power of the country? Are we going to bet everything on this battle? The little emperor said in shock. Don't think about it anymore. If we lose, the foundation of our empire will be gone. Minister Ornest's face was pale, and this was too much. He was hesitant. In fact, the whole country was under his control. If the revolutionary army takes advantage of the chaos and comes with a aureole, his years of hard work will be paid to East Blue. The other party has already issued a kill order. Surrender or defeat is dead. There is nothing to worry about, Esteth said decisively. Minister Ornest thought for a while and nodded in agreement. The minister agreed, and the little emperor had no choice but to nod. Okay, don't worry, Your Majesty, we will definitely win this battle, Esteth said solemnly. Besides, I hope Your Majesty will be ready for the ultimate Teikoku. With His Majesty's ultimate Teikoku, this battle will be the trump card for us to win. The little emperor was startled and chose to agree to Esteth's conditions. Next, it depends on how the opponent fights. The corners of Esteth's mouth were slightly raised, and her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. At this time, Marine Headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, and others are also having meetings to build up their troops. For this battle, the other side must be prepared, and I plan to use all my strength, Sengoku said solemnly. The Marine Headquarters' strategy was to fight with all their might to destroy the 4 emperor-level empires, thereby saving the prestige of the world government. Then take this to the world conscription. We are running out of troops. He was a little worried. This time, in Shichibukai, only Doflamingo, Tyrant Bear, and Empress arrived. In the Soul World before, Marine and pirates suffered great losses. After the war, the world government has not fulfilled its promise to the pirates because there is no time to pay attention to them, and the promised bounty is not working well, and now Marine has not been able to call any strong people. Now that we have even used the troops of the allied countries, this battle is going to be won, Garp said. Now Marine can only draw troops from the allied countries, and if they gather together, there will be 100,000 troops, and almost all the elite troops are from Marine, only about 50,000. The forces of the world government have almost been wiped out in recent years, and the Ninja Academy is currently in a half-abandoned state. The Ghost Swordsman troop lost a lot in the Soul Society, and no new ones have been cultivated yet. Flowers. As a result, there is a huge disparity between the military strengths of the two sides, 500,000 to 100,000. According to the information, the other party has an army of 500,000 people, which is a bit tricky, Kizaru said with a serious expression. The disparity in strength is huge, but our top-tier combat power has the upper hand, Garp said. There are many high-ranking generals in Marine, and the elites are stronger than the Empire. There are also 3 Admiral, Shichibukai, Momuzaki, Garp, and Sengoku. If you can make good use of these points, Marine has a good chance of winning. Win this battle with all my strength, release the news, and restore the majesty of the world government. Only in this way can the world recruitment be conducted again, Sengoku said decisively. Sengoku decided to treat the war as a propaganda to let the world know that their Marine is capable of destroying the powerful of the 4 emperors. The news of the world government's war against the empire spread quickly, and the whole world was suddenly shocked. The world world government has done a great job this time by getting rid of the evil, rotten empire. This time, the world government is fighting for justice. It's another fierce battle. After all, it's a big force at the level of the 4 emperors. The world has high expectations for the world government. After all, the rule of the empire is darker. Compared with the world government is much white. If Marine can succeed in the crusade, this must be a beautiful turnaround. Ghost Island, very good, let's give it a go. Ye Chen Viviisho said. This battle is a decisive battle between the kingdom and the world government. For Ye Chen, whoever wins or loses will have the same result, because whoever wins will make the world more chaotic. Now it's up to both sides who can give him a bigger surprise. Chapter 100 _ The Power of Tego. 7 days later, junction of the Terracotta Continent, the Empire, and the Holy Land Marijois. The armies of both sides have been ready to fight, united as one. All troops attack. Facing an enemy 5 times his size, Sengoku chose to strike first. Charge. Defend the Empire to the death. Opposite, the Empire's coach, as death, also pulled out his long sword, pointed forward, and the 500,000 army charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. With a battle cry, the armies on both sides began to fight, and within a few seconds, there was a roar from the entire battlefield, and the scene was extremely chaotic. In the beginning, because the Empire had the upper hand, Sengoku was not surprised, and said lightly, "Admiral dispatched." A cold figure flashed from the center of the battlefield. "Admiral Kyuzan, shoot." Ice Age. A light drain Kyuzan blasted cold air into the ground, and the cold air spread rapidly, trying to freeze everything. "Just waiting for you." At this time, Esteth flew over and created a wall of ice to block Kyuzan's cold 130. This wall of ice is her imperial tool, the ability of the demon god to manifest the essence of the devil, and she can freely control the ice and attack and defend freely. "It's an honor to be Esteth coach." Kyuzan breathed a cold breath and looked at Esteth solemnly. "Very good opponent." Fight. Esteth grinned at Isho and attacked directly. Frozen Giant Blade. The 40-meter-long ice blade greatsword slashed towards Kyuzan. Exploding Pheasant Mouth. Kyuzan counterattacked with a giant ice bird. Boom. The Admiral-level ice battle is on. After the coach and Admiral started the battle, the senior management of both sides also began to join the battlefield. Only Sengoku and Garp were in the middle of the army, while the little emperor on the opposite side and Minister Ornest looked at each other. Yulongjiang. Momuzagi unleashed a wide-area attack, blasting dozens of palms like a dragon in a row, circling across the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. However, the palm chi only killed dozens of soldiers before being blocked by a man wearing a Saint Seiya-like armor. Blah, blah, blah. The man took the palm of his hand and flew to Momuzagi, then punched hard. Block. Momuzagi couldn't dodge, and immediately used a block to block the punch, but was knocked back more than 10 meters. "Who are you?" Momuzagi was startled. The opponent's strength was good, and the armor of the other party, at first glance, does not look ordinary. "Will the hunter?" Will Haki responded, dressed in dark purple armor, showing a strong demeanor under the sun. His armor is a powerful emperor. Shura incarnates a noble chariot, has first-class offense and defense, and has a great advantage in close combat. Will himself has the strength of the peak vice admiral, and with this Taigo, he can barely fight Momuzagi. On the other side, the two old enemies of Kizaru and the Butte Admiral army have also faced each other. This time, you can have a good fight. The Butte Admiral army was very excited. The last time it was not finished. The winner must be determined this time. Kizaru used the Tienkong Cloud Sword to block Butte's strong attack and complained, Hey, can you change your opponent? We in Marine also have a tough guy who uses lava. You go find him." However, Akainu's side was too busy to stop, because he has been surrounded by a group of Ice Armor Knights, as well as the 3 beasts Liva, Niu, and Data's under Estes. Ice Armor Knight is a Steth Tegu Demon Essence's hidden ultimate move. The number of soldiers it creates is extremely large and its defense is also high. The strongest of the 3 beasts has Quasi-Admiral strength, and the other 2 are Vice-Admiral strong. With the blessing of Taigo, they can cause a lot of trouble for Akainu. It's endless. Akainu smashed an ice armor with one punch, but there were too many to clear it for a while. Coupled with the interference of the 3 beasts, Akainu was unable to escape for a while. In addition, other elites of the Empire fought against Shichibukai and Marine Vice-Admiral. This level of battle, Marine has the advantage, pressing the Empire to fight. However, there are many people in the Empire, and there are many emperors, which also caused unimaginable damage to Marine. The battle between the two sides has been stalemate. Very anxious. In the World Live broadcast, everyone in the world can see that this is a complete battle for world hegemony. The war between 600,000 people can be said to be the largest war in the history of the human race. Those Tiakos are so special. Audience was dumbfounded. Although they supported Marine, the strength of the Empire also surprised them, especially those powerful emperors, which were not weaker than the ancient slate. At this time, in a corner of the battlefield, Anigamo Vice admiral who was released by the Soul Society was fighting a girl named Akame. Akame is a member of the Elite 7 of the Imperial Assassination Force. He is calm and vicious in his mission and is an extremely good killer. Little girl, you are not fit to be a swordsman. Anigamo's 8 knives slashed, and Akame was powerless to fight back. Many hands are not necessarily a good thing. Analyzing calmly, Akame seized the opportunity to stab forward, slicing through one of Anigamo's spider hands. This is a poison sword. Anigamo froze for a moment as if frozen, eyes as big as light bulbs. One hit kill Murasame. A gust of breeze ruffled Akame's hair. Akame slowly retracted his sword. Extraordinarily handsome haki. Bang. Sword. Anigamo fell to the ground and his heart stopped beating. Akame's Taigo is called a one-hit kill. Murasame, as long as he hits the enemy, he will be cursed and die quickly, and his ability is abnormal. The world's audience watched this scene. Their eyes widened and they all sighed at the power of Taigo. Taigo is terrifying. Does the other party also have the power of the ancient slave? Our world, how wonderful it is. I've decided I'm not going to sea. I'm going to dig a hole in the terracotta continent, and I can't say that I can dig a world. Half an hour after the war started, the battle between Esteth and Kuzan gradually entered a white-hot stage. Frozen time. Ice blade slash. Kuzan froze Esteth, but the ice element was used by her Taigo and turned into an ice blade to counter Kuzan. And Esteth's fighting technique, swordsmanship, and even fighting experience are better than lazy Kuzan. Except for the sudden changes in the world in recent years, Marine Admiral has always been high above and rarely dispatched. Later, every time Marine was dispatched, it was a defeat. Now that Kuzan encounters a strange ability, he has some shadows in his heart. It's time to end. At this moment, Esteth's powerful fighting talent broke out, and his whole body exuded a very strong breath of ice. Profound truth. Mokabatmo. The whole scene was icy blue. Time and space were frozen in an instant. Kuzan stared, unable to move. This move to freeze time and space is the profound meaning of Esteth. Although the time is only 2 seconds, in the duel of the masters, half a second is enough to decide the winner. Goodbye, Uncle Frost. Esteth picked up the sea stone ice spear that had been prepared for 4.5 and pierced Kuzan's shoulder. Kuzan was stabbed by sea stone and fell to the ground with exhaustion. Everyone was shocked that Admiral Kuzan was defeated so quickly. Almost at the same time, there was a heat wave in the distance, burning the sky and refining the sun. Momuzagi used his awakening big move, condensed into a 100-meter long flame blade, and swept Will. Destroy it! Scream! Momuzagi detonated the flames on Will's body, creating a huge explosion that instantly blew him up dozens of meters away. Bang! Will fell heavily to the ground, black smoke all over his body, and he lost his ability to fight. Although it can withstand powerful physical attacks, it is also difficult for noble chariots to withstand such high-temperature scorching. After defeating the opponent, Momuzagi and Esteth looked at each other from a distance, and the two Valkyries of the battlefield flashed lightning and flint in their beautiful eyes. Fighting Spirit Ling ran. Chapter 101 The Perfect Ice Queen. On the battlefield, Esteth stepped on Kuzan's back and looked awe-inspiring. With a perfect posture and a proud figure, she deserves to be a heroic goddess of war. It's just that this queen is too cold and too strong, and people can only look forward to it and can't get close. And Momuzagi didn't humiliate his opponent, holding the sword in one hand, blazing raging flames, and looking at Esteth proudly. Battle. Esteth and Momuzagi both drank lightly at the same time, leaped and fought a sword against each other, and the sky turned into ice and fire for half a day, and they staged a song, the Song of Ice and Fire. Momuzagi cut out the Sakura sword shadow, slashed out the flames. Esteth attached the ice, danced the gorgeous swordsmanship. The two of them were extremely gorgeous. The flames burned the sky, and the cold air froze the earth. In dozens of rounds of contests, the two sides were tied. In order to find an opportunity to defeat the opponent, the two began to use their big moves. 3 flowers gather at the top. Makabatmo. An icy blue light flickered in the audience, and a sky-burning flame descended from the sky. Momuzagi was frozen by time, unable to move, and Esteth 16 was also trapped by the burning flames, unable to withdraw. Great opportunity. Great/major eruption. Sudden. Akainu faced Momuzagi and Esteth with the powerful attack of the 3 beasts, and threw a giant fist of lava. What's this for? Sengoku was shocked. Akainu, this mad dog, even beat his own people. In fact, Akainu is in a hurry. He only shot after seeing that Momuzagi was surrounded by ice, and the damage caused by the great/major eruption was lower than that of Esteth. General Binglan. Between the lights and flint, Esteth Tego released dozens of ice knights, blocking Akainu's lava fist. How cautious! Akainu frowned, then turned to deal with the 3 beasts. Esteth snorted coldly. On the battlefield, there are no 1,000 people who have assassinated me, but there are 900. Although she is a fighting maniac, her mind is the same as her ability, and she is extremely intelligent. At any time, he is almost invisible. invulnerable, making him a perfect fighter. At this time, Momozagi's ice block was lifted away from Esdeath and said, "I won't be hit again. You lose, Esdeath." "Really?" Esdeath said indifferently. "The time has come. Close the net." At this moment, Sengoku began to give orders and implement the battle plan. At this moment, because of Kyuzen's defeat, Anigamo and Rear Admiral led to death at Akame's hands. Esdeath and her army of several 100,000 have surrounded Marine. However, Marine has many masters and elites such as Shishibukai, and the reason why they retreated so quickly was because of Sengoku's strategic deployment. Look at the trick birdcage. Doflamingo shot a massive white line to the sky, instantly covering all the Imperial army. What's the situation? Ah, don't go near these white lines, they will be chopped. With one move of the birdcage, the Imperial army was thrown into chaos in an instant, and it was about to be taken out in one pot. Bear shock. On the other side, Shishibukai Tyrant Bear unleashes the impact of the bear, blasting compressed energy cannons to the outside. Boom, boom, boom. A huge bear's paw mark. A powerful air pressure explosion occurred in the battlefield and instantly hit the outer 100,000 troops. Cree. Almost at the same time, the birdcage began to shrink slowly, cutting through everything in front of it, preparing to besiege the Imperial army. Oops, it's a trick. The Butte Admiral army turned pale in shock, but this time they were made dumplings. The little emperor hurriedly asked Minister Ernest what to do. Minister Ernest was sweating profusely and was also at a loss. "Don't be afraid, Your Majesty. There is General Esdeath here. Not to mention, Your Majesty, don't you have the ultimate emperor?" The little emperor felt relieved when he heard the words. On the battlefield, Esdeath clapped his hands and said, "Marshal Sengoku deserves to be the resourceful general, but everything may not be as you wish." At this time, rumbling. Suddenly, the Holy Land Marijois in the city erupted violently. Sengoku and others turned pale in shock. What happened to the rear? People watching the live broadcast were also curious. Why Marine stopped? Beep beep beep. "No, Marshal Sengoku, there are a lot of monsters in the holy city. They are dangerous species of the Empire continent. There are several SS-level dangerous species. Admiral is needed to block them," the CP0 intelligence officer said anxiously. "The opponent's move is too ruthless, and their CP0's strongest shield lord can't stop so many monsters." "Why did the dangerous species appear in the holy city?" Sengoku said angrily. "It's a rare and exotic beast transported by gold from the sky," CP0 said. Sengoku was furious. It was put together. His siege plan was cracked by the opponent's bottom line. "Now, if you don't want to untie the birdcage, you can't send someone back to support." Esdeath raised his sword and shouted, "This battle will be the victory of the Empire." Kill. Hundreds of thousands of troops roared in unison. Morale soared, and Marine's offensive was immediately suppressed. Sengoku immediately ordered Bears, Borsalino, Doflamingo, return to the Holy Land to support immediately. Tyrant Bear can teleport and has a powerful rescue ability 497, and Doflamingo's awakening ability, Long White Line, can withstand powerful attacks and has a very strong defense which can withstand the attacks of dangerous species. Kizaru is fast and has a large attack range, so he was sent back together to put out the fire. After the three major battles left, the world audience was stunned, not knowing what happened. Why are they retreating? Did something happen again? I guess there is a problem in the rear. That female general is a perfect female general. At this moment, Marine's side was missing three major battles. Sengoku knew that the situation was not good and decided to play in person. "Garp, let's go." Garp gears up. "Okay." Roar roar. As Marine heroes and marshals attacked, Marine's morale exploded in an instant, saving the situation. "With the marshal and Mr. Garp, you will lose," Momozagi said solemnly. "Really?" Esdeath is very indifferent, thinking that it is time to give the opponent a desperate blow. That said, Esdeath turned around and said to the little emperor, "Your Majesty, it's time to use the Supreme Emperor's gear." Sengoku, Garp, Momozagi, and others frown. Supreme Emperor? Can legends be the ultimate trump card that can destroy a country? Chapter 102 _ The Supreme Emperor protecting the country. God come out, protector of the country, the supreme throne. Under the shocking gazes of Marine and others, the emperor used the final imperial tool, and a strong light erupted, covering the battlefield. After a while, in the thick smoke, a super mecha with a size comparable to Big Oz appeared. This is the origin of all emperors, the supreme emperor, the protector of the country, the supreme throne. The protector of the country, with power comparable to the gods, is not weaker than the ancient weapons in the world of One Piece / King of Pirates, but only the blood of the emperor can use it. What is this? An ancient weapon? Sengoku's face changed greatly. Before the words were finished, the huge muzzle in the heart of the protector of the country machine had begun to gather extreme energy. Boom! With a deafening roar, the destruction laser cannon erupted. The power of the light cannon can destroy the sky and destroy the earth, and it feels so terrifying to look at. Extraordinary fistbone meteor shower, big golden Buddha shockwave, volcanic Volcanic Meteor. Garp, Sengoku, and Akainu hurriedly threw their ultimate moves to fend off the devastating blow. They didn't have the confidence to block the blow, but in order to minimize casualties, they had to fight. Boom boom boom. Golden light shockwaves, countless extra-large cannonballs, and huge lava punches all exploded on the laser cannon. However, the laser of the god of protecting the country was hardly weakened. Boom. A cannon landed on the battlefield, and a huge explosion occurred. Suddenly, the entire fragmented continent shook violently, and the flames enveloped the audience. Countless marines were blown to pieces, and only half of the bones remained. With just one move, the Empire cleared nearly 10,000 marines. The power of the laser cannon of the protector of the country is comparable to that of the tailed beast Jade. So terrifying. Damn. Sengoku held the hot golden Buddha's palm and gritted his teeth. Under the powerful blow just now, the form of the big golden Buddha was also injured. Very embarrassed. Damn, I'm going to lose. Garp is also very unwilling, but the opponent controls the ancient weapon-level killer, and this battle has to be fought. The audience around the world was dumbfounded, and it took half a minute to recover. I didn't expect that the killer weapon of this empire turned out to be an existence like an ancient weapon. If you lose, you can't fight. Alas, it seems that this time, I have misunderstood. The world government is so disappointing. The appearance of the Supreme Emperor is almost the end of the war. The god of protecting the country is undoubtedly a despairing existence. The empire took the opportunity to counterattack, turning around in an instant and sweeping marine. The god of protecting the country killed 1/10 of his troops with one shot. This combat power was against the sky. Marine wanted to destroy the protector of the country, but the army blocked it and could not break through, and even if they could get close, they wouldn't be able to destroy it. This Supreme Emperor's defense is also almost invincible. Kyuzen's ice might freeze the giant mech, paralyzing it, but he's down, unconscious. Death was worried about this at the beginning, so he used his ultimate move to kill Kyuzen. The trio of Kizaru, Tyrant Bear, and Doflamingo also haven't returned. Akainu, Garp, Sengoku are all positive steel types. Momuzagi is pinned down by his death. Therefore, Marine cannot deal with the Supreme Emperor. A truce, we give up this war. In desperation, Sengoku shouted, okay, as long as you pay our losses and promise not to invade the empire again, I can let you go. The imperial minister immediately smiled. As death didn't stop her, she used the frozen time and space twice with overload, and she had no physical strength to fight again. The consumption of Taiko is very large. A super big move like Mokabat Mo can only be used once a day. This time, the situation is urgent, and she has to resort to the second time. The same is true of the little emperor. He cannot completely control the god of protecting the country. If he uses it, he will be eroded by the emperor and become a murderous lunatic. I have to ask the boss, Sengoku said. Sengoku asked the world government's opinion, and the result was no surprise. Tenryabito was willing to surrender, and the scene was very embarrassing. Originally, under the title of Crusade Against Evil to promote justice to the whole world, I didn't expect to be beaten in the head and make a fool of myself in front of the world. Sengoku is not afraid to die in battle, but Tenryabito is afraid of death. If Marine falls, they will definitely die miserably. Just when Sengoku was about to say yes, the accident happened again. Grumble rumble. In the Imperial camp, the phone bug that was obtained when collecting intelligence from the world of One Piece / King of Pirates suddenly came with an emergency call. When Minister Ornest called, his face suddenly turned blank. The other end of the phone bug, the intelligence officer looked flustered. The big thing is bad. The nobles of the imperial capital all were killed. Minister Ornest roared at the entire army as if his home was on fire. The imperial capital has been attacked. Retreat. The whole army retreats. Immediately, the entire army of the empire was in chaos and collapsed. What kind of drama is this? Sengoku was stunned. There was no such step in his tactics. But I can't control that much. This is a good opportunity for the Jedi to counterattack. All counterattack. Could it be that woman? Interesting. As Death thought to herself, the woman who let her dangerous species infiltrate the holy land of Marijois. What should the minister do? Said the little emperor in panic. If the imperial capital is destroyed, the empire will cease to exist, and there will be no point in defeating the marine headquarters. The army must be withdrawn immediately. The imperial minister said immediately, we surrendered. The audience around the world was at a loss. This battle situation changed faster than it changed its face. What's the situation? The victor has surrendered. The most incredible battle in the world. Is this the legend that the goddess of victory favors the side of justice? The world fell below the eyeballs, but the minister, regardless of what the world thought, hurriedly said, we will make corresponding indemnities to you. Good, but at least 10 billion gold coins. Sengoku showed no mercy, and directly offered the bounty he owed in the last attack on the Soul Society. No problem. In a hurry, the minister could only accept the defeat and return to the imperial capital with the remnants. It's just that something happened to the imperial capital which shocked and curious everyone. Is this good guy who helped Marine win this turnaround? Chapter 103 _ Big news that shocked the world. Empire, Imperial capital. After the Imperial army rushed back, they found that the Imperial capital was burning with raging flames, and there were ruins everywhere. The enemy has left, leaving only a set of aristocratic mansions on fire, and a group of nobles who fell in a pool of blood. Among them, it also includes the residence of the minister. Who did it? Come out, come out. Minister Ornest went crazy, looking for intruders everywhere, threatening to kill his 9 clans. The nobles who died were all courtiers who had conspired with Minister Ornest. Now that they are all dead, their power will be greatly weakened in the future. Sir, the monitoring room. It's the devil, it's the devil. A guard hurried in and said in a panic. During this time, the Empire purchased a set of expensive phone bug equipment from the outside world, including ordinary phone bugs, surveillance phone bugs, and video phone bugs for echoes. Yes, the surveillance footage captured by the image phone bug. Minister Ornest walked to the monitoring room angrily and looked back at what had just happened. However, when he saw it for the first time, he was dumbfounded. Tenria Bido Zaluria Palace and 3 other women, with a large group of monsters in black cloaks and white pointed-nosed masks, as well as 2 larger monsters, tore a crack and broke into the noble mansion. They are the 2 tails and the 3 tails, Tina, Anuji Zioxia, and the ghost princess Perona, who disappeared on the ghost island a long time ago. Chirio of Oku and Zaluria Palace was an extreme slaughter for those nobles who lost their guards. 250. This is Tenria Bido. Damn Tenria Bido. She's walking with those monsters. Minister Ornest recognized Zaluria Palace and stomped his feet in anger. He knew that Zaluria Palace had some strength, but he had never heard that Zaluria Palace could summon these giant beasts. In the monitoring room, the little emperor and all his courtiers were stunned. Only Esteth showed a mysterious smile. Sure enough, it was her. Zaluria Palace, a woman who betrayed Tenria Bido and let the heavenly gold prepared by Esteth enter the holy city. She is God's perspective. Yechen Viviisho. The betrayal of Zaluria Palace is really thorough. Just 3 days ago, an uninvited guest came to Ghost Island. It's the palace of Zaluria. Her arrival was beyond Yechen's expectations. A Tenria Bido dared to enter the Ghost Island alone. Come on, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Yechen said coldly on the throne. This time I came to rely on you. I hope to be your maid. If it doesn't work, it will be my honor to die at your hands. Zaluria said. Hee, why should I promise you? Yechen gently Isho said. I can make the world that adults look forward to more exciting. Zaluria Palace looked at Yechen and said with a hint of longing, isn't the most noble woman still worthy of being an adult slave? It's interesting. Yechen smiled and agreed to her request. Because of the many nightmares brought about by the 9-day demon god, the god of death and the soul realm, Zaluria Palace has already changed its temperament and is extremely disgusted by the heart of the nobles, including Tenria Bido. Therefore, she wants to dominate her life, and only gods can let her dominate her life. The strongest god in the world is naturally the master of the virtual circle, not to mention that the master of the virtual circle fits her aesthetic very well. In the past, it was just because of her position. Now, after she decided to betray Tenria Bido, she came here without hesitation. Before coming, she was even prepared to be killed. Yechen also noticed this and found her interesting. Tenria Bido, all extremists. Doflamingo's father was extremely naive, leaving the Holy Land and burying the Don Quixote family overseas. And Doflamingo is extremely cruel, killing his father and brother. Other Tenria Bido are also extremely stupid, thinking that they are descendants of the gods. Yechen took in Zaluria Palace because of her special status. Abandon the light and cast the dark. If this matter spreads out, it will definitely cause a great sensation in the world. At the same time, Yechen didn't expect that Zaluria Palace was really clever, using Esteth to kill a lot of Tenria Bido, and also using this plan to assassinate those imperial nobles she hated. Esteth did not refuse the help of Zaluria Palace, but did not expect Zaluria Palace to be so capable, killing the quartet in the imperial capital. But Esteth didn't care about it at all. Just 2 days after the mutiny at the palace of Zaluria, CP0 then investigates and finds that Zaluria Palace is responsible for the assassination of the imperial nobles and the gold in the sky. What is even more shocking is that Zaluria Palace, Tina, and Uji Zioxia have already surrendered to the master of the virtual circle, which is really incredible. Damn, as Tenria Bido, why do you do such a thing? Sengoku slapped the table angrily. Even Tina has betrayed. The master of the virtual circle is so charming, and he is another Aizen. Garp murmured. Tenria Bido is already angry, and even the father of Zaluria Palace has ordered her to be killed. Sengoku said the descendants of the god were inappropriate and turned to the devil. All Tenria Bido have regarded Zaluria Palace as a rebel or a super threat. Reward of 1 billion Bailey for Zaluria Palace, 500 million for Tina, 400 million for Uji Zioxia and 300 million for Princess Mononoke Perona. In addition, there is a super big news, that is, the Empire's strongest general, Esteth, has resigned. Several big news bombed together, and suddenly the whole world shook. Dragon Girl that day, Marine tried her best to save her before, but she actually took refuge in the Master of Ghosts and Gods. This plot is really amazing. Is there any story that has to be told? It's ironic that the descendants of the gods surrender to the knees of the devil. Ha ha ha. I heard no. It is said that the Admiral Army Esteth of the Empire has resigned. What? She resigned? Why? I don't know. It is said that it is going to sea to challenge the strong, and it is boring for the power of the Empire. What a strange woman. Her Taigo is terrible. Yes, those emperors were born in the underground kingdom. They should be the same as the ancient stone slabs. This world is really amazing. I'm going to dig a pit. Hey, the island where I came from is an ancient kingdom. Ha ha ha. Everyone, please wait for the day I become a god. Because the emperor's ability is too strong, it is more convenient than the ancient slate, so the world has begun to rush to the terracotta continent or dig treasures around the world. The terracotta continent has now been split into countless pieces, and Marine is also very helpless, unable to manage it for a while. Besides, Sengoku also wants to dig out the secrets of the underground world. Half a month later, one night on the terracotta continent, a shattered red island, Crocodile and Gecko Moria, who escaped from bounty hunters, also joined the tide of digging. The master of the virtual circle, the magical girl, the ghost swordsman Zoro. When I dig the Supreme Emperor, I want you to look good. Gecko Moria manipulates the zombie army, desperately digging holes on the island side. Crocodile said impatiently, I'm bored, give me a serious dig. I found you. Are you too Shishibukai once? Suddenly, a graceful woman in military uniform came out of the night. Ooh. Moria and Crocodile were startled. Come and fight. The ice blade condensed in the hands of the woman in military uniform, flashed with endless cold air, and attacked the two of them. Bang bang bang. 10 minutes after the fight, Gecko got off. Esteth stood on the ground unscathed, and the other two were covered in injuries and fell. Shishibukai, you two are so weak, Esteth said disappointedly. Fuck, bully me out of desperation. What kind of man? There is a way to find the master of the virtual circle, Gecko Moria complained. The Lord of the Void Circle? Yes, it is said that he is the strongest existence in the world. Esteth stepped on it so hard that Gecko Moria's face and the heel of her high-heeled shoes were embedded in it, and it looked like it hurt. Then, Esteth set off towards the ghost island. Aw, my handsome face. Damn it, Moria howled, covering her disfigured face. Idiot. Crocodile rolled his eyes at Gecko Moria. Others are women. Of course there is no seed. Moria is so provocative. Isn't this just looking for a draw? Just the day after Esteth defeated Moria and Crocodile, she came to Ghost Island. Next, should the dungeon be born, or should those mythical beasts be resurrected? On the throne, when Yechen was thinking about his next plan, he sensed the breath of Esteth. Hey, why is she here? Yechen was startled, then said, well, it's just right. Chapter 104 The Queen of Ice vs the Four Witches of the Void Circle. Esteth came in time, and Yechen just had something to do. As the master of the virtual circle, the big boss behind the scenes, you can't do everything yourself. Like Aizen and Madara Uchiha, there are 10 blades, and Akatsuki, or something. How high is the force? And if Yechen doesn't have any subordinates who can see it, it doesn't fit his identity. As for Zalialia Palace and Tina, they are not good at the moment, and they need to be honed. So there is no better option than Esteth. Roar. On the ghost island, a demon roared, and several big phantoms floated out from all around, surrounded the landing Esteth, and issued a phantom flash as a greeting. Boom. Esteth created a huge wall of ice that blocked all phantom flashes. Ice slash. Cold light flashed, and Esteth fluttered with ice flowers, quickly passing a few big holes, and then handsomely retracted the sword. All Digzu's masks were instantly cut in half, and then vanished. Master of the virtual circle, can you fight me? Esteth pointed his sword at a palace in the center of the island, threatening to challenge the Lord of the Void. At this moment, the figures of the 4 women flashed past, floating directly above Esteth. They are the 4 maids under Yechen's command. Sialulia Palace, 2-tailed Zulai, former Marine Rear Admiral Tina, 3-tailed Zulai Uji Zioxia, and Princess Mononoke Perona. Hala hala, I think who it is. It turns out to be the Imperial Admiral Army. Perona snorted. It turned out to be the 4 witches in the virtual circle. Take me to see your king, Esteth said lightly. Because Sialulia Palace and the others follow Yechen, the world calls them witches. Of course, those who respect the master of the virtual circle also call them the 4 princesses of the virtual circle because of their identities. Except for Tina, who was almost born, the others were nobles, especially Ukazioxia and Sialulia Palace. One is Tenryabito, and the status of the Uchiha clan in this world is by no means lower than Tenryabito. Perona curled her lips and said, Your Majesty is what you want to see. Can you see me? You're not worthy to challenge our king, Sialulia Palace said coldly. It seems that only by defeating you can we see the Lord of the Void Circle. Blue light appeared on Esteth's body. The cold air was suffocating, and the fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. Down with us. We are beyond our own power. Xiaoluliapalis pulled out the Zanpakuto and opened Shikai with a proud face. Tailed Beast Jade. Before Xiaoluliapalis could make a move, Tina and Xiao Xia of the universe took the lead, borrowing the power of the tailed beast to turn on the half-tailed beast with a strange little ball condensed in their mouths. In less than half a second, the energy ball suddenly swelled and condensed into a huge energy bomb. Super large ice wall. Esteth's face changed slightly, sensing that this energy was unusual, and immediately created an ice wall dozens of meters thick, blocking the front. Boom. As soon as the ice wall was pulled up, the tailed beast Jade had already flown, and a huge explosion occurred. The entire island was instantly enveloped in a fire, and the thick ice wall was instantly blown to pieces. However, the two tailed beast Jades were completely blocked. The second tail's flame bomb and the third tail's water flow to pursue Esteth, but they were all evaded by her fast pace and the solid ice strength. Deal with her first. Ice and water. Esteth approached Ujizioxia with a fast pace. Crap. When Ujizioxia reacted, Esteth had already appeared behind her. Esteth has gone through hundreds of battles, except that the energy of Tycho is not comparable to the energy of the tail beast, and other aspects are crushing Ujizioxia. 8,000 miles of ice. Esteth hit Ujizioxia's back with a palm, instantly freezing her and sealing the first person's strength. The feather threshold. At this time, Tina used the devil fruit ability, and with the chakra of the second tail, 2 rows of fence-shaped iron branches extended from her arms and swept towards Esteth. It turned out to be a capable one. The corner of Esteth's mouth was slightly raised. She had already seen Tina's weakness. Mokabatmo. A burst of blue light enveloped the audience, and Tina was frozen in time and space, unable to move. Goodbye. Esteth took out a sea stone knife and stabbed it through Tina's shoulder, taking out the second person's strength. Flowers. The end. Esteth locked Xiaoluliapalis again and launched a fierce attack on her. Xiaoluliapalis's Zanpakuto is very strong, but the fighting technique is not good, and the ghost has only learned 1.5 moves. Relying on her superb combat experience, Esteth has been clinging to her, preventing her from using her ultimate move. Xiaoluliapalis finally made a careless move, and the Zanpakuto was blown away by a heavy blow from Esteth. It's over. I slash. Esteth seized the flaw and swept away with the knife, leaving a long frosted sword mark on her body, freezing it. Damn. Princess Mononoke made an angry move, commanded a ghost, and flew to Esteth. Stop it. At this moment, an incomparably handsome figure appeared in front of everyone in casual clothes. However, Princess Mononoke Perona has already shot. Look at the trick. Negative ghost. Instant. The ghost penetrated Esteth's body. After being affected by negative emotions, the extremely cold appearance and firm mind have changed, revealing the other side of the heart, incomparably gentle and incomparably longing for the love of a young girl. This is indeed the other side of Esteth's heart. On the battlefield, she is a ruthless goddess of war. On the field of love, she is a gentle and boring person. Once she likes someone, she will never change until death. She is very capable. It can be said that she is the perfect helper. At this moment, Esteth saw the extremely handsome Yechen. Her face flushed and she said gently, "Your Majesty, please allow me to challenge you." Yechen was startled. It was the first time he had encountered such a gentle challenge. Words. Esteth is strangely cute after being reversed. Just because she has such a cute contrast. Yechen agreed. Yechen is Sunny Isho, full of confidence. Do you want me to be gentle or violent? Esteth looked at Yechen. The deer in his heart slammed, but his eyes were firm. Your Majesty, please go all out. P.S. Explain that the human race is not weak. The human race will rise later, and there will be a battle of the oldest king in the future, so stay tuned. Chapter 105 The Queen subdues and resurrects the beast. Before you start, let's recover your strength. Saying that, Yechen flicked his fingers and shot a silver energy, which poured into Esteth's body. Esteth blushed and exclaimed, feeling full of energy in her body. Then, the jade body erupted with blue ice-colored rays of light, returning to a 100% state. Xiaoluliapalis and other women were a little envious when they saw that the master treated Esteth like this. At least, Yechen won't take them so seriously. Tina is so envious. Tina said, this palace is also envious. Xiaolulia said. Princess Mononoke turned her head as if she had knocked over a vinegar jar. Ujizioxia lowered her head and said weakly, I am also envious. Yechen said lightly, let's start battle. After Esteth recovered 680, holding the knife, he quickly rushed towards Yechen. Drink. With a chopping, countless ice blades flew out from the blade, covering the entire sky. Instigate, instigate, instigate. Almost at the same time, the top of Esteth's head also condensed into a sharp-rooted ice spear, bursting with extreme cold, and flew towards Yechen like a broken arrow. Ice Phoenix. A wave of attack was as fierce as a tiger, and the tip of Esteth's sword stabbed forward again, blasting blasting out an ice phoenix that was condensed into an ice phoenix. This move is a big move developed based on Kuzan's explosive pheasant mouth. It is both gorgeous and powerful, and it is not weaker than Kuzan's original version. Three moves came out together, and the overwhelming ice attack engulfed Ye Chen in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A bone-penetrating cold air quickly swept the audience, and a strong ice explosion occurred on Ye Chen's body. In an instant, the 100-meter range was affected and turned into an extremely icy area. Even the four witches watching the battle in the distance couldn't help it shivered. The ice flowers were falling, and Han Xiaoxiu was in a hurry. After a few seconds, he could see the situation on the field. Ye Chen had been frozen in an iceberg. Crack, boom. However, the corner of Ye Chen's mouth in the icicle raised slightly, and then a golden light erupted, instantly blasting iceberg into ice slag. Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. It's gorgeous. It fits the occasion. Not bad. Then, it's my turn to take action. Ye Chen stepped forward with one palm, gathering a blue-white energy, infinite phantom flash. Only a moment of accumulating energy, Ye Chen blasted out countless small virtual flashes, densely packed like a torrential rain, and rushed towards Esteth. Super large ice wall. Esteth's face changed suddenly, and he immediately created a 100-meter thick ice wall to resist the blow. Bang, bang, bang. The infinite void flash exploded on the ice wall, and the ice flowers splashed all over, roaring again, and then the overwhelming void flash chiseled inward layer by layer, breaking through the large ice wall in a few seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Esteth reacted quickly, using a superb pace to avoid some false flashes. However, such an attack she could not retreat completely. By the time Marvin was recruited, she was already seriously injured. How can it be so strong? Esteth gritted her teeth and squeezed the knife in her hand tightly. It was the first time that this goddess of war was beaten so badly. If you think others are great, it's because of your own insignificance. You should find the reason in yourself, Ye Chen said lightly. Hearing this, Esteth was even more unwilling and roared, I am not weak, Mokabutmo. The blue light enveloped the entire island, and Esteth once again launched a big move, freezing the nearby time and space. Ice-killing blade. Esteth's whole body was covered with a light blue chill, as dazzling as a phoenix of ice and snow, and then flew up and stabbed Ye Chen with a knife. Bah! Sword hit directly and landed on Ye Chen's shoulder. However, this blow was like hitting a divine stone. Esteth's arm felt a reverse impact, and the whole sword was bounced off. Esteth was shocked. How is that possible? The word impossible should not appear in the mouth of the strong, Ye Chen said with a faint isho, and flicked his finger on Esteth's eyebrows, and Esteth slammed into the stone pillar, unable to fight again. These gaps are completely different in realms. Esteth was startled and looked at Ye Chen's figure as if looking at a god. You lost, Ye Chen said lightly. Esteth said blankly, I lost. Your Majesty can deal with me at will. The weak have no right to choose death. Well, from now on, you will become the first female knight under my command, Ye Chen said. Esteth knelt down on one knee and cupped her hands. May I serve my lord? Ye Chen nodded and said, have a night's rest, and there will be a task for you tomorrow. Yes. Esteth Vivi nodded and said, Master, where are we? Xiaolulia Palace said eagerly. It is also a privilege to be able to serve the master. You can follow, Ye Chen said lightly. The abilities of his four maids are actually terrifying, but they lack training, and now he is just letting them go out to experience. By the way, do something. That night, when Ye Chen went back to sleep in the Sui Palace, he found that there was a beautiful woman with a flawless body in the quilt. I'm here to be the king, to warm the sheets. This is the duty of a qualified knight. Esteth's face was a little red, but he said solemnly. Ye Chen was a little embarrassed. Esteth really thought he was a Degzu who came from an imaginary circle. Didn't he understand something? Is this the duty of the female knight? The duty of the female mount? But Ye Chen wanted to play the role of the god of the virtual circle, so he didn't expose her behavior, and just said lightly, humans still have this kind of etiquette? It's interesting. Well, I understand. You should step back first. Esteth insisted. King, I am your knight and should keep you safe. Ha! Ye Chen is happy in his heart. Does he need her protection for his safety? But AI 2.9 Stirs really dared to love and hate, and did everything he could. Ye Chen has always admired this kind of girl. Well, your loyalty is commendable. Ye Chen nodded. Tonight the night was beautiful, and Esteth stayed. The next day, Esteth blushed and walked out of Ye Chen's room under the envious expressions of Xiaolulia Palace and other women. Esteth saw them, and immediately regained her queen's demeanor. With a cold face, you will listen to me in the future. Xiaolulia Palace gritted her teeth but lowered her head. Yes, Lady Knight. Go. Let's go to the new world Myriad Beast Island. Esteth said. What's the king's mission? Xaluria Palace asked. The corners of Esteth's mouth raised slightly. Resurrection of the Sleeping Mythical Beasts. Chapter 106 Ice Emperor Pirates vs Beast Pirates. After leaving Ghost Island, Esteth built an ice ship and formed a pirate group according to Ye Chen's instructions. Although the world is in chaos, it is still the era of the great pirates. Many people are curious about the great secret treasure that Roger found back then, whether there is a god-level slate, a god-level emperor or something. Therefore, the troops that Ye Chen sent out were of course pirates. On the huge ice ship, the Ice Phoenix shading, the rising of the Crown Skeleton, the Ice Emperor Pirates was established. Under the sun, set off to a new world. With the strength of Esteth and 4 maids, the Ice Emperor Pirates entered the new world from the Great Root in only 1 week. Along the way, Esteth defeated Zengi Jianjiu and crushed all the great swordsmen. Uji Zioxia relied on the power of Isao Mio to defeat Jinbei at sea, and his strength has been called the Overlord of the Sea. Doflamingo and the other big pirates of the new world are going to take a detour while watching Esteth. In just a few days, the Ice Emperor Pirates have already made people fearful and established a splendid reputation. It didn't take long for the world government to issue an emergency 17 bounty order on Esteth, because Esteth is powerful and is the first female knight of the Lord of the Void. The reward for Queen of Ice Esteth, 1.2 billion Bailey. For a time, the whole world was shocked by this news. The master of the virtual circle is awesome. Even the Queen of Ice is convinced, if my uncle doesn't help me, I will obey the master of the virtual circle. This pirate group is too strong, and a few people swept away the powerhouses other than the 4 emperors. I think the Queen of Ice is about to challenge the 4 emperors. I don't know what it means for the Lord of the Void to enter the new world with such a high profile. Although there are only 5 members in the team, this team is the strongest pirate group under the 4 emperors, causing Marine and the 4 emperors to worry. New World. Moby Dick. Dad, this Esteth is aggressive, and it's specifically targeting the famous big pirates. Phoenix frowned. What the hell does the Lord of the Void Circle want to do? Whitebeard was a little confused, completely unable to guess the mind of the Lord of the Void Circle. No matter who he is, the master of the virtual circle, he will not lose to anyone with his father here, Ace said proudly. He joined the Whitebeard pirates in the last few months. He was not afraid of tigers. He had never seen the godlike combat power of the Lord of the Void, and he could not understand the despair of being unable to defeat the enemy. Whitebeard shook his head and said, Ace, you are too young to understand his horror. Whitebeard, who had seen the power of the Lord of the Void Circle, knew that in the 4 emperors, except for Kaido, the rest of the people might not be able to take his 2 moves. Captain Yamamoto, Aizen, Lich King, Madara Uchiha, and Kishao Hajime, these so-called god-level powerhouses, may be able to fight reluctantly. Well, if I were young, I might be able to fight. Whitebeard sighed and said. At this moment, Foil Vista rushed back with an urgent message. Dad, Esteth and the others are going to challenge the Kaido pirates. What? Whitebeard was taken aback. Challenge the 4 emperors so quickly? Does the master of the virtual circle want the 4 emperors to surrender? Almost at the same time, CP0 has also sent the information back to Marine headquarters. What? Esteth went to Kaido's side. Borsalino, hurry up, go over and keep an eye on them. Sengoku's face changed suddenly. Regardless of Esteth's plans, Sengoku will send troops to stabilize the situation. After all, the war between the 4 emperors will cause the world to shake. Kizaru alone is anti enough. Only Momuzagi can get along with her. Garp said. Momuzagi went to Wanakuni. It is said that Madara Uchiha has been unable to sit still recently. Sengoku said depressedly. Wanakuni is her hometown and it's normal for her to go back to hell. Garp said. Sengoku, you should pay attention to rest. Recently you have a lot of gray hair. Crane said worriedly. Sengoku was under a lot of pressure and had been out of breath for several years, and Marine's only victory was forcing the Empire back. But this victory was still calculated by Esteth and Zaluria Palace. What can I do? Commander Kong died in battle, and now all the military affairs of the world government are handed over to me. Sengoku sighed and said. Saying that, Garp rolled his eyes. The idea of the Gorosei/5 elders was to get Sengoku promoted and then have Garp as marshal. But Garp wasn't happy, so Sengoku took all the blame alone. Ahem, I'm on a mission with Kizaru. Garp touched the back of his head, scolded Isho, and slipped out of Sengoku's office. Sengoku sighed. Alas, Garp can't be promoted with this temperament, and he can't be promoted in this life. Neither he nor the world government can do anything about him. New World. Under Kaido's command, Island of Myriad Beasts. An island where Kaido keeps all kinds of beasts and beasts. It is Kaido's favorite paradise. Rumbling. At this moment, on 10,000 Beast Island, the smoke of gunpowder filled the air, and a large number of pirates dressed in animal skins were battling some terrifying enemies, but they could not resist the attack of the other party. The enemy on the opposite side is the Ice Emperor Pirates. Queen of Ice, you are courting death. At this time, the 3 major natural disasters of the Kaido pirates came to support. The 3 are Droughtjack, Flood Quinn, Hurricane K840 Ing. Where's your captain? Esteth said coldly. To deal with you, I don't need a captain. King sneered. In that case, hand over this island and spare you all. Esteth said. Down the island of all beasts was the task that Ye Chen gave Esteth, because this is where the beast family sleeps. Stinky bitches who don't know how to live or die. King refused. Then let's fight. Esteth drew his sword and ordered to attack. Hacky Ling ran behind. Tina grows two blue flame tails like Catwoman, sexy and charming. Tailed beast Jade. In the state of half-tailed beast, Tina unleashed a devastating blow and spewed out an energy cannon. At the same time, Uchiha Zyuxia began to seal the art of water escape great waterfall. Boom boom boom. As soon as the ninjutsu was activated, Gishin waterfall fell from the sky and rushed towards the beast pirates. The Ice Emperor pirates are unrelenting, and the first shot is a devastating big move. The light cannon smashed away, and the flood was aggressive and swept everything. What a terrifying power. In an instant, all the beast pirates turned pale in shock. Such destructive power is no joke. Chapter 107 The three major natural disasters. The two huge phantom beasts, the subordinates of the master of the virtual circle, are indeed capable. In the face of the terrifying blow from the two-tailed and three-tailed people, Zuri King stood in front of the camp and pulled out a sharp long knife. Hurricane of natural disasters. With a quick knife, a large tornado with a width of more than 10 meters was cut out. Boom. The large tornado blocked the tailed beast Jade. Both exploded. The hurricane disintegrated instantly and turned into a powerful wind pressure that quickly swept the audience. Almost at the same time, Quinn calmed down. Isho pulled out a gorgeous saber from his waist and stabbed into the ground, submerging everything. The waves are raging. The tip of the sword pierced the ground with a single blow, forming a huge crack, and then monstrous sea water poured out from the crack, rushing towards the waterfall in the opposite Uji Zyuxia. Boom. The two currents collided instantly, causing waves hundreds of meters high, which eventually flowed out of the island from both sides. Both King and Quinn are devil fruit users, and King is mythical Dapen, who can produce the power of a hurricane, and Quinn is mythical white dragon, able to call the wind and call the rain, overturn the river and the sea, but cannot swim by itself. A mammoth, which is like a drought, forming three major natural disasters. Watch me crush you. Seeing the opponent do something, Drought Jack transforms into an animal form, a mammoth, and rams into Uji Zyuxia. Water escape. Water dragon bomb. Uji Zyuxia stepped forward to meet him, borrowed the chakra of the three tails, used a powerful water escape, and washed Jack away twice. After Jack evaporated the water dragon, he continued to attack, and the two fought battle. Esteth fired his sword again and again, slashing out countless icy sword chi. Ha ha ha. Arrogant witch, this time I just teach you a lesson. King turned into a new demon's form, Dapen, fanning out a hurricane, all blocking Esteth's sword energy. Afterwards, the two started a world-beating fighting technique contest. Negative ghost. On the other side, Princess Monin summoned a large number of negative ghosts, constantly penetrating the enemy's body, and suddenly a large wave of small soldiers lay on the ground and counted ants, completely losing their ability to fight. This kind of fruit ability is really incomprehensible, and even Zoro will be tricked. At this time, the two-tailed people Zulitna and Zaluria Palace began to besiege the flood disaster. Quinn knew that Tina was a power user, and in the transformation state of the phantom beast form, the white dragon sprayed water jets at Tina again and again, but Tina's half-tailed beast turned into a flaming bullet and easily cracked the water column. At the same time, Zaluria Palace used ghosts to assist not far away, and Quinn couldn't use it even if he was strong. In the fighting technique, Yalu's half-tailed beast turned into a great strength for Tina, which was not weaker than the fierce attack of turning into a white dragon. After a few minutes of confrontation, Quinn was completely unable to open the situation and began to use his ultimate move to try to reverse the situation. Rain Dragon roars. Quinn observation. Hacky had already sensed Tina's onslaught, reacted quickly, turned around and used the most powerful move, blasting a spiral high-pressure water cannon dozens of meters thick. Tailed Beast Jade. Tina activated the Tailed Beast Jade again, blasting the white dragon in mid-air. Boom. There was a loud shock, and the high-pressure water cannon was against the Tailed Beast Jade of the second tail, competing with each other, splashing water and steaming. The opportunity is here. At this moment, Zaluria Palace floated behind Quinn. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and the tip of the knife was already holding a big move. Dragon King different dimension. Oops. Quinn's observation. Hacky had sensed the situation behind him, but Zaluria Palace had blasted out a huge energy ball. Boom. A burst of strong energy shone across the sky, and Quinn fell to the ground instantly, smashing a deep hole, and was severely injured. This trick can redamage an admiral, which is extremely powerful. Although the phantom skin is thick and bloody, it will take a certain amount of time to recover from this heavy blow. Zaluria Palace and Tina showed no mercy, and flew to Quinn again, ready to make up for the knife. At this moment, King resisted Esteth's strong attack, forcibly left the battle, and flew in quickly. Quinn Dapen spread its wings and flew past, instantly knocking Zaluria Palace into the air, then grabbed Quinn with its claws and flew to safety. It's now. At this moment, Esteth pulled out a unique sword sword and then said liberation, freeze everything, ice dragon blade, ha ha ha. The moment Zanpakuto was released, a cold storm of snow was summoned, which instantly invaded the audience. Then, the sword in Esteth's hand turned into a crystal clear dragon-shaped sword with dragon horns on the back of the sword. This Zanpakuto was the power that Yechen bestowed on Esteth last night. Frozen world. I saw Esteth leaping high in the air, behind which appeared a phantom of a giant frost dragon with a size comparable to a tailed beast. Boom! A knife fell, and ice crystals 10 meters high appeared on the entire half of the island, freezing everything in an instant. Kohler, except King used a secret technique to create a wind shield and escape the catastrophe. All the pirates in the 100 Beast Pirates instantly turned into ice sculptures, and almost the entire army was wiped out. Damn, give me death. King turned his head and was furious, ready to launch a big move. The 61-6 stand light prison of Binding Deo. However, before he could turn around, he was locked by Esteth's ghost path. Goodbye, Birdman. Blink of an eye. Esteth moved in front of King, then drew out the sea stone dagger and stabbed King in the shoulder. All three disasters were defeated. At this time, outside the Myriad Beasts Island on a warship, Kizaru exclaimed with his glasses. Hey, this defeats the three major natural disasters? Mr. Garp, if we join forces, we can't defeat them so easily. Well, then Esteth actually has the power of the god of death, the master of the virtual circle, the power of the god of death? It's strange. Garp was surprised. If the Lord of the Void can bestow the power of the god of death on humans, it will be troublesome. In the sky not far away, the phoenix also sighed solemnly. He was sent by Father Whitebeard to investigate the enemy, and he didn't expect to see such a scene. What does Esteth want? In Kizaru's glasses, he saw Esteth walking to the center of the island and standing on a boulder full of ancient writing. When did 10,000 Beast Island have such a huge boulder? In response to my lord's call, the mythical beasts come back to life. The ice dragon blade in Esteth's hand stabbed the three divine birds carved by the boulder. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Myriad Beast Island shook. The earth shook violently, and cracks gradually appeared. Roar! A few minutes later, there were several wild roars like divine beasts from the cracks, which shocked people. Then, countless pairs of scarlet eyes appeared in the cracks of the island, and the beast was about to be resurrected. Chapter 108 _ The beast is born. The world changes. Yi, clang, roar. Under a few roars that shook the sky, three energy surges of cold air, lightning, and flames erupted from the cracks, which quickly shattered the formation and caused a major earthquake. Immediately afterwards, a frozen bird like a frozen phoenix, a lightning bird like a thundering pheasant, a flaming bird like a flaming vermilion bird, the three sacred birds soared into the sky and hovered in the air. One of the three holy birds' wings is a small celestial phenomenon, with ice, snow, flames, and thunder and lightning covering the sky, which is amazing. The three mythical beasts are only 10 meters long with open wings, far inferior to the giant beasts in the world of One Piece / King of Pirates, but they exude energy and godlike majesty. But all the giant beasts on Myriad Beast Island surrender. This is about to change. What a gorgeous bird. There are still such creatures in this world. My phoenix, it's so close. Kizaru, Garp, and the phoenix were all taken aback. The temperament exuded by the three holy birds may be the legendary Divinity 687. Yi. The three holy birds flapped their wings and then flew to different directions in the world, causing the situation to change. Where the lightning bird passed by, there were continuous thunder clouds, and the places that never thundered were covered by black clouds, and the thunder was rolling, calling for wind and rain. Frozen birds flew over Alabasta, and it snowed in the desert for thousands of years. The flaming bird flew to the extremely icy land. The earth melted, and the extinct volcano, which had been frozen for many years, came to life directly, flowing out endless hot lava. Lightning birds create thunder clouds that are even more terrifying. The world has changed. The polar regions are melting, the deserts are frozen, thunderstorms are covering the sky, and the abnormal climate of the new world in the past is only insignificant. Garp turned towards Esteth in the center of the island and asked, Queen of Ice, are you going to destroy the world? Old man, are you questioning me or our majesty? Esteth said coldly. Garp's face changed, and he said solemnly, I dare not. But what is your majesty doing? Your majesty just revives the divine beasts that should have been revived in advance. By the way, let me remind you, the divine beasts are not only these three divine beasts. Esteth Vivi laughed. Garp looked suspicious. What do you mean? Esteth looked at the torn ground and softly Isho, look at the island. On 10,000 Beast Island, all the giant beasts were lying on the ground as if they were worshipping the gods. Some of them were huge beasts captured by Kaido himself, and those that required Luffy's 4th grade strength to clean up were also crawling on the ground. Click. In the cracks of Myriad Beast Island, countless divine beasts are awakening, emerging from the sealed eggshell. Roar, roar. Each of the divine beasts had red eyes, roaring up to the sky, roaring in grief and indignation, as if roaring, I hate the sky for 10,000 years. Originally, Garp and Kizaru, the phoenix, sounded a horror. However, when they saw what the roaring divine beast looked like, their faces twitched and they wanted to laugh. Those majestic divine beasts turned out to be a group of Pikachu, Jenny turtles, little fire dragons, Miohua seeds, and other strangely shaped animals. So cute. Xiaolulia Palace girl's heart overflowed, and she almost couldn't help but carry one away. Women love these cute and rare animals. So cute. Tina likes it, Tina said with a smile. Menmeni Ujizioxia also has no resistance to these big-eyed cuties and likes them very much. Princess Mononoke was very arrogant, but her eyes never left these Pokemon. Death, as the queen of Super S, likes to keep vicious dogs more than cute things, but the corners of her mouth are also twitching. In bed that night, Yechen said in her ear, "Don't be too surprised then." Well, Death was really surprised, but although these little elves are cute, they are undoubtedly a kind of divine beast, because they are born with special abilities. When they grow up, their combat power is terrifying, and they are more advanced beings than ordinary beasts. This is the difference in the level of life, and this is also the reason why other giant beasts bow down to them. At this time, Garp looked at those cute mythical beasts and laughed. Kizaru, I think those yellow pickups are very similar to you. Hey, Mr. Garp, I have human rights too, Kizaru said with a dark line on his face. Not only that, Marco also flew over and sneered, just like Kizaru's wretched appearance. How can anyone's golden pickup be cute? Kizaru looked up at the sky and said angrily, Marco, are you looking for a poke? The corner of the phoenix's mouth was slightly raised, provoking Kizaru. I stand and let you fight. If you can hurt a hair of me, you will win. The fruit he is most afraid of is Kizaru. Among the three admirals, except for Akainu's high strength, fighting and dying, which can make him feel pressure, he has never been afraid of other admirals. I really thought I had no temper. Kizaru frowned and said a little angrily, you guys are still in the mood to joke, but you don't know the world has changed. At this time, Death was cold Isha. Beep beep beep. Before he could finish speaking, on the warship, Sengoku's emergency phone worm rang. Garp and Kizaru froze in their hearts. It was the red emergency phone bug again. P.S. Originally, the author wanted to write Water Margin Beasts, which is a small RPG game played in childhood, but think about it, more people are familiar with Pokemon, and there are more types of magical beasts. Chapter 109 Divine Beast Turmoil go down in history. As soon as Garp picked up the phone bug, Sengoku's voice flew out, quick, come back to protect the Holy Land. The deafening voice did not need Garp's orders at all. Kizaru took advantage of his speed and rushed back to the Holy Land. I'll go first. It's a tacit understanding. Garp smiled wryly, then rushed back at full speed, and Marco also realized that the situation was not good and rushed back to his home site. And this time, the Holy Land may rejoice. Thousands of fire-type Pokemon, fire-breathing dragons, fire dinosaurs, small fire dragons, and flaming horses are attacking this holy city. In just a few minutes, the entire city has turned into a sea of fire. Born in the Kito continent are all fire-type divine beasts. One or two is not difficult to deal with, but there are thousands of them, and their power is even more terrifying than Akainu. Of the fire-breathing dragon group, the Super Evolutionary and the fire-breathing Dragon X has a combat power that rivals the three sacred birds. Volcanic meteor. In the face of such a huge number of fire dragons, Akainu had to resort to a big move to clean up. Boom boom boom. The super large lava ball exploded in mid-air, splitting into countless huge lava fists, which exploded like a meteor. Roar. However, with the exception of the lowest level little fire dragon, which was seriously injured, the other fire dragons were basically fine. Fire-type sacred beasts, the fire resistance is too high, and the damage of the lava fist should be halved. Moreover, the biggest threat is the black super-evolved fire-breathing dragon, as well as the group of twice-evolved fire-breathing dragons. Their ultimate move, jetting flames, can directly offset Akainu's great/major eruption. Ice Age. Hyuzen also directly used his ultimate move to freeze the entire holy city. Ice is effective against fire-breathing dragons, causing relatively large damage to small dinosaurs, but not fatal injuries. The defense of the dragon family is extremely high, and even if the attributes are opposed, they cannot kill these fire dragons with one blow, and the flames on their tails will not go out until they die, so it is easy to lift the frozen state. Not to mention flying in mid-air, it won't freeze at all. At this moment, a light and shadow flashed, and Kizaru arrived just in time. It looks so tricky. Afterwards, the three admirals joined together to block the dragon's invasion with all their might. Just the Holy Land may rejoice that was attacked by the beasts. Just after the resurrection of the three holy birds, all over the world, divine beasts began to revive. Wanakuni, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the battlefield where they show their love every day. There are also thousands of strange divine beasts interrupting their battle. This is also these races. Is it also 10,000 races? If it is a psychic beast, it should should be good and interesting. Uchiha Madara said excitedly. Madara, these divine beasts, you can't control them. Qian Shaozuma said with a frown. Ha ha ha, there are 3 words impossible in the eyes of the strong. Madara Uchiha laughed wildly. When will you wake up? Qian Shaozuma roared. While talking, the 2 ninja gods fought again. Kaido, who was fighting together, saw the group of divine beasts and said excitedly, is there a god beast? Does it have my race? Kaido was very excited. This group of divine beasts was extremely small, not as majestic as him, and the 3 holy birds were stillborn on the island of 10,000 beasts, inexplicably proud of the king of beasts. In the Shinx realm, Aizen looked at the picture mapped on the crystal ball and felt very interesting. Harryble, go have a look and bring some interesting ones back by the way, Aizen said with a slightly raised corner of her mouth. Understood. 10 Blades number 3. Harryble nodded, then entered the human world to investigate the situation. Ha ha ha, Moma, these treasured animal illustrations, it is estimated that they can fill the entire study. And couldn't sit still. Looking at the beasts of different races, her eyes were greener than Gushinal. Quick Katakuri, Cracker, bring them all back to me. Flowers. The ant immediately ordered the 2 powerful generals to go out and try their best to capture the divine beast. At the junction of the soul world and the virtual circle, a black Pluto-like dark dragon roared wildly, and the powerful sound waves caused the entire soul world to vibrate violently, which was extremely terrifying. The Soul Society was shocked, and even Captain Yamamoto was extremely surprised. Guardian Team 13 is on alert and ready to fight. Captain Yamamoto directly ordered to enter a state of emergency alert. East Blue, Goa Kingdom. In the Lich King's territory, ghostly beasts appeared. 0. The ghostly beasts are immune to physical attacks, and ordinary undead can't take them. Only the more powerful undead who can use magic attacks can destroy them. After the ghost is destroyed, it will not become an undead, and the curse power of Frostmourne will not work. The ghosts invaded in a big way, killing a lot of undead at one time. However, the Lich King does not matter. These little shrimps will not feel distressed no matter how many they die. Not only these places, but now all places are beginning to appear mythical beasts. Triggered a worldwide shock. This is a turmoil enough to go down in history. And this time, Ghost Island. Ding, gain 5.1 chaos points. Ding, get 3.3 chaos points. Ding, gain 2.4 chaos points. Ding, get 8.7 chaos points. It feels so good to clear the chaos all at once, Yechen said happily. This time, all the chaotic points of Yechen have been spent, and there are only a few million left. What's more, after the turmoil in the world, he returned to his original business at once. A total of 10 million rewards are coming soon. Chapter 110 I'm not in the mirror, right? The point of confusion continued to skyrocket. Yechen stared at the data scrolling in the system. His eyes were shining brightly, and he was looking forward to breaking the 10 million mark. After a few seconds, the system popped up a message. Ding. Accumulated more than 10 million chaos points. Unlock the spree package star system. Yechen couldn't wait to check the functions of the upgraded system. Star system. The system is greatly upgraded. Using chaos points to create all things. Only need to spend on life. No need to spend on material. Note, however, items with energy still require a small amount of confusion points. Good stuff, Yechen said excitedly. The creation of the Soul Society and the Void Circle at the beginning cost over 1 million points of confusion, and it is still an incomplete version. The confusion spent on items accounts for half of it. Very good. The cost of doing things will be lower in the future. Yechen grinned. Next, there are more things that can be done to the 190, and now, it is not in a hurry to start new major events. Because of the chaos brought by the beasts, it was protracted. Time flies. A month later, the whole world broke out in unrest, and there was no good way to stop it because there were too many Pokemon, and it was impossible to prevent them. Just going out to pick cabbage, a group of big frogs carrying cabbage appeared, scared to death. Now the fish are all refined, and they will spray water jets to attack humans. Our kingdom is about to fall, and a bunch of stone monsters are about to break through our city gate. What kind of monster is this that can bounce back attacks? Damn, water arrow turtle shot through my steel battleship, my partner, my pirate ship. Damn it. Plant-based, water-based, rock-based, super energy-based, and the abilities of divine beasts all have their own characteristics. On land, the plant-based beast that is good at camouflage is undoubtedly an invisible killer, both scary and powerful. In the sea, the beasts of the water system are like overlords, and even Fishman can't do anything about them. In the sky, there are very few people who can fly in the pirate world. These flying monsters have almost no natural enemies. What is even more terrifying is that their number is extremely large, and some kingdoms have almost used the power of the whole country to barely escape the fate of destroying the country. Just when ordinary people and ordinary pirates were distressed, the big pirates started a beast hunting trip and were very busy. Big Mom Pirate Group. This time, my mother must be satisfied. attacker drives the biscuit soldiers to close the net and captures a water arrow turtle, which is extremely excited. Roar. As a result, before he could finish being happy, an angry giant underwater beast riding a dragon gushed out of the sea and sprayed salt water on the entire ship, instantly killing all the capable ones. The entire ship was annihilated. On the other hand, Katakuri, the 1 billion pirate, failed to capture the fast dragon. 16 hours to circle the world. The speed is so fast that even Katakuri, who can briefly foresee the future, can only stare in a daze. Although Kizaru is faster than Kuai-Long, Kizaru needs to control the direction of refraction when moving at high altitude, otherwise he is very likely to fly to outer space in an instant, lose his direction in the universe, and then can't come back. While the dragon can control its speed at will, Kizaru can't. You are a master. A skill buffer will be cracked by the enemy. Rayleigh, Redhead, and others are not afraid of Kizaru, which is why. And the fast dragon can control its own speed perfectly, not to mention Katakuri. Even Kizaru can't take him. On Marine's side, the battle was not good either. A month ago, the three admirals faced off against the Pyrosaurus. The Flame Tyrannosaurus Regiment is the title given to the group of fire-breathing dragons by the world. That battle was a dark one. Akainu unleashes a super powerful lava attack and fights with Super Evolution Fire-breathing Dragon X. Akainu is lava, not afraid of the opponent's flames, but the opponent is also not afraid of his lava fist. The two sides fought a tie, but the Holy Land Marijois was completely reduced to ashes. Kyuzan and Kizaru have defeated many Pokemon. One of them is a control system, and the other is quite wretched, but against the flying fire-breathing dragons, they are also helpless. Moreover, the fire-breathing dragon was very angry when so many small fire dragons were captured and killed, and attacked Marine's warships from time to time. A month, Marine lost at least half of its warships and tens of thousands of soldiers. Even if human races, orcs, undead, and death gods have a lot of high-end combat power, they can't change the situation of Pokemon vs the whole world and have the upper hand. And the legendary 3 holy birds have not yet shot. No one dared to touch it because of the divine beasts that can change the climate. The combat power is not low, and the 3 holy birds can fly and move at supersonic speed. Heard that Madara Uchiha for Emperor Kaido and Auntie plan to catch them in person. Marine headquarters. Damn, if this goes on, the whole world will be finished. Sengoku said in distress. We still can't catch the top divine beast, and even if we do, it can't be used by us. We can only kill it. Not only that, but every day a large number of civilians die under the attack of those weak mythical beasts. Garp frowned tightly. I found that the divine beasts have different personalities. Some are kinder, but most of them are violent or willful. Crane analyzed. For example, Pikachu, the humble electric mouse, can release 100,000 volts. What is the concept of 100,000 volts? If you want to electrocute a person, hundreds of thousands of volts are enough. The civilians of the pirate world are not the residents of Sky Island who are often struck by lightning. The voltage of 100,000 volts. The officers and soldiers below Rear Admiral doubt life, and the beasts have different abilities. I almost fell down a few days ago, Momuzagi said solemnly. There is a very cute mythical beast, Fat Ding. Fat Ding likes to sing. Momuzagi didn't catch her when she saw how cute she was. As a result, she almost fell asleep listening to her song. Fortunately, she has gathered 3 flowers together. Her spirit and spirit are united, and she senses that something is wrong, otherwise the whole team may be planted on that island. I also encountered a snooze bear blocking the road. It was huge and blocked the road. Yasakani no Megatama couldn't drive it away. Kizaru's face was not good looking, and he said bitterly, some mythical beasts have super strong constitutions, high fighting resistance, and are not easy to die. Kizaru bombed but only woke up the Kirby bear, and after the Kirby bear woke up, he didn't fight him and went straight to sleep again. After that he was woken up again, and after 4.8 and this time he woke up, more than half of the injuries on the big bear had recovered. Kizaru was stunned on the spot and chose to take a detour. The most serious problem is the ninjas like Madara Uchiha. It is said that they can sign a psychic contract. If they succeed, our marine will be finished. Kyuzan said in distress. Marine executives are worried one by one, and Zephyr, Akainu, and Chiton Tokike, who are not present, are still busy outside and have not taken a vacation. Just when everyone was distressed, the emergency phone worm rang again. Sengoku shuddered as he listened, and he had a shadow of the emergency phone bug. In the past few years, this phone bug has been ringing, and there is no good thing. Marshal, good news. Momonga Vice Admiral said excitedly on the other end of the phone. Good news. Sengoku froze for a moment, then turned his eyes to Garp. Garp, I'm not in the mirror. Chapter 111 The ancient artifact to suppress the beast. Sengoku, what the hell? Garp said suspiciously, not knowing what to say. In the Soul Realm, his carefree temperament has almost been forgotten. The Shinksu Realm, Aizen yawned. Huh? Why do I feel like I've been shot inexplicably? Phone Bugs sighed. Momonga Vice Admiral said excitedly. Marshal, it's true. Before Sengoku could recover, Garp grabbed the phone bug and asked, what information? Someone discovered an ancient artifact that suppressed the divine beast. Momonga said. What artifact? Garp asked eagerly. Could it be an ancient soldier, a treasure like Teguo? Sengoku asked. No, it's a ball. Momonga said. Ball? Sengoku gave, feeling a little ridiculous. Some mythical beasts are several times larger than humans, and they can hold their balls. Those are the balls played by the giants. A ball for a ball, Garp muttered. It seems that Marine is nervous, and Sengoku is not the only one who has the problem. Crane chuckled lightly. With Momonga's personality and character, he will not blindly report false information. There must be a mystery. Well, being able to catch and tame divine beasts is like magic, Momonga said solemnly. Really? Sengoku said. With my life, Momonga said firmly. Sengoku pressed on eagerly. Where is this ball? On Gecko Moria and Crocodile, said Momonga. How can it be in their hands? Sengoku said in surprise. I don't know whether to call them unlucky or lucky. Momonga, long story short, told Sengoku the truth. Just a few days ago, Moria and Crocodile, who had been digging holes, turned over. They dug and dug until an island was flooded. The two capable people almost drowned but got into a cave by luck. In the cave, they found the ancient stone slabs that were sealed. The slate is very special, with a spherical relief carved inside. After taking out the slate, a piece of text flashed out of the slate, which was the collective name of the beast family Pokemon, also known as Menkbeo. And among the artifacts that Moria got, there was also the legendary Master Ball, a super artifact that can capture 100% of divine beasts. Not only that, after going out, Moria and Crocodile have arrived in the new world, and they also met the enemy, the king of the Kaido pirates. I thought it was bad luck again, but Moria accidentally caught King with the Master Ball, and he was forced to enslave him to do things. Only then did they know that this Master Ball is not only useful for divine beasts, but even Zoan's powerhouses can collect it. Still irresistible. However, King's consciousness was not erased, but his body had to obey orders. Momonga paused for a while, then continued. That's how Moria came to me, wanting to regain the Shishibukai status of him and Crocodile, and also ask the world government to grant them the same privileges as Tenryabito. Instantly kill the big pirate with a bounty of more than 1 billion, and also manipulate him. Sengoku sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a king can kill in seconds, and this Master Ball also has a restraining effect on Zoan. I don't know about that, Momonga said. It is possible that the Zoan devil fruit is derived from these mythical beasts, and mythical is the best among the mythical beasts. Crane nodded and said, in any case, as long as this news is true, an era belonging to our human race is coming. Sengoku said excitedly. This ability is simply an existence that defies the sky. If it can be used by the world government, there is no problem in restoring the title of Shishibukai. Moreover, Zoan's ability is going to be bad luck. Garp gears up. I'll go to Moria to negotiate. Sengoku nodded and went over by himself. Possibly caught by a Master Ball from Moria, Garp would be more appropriate to go. Momonga was a little embarrassed. Marshal, Moria he went to Kaido to get revenge. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, then looked worried again. That guy, Moria, went to Kaido with a Master Ball. If Kaido robs him, that's fine, he said. Emergency phone bug. How could there be good news? New world. The sky. Moria was riding a king, carrying a large bag of poke balls, and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. After more than 10 years, Kaido, I'm back again. This time, it is the most majestic one of Gecko Moria. Unprecedented. In the cave, Moria dug up a large number of poke balls, including 2 Master Balls, one of which was used on King, and the other, they're going to use it on the other 3 calamities. Quinn. Combined with this pile of balls, solving Jack and other senior cotters is no problem. At that time, they will empty the gloves of White Wolves and hollow out the entire beast pirates. In addition, they also use this to strengthen their strength, and then go to Marine to negotiate so as to ensure their safety and achieve a high status. Shishibukai almost always became Shishibukai by virtue of their power to rival a kingdom. Going alone to negotiate, if you get caught, it's all in vain. Crocodile stood beside Moria. Whitebeard, you wait for me. The new world will be ours. Crocodile said ambitiously. New world, your 5th emperor. Here we come. Chapter 112. Kaido, watch my Master Ball. New world, Beast Island. Kaido was drinking with a group of younger brothers in the cave. Today, he caught 2 water arrow turtles. Kaido was in a good mood and decided to feast for 3 days and 3 nights. Kaido, get out of here. At this moment there was a burst of vibrations from outside the cave. Looking for death, Kaido was instantly angry and rushed out with his younger brother. Gee, Kaido of the beasts, let you see how hard I have practiced for more than 10 years. Gecko Moria threw a Master Ball in his hand, very proud and boasted of his progress. In fact, over the years, he has become a dead fat man. His strength is not advancing but retreating, and he is completely at the bottom level in Shishibukai. Fatty, who are you? Hey, isn't this the kid who challenged the old man? Kaido hiccup, completely ignoring Gecko Moria, recognizing Crocodile instead. Damn Kaido, look at me. Master Ball. Moria was furious and threw the Master Ball at Kaido angrily. Captain, be careful, this ball has magic power and can enslave Zoan. King, who was riding by Moria, quickly reminded him. Although King is enslaved, his mind is still there, just like the reincarnation of the dirt in Hokage, maintaining consciousness but involuntarily. Wait, am I afraid of this thing? Kaido didn't duck. Boom, hit. A burst of strong light flashed on Kaido and took Kaido into it. Boss, King exclaimed in shock, and the captain wanted to follow in his footsteps. However, a flash of lightning flashed inside the Master Ball. Sizzle, bump, Master Ball cracked. The environment inside is good, but unfortunately it's too stuffy. Moria, what did you do just now? Kaido said arrogantly after he came out. This Master Ball is completely useless to Kaido of the beasts. How could it fail? Under what circumstances? There is absolutely no problem with dealing with King. Moria was shocked. Damn, Kaido's bloodline is comparable to that of a beast-level dream treasure. Crocodile gritted his teeth and remembered the remarks of the Master Ball. The Master Ball is ineffective against divine beasts, and Kaido mixed dragons, demons, and hundreds of genetic animals gave birth to undead genes. He is really a kind of beast, which is why he is called 100 Beasts and wants to destroy the world. He doesn't belong to any clan. He can't find his belonging. Idiot, I said it's safe to use it to collect wind. Kurik said solemnly. Collect Kaido. He has no bottom at all. Impulse is the devil. Moria just wasted a Master Ball in vain. However, neither Quinn nor Jack shot. Kaido alone was enough to block everything, and it was difficult for them to attack Quinn. Don't be afraid, I still have a lot, Moria said confidently. Saying that, Moria threw a large number of high-level balls, hitting Kaido and the other Kotters. Bang, bang. However, these high-level poke balls have no effect on the people of the Beast Pirates. Instead, 2 wounded water arrow turtles were taken in. Before they came, they didn't read the manual of the ancient slate. When facing a powerful Pokemon, they needed to beat it to a weak state to conquer it. Zoan powerhouses who are full of blood. Fat boy, are you here to fool Lao Tzu? Kaido thinks Moria is here to be funny. Damn. Moria decides to fight to the death. Come on, King, with hurricane rays. King had no choice but to shoot, and fanned out a large number of small hurricanes that were as sharp as blades. Ha ha ha, I haven't fought with you for a long time. King, come on. Kaido is excited because King's strength can really cause him a little trouble. Drink. With a hard punch, it directly shattered the hurricane that was blowing in the face, and also hit the King in mid-air, directly flying 100 meters. King fell to the ground with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. The punch was so heavy that it was difficult for Admiral to retreat. Kaido, the strongest creature who is singled out by sea, land, and air, is a vegetarian. Although the current Kaido is no longer the strongest creature, except for a few god-level opponents, even Whitebeard is afraid of him for 3 points. Is the difference that big? Moria was confused. Is this the strongest of the 3 plagues? In front of Kaido, she was as vulnerable as a child. In fact, it's not that King is weak but that Kaido knows King too well and is familiar with the attack mode. In addition, King is enslaved, and there are too many flaws before he is knocked off by one blow. Only together. Crocodile condensed a small Ceylon scroll in his hand and played a super large Shaolin. Scatter the bats. Gecko Moria blasts a lot of shadow bats at the same time. The King's tornado. Gecko Moria also asked King to make a final move, scraping out a large tornado with a diameter of 100 meters. Beast Master Fist. Kaido threw a punch, and a Conqueror Haki erupted, blasting the storm ahead. Creak creak. The 2 hits hit each other. The Conqueror sent out a strong dark red lightning, which quickly tore apart 2 large hurricanes, and the ground cracked rapidly, and the gust of wind swept the audience in an instant, and Kaido smashed all the attacks with one punch and hit the ground. The powerful impact shook Gecko Moria into serious injuries, and Crocodile and King were also seriously injured. Under the big shock, Gecko Moria controlled King's Master Ball and rolled to the ground. Kaido stepped forward and picked up the Master Ball. Is this magic thing that made King go against him? The moment he picked it up, King's seal was lifted. The losers of the 2 new worlds. I have to kill you. King, full of rage and armament's claws, prepares to deliver the final blow to the 2 former Shishibukai. Yasakani no Megatama. Boom. At this moment, a laser blasted over, knocking King back. Not far from the island, a warship also came slowly. If they die, it's in trouble. Kizaru flew over, took Moria and Crocodile back to the warship, and immediately retreated. It's just 2 little brats who have played at home. You marine just like to protect this kind of waste. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed wildly. Kaido let them go. Now is not the time for a war, as the warship has another Admiral Akainu and the former Admiral Zephyr, and he has got the Master Ball. King has also returned to his camp. After After Marine left, Kaido measured the small ball and murmured, "Master Ball, give it to Orochimaru. You should be interested." Kaido and Orochimaru have a very complicated relationship. Orochimaru once wanted to get his body and was beaten by him, but he couldn't kill him. Moreover, Orochimaru is very talented. The person who transforms himself is not human, not a ghost, not a snake, and he can't kill him. The Master Ball to Orochimaru, and he will definitely be able to research something. And Marine was a step late, but Moria still had some Pokeballs hidden in her hand, enough for Marine to study. 3 days later, due to the appearance of the Pokeball, all major forces have begun to study this magical ball. Soul Realm. Captain Yamamoto sent a special envoy to borrow a few Pokeballs from Marine to study. Divine Ruins Realm. Interesting ball, Aizen said confidently. Isha. Aizen didn't get the Pokeball, but Aizen is a scientific genius in her own right. He believed that he could develop it with a few divine beasts. Urahara store. It's a really good idea to tame mythical beasts in a ball. Humans in ancient times were so smart. Tisk tisk. Amazing. Urahara Kisuke also got a Pokeball and started researching it. From God's perspective, Yachen looked at the actions of the major forces and nodded with satisfaction. The plan went well. After their research results, the world will enter a new era. Chapter 113_World History. Total War. After Moria and Crocodile returned to Shichibukai, many parties began to study Pokeballs and divine beasts. Only Orcs, Alabasta, Nether Palace, and Lich King are not researched. Yachen and the Lich King are unnecessary. Orcs are incompetent, and magical girls don't need to study the Pokeball at all. A month later, Vegapunk, the first scientist of the world government, developed the Pokeball and the advanced Pokeball. As for the Master Ball, it is still being tested. While developing the Pokeball, Vegapunk also revealed some of the history of the One Piece/King of Pirates world based on the ancient slate discovered by Moria. In the primordial era, the age is uncertain, and there are thousands of races, but many races may have perished. Ancient times, millions of years ago, were the times when the nameless pharaohs, dark mages, great evil gods, and ancient slates were born. In the Middle Ages, the Pokemon family, or more than 100 mythical beast races, existed in the primordial era, but for some reason, they only rose up between 1 million and 100,000 years ago. 57. The Pokeball is a sealing method created by referring to the ancient slate, and it is more advanced, but for some reason, the Pokemon has been sealed since then. In the modern era, the Age of Death, no one knows when it started, but the captain is only 1,000 years old, and he is the 10th generation captain. Then the King of Spirits should have told a huge lie 10,000 or tens of thousands of years ago, and the longest is no more than 100,000 years. The master of the virtual circle not only has the power of the virtual, but also the power of the god of death, which further proves the fact that the King of the Spirit is a big liar. Perhaps the master of the virtual circle is the creator god of the soul world. As for the Emperor Yetiendi in GSD's mouth, Vegapunk guessed that this man may be the oldest god in the ancient times. The history of the One Piece/King of Pirates world only started more than 5,000 years ago, which is considered a modern era, and the era of the great pirates has started to this day, and it is modern. Above is Sengoku's report to the Gorosei/5 elders in the New Holy Land. I didn't know our world used to be this wonderful, exclaimed the bald Gorosei/5 elders. Let's ignore the research results of the beasts here, the bearded Gorosei/5 elders said. Come out. Vegapunk found out the mythical beasts have levels and differences in their attributes. Sengoku continued to report. Little Fire Dragon level 16 evolved Fire Dinosaur, level 36 evolved Fire Breathing Dragon. Most of the Pokemon's combat power is weaker than the Ghost Swordsman of the same level. The talent and attribute values of each Pokemon will vary. Just like people, Momuzagi is a level 50 swordsman. If an ordinary girl becomes a level 50 swordsman, she will still be beaten by Momuzagi. It takes at least 3 or 5 ordinary level 50 swordsmen to match Momuzagi. Vegapunk doesn't count the equipment. After all, not everyone is the 9-day demon. How many ghost swordsmen of the same level are equivalent to the 9-day demon god's combat power? It's really unknown. The same is true for Pokemon. There are also differences in attributes between fire-breathing dragons. The boss of the general group is the fire-breathing dragon with the strongest attributes. The super-evolved fire-breathing dragon is already the strength of Admiral. According to Vegapunk's test, level 30 is equivalent to Vice Admiral's level, level 40 is comparable to that of the 4 emperors, and level 50 is an admiral candidate like Shaitan Tokike, who has no ability to awaken fruit. Level 50 awakened ability person equals Marine Admiral. King is level 49, but he has awakened his fruit ability, and his strength is almost as good as that of Admiral and the same level as Phoenix. And Sengoku is a level 51 ability awakener. Mythical is equivalent to the blood of the beast and is slightly stronger than Admiral. Master Ball has no effect on Sengoku. At the same level, Ghost Swordsmen are the strongest because their cultivation system is more perfect and they borrow the power of ghosts and gods. But the three holy birds are stronger than Ghost Swordsmen of the same level because they are natural beasts. Their natural attributes are superior to others. They have their own bloodline talents. They can call the wind and rain, and they can change the climate 50 when they are born, and it is said that the potential of the three holy birds can reach level 99. Level 99, so terrifying. Hearing these reports, the 5 Gorosei/5 elders gasped. Sengoku, what's your next plan? Asked the Gorosei/5 elders from Wanakuni. Sengoku said, mass production of Pokemon balls, formation of an army of divine beasts, capturing Pokemon above level 36 as combat power, suppressing weak Pokemon, and finally capturing the three holy birds. In this way, we Marines, and even the human race will be able to turn things around. Fight against the Lord of the Void. Very well, the world government fully supports your plan, said the bearded Gorosei/5 elders. The ability of Pokemon is too strong, and many people who can restrain the ability of Devil Fruit. If they can get a group of such an army, the dominance of the world government will definitely be greatly improved. It didn't take long for the plan to form an army of Pokemon to be in full swing. Marine has the largest number of people, abundant resources, and the distribution of troops around the world has a great advantage. However, the odds of catching a full-blooded Pokemon with Pokeballs and Premium Balls are low. There is no Master Ball now, and the level 36 Pokemon is far more powerful than the General Vice Admiral, and each has special abilities that require advanced combat power to conquer. At the same time, Corp Soul Realm, Shinxia Realm, and Xiao Organization all began to act. The Shinxia Realm and the Corp Soul Realm each sent 2 captain-level powerhouses, as well as a large number of masters, to go to the human realm to capture the divine beasts. The Xiao Organization also sent several old members to start a hunt for the beast. A full-scale war against the beasts is about to break out. P.S. The setting of the Master Ball has been changed. If the Master Ball can catch the beast will be wiped out. Pokemon was mistakenly remembered by the author as Menkabeo. Thank you readers for reminding me. Chapter 114 Suppress Pokemon. New World and Island Jungle. After getting the Pokeball, Kizaru immediately went to find Kirby Bear for revenge. You big sloth bear, I have to accept you today. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru kept fighting, but unfortunately Kirby Bear's too much health, and I haven't entered a state of frequent death after playing for a few hours. ZZ ignored Kizaru and fell asleep all the time. Very comfortable. In Kizaru's view, it was full of mockery. Damn, smash it with money. Kizaru can't handle that much. Put on a Yasakani no Megatama and then smash the Pokeball. It always succeeds once. And Kizaru spent a few hours and smashed an unknown number of Pokeballs and successfully captured the Kirby Bear who had just woken up and had not returned to God. It's really nerve-wracking. The bonuses for the past few years have been squandered. Kizaru scratched his head and said helplessly, expensive. Even Marine Admiral's can't be used at will, and the bonus will be deducted if you use it too much. On the other hand, Momuzagi also found Fat Ding, and she vowed to take away this big-eyed cutie. Come to my sister's arms. Momuzagi couldn't bear to hurt Fat Ding and kept smashing Pokeballs without thinking. However, in a state of full blood, the probability of capturing the Pokeball is almost zero, and Momuzagi lost half a day, and it took Kizaru 10 times the Pokeball to create a miracle and collect the dizzy Fat Ding. In fact, it was because Fat Ding was tired of singing and got dizzy after being hit by a Pokeball, so he was taken away. Side Momuzagi's entourage's soldiers had black lines on their faces and secretly complained. It turns out that Momuzagi Admiral is also a prodigal woman. It seems that it is a good thing that Chiton Tokicake Vice Admiral can't catch up with her. Momuzagi captured this fat man this time, but it took nearly 10 years of wages, and the officers around him turned blue. Marine Goddess, it really is not so easy to soak. Just consuming this point will kill 99% of the sea soldiers. Terracotta Continent, a volcanic island. Akainu and Kyuzan found the clan of the fire-breathing dragon clan. Boom boom boom. Akainu and Kyuzan with nearly 10,000 troops and a large number of vice admiral besieged the fire-breathing dragon tribe and encountered the most stubborn resistance. On the island, volcanoes erupt and lava erupts everywhere. Roar. Super fire-breathing dragon X was furious, and instead of fighting Akainu and Kyuzan, he continued to shoot flames and shot at marine soldiers. Marine soldiers screamed at the instant loss, and hundreds were reduced to ashes. Damn it, it's a hassle to be able to fly. Akainu has no ability to fly, so he can't catch the super fire-breathing dragon X at all. And the rest of the fire-breathing dragons, Akainu doesn't look down on them at all. This is because the super evolved fire-breathing dragon can fight him, and even the super fire-breathing dragon's strength is still improving after several battles. Akainu, this will only increase casualties. Kyuzan persuaded. In this case, it is too difficult to catch the boss of the other party. Damn. Akainu gritted his teeth, not convinced but had to accept the reality. Desperation. Akainu had to give up this hyper-evolved fire-breathing dragon. Frozen time. Go. Pokeball. Eventually, with Kyuzan's help, Akainu chose to capture a wounded level 40 fire-breathing dragon. Roar. The wounded fire-breathing dragon roared and was charged. Success. Withdraw. Akainu succeeded and immediately retreated with Kyuzan to cover the soldiers. Super Charizard X roared in anger, but he couldn't defeat Akainu plus Kyuzan alone. No matter how strong he was, he could only let the other side escape. On the Shinigami's side, the leaders of the 10th team, 2 Hero, the 6th team leaders, Byakuya Kukaki and Rukia Kukaki, were in charge of this operation. Tashiro's ice can restrain many Pokemon. Coupled with Kukaki Byakuya's freely manipulated Senbonzakura, he can control the monster's blood volume very well, and he has taken down a lot of advanced Pokemon at once, with a very high success rate. On the other hand, Rukia has the power of a swordsman, and has also captured a large number of Pokemon, and has made great achievements in battle. It's just that what she caught were all fat and cute Pikachu. Another one, Rukia said excitedly. Idiot, why are you charging so many yellow pickups, wasting Pokeballs? 2 Hero complained. Captain, you're still young, so you don't understand girls. The 10th team Vice Captain Matsumoto Runju said with a smile while holding a subdued Pikachu. Tashiro was speechless. Well, the Kukaki family is rich and self-willed. The battlefield on the side of the Beast Pirates is almost one-sided. Kaido is tall and mighty, and just the coercion of the Beast Master can shock a lot of weak Pokemon. With the advanced Pokeballs developed by Orochimaru, Kaido grabbed a few hundred Pokemon very comfortably. IWC. Big Mom has waged a big war on Pokemon Super Flowers. Nearly half of the high-level combat power in the Big Mom pirate group fought against the jungles and islands occupied by Pokemon. Not only that, but Auntie also dispatched herself to give the Pokeball its soul. Her Pokeball will automatically attack and then automatically collect monsters. In addition to combat power, Auntie cares more about types, so she is also a big power that has obtained the most types. The New World, the sea. The red-haired pirates appear on an island occupied by Pokemon. It's really a novel thing. The red hair looked at a group of strange flowers and was full of curiosity about these mythical beasts. Hey, Shanks, don't we catch a few? At this rate, our 4 emperors. Ben Beckman bit his cigar, a little worried about the current situation of the pirates. That's right, but we don't have a Pokeball. The redhead smirked while rubbing the back of his head. Ben Beckman, Yasop, and others were full of black lines, and they thought the redhead had already figured out what to do. However, they do not have the resources of the Pokeball, nor the conditions for development. Do you need a Pokeball? If you need it, I can sell it to you for a cheaper price. Suddenly, an uncle in a brown robe and a green striped hat appeared on the island. The person who came was Kisuke Urahara. Urahara Kisuke threw a Pokeball and said casually, "Want to try the Pokeball I developed? As a condition, I need some experimental materials in the future." The redhead looked at Kisuke Urahara, feeling like he had met a bosom friend, and laughed. "Okay, let's have a drink and talk." Urahara Kisuke nodded with a smile. Among the 4 emperors, what he admired most was red hair. After the actions of Marine, 4 emperors, Shinigami, and Jenksuja, Pokemon around the world began to be suppressed, and the situation began to reverse. Coupled with the spread of the Pokeball, kingdoms around the world have also begun to suppress Pokemon, and basically each kingdom has 2 divine beasts sitting in town. In just 3 months, Marine headquarters formed an army of 10,000 Pokemon. The 4 emperors also have thousands of Pokemon each. After the strength is enriched, the ambitions of the major forces are somewhat inflated. Next, Madara Uchiha, Sengoku, and Big Mom are even ready to catch the ultimate prey, the 3 holy birds. However, they think everything is too simple. Ghost Island, Yechen Viviisho. The more Pokemon they catch now, the worse they will cry in the future. Chapter 115 Mysterious Boy. High God. Marine headquarters. CP0 had already sent back information that Madara Uchiha and others were preparing to capture the 3 holy birds, and Sengoku immediately held a meeting to capture the 3 holy birds. "It's time for us to capture the 3 holy birds," Sengoku said solemnly. "But that super fire-breathing Dragon X, I haven't caught it yet," Akainu said unwillingly. "Your requirements are too high. It is a super-evolved Pokemon comparable to a beast. It is difficult to catch without a Master Ball." Kizaru doesn't care. He just sits on the belly of Kirby Bear for a meeting. This lazy dead fat bear, with his temperament, just goes with the flow. "The beasts are important now, and it's not just us who have their ideas," Sengoku said. "Yes, if other people catch the 3 holy birds and train them to level 99, then I am afraid that it is equivalent to a true god level combat power." Kyuzan nodded. "I guess the level 83 holy birds are are no weaker than Captain Yamamoto's 687 crane guessed. We must act quickly. Uchiha Madara's forces are close to the lightning bird. Captain Yamamoto is imperative to catch the flame bird. Our goal is best to be Alabasta's frozen bird, Momuzagi said. The residence of the three holy birds is guarded by a large number of Pokemon of the same attribute. I don't think 10,000 Pokemon are enough. It is recommended to call the Pokeball on the island, he suggested. In the past 3 months, the Pokeball has become popular. Although it is expensive, the One Piece/King of Pirates world has no shortage of rich people. Also, I heard that there is a grocer who sells black goods almost free, which ruins Marine's monopoly plan. I don't know who is doing it in the dark. However, since the Pokeball has become popular, it is just right to make the best use of it, forcibly recruiting the Pokeball in the hands of the people, and they do not dare to resist. After thinking for a moment, Sengoku nodded. Okay, recruit troops now. The Great Root, the capital of 7 waters. A little girl in ragged clothes was holding a Pikachu with a small electric ball hanging on the shore of the water capital. She is poor and has no Pokeball. This Pikachu was picked up by her near a broken ancient stone slab. Pikachu still has a electric ball hanging around her neck, which is very special. And this Pikachu is very smart. In addition to not being able to speak, it is almost smarter than humans. Today, it was this Pikachu who kept shouting about coming to the shore, and she came out. Following Pikachu's instructions, she accidentally found a floating boy. The teenager is about 10 years old, carrying a school bag and wearing a hat with a Pokeball pattern on his head. It turned out to be a big brother who fell into the water. The little girl immediately jumped into the water and rescued him. Cough, cough, cough. The boy spat out a few saliva and gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? Who am I? And are you the one who saved me? Thank you. The young man was very weak, and there was a question mark in his head, as if he had lost his memory. It feels like everything in this world is strange, except that Pikachu. However, after speaking, the boy fell down again. Afterwards, the little girl supported the weak boy and returned to her home, where she was recuperated. 2 days later, the little girl went out alone, but didn't come back on time as usual. Little sister, why haven't you come back so late? The boy muttered, worried about her safety. She's so young, will something happen to her? After thinking about it for a while, the boy was shocked and immediately ran out to look for the little girl. A few minutes later, on a street in Shuedo. Wow, whoa, my Pikachu. The little girl was pushed away by Marine, fell to the ground, and burst into tears. Pikachu in her hand has been captured by a man wearing a glass cover. At this moment, the teenager rushed in and shouted at the man with the glass cover, what do you want? A fat sailor yelled at the boy, go away. The people around saw this. They immediately pulled the boy away, suppressed their voices, and said nervously, you are courting death. They are world nobles, and Marine has issued an order to force the summoning of Pokemon. Many people are reluctant to hand over Pokemon, and they are very dissatisfied with Marine's approach. It's not easy to find a strong bodyguard in this age where life is at risk at any time. Sengoku also felt troublesome for fear of provoking civil unrest. However, the Gorosei/5 elders thought of a trick and asked Tenryabito to do it, and no one dared to resist. At this time, Tenryabito pointed at the boy and sneered, do you have any Pokeballs on you? Hand them over, or else you and your sister will be taken back as slaves. Slave, you bastards. The young man's righteous heart was activated at once, and he was immediately furious. Rude pariah, go to hell. Tenryabito got angry and drew his gun directly. Pikachu, wag your tail. Just as Tenryabito was about to shoot, the boy asked Pikachu to use his skill, wagging his tail. Pikachu and the boy cooperated flawlessly. As soon as they heard the order, lightning flashed from their tails and slammed on Tenryabito and Marine soldiers. Boom! Lightning flashed, and a golden mushroom cloud exploded on the street. The power is so strong that it shatters the entire street. The crowd around was taken aback. That boy, the Pokemon that can command other people? My Pikachu, why is it so powerful? The little girl's eyes widened. Although her Pikachu was a little bigger than ordinary Pikachu, she had never seen it release such terrifying skills. Teenager touched his head and said with a smile, hey, it's nothing. However, in addition to surprise, the people around were panicked. Go quickly, or Admiral is coming, and you won't be able to leave. An old man advised. Why? The boy looked suspicious. No reason, just because they are Tenryabito. As he spoke, the old man had already evacuated to the far side of the street. Then I will teach them a lesson and make them change their ways, the boy said angrily. 5.7 Young man, you are too naive. If you are dying, leave quickly. Leaving only one word of advice, the old man disappeared without a trace. At this time, the shells had already sounded outside the 7 waters, and the marine warship came. Oops, it's Marine Admiral Akainu. Everyone, run. The crowd at the scene shouted and ran around. The scene turned into a pot of porridge. No matter who it is, I won't back down. The boy and Pikachu were not afraid at all, and their eyes were firm. No no matter if the opponent is Admiral or Do-chan, as long as it is the bad guy, he and Pikachu will defeat him. Strong enemies, he and Pikachu are not afraid. From God's perspective, the corner of Ye-chan's mouth slightly raised. The fuse of the war is ignited. P.S. You can guess the identity of the boy and that Pikachu. Chapter 116 Akainu. It's a big deal. Fire shadow flew over the coast, and Akainu rode a fire-breathing dragon to the scene where Tenryabito was attacked. Since there was a fire-breathing dragon, Akainu did not stand on the warship and rode on the fire-breathing dragon, majestic with his hair fluttering in the wind, more confident than using Rejoice. Mysterious Boy and Pikachu, seeing Akainu's arrival, did not panic at all and asked, "Why do you want to slave Pokemon and people?" Akainu was too lazy to explain and said coldly, "You beat Tenryabito, hand over the Pokemon and go to jail, or you will be executed on the spot." "Execution on the spot? Do you have no law?" the mysterious young man said with a frown. "Here, I am Wang Fa," Akainu said proudly. "Pikachu, use 100,000 volts." The mysterious boy suddenly burst into anger and ordered, "Pikachu, you." Pikachu nodded. His eyes became sharp and lightning flashed all over his body, and then he shouted and a bolt of lightning blasted towards Akainu. Tips for carving bugs. The Akainu artifact stood on the fire-breathing dragon, disdained to do it himself and let the fire-breathing dragon go. Mainly, Zo-17 is a dragon knight, standing very cool. Past, Akainu must have shot himself, but since he captured a level 40 fire-breathing dragon, he has become an even more aggressive pretender than Kizaru. Sengoku couldn't even stand him. Boom! A pillar of fire spewed out of the fire-breathing dragon's mouth, and the electricity and the fire collided, and instantly a mushroom cloud burst into the sky. Such a weak Pokemon is not worthy of my opponent. End him, fire-breathing dragon. Akainu was cold to Isho, and continued to let the fire-breathing dragon attack, cutting out 2 blades of air from his wings. Pikachu dodged its attacks with high-speed movement and hit back with electric balls. The mysterious young man is calm in the face of danger, calmly commanding Pikachu to fight. Hiccup. Pikachu, coupled with the high-speed moving buff, reacted extremely quickly and avoided the air blade with a side jump, and at the same time there was lightning all over his body. Boom! Between the electric light and flint, Pikachu blasted a huge electric ball. With the blessing of the small electric ball, the power of the electric ball was doubled. "Dead flea," Akainu said disdainfully. At the same time, the fire-breathing dragon galloped at a high speed, dodging the electric ball attack, and then roared. The whole body ignited with flames and slammed into Pikachu quickly. This is the most powerful attack of the fire-breathing dragon. Ordinary Pokemon of the same level will be seriously injured when hit, or even exit the stage directly. However, the boy had already seen through its attack because he was very familiar with the fire-breathing dragon's moves. Pikachu Shadow Clone. Under the command of the boy, Pikachu moved again at the speed of light, as fast as Shunpo, leaving an afterimage in place. Boom! With a loud bang, the fire-breathing dragon smashed through the afterimage and slammed to the ground, hitting the head with stars. Akainu frowned. "This golden pickup is possessed by Kizaru, right? It can't be hit no matter what. Your own fire-breathing dragon can't beat Pikachu all the time. Stupid dragon, get up and fight again," Akainu shouted. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon slowed down and continued to attack, erupting a swirling spark attack. Pikachu, use 1,000,000 volts. Boom! Pikachu fires an electromagnetic light cannon, and the fire-breathing dragon fights back with a jet of flame. The two sides fought against each other and tried their best. The town was roaring again and again. The fire was splashing everywhere, and the thunder and flames swept the audience, which was very shocking. Under the command of the mysterious boy, Pikachu used special attacks to hit the fire-breathing dragon several times. Coupled with the electric system and the flight system, Pikachu's attack does twice as much damage to the fire-breathing dragon, which has a great advantage. However, the fire-breathing dragon has high anti-blood and thick, and it is also very difficult to kill it. Rumbling, suddenly, beating, black clouds rolled up in the sky, and a heavy downpour began to fall under a thunderclap. "It's an opportunity." Mysterious boy Viviisho. "Thunderstorm weather, just good for electricity." Pikachu, use thunder. Pikachu. I saw Pikachu's whole body generating electricity, and in an instant the thunder beams fell from the sky. Boom! The range of thunder and lightning is very large. The thunder beam is as thick as a house, and it is extremely fast. Even with observation haki, Akainu is difficult to dodge. Boom! There was a loud noise of thunder, and the thunder strike directly hit the dragon knight, causing a huge explosion. Only smelling a burnt smell, Akainu and the fire-breathing dragon were instantly scorched. The fire-breathing dragon lay weakly in the deep pit, lost consciousness, and could no longer fight. Damn yellow pickup! Akainu was furious and threw out a dog-devouring fire lotus to attack Pikachu. Boom! Lightning flashes, electromagnetic waves. The mysterious young man smiled. Pikachu flashed an electric light, turned around electromagnetic electromagnetic waves and hit Akainu. It's useless. I'm Logia. Sizzle. Akainu is that Logia is not afraid of electromagnetic waves, but after being hit, lightning flashes on his body and his whole body is paralyzed. Apparently he didn't know that electromagnetic waves had the special effect of electric paralysis. Good chance. Finish him with thunder. Seeing this, the mysterious boy took the opportunity to let Pikachu make a big move. Thunder. Boom. The thunder beam fell again, hitting directly, and hitting Akainu into the ground. Bottomless. Win. The mysterious young man sighed. This battle was not easy. Hiccup. Pikachu cheers and is very cute. However, at this moment, lava erupted from the foot of the mysterious young man, swallowing him instantly. Pikachu suddenly screamed. Akainu emerged from the floor with a smug look on his face. No matter how strong a Pokemon is, the owner is just a piece of trash. That said, Akainu turned to Pikachu and said, "You are very strong. You should follow my master." 623. Hiccup. However, Pikachu was angry and screamed with red eyes. The screams were shrill and angry. Akainu was stunned for a moment and had a bad feeling. Boom boom boom. Under Pikachu's neigh, the capital of the Seven Waters was shaken, and the fire-breathing dragon that had been knocked down before also flew up with red eyes and attacked Akainu. What's the situation? Akainu frowned and immediately dodged just when he was stunned. Click. The sky is broken. A giant green dragon, roaring through space, roars with rage. A beam of holy light hit the clay continent, and then a major earthquake occurred across the entire continent, and an ancient mythical beast woke up. Boom boom boom. The sea, a tsunami of magnitude 12 erupted, which was more terrifying than the Whitebeard earthquake. Alabasta, the resurgent volcano, the island of thunder. The three holy birds roar sharply. At the junction of the Corpse Soul world and the virtual circle, a black Pluto dragon opened its eyes. In the distant universe, the gods with the 12 fast slates woke up from their slumber. Akainu looked at the environment of heaven and earth. I seem to be involved in a major event. P.S. In the world of Pokemon, the friendship between Zai and the beasts is very good. Chapter 117 _ This is the rhythm of annihilation. Because of the death of the mysterious boy Ash, Pikachu's scream awakens the sleeping beasts around the world. In the Ghost Island, Yechan Viviisho, in the memory of these Pokemon he created, Ash was the savior of the world 100,000 years ago, and he had an unspeakable bond with many Pokemon mythical beasts. And 100,000 years later, with the recovery of the divine beast, Ash was resurrected in the world. However, one was accidentally killed by Akainu. The anger of the beasts can be imagined. Boom boom boom. In the ocean, a swallow-shaped killer whale swam towards the capital of Seven Waters with a heavy black rainstorm and rolling waves. This killer whale is the super ancient Pokemon and the creator of the ocean, Neptune Tooth Gaoka. It can control the element of water, carry out rainfall, and can also submerge the earth to expand the ocean area. Boom. Gaoka raised a huge wave and flooded the entire Seven Waters city, and wherever he passed, the island was instantly submerged. At the same time, most of the aqua Pokemon obey his orders. The Pokemon, such as the water arrow turtle bound by the Pokeball, rebelled one by one and attacked their masters who enslaved them, causing great disasters in an instant. At the same time, countless aquarium Pokemon launched an attack on the territory of the world's human race. New World, Beast Island, Wangwo, Dressrosa, Wanakuni and other islands were all messed up, and only Fishman Island survived. Kyuzan immediately rushed to the capital of Seven Waters to block that unknown mythical beast. Sengoku, who was stationed in the Alabasta Kingdom, hurriedly shouted at Admiral Kyuzan, who was left behind. Understood. After Kyuzan got the information from the Marine headquarters, he rushed to the water capital without any hesitation. Only by freezing the ocean can this disaster be stopped. Iceberg tip of the disaster. Terracotta continent. Boom. After the violent earthquake, the magma began to spew out from all over the continent, and the scene was 100 times more spectacular than the volcanic meteors in Akainu. Then, in the crack of the rolling lava, a giant lava beast in the shape of an ankylosing dragon slowly crawled out. Gulatun, the creator god of the earth, woke up. Gulatun was sleeping in the lava field, and wherever he appeared, there must be a volcanic eruption. Not only that, if he meets Haihuanja, it will definitely start a protracted battle and cause a disaster that will destroy the world. Bang bang bang. Haunts, step by step toward the holy land of Marijoice. What a terrifying figure. On the Terracotta continent, after receiving the information, Kizaru immediately set off to block Gulatun. Kizaru's face suddenly turned green when he saw this behemoth whose size was comparable to that of a mountain. Yasakani no Megatama managed so much. Kizaru directly used his big move to persuade him to quit. However, these light bullets did not hurt or itch on Gulatun, but made it even more violent. There's no way. Kizaru's face sank, and then he attacked Gulatun while leading it away from the holy city. He is fast and won't be easily hit by Gulatun. This is the only way to save the holy city. In space, the green dragon dragon, the god of the sky, and the sky-splitting sea, roaring wildly. The most well-known ability of Ritsukoza is the ability to soothe the super-ancient Pokemon Kyogre and Groudon when they fight. In addition, it can launch a variety of attacks with devastating power. The ultimate move, Destruction Light, which is even more powerful and scary. Despite its size, Rayquaza's slender and coiled shape allows it to fly freely at incredible speeds, and its flying ability is even more terrifying to fly into the atmosphere. Korakoza danced in the atmosphere, roaring furiously, ordering all flying Pokemon to take revenge on humans. Dozens of fast dragons, as well as countless flying Pokemon, began to fly to the holy land of Marijois to attack high-rise buildings around the world. 3 Admiral are resisting the super ancient Pokemon. Sengoku, Garp, and Momuzagi are in Alabasta. All marine forces have been sent out, but they can't stop the powerful attack of the flight department. The new holy city of Marijois fell in just a few minutes. Desperation. Tenryabito all escaped through the underground passage and once again fell into a journey of escape. In the atmosphere, Korakoza was the first to rush to the 7 waters, killing Akainu. Bang! An air slash fell from the sky and slashed towards Akainu. Not good. Akainu observation Haki had sensed the murderous aura and immediately teleported, flashing dozens of meters away. Boom! Akainu's eyes widened and the air blade had cut a bottomless crack that was hundreds of meters long. Roar! Immediately afterwards, the cracking sky seat descended from the sky. His eyes were red and his face was like a ghost. Akainu broke out in a cold sweat. This is tricky. Soul Realm. The black giant dragon Pluto Dragon Giratina began to hover over the Soul Realm. Giratina, the Pluto who controls the reverse of the Pokemon world, has an endless army of the underworld under his command. Immediately afterwards, a group of dark fire-breathing dragons, dark Pikachus, dark water arrow turtles and endless dark Pokemon poured into the Soul Realm like a swarm. Boom! The rampant Pluto Dragon directly launched a wave of missiles at the Soul Realm, smashing dozens of houses in Yuhun Street with one cannonball. Pluto Dragon's anger erupted instantly. The 31 Crimson Artillery. Boom! God damn it! The 33 of the Broken Deo Blue Fire Pendant. In addition to Captain Yamamoto, all the gods of death who stayed behind in the Soul Realm have all been dispatched. Jingle Chunshui, Uzumaki Shiro, Komamura Zyuogen, and Broken Bee, the 4 captains, led all the gods of death to fight to the death. The other side, the 3 holy birds brought tens of thousands of Pokemon of the same attribute to war against humans. At this time, Captain Yamamoto, Madara Uchiha, and Marines stationed in Alabasta had launched an attack. Frost flames and thunder clouds ravaged the entire island, extremely terrifying, and it's not the scariest. Boom boom boom. And the 3 places where Captain Yamamoto, Madara Uchiha, and Sengoku were located could all see the meteor shower from the universe looking up at the sky. This is the rhythm of extinction. Chapter 118. The God of Creation is here. Boom boom boom. All over the world, countless huge meteorites entrained with raging fire poured down. The polar land where the flamingo is located, everything in Vientiane is ashes and the blades are like fire. Captain Yamamoto didn't dare to neglect at all and directly released the Zanpakuto. The flowing blade like fire swept into the air and smashed half of the meteorite with one strike. Almost at the same time, Kukaki Byakuya, 2 Hero Kukaki Rukia, and others also launched a large-scale air attack to destroy the rest of the meteorites. The island where the lightning bird is located, Universal Pull. Uchiha Madara also used the power of Rinnegan to bounce off a large number of meteorites using reverse gravity. Super Almighty Push. Water Escape Burst Water Rush. C2 Dragon. The Xiao organization was also forced to make a big move to clean up the meteorite. Alabasta. Big Golden Buddha Shockwave. Fistbone Meteorite. Yulongjiang. Come out, my elf. Block the meteorite. Dark Magician Girl. Sengoku, Garp, Momuzagi, and the 4 magical girls in Alabasta attacked with all their strength, sending out countless energy waves, and the air was instantly shrouded in flames. Experts from all over the world have also taken action. An island in the New World, a world-destroying natural disaster. It seems that someone has caused a catastrophic disaster. A blind swordsman in a purple samurai uniform gently pulled out a small scabbard blade of gravity against gravity. In mid-air, the meteorites that landed on the entire island were all still, as if they had lost gravity. He is Tenhu Isho, a folk master with admiral strength. An island not far from Tenhu. Zoro and Jianju happened to be here, ready to learn swordsmanship. Because of these meteorites, they had to be interrupted. Blood Break of Hell. Thunder 9 Swords. The 2 of them both used a wide range of moves, blocking a devastating blow for the island. An island in North Blue. The legendary ghost swordsman GSD, who is still missing, also used his awakening ability to deal with meteorites. Come on, look at me. Eye of Waves. A burst of drinking. GSD opened Shura's eye, and the entire island was shrouded in endless darkness. Awakening Dark Spark Sky Wave Eye Thorn Wheel Light Wings Flash Gun Amaterasu. In just 1 second GSD used the 4 powerful moves in the awakened state, blasting the sword energy formed by the Wave Eye and instantly blasting all the meteorites. Ghost Island Infinite Void Flash. Yechen used a wide range of skills to easily remove the additional meteorites from Ghost Island. Goa Kingdom Frostmourne. The Lich King drove the Ice Dragon and also used the large-scale attack of Frostmourne, which also blew up all the meteorites, leaving almost no damage to the Goa Kingdom. In addition, people all over the world did their best to resist the impact of the meteorite. Although most of the damage was blocked and not many people died, the shock to the world was extremely terrifying. Who is it that wants to destroy the world? Madara Uchiha, Captain Yamamoto, Sengoku, and others look up to the sky. On the Great Route, a unicorn-like Pokemon appeared around 18 slates, and it was majestic, shaking the entire sky. I am Arceus, the supreme god who created the world 100,000 years ago. The god of creation spoke proudly and spread it all over the world with spiritual fluctuations. He is the god of creation of Pokemon, and the attack just now is the only divine skill exclusive to god of creation Sanctioning Shilly. The sanctioning stone can send out countless light bullets at the opponent, and its properties are determined by the stone it carries. Meteorites are stone-type sanctioned gravels. God of creation, very good. Only this is qualified to be my contract beast. In the new world of Thunder Island, Madara Uchiha laughed wildly, with endless desire in his eyes. He belongs to our Spirit King. Where the flaming bird is, Captain Yamamoto said excitedly. They are the mythical beasts of the ancestors of our Tenryabito. We have the legal right to capture them. Alabasta, Sengoku said far-fetched. In short, it is to find a reason to capture this god of creation. However, Arceus was extremely angry with Sengoku and the others. Humans, pay the price for your stupidity and arrogance. Arceus gave an order, and many mythical beasts and all the Pokemon, including those captured by the Pokeball, all attacked the human race. On the 3 battlefields, all the Pokemon legions that fought against the 3 holy birds turned against each other. Facing the sudden rebellion, Marine, Ninja, and Reaper all suffered heavy losses. In the new world, in the 10,000 kingdoms, thousands of Pokemon caught by the ant ran out of the sealed pages, killing the quartet. Coupled with the siege of thousands of Pokemon in the ocean, the ant can only run away and let them flood the island. No way. In the sea, except Hyuzen who can fight against them, no one else can beat thousands of water-type Pokemon. The sea is their home. Kaido's ships were all sunk, and the island did not know how many capable people were drowned. Redhead and Whitebeard are the best, as they don't catch many Pokemon at all, and treat them very nicely, one as a partner, the other as a family, so the disturbance is minimal, but the impact is also great. Captain Yamamoto, Madara Uchiha, Sengoku, they all feel anxious. If they can't stop Arceus, the whole world will perish. Even if they don't die, it's meaningless to live. Now Arceus is undoubtedly the biggest boss. As long as he can subdue him, everything will be easy. Uchiha Obito took Uchiha Madara and Deidara to Arceus. Sengoku and Garp and Momuzagi fly to the sky on the moon step. At the same time, the commander-in-chief also flocked to Arceus with many death god captains. Stupid humans. Arceus was not in a hurry in the face of them coming at a high speed, and flew to meet them. Just a few minutes, I met Sengoku and others. Super Almighty Push, Buddha's Fury Shockwave, Fistbone Megameteor, Yulongjiang, the blade is like fire. Sit up in the frosty sky. Bing Lunwan, Sengoku, Garp, Momuzagi, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, Deidara, and others saw this and immediately shot with all their strength, blasting at Arceus. Boom! In the sky, all the skills hit, causing a huge explosion, and the terrifying mushroom cloud could be seen for thousands of miles. This time, even a god can't hold it back. Seeing this, Sengoku muttered, "Stupid humans." The black smoke dissipated, and Arceus slowly emerged, unscathed. Chapter 119 _ The Invincible Arceus. The shocking outbreak shocked not only people's hearts, but also the world. Almost the entire Great Route and the New World can see the explosion just now. At this time, the capital of Seven Waters, Akainu, who was seriously injured, was slung by Kakuzu, Pikachu, and fire-breathing dragon, coughed blood, and looked at the 18 rays of light of Arceus shining in the sky, horrified. The supreme god of Pokemon? It's so strong, we're enslaving them to death. Akainu smiled wryly, looking at Korakuza, knowing that he was about to finish. Boom! The frozen light cannon with destructive power erupted from the cracking seat, and it came out of the sky. Akainu stared and had no strength to escape. If he was hit, he would definitely die. The frozen wall. Kyuzen arrived just in time to create an extremely thick wall of ice in front of Akainu. Boom! The frozen light cannon exploded, and the ice wall more than 10 meters thick instantly shattered into ice slag, which just blocked all the damage. Fortunately, the attributes are the same, and the attack power of the frozen light cannon is halved, otherwise it will definitely be be blasted through. I didn't expect you to save me. Akainu gasped. I'm not saving you but the island, Kyuzan said coldly. Akainu didn't understand. He was being chased all the time and didn't notice the situation overseas at all. Come on. Kyuzan breathed a cold breath, ready to unleash a super wide ice age. Boom boom boom. It was raining heavily in the sky, and 100 miles away, Haihuanja set off a tsunami and slammed into the capital of Seven Waters. With such a huge wave, even Admiral could only watch as he was submerged. What a divine beast. Akainu is stunned. There are so many divine beasts. Who is he provoking? Who knows? Ice Age, Kyuzan said icy coldly, and then his palms shot a cold air towards the sea, freezing the sea at an extreme speed. Kohler going of Haihuanja and Akainu are still in danger in the face of Raisakusa, the fire-breathing dragon, and the supernatural Pikachu, and at this moment, Arceus is launching a counter-attack against the three sides besieging it. Come on, Susanoo, the sky is the star. Kamaway Shuriken, C4 Garuda, Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, and Deodara made a big move of destruction, and the huge shuriken, meteorite, and clay bomb that Susanoo sent hit Arceus. Boom boom boom. As a god, Arceus did not dodge at all, and directly resisted all attacks. Mighty haki. For ordinary people, these are fatal blows, but when they hit Arceus, there is no scar. The other side, all attack. Captain Yamamoto, 2 hero, Kukiki Byakuya, Zaragi Kenpeki, and other death gods can fly, so all of them launched an attack. Justice never loses. Sengoku, Garp, Momuzagi flew into the air with Moon Step, and they all launched a fierce attack. Master Creation God, please stop all this. Magical girls can also fly, and Nami, Robin, and the others also flew over, trying to dissuade Arceus. However, Arceus ignored them and instead used the electric attribute to punish the gravel, blasting a row of lightspeed light bombs. Boom boom boom. With a few explosions, all the magical girls were instantly killed and fell from the air. This is a perverted attack power. Sengoku, Momuzagi, Madara Uchiha, and others were taken aback. Those magical girls were very strong, but they couldn't even stop a move from Arceus. Is that a lightspeed lightning bomb just now? Much stronger than Kizaru. Sengoku exclaimed in shock. Sengoku, you'd better keep an eye on the battlefield, Garp reminded. Sengoku nodded. His eyes radiated with vigor, and he slapped Buddha's anger shockwave. Break it together, tailed beast Jade. Madara Uchiha began to seal and channeled several of the strongest tailed beasts using the tailed beast Jade together. Immediately afterwards, the god of death also launched a fierce attack. Burning Hell. Captain Yamamoto directly used the strongest move in Shikai state, blasting dozens of pillars of fire. Bankai Big Guren Ice Rinwan Maru. Toshiro entered the Bankai form. The extreme cold was condensed on the knife, and he played the most powerful trick of Bing Lun Maru. Bing Tian Bai Hua Burial Flowers. The ultimate big move, causing a big change in the sky. Snowflakes fell, and Arceus was instantly submerged. Bankai Senbonzakura Kagyoshi. Almost at the same time, Kukiki Byakuya also opened Bankai, manipulating the cherry blossom petals known as hundreds of millions of sharp blades to smash into Arceus. Boom boom boom. There was a world-shattering roar that could be heard all over the world, and a mushroom cloud broke through the sky in an instant, bursting with ice, fire, thunder, electricity, and energy glare of various special attributes. The crisis was extremely alarming. You are too weak. However, within half a second, Arceus flew out of the thick smoke again, and the ultimate powerhouse's big moves were all ineffective. At this moment, Arceus glowed with superpower holy light and cast a perverted buff cosmic power on himself, and now its offense and defense are already invincible. Divine Might. Uchiha Obito saw that hard steel was not enough and immediately started space-time ninjutsu, which will bring Arceus into the divine space. Stupid. Unexpectedly, Arceus switched to a pink superpower form, passed directly through space, and gave him a superpower attribute before leaving. Superpower sanctioned gravel. With one blow, Obito's ninjutsu space was shattered. How is it possible? The space ninjutsu was broken, and Obito was instantly smashed, sprayed a large mouthful of blood, and fell into the sea with serious injuries. If it hadn't been for the cells that had been transplanted between the Kinshauzujian and improved his regeneration ability, he would have died. Look at my kaleidoscope writing will I. Seeing this, Madara Uchiha could only use illusion. Fairy sanctioned stone gravel. However, Arceus is also immune to illusions and uses a sanctioned stone gravel with fairy attributes with a spiritual light bomb, blasting at Uchiha Madara. Boom. The mental light bomb could not be evaded, and Madara Uchiha was directly beaten into a state of insanity. Ha ha ha. There is more than one Arceus. Please be my servant. In the chaotic state, everyone in front of Uchiha Madara became Arceus and began to kill Captain Yamamoto and others. Sengoku and Garp's faces were astonished as blank sheets of paper, immune to all attributes, rebounds all attributes. Is this the legendary god of creation? It's invincible. Chapter 120 _ The Four Great Ghost Swords vs the god of creation. In Chenx's realm, Aizen looked at the crystal ball and said lightly, Madara, I didn't expect a man like you to be careless. In the face of Arceus' mental shock, Madara Uchiha can avoid it even if he can't resist it, but he used illusion first, and his own mental defense was the weakest when attacking others with mental power. Aizen, who is a master of illusion, knows this most clearly. Aside 10 Blades number 4, Ulquiorra said, Lord Aizen, do you need to act? Aizen said with interest, no, let's see how far the god of creation can reach 100,000 years ago. In the sky, Madara Uchiha attacked frantically all around. Boss, see clearly, it's me. Day 160. Dara rushed up trying to stop Madara Uchiha. Boom. Unexpectedly, Madara Uchiha directly slapped him with Susanoo, immune to all attacks, as well as defeating Madara Uchiha's spiritual attack. Arceus is too scary, Momuzagi said with a serious expression. With such resistance, even using Bankai is useless. Captain Yamamoto analyzed for a moment and saw Arceus' attack pattern. Even with Bankai, no matter how high the Ryutsu is, Arceus will be immune to his attacks, and even his flames will be used by it in turn. Sengoku, are you the resourceful general? Give me an idea, Garp said anxiously while fighting back in the air. You ask me, who do I ask? Sengoku was also in a cold sweat. There was nothing he could do. He was more anxious than anyone else. Now Marine, where is there to help? The 3 holy birds are taking the Pokemon army to encircle Marine, Ninja, and Reaper. Now, how heavy the losses are, you can guess with your toes. The life and death of Akainu and Kyuzan are unknown. Kizaru looks unreliable. At this moment the Terracotta Continent yawned. Kizaru, who was in a hard fight, yawned and thought, should I run away? Is too strong but not fast enough to deter Kizaru. As an admiral running away from battle, how can you live with your face? However, Kizaru didn't know that Gulaton was a divine beast that manipulated light and heat. Sunshine flames. I saw Gulaton opened his mouth to absorb the surrounding light energy and heat energy, gradually condensing into a hot and shining energy light bomb. What's the matter? The photons on Kizaru were absorbed frantically, making him feel a little weak. Come on. Feeling only a heat wave coming, Kizaru resolutely flashed after seeing that Gulaton was preparing to brew a big move. Face or something, or life is more important. On the other side of Arceus, the situation is getting more and more dangerous. Madara Uchiha was insane, causing a lot of trouble to Captain Yamamoto, Toshiro, Byakuya Kukaki, Sengoku, and others. Coupled with Arceus' attack, there is no disadvantage. Flame punishment gravel. Arceus's attacks were endless, and he once again sent out a blazing sun bullet, aiming at every enemy in the air. Rumbling, a roar resounded through the sky, and a burst of flames burst into the sky. The extremely fast light bombs were unavoidable, and the powerhouses in the sky were instantly drowned by the explosion. Hiro and Garp, who defended in time, were still hit hard, and Sengoku was directly knocked out, smoked, and fell to the ground. This flame is stronger than the captain. Byakuya used the barrier of Bankai's after images to block this wave of attacks. Captain Yamamoto himself is a top fire attribute powerhouse, but it's nothing. Uchiha Madara Susanoo blocked it, and there was no serious problem. But the tailed beasts he summoned, except for the 4-tailed lava giant monkey Sun Wukong and 9 tails, were severely damaged, turned into smoke, and returned to Madara's secret base. It can't go on like this. Momuzagi gritted his teeth. All attacks were ineffective against Arceus, and blindly making moves would only be in vain. Just as Arceus attacked again, a light and shadow flash. Ghost flash. Ichigo Kurosaki and the possessed after-image Kaija passed handsomely, cut out 2 crossed sword shadows, and left a skull mark on the top of Arceus' head. This is mortal power? No, it should be a higher level power. Arceus was a little surprised that he couldn't move under the power of Ghost Flash. However, the damage this move does to it is still 0. Arceus was immune to all abnormal states and attack damage, but he couldn't adapt to this forced grabbing skill for a while, and was restrained by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, Zoro and Kukaki Rukia also rushed to the battlefield to fight against Arceus. The little devil is like a drag. Zoro shouted loudly, chanted a spell, used Berserker's level 40 ultimate move, and forced to grab skill Soul Thirsty and Demon Sealing. A hurricane of red blood energy gradually sucked Arceus over, and with the powerful power of ghosts and gods, suppressed Arceus again. Although the 2 moves did not cause damage to Arceus, they blocked its actions. Cloud-piercing sword. Without waiting for Zoro to take action, Rukia also used a brief control skill. Their strategy is to play strong control and delay time. Arceus was beaten by a series of strong control skills, and there is no good way to break it. 5.5 Very good. Zoro is confident in Isho and said, continue to control like this. The master said that he will find a way. Let's hold Arceus first. Okay. Momuzagi suddenly realized, and then gently Isho. The fighting spirit rekindled. Sengoku was also shocked when he heard it. With Momuzagi's mysterious master, there will be a turning point. Sakura fall cut. After Rukia finished the move, Momuzagi hurriedly flew over, which was a challenge, followed by a gorgeous slash. Kill him. Then, Zoro, Ichigo Kurosaki, and Rukia took control one after another seamlessly. Arceus is holding on for the time being. Whether it can end this war depends on GSD. Chapter 121 The Hope of Salvation. Ho-Oh. The alternate control tactics continued, and the four ghost swordsmen continuously used their control skills in tacit understanding. Cloud-piercing sword. At this moment, Rukia slashed with the sword but found that the distance was not enough to hit Arceus. Shit, miss. Zoro's face turned pale. Such a big target was missed. How bad his eyes were. Abominable human. Electricity punishment stone. There was a mistake in control, and Arceus found the opportunity to counterattack and immediately resorted to sanctioning gravel. Flaming palm. Under the lightning and flint, Momuzaki, the closest to it, flew fast and used a powerful skill, Gurren, to interrupt Arceus' big move. Damn, the big move was interrupted, and Arceus was a little angry. As a god, it has never suffered such setbacks. Mistakes. The back of her head embarrassedly, but fortunately Momuzaki made amends in time, otherwise she would be killed. After that, the four ghost swordsmen acted more cautiously and did not give Arceus any chance, but held on tight. What an amazing tactic, Garp exclaimed. Garp 2 hero Captain Yamamoto. They were finally able to breathe, and 17 went all out to suppress the insane Madara Uchiha. Now is the time to play. Divine Realm. Aizen was also deeply curious about Ghost Sword's strong control skills. That is a very special power, unheard of. Some, like collapsing jade, are the product of rules. Interesting. Vivi raised the corner of Aizen's mouth. There were too many interesting things in this battle. At this time, on the sea, Alabasta, the ice army led by Frozen Bird as well as the fire-breathing dragon, are still attacking frantically. Salon, scatter the bats, pressure cannon, wild waves and white lines. Tyrant Bear, Moria, Crocodile, and Doflamingo are very tough. There are too many Pokemon in this group, and many of them can restrain their fruit ability. The petrification of the Empress is completely useless to rock-type Pokemon. Doflamingo's line encounters a magnet monster that can separate his body. Moria encountered ghosts, couldn't catch any shadows, and was beaten back. Crocodile was tyrannized by a group of Pokemon with two attributes of ice and water, but fortunately his physical fitness is good. If Moria was a dead fat house, it would have been beaten into a pig's head. Marine Vice Admiral Momonga and others were directly killed in the face of the Frozen Bird. Just when the Empress was almost suppressed by the Freezing Bird at absolute zero, a heat wave hit. Explosive flame wave sword. Three huge pillars of fire rose into the sky, instantly knocking the Frozen Bird flying, breaking its ultimate move. Extreme ice wave sword. Immediately afterwards, another row of icicles more than 10 meters wide swept in, freezing a large army of Pokemon. Then, GSD walked gracefully on the ice path not far away. Several Shishibukai looked at the mysterious blind old man and were stunned. Where did this master come from? The blind swordsman with several swords on his back is the legendary ghost swordsman GSD. It's so strong, I defeated the Frozen Bird with one move. GSD ignored these Shishibukai and directly used mental fluctuations to negotiate with Frozen Bird and start a spiritual dialogue. We can talk. Humans, we have nothing to talk about. The Frozen Bird was very resistant to humans and flew into the air again and immediately made a move, spewing an extremely cold icicle, awakening dark sky wave eyes. GSD knew that it was difficult to communicate now, so he directly started the awakening and used the power of the great dark sky to fight against the Frozen Bird. Wave Amaterasu. GSD used 3 Amaterasu in a row, and the sky spewed sword chi from the ground. The icicles were instantly cut into pieces, and the Frozen Bird was shot down again. GSD's Amaterasu wave sword has no cooling, and his awakening state is simply an invincible existence. The Frozen Bird fell to the ground very unwilling, but it also admitted that it had lost. It's time to negotiate. GSD asked, what do you want to ask? Frozen Bird said, where is Ho-Oh? GSD said, the 3 holy birds should know the location of King Ho. You have to ask Flaming Bird. I am not familiar with it. Frozen Bird said coldly. Tyrant Bear, come with me. GSD directly called the Tyrant Bear and prepared to go to the polar regions. Tyrant Bear looked suspicious and said, who is King Ho? That's the key to saving the world. Emperor Yetian said that the 3 holy birds knew the whereabouts of King Feng. GSD simply explained, Emperor Yetian? I seem to have heard someone say before that the Emperor of Heaven is also the god of creation. The Empress was very curious. This Emperor Yetian was more mysterious than the Lord of the Void Circle. TND is not something we can understand. Let's find Ho-Oh first. Without saying more, GSD walked towards Tyrant Bear and signaled to leave. Tyrant Bear nodded. Okay. After a while, the polar area where the Flaming Bird is located. Under the teleportation ability of Tyrant Bear, GSD found the Flaming Bird bird and quickly knocked it to his knees. I know that there is such a rainbow island in the New World and rainbows can be seen all year round. Tyrant Xiong said, time is running out, hurry up, time is running out, and so is GSD 640. Arceus is a god after all, and the power of ghosts and time and space cannot always control it. Immediately afterwards, Tyrant Bear took him to Rainbow Island. At this time, the sky battlefield, destroying soul and sealing demons. It's too bad. Zoro was shocked because of the lack of magic power. He couldn't make moves in time, and there was a flaw. Very good. After Arceus broke free, he flew out of outer space and was furious. This time, it will not be as stupid as before. Let them continue to take control in place, but fly into the universe, a place that no one can reach. Ultra-sanctioned gravel. Arceus vented all his anger, fused the 5 attributes of rock plus ground plus fire plus electricity plus superpower, and used the strongest punishment stone. This move is charged for a full minute, and Arceus cannot use it at will. After using it, it will be weak for a period of time. The rock attribute creates countless meteorites, the ground attribute enhances the hardness, the fire attribute increases the lethality, the electric attribute increases the landing speed, and the impact force is increased. Coupled with the super energy attribute, all the small meteorites are combined into a huge meteorite. Oh, no one can stop this kind of power. Zoro and others can see that there is a small sun in the sky. Once it falls, the world will really usher in the end. Chapter 122_Savior. Bang, bang, bang. In the universe, meteorites are still condensing piece by piece, making a deafening collision sound. The Great Root, the New World, and a small sun can be seen in the 4 seas in the south, east, north, and west. Looking at the end of the world is full of panic. God, please forgive our sins. We don't dare to catch Pokemon anymore and treat them like cows and horses. It's too late. God has run amok. We have committed an irreparable sin. This is the power of the Creator God, who can create and destroy the world. Ghost Island. Ding. Gain 2.3 Chaos Points. Ding. Gain 15 Chaos Points. Ding. Gain 8.2 Chaos Points. Ding. Gain 24 Chaos Points. The meteorite that will destroy the world is about to fall. Whether it is civilians, pirates, marines, or even admiral, the world has already felt the despair that is penetrating. Since the start of the war, Yechen has gained more than 5 million Chaos Points and it is still growing. Yechen Viviisho. Under the crisis of extinction, the chaos of the world is beyond imagination. Don't waste him. Put the previous millions of Chaos Points into the Pokemon family. This time the rewards are huge and totally worth it, and the strength of Arceus does have an influence on the world. LV80. In terms of level, it is the same level as Captain Yamamoto, but the racial value of Arceus plus the power of 18 slates, no one in the world can shake except Yechen. As long as Arceus does not kill himself, he is invincible. The plan is almost over now. The savior is here, Yechen secretly said. At this moment, the super large sanctioned gravel condensed by Arceus slowly fell and penetrated the atmosphere. The world is terrified. Some are crying their shit out of fear, some are praying, and some are seeking refuge from this catastrophe. At this time, on an island in the New World, GSD and Tyrant Bear are still halfway there. GSD urged Tyrant Bear, quick, let's go to Rainbow Island. Good. Tyrant Bear nodded, going at full speed. Battlefield in the sky. Everyone put out all their strength, brewing the strongest blow. Bankai. The final scene. White Emperor Sword. Kukiki Byakuya's wings condensed from cherry blossom stabbed the meteorite with a knife. Bankai. Captain Yamamoto used the strongest Bankai residual fire sword and instantly burst into the ultimate flame, covering the entire sky. Bear, bear, bear. Captain Yamamoto was burning with fire like a mini sun, extremely hot. The ashes of heaven and earth. Hearing a loud shout, Captain Yamamoto's Zanpakuto erupted with a 1,000-meter blade and then slashed towards the meteorite swiftly. Nagato, come on. Uchiha Madara sensed the danger of his life, recovered his consciousness, and summoned Nagato to come out. He joined forces with superplanetary devastation to collide with Arceus meteorite. Bankai Crescent Moon. A loud shout. Ichigo Kurosaki used Bankai combined with the power of ghosts and gods to cut the crescent moon with the power of ghosts and gods at the meteorite. Awakening Demon Blood Break. Extreme Ghost Swordsmanship Storm Style. Zoro uses 2 moves to awaken at the same time. First cut out the towering flame pillar and the blood break of the Devil's Prison, and then use the 24 swords to form the towering sword array and start a dance of extreme swords. Evil is cut. Rukia slashed out 12 kilometers of sword energy and attacked the meteorite, burning the sky and refining the sun. At the same time, Momuzagi also activated the awakening technique, holding a 100-meter long fire blade, telling the rotation, and swept towards the meteorite frantically. New World. Earthquake tearing the sky. Whitebeard tried his best to release the Devil Fruit awakening ultimate move, tearing the sky with both hands, and a powerful spatial shock erupted. Tiger King lacking gravity. Fujitori's swords were all unsheathed and an island was thrown into the sky. Fandance kills the sky. Crack the air. Instant slash shadow of death. Red-haired Shanks, Rayleigh, and hawk-eyed Mihawk slashed at different places with armament slashes that ripped through the sky. Everything is to stop this world-destroying meteorite. Boom. There was a huge explosion that shattered the sky. The fire covered the sky and covered the earth, blocking the sight of people all over the world. The thick smoke from the attack had already covered all the clouds in the sky. However, such an attack only weakened one-third of the sanctioned gravel. The crisis of extinction has not yet been resolved. Can't this kind of power destroy this meteorite? Sengoku was a little desperate. Garp was a little stunned. They really did it wrong. Ha ha ha, what a strong guy. Suddenly, on the Kato continent, a burst of blood erupted in an instant and the Nine Suns demon god leaped into the sky, attracting worldwide attention. Gorfiend slaying the heavens. Under the shock of Sengoku and others, the 9 days demon god started the second awakening big move. In an instant, the blood energy of the Nine Suns demon god quickly overflowed and gradually condensed into a dog-shaped blood-colored troll. Under the blessing of the strongest power, the Gorfiend of the Nine Suns was incomparably huge, covering half of the sky and standing on the ground. Drink. With a loud explosion that shook the entire planet, the Nine Sun demon god rushed into the sky with one bite, swallowed the super large meteorite in one bite, and then exploded. Boom. Under the explosion, blood filled the sky, and blood clouds could be seen on half the planet. Who is this? Captain Yamamoto exclaimed. It seems a little familiar. Sengoku saw this familiar big dog, and it seemed familiar. Bullshit. Of course familiar. That is the lunatic of the Nine Suns. Garp said. It's actually that strong. Madara Uchiha said solemnly. If you can block the final blow of God, it is not God, and it is not far behind. Divine Realm. The glass cups that Aizen was holding were all shattered. Obviously, the Nine Suns demon god appeared, which was beyond his expectations. At this time, in midair, after the blood cloud dissipated, the heroic figure of the Nine Suns demon god appeared in front of everyone, looking at Arceus in the universe, laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, come to fight. 9-day demon god, the top-level air berserker, Emperor blood kills heaven. A god outfit can indeed compete with gods. You are seriously injured, senior brother, Zoro reminded. The 9 days demon god blasted the big meteorite, consuming his own blood energy, and the blood volume has bottomed out. Ha ha ha, it's okay, look at my heavenly HP. Nine Suns demon god took out the sparkling HP potion, took a few sips, and immediately recovered from the injury. Arceus watched this scene, and 100,000 draft horses rolled in his heart. The potion he drinks is very precious at first sight. Garp said enviously. Damn, this is the power of kryptonite. Even gods are speechless. Kurosaki Ichigo is also very envious, and the potion full of blood in an instant must be very precious. Our senior brother is really awesome. Zoro gently Isho, admiring the strength of the Nine Suns. Momuzagi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This mad master, could it be our savior? Can he really save the world? Chapter 123 _ The resurrection of Xiaozai. The projection of the Emperor. In the sky, after the Nine Suns demon god recovered his blood, he continued to attack. God of creation, don't try to escape. Nine Suns demon god opened the sky wings of the sky cover and flew directly out of outer space. Boom. The two sides went to war with all their strength, and the universe was sparkling with fire, and they were deadlocked for a while, regardless of whether they were up or down. Arceus is immune to all damage and special abilities, and will not lose blood. As for the Nine Suns, he has a defense of 1.78 million, and the damage from Arceus' attack is about 0. In addition, he has potions and super resistance, and he is almost immune to all abnormal conditions. I seem to see the head of the 9-day senior brother. The blood volume is decreasing. Kurosaki Ichigo said curiously. HP 1, HP 1, HP 1. I saw it too. I thought it was an illusion. Zoro nodded and said, I always feel that senior brother 9 days is not normal. Rukia said with a frown. Momuzagi stared at Rukia and said, then there's no need to say that. Little junior sister, do you think a normal person would be like this? Rukia refused to accept it, turned her head and said, who is the little junior sister? We obviously entered the door at the same time. Okay, now it's time to think about how to fight 960 Arceus. Captain Yamamoto said with a serious expression. They are fighting in the atmosphere, and we are not very good at getting involved. Sengoku shook his head and said, let's go to the new world. Join forces with the 4 emperors plus the Lich King. Maybe we can try. By the way, Madara Uchiha. Garp said. He's a proud man, Sengoku said. Mainly because of the embarrassment just now. Madara Uchiha left here after he rescued his subordinates. It's all people who want face. Garp sighed. Uchiha Madara is a super combat power. Compared with the reliability of Senju Hashirama in this battle, Senju Hashirama did not appear. It is estimated that he is guarding Wanakuni. Let's think of a way. Kurosaki Ichigo said. I think it's better to recover first and then wait for the news from the master. Zoro was exhausted and sweated profusely. Momozagi's eyes were firm and he said, "Well, I believe that the teacher must have a way." At this time, GSD has arrived at Rainbow Island. The island is so big. How can I find Hoang? Tyrant Xiong frowned. "Look for it with your heart," GSD said coldly. The tyrant bear, who has always been serious, is also full of black lines at this moment. "You seem to be making me laugh. Don't look for it. Is it just casual and lazy to look for it?" GSD ignored the tyrant bear and concentrated all his energy, and the whole sky suddenly darkened. The tyrant bear was startled because he seemed to perceive that there were countless eyes watching him in the dark sky. Blazing flame wave soared. After a few seconds of insight, GSD opened a knife on a small canyon on an island, sweeping out 3 soaring flames. Boom, boom, boom. The small canyon exploded in an instant, and then a dazzling colorful light flashed from the crack. The colorful phoenix Feng Wang, who had the power to bring back the dead, woke up from the inside and flew out. Tyrant bear widened his eyes. "It's really inside. This is the eye of the mind," GSD said lightly. "I do." Encountering such a peerless master, Tyrant Xiong is also a 5-body admiration. In front of the eyes of the heart, observation Haki can't compare at all, because those are the eyes of Shura. At this time, King Feng flapped his colorful wings and flew in the sky, saying, "I know why you are looking for me. I didn't want to worry about this, but I have to save him. Thank you, Ho-Oh." GSD bowed his hands politely, feeling that this matter was finally coming to an end. After that, Ho-Oh flapped his wings, drew a rainbow, and flew to the capital of the 7 waters. In just a few minutes, Ho-Oh came to the 7 waters. At this time, Neptune Yak, Kakuzuo, fire-breathing dragon, and Pikachu had already beaten Akainu and Kyuzan into slag, and the two had entered a state of suspended animation, and they were not far from death. But because Ho-Oh flew over, the colorful rainbow drawn by them breathed life into the two and gave them another breath. Seeing the arrival of Ho-Oh, Kaikunza and Kaihuanja stopped, and the violent state suddenly disappeared. Hiccup, hiccup. Pikachu cheered and kept yelling. King Ho nodded and then cast a colorful holy light crystal. The colorful rays of light slowly condensed into a young man, and Xiaoji, who vanished into thin air, was resurrected. This is the power of God. This scene shocked the residents of the island in shock, and immediately knelt down and worshipped. A young man with no scum left in the dead was actually resurrected. After who resurrected Satoshi, he glides away. King Ho. Xiaoji looked at King Ho in the distance, and then he remembered the scene of death. However, what surprised him even more was that the divine beasts were all resurrected, as well as Arceus in the universe. Instigate. Tyrant Xiong and GSD then arrived and hurriedly said to Xiaoji, "Young man, end this war." Xiaozai looked at the beasts around him, nodded, and understood what was going on. Whoosh. Then, the tyrant bear took him to the sky battlefield to stop Arceus. "Great creator god Arceus, stop all this." Ash begged to stop the war. "It's you. It must be the power of King Ho." Arceus smiled comfortably after seeing Ash's resurrection and stopped attacking. "Is this a coward? Keep fighting or I'll bake you." However, the 9-sun demon god on the opposite side became more and more violent and refused to stop. "Arrogant human beings, I must destroy you today." The behavior of the 9 suns angered Arceus. In anger, Arceus inspired the power of 10 slates to create an asteroid which was bound to kill the 9 suns. Boom! The sky and earth were instantly shrouded in a black shadow, and the asteroid was pressed down. Not to mention the 9 suns demon god. "If this planet is pressed down, the entire earth will be destroyed in an instant." Ha ha ha, it's exactly what I want. However, the 9 suns demon god has no fear at all. What he wants is such a challenge, and despite such power, he may not be able to contend. Rainbow Island. GSD looked solemn and shook his head. "I didn't expect it or not. It seems that I can only ask His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor to take action." The sound of thunder resounding through the earth, the fluctuation of light. "The Emperor of Heaven is coming." GSD casts Ashura's second awakening power, Thor's Judgment. At the moment of using the second awakening skill, the projection of the Heavenly Emperor flashed on his body. Generally Ashura can't fix this god phantom, but GSD can. As soon as the phantom of the Heavenly Emperor appeared, the sky was filled with thunder and light, gradually forming a pale sea of thunder. Chapter 124 God's Ruling, A New Era. In the sky, a phantom of the Thunder Emperor with white hair and a huge wheel floated behind him, covering the entire sky. Emperor Tian looked exactly like Ye Chen. With his eyes closed, his whole body glowed with lightning, and he looked extremely dignified and dignified. In fact, this is Ye Chen's phantom. Momuzagi and Rukia looked in a daze, so majestic. On the reef of the sea, the injured Nami woke up and stared at the sky blankly. So handsome, so handsome. On the side, Princess Vivi was also shocked. The whole world could clearly see the appearance of the Heavenly Emperor and was immediately shocked. "Is this another god? It's the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, please save us." Aerial battlefield. This Heavenly Emperor's aura is even stronger than that of the spirit King. As expected, there is a heaven in the sky. This old man is really eye-opening. Captain Yamamoto's eyes were full of awe, but just a phantom image completely exploded their gods. If the deity appears, I am afraid that the entire soul realm can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Wanakuni, Madara Uchiha secret base. Isn't the immortal six paths the top of the world? Madara Uchiha has always believed that the six paths immortals are the strongest forces in this world. Now that Emperor Yetian appeared, he was already a little doubtful that the six path immortals could defeat him. The other side. This is the civilization of this world. It's really great. Qian Shaozujian looked at the phantom of Yetiandi in awe and was amazed. Just then, in the atmosphere, Heavenly Emperor, blind waterway, watch me crush you. The 9-day demon god was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and his whole body was filled with blood energy, turned into a blood demon, and rushed towards the Emperor of Heaven. Bang! However, the Heavenly Emperor held the red dog with a light grasp of his palm. The powerful impact is like a bubble in front of the Heavenly Emperor phantom. Afterwards, the Heavenly Emperor's phantom punched again, slamming into the asteroid of the falling planet. Boom! A punch fell, the planet exploded instantly, and the entire planet shook violently in an instant. The whole world seemed to be suffering from a magnitude 10 earthquake. The full blow of the god of creation cannot withstand the punch of the Emperor. God's blow shook the entire earth, and even more shocked the world. Go, be saved. I'm not dead yet. The Emperor of Heaven is the patron saint of our world. The Emperor of Heaven is mighty. And this time, in the atmosphere, Devil Nine Sons, as a conferred god character, you actually ignore the life and death of the human race in order to satisfy the will to fight. Today I will seal you for 10 years, and reflect on it, the Emperor said sternly. The heavy and majestic voice spread throughout the world, and people all over the world were immediately convinced by this majesty. Afterwards, the Emperor of Heaven summoned a beam of light to shine on the Nine Sons demon god. I'm not convinced. Leaving only an unwilling cry, the Nine Sons demon god disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, the Emperor of Heaven turned to Arceus again, and said coldly, Arceus, the creator of Pokemon. As a god, he actually committed the act of destroying the world, and his sin should be sealed for 5 years. Arceus stood up and retorted, what am I to blame? Don't tell me you're wrong if you want me to be sentenced to a heavy sentence. The Emperor said sharply, if that's the case, then use force to solve it. Arceus was full of anger, ready to take action. Lord Creation God, please stop. At this moment, Ash stood up and persuaded Arceus. Now that Arceus has just used his ultimate move and is in a weak state, he suddenly stopped when he heard Xiaoji speak. Then, Xiaoji turned to the Emperor of Heaven and said, Lord Heavenly Emperor, please forgive Arceus. Humans enslaved Pokemon and made mistakes first. Arceus's actions are all reckless actions of the human race. To enslave Pokemon, to make rude words, to kill Xiaoji, and to threaten to enslave the god of creation. Human beings have indeed made a big mistake. Of course Ye Chen knew this. He was just pretending. Heavenly Emperor Shuiying pondered for a while and said, I read your intercession, the savior of the world 100,000 years ago. This time I will let Arceus go, and it will not be an example. Then, he issued a ban to the world. From now on, all races are not allowed to enslave Pokemon and must not violate their domain. If you want to gain the power of divine beasts, you must rely on your own ability to sign a contract with Pokemon. If there is any violation, this seat will definitely lower the clone to punish it. Flowers. Lord Tiandi, I think this matter needs to be supervised by a spokesperson. GSD suggested, leave it to Xiaozai. I hope you will do it well in the future. After Tiandi Shuiying said lightly, he disappeared. Arceus and Ash said goodbye and disappeared, leaving. It's really a dragon that sees the beginning but not the end. Sengoku was stunned for a few seconds and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. The savior of 100,000 years ago, Ash, is amazing. Zoro exclaimed, it's actually nothing. The beast war broke out 100,000 years ago, and then there were a lot of dark beasts from foreign lands. My friend Taiki and I happened to solve this war. Xiaozai touched the back of his head and said modestly, I just said, it's no wonder that because of your death there will be a war of destruction. Aside, Tyrant Bear suddenly realized and then looked at Marine. Not far away, Sengoku's face was heavy, and Marine was definitely carrying the pot. Marine and Tenryabaido, who killed the beasts indiscriminately, must be severely punished. Xiaozai said, okay, Marine has no complaints, I promise. Sengoku said solemnly, are you going to use Akainu again? On the side, Garp's face was heavy. Akainu is Marine's important pillar. Without him, Marine's situation will get worse and worse. Sengoku protects Akainu and pleads with Ash, if the savior will spare my stupid subordinate's life, I can demote him to the lowest level of soldier. His life has no value to me. Is not the kind of narrow-minded vengeful person who doesn't like killing, so he let Akainu go. Sengoku and Garp breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Akainu's life was saved. After that, Xiaoji went to the Seven Waters to build a Pokemon Training Center to supervise the world by Zoro Kurosaki Ichigo Momuzaki Rukia 4 Ghost Swords Sengoku, the commander-in-chief and others also dispersed, and the beast war that caused a sensation in the whole world has officially ended. However, a new era has just begun. Chapter 125_World Earthquake Trainer Era. With the 9 suns being sealed, Arceus returned to the depths of the universe and the world finally returned to peace. Why didn't Yechen punish Arceus and seal the 9 suns? Demon God. There are 3 reasons. First, Arceus himself is a very talkative god. It is the human and death god who enslaved Pokemon, and Akainu killed Ash, which angered it. Second, there is no difference between punishing and not punishing. Arceus lives in the void of the universe on weekdays, ignoring world affairs, and there is no difference between them. Third, it is impossible to stop at Arceus, and only Pokemon have a big backer. Without this ultimate deterrent, it is difficult to protect the corpse and soul world, the world of gods and the virtual world, and the world government. The most important thing is that Yechen's goal has been achieved, the chaos point has been achieved, and the world has not been destroyed. That is enough. As for the souls who died in the war, the reincarnations that should be reincarnated, the hell that should go to the 100 hell, and the ones that should become virtual. Yechen's well-constructed 3 realms system is not useless. Perfection with the 3 realms is also preparation for the new era. The next day, after experiencing the catastrophe, people still have lingering fears, and an explosive message was born last night. I heard no. Tenryabito was sanctioned and banned for 3 years, during which time he was not allowed to harm any race of slaves, which is no different from imprisonment for the first time in 800 years. Wow, I didn't dream. Sigh, the grace of God. Why didn't the emperor punish Arceus? Nonsense. Arceus is also the creator god of a species. Is it wrong for people to maintain their own species and friends? Yeah, the world government is too greedy. Hey, I heard that Admiral Akainu was demoted to become a soldier, and he was sent to guard the gate of an uninhabited island in the Terracotta continent. Haha, he has today too. On the other hand, after Xiaoji came back, he rescued her sister before he adopted it in the 7 waters, and then opened a Pokemon training hall. Rukia, Momuzaki, and the humans who have Pokemon one after another come to ask how to train Pokemon. Xiaozai touched his head, a little embarrassed. Although he is also a Pokemon master, his nature makes him very humble, and he always feels that his opponent is stronger than himself. And he also has the legendary champion curse, and he has never been able to win the championship. However, seeing so many experts asking him for advice, he was quite excited. Therefore, he promised to teach them. In the first class, Ash only aimed at Rukia, Momuzaki and other people with Pokemon. Let's start with Pikachu, Ash said. Before Ash could finish speaking, Rukia stood up and said excitedly, okay, I'll come first. I have 5 Pikachus. Xiaozai has a black line on his face, and he actually received so much, and it's all Pikachu. This is true love. Is there something wrong? Rukia looked suspicious. Your Pikachu? Have you evolved with evolution stones with different attributes? Are the attributes the same? Ash asked. Yeah, Rukia nodded and said. Then what should you do if you encounter a big rock snake? Xiaoji said. Rukia didn't think about it so much. If Pikachu couldn't win, she personally taught the enemy. After all, people in this world are monster-like beings, and their own strength is very strong. Not to mention Rukia is a death god, and she is a top-level powerhouse. Momuzaki nodded, comprehending a little. Single attribute is restrained, worthy of being a master. Ahem, master said it too early. Xiaoji said modestly. If you don't switch attributes, there's nothing you can do. Rukia said. Yes, you need to learn skills that can fight against the rock system, but it is better to use the restrained attribute. Xiaozai said. Then you can demonstrate. Rukia said. Pikachu. Ash gestures for Pikachu to fight. Hiccup. Pishin nodded, staring proudly at Rukia's 5 Pikachus. In front of Pishin, the 5 Pikachus are very unconfident, like 5 children fighting with adults. Don't be shy, beat it. My sister will give you something delicious. Rukia squeezed her fists, cheering for the 5 Pikachus. Hiccup. After hearing this, the 5 Pikachus were immediately excited, and electric lights flashed all over their bodies, blasting 5 faint electric balls. Pikachu, use your shadow clone to dodge. With Xiaozai's skillful command, Hishin flashed quickly, leaving behind a shadow clone, and all 5 Pikachu's attacks were nullified. Keep attacking. Rukia sent 5 Pikachus out again, delivering electric shocks. However, Hishin seemed to have seen their attack and again moved at a high speed, dodging the attack again. Come again. Electrify it. Pikachu, it's on the left. What are you doing? After that, Rukia kept asking Pikachu to pursue Pishin, but all the attacks were in vain. After a few minutes of fighting, the 5 Pikachus couldn't touch Pishin at all. These Pikachus couldn't attack according to Rukia's intention. The reaction was always half a beat, and Rukia wanted to stomp. At this time, Ash faintly issued, okay, it's It's time to end. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Pishin's eyes suddenly became sharp and then he blasted a half-meter thick thunderbolt which instantly stunned Rukia's 5 Pikachus. Pika. The 5 Pikachus stared out of their heads, spit out a mouthful of black smoke and were directly beaten by 2.2 seconds. Why, it's also Pikachu. The gap is so big, Rukia said in shock. With just one move, 5 Pikachus were dropped in seconds and the difference was unbelievable. Could it be that your Pikachu is mutated and looks particularly smart? Momozagi Vivi's eyes widened and she was equally surprised. This battle, like a duel between a devil fruit awakener and a rookie chicken who had just eaten devil fruit, was without suspense. It's not that my Pikachu is particularly powerful. In fact, every Pokemon has the potential of a beast. Zyazai smiled lightly. What? Momozagi, Rukia, and the others were shocked. If that's the case, the era of trainers is coming. Chapter 126, The Great Training Era. Opening. 3 months later, the capital of Seven Waters. With Ash's help, Rukia makes progress in training Pikachu, and Momozagi was reluctant to let Fat Ding suffer, and Fat Ding's strength did not improve. On the contrary, Rukia's 5 Pikachus have improved a lot and now they are all level 36. As for Kurosaki, Ichigo and Zoro, one of them can't raise a Pokemon and it doesn't matter if the other can raise them or not. The two spent a leisurely time in the Seven Waters. On this day, the two fell asleep again in the training hall. Boom, boom. Suddenly, Rukia came over and gave the two of them a shock, yelling, "Get up, you two pigs. Come and compete with my Pikachu." Ichigo, Kurosaki and Zoro woke up in an instant, startled, and touched the big bun on top of their heads, which screamed pain. Che, what a look. It's just 5 yellow pickups. I can beat them with bare feet and 2 fists. That's what you said. Rukia, mysterious Isho. Wait, you're wrong. Cluck cluck. Kurosaki Ichigo loosened his bones and said confidently, it's just boring. Let's go. Pikachu won with 1700,000 volts. Small trick. Kurosaki Ichigo dodged easily and then attacked a Pikachu. Pikachu 1 used the shadow clone. Pikachu 2, 3, 4, 5 with a flash of lightning, 1,000,000 volts. Rukia lets the attack Pikachu dodge and confuses Ichigo Kurosaki with a shadow clone. Then the other 4 Pikachus mixed with the shadow couldn't tell the truth from the fake. When Kurosaki Ichigo looked confused, the electricity of the 5 Pikachus shot out from 5 directions. Boom. Kurosaki Ichigo was fuming with smoke and fell to the ground, very embarrassed. I do usually practice fighting techniques and I'm just so embarrassed without a weapon. Zoro mocked Ichigo Kurosaki and showed off his fighting technique by the way. Then, Zoro stepped forward, ready to demonstrate for himself. What is the fighting technique? Rumbling. Zoro without a knife is not bad either. In the battle with the 5 Pikachus, he was also unable to stop being electrocuted like coke. Zoro secretly vowed, in the future, I will definitely get a sword that can generate electricity. Momozagi was amazed by Pikachu's strength. Why is your Pikachu leveling up so fast? Rukia said proudly, because Miss Ben is a genius. I'd better ask Master G. Momozagi rolled her eyes at her and didn't continue to ask her why. Master G, the nickname given to him by Momozagi. After all, Xiao Ji was a character from 100,000 years ago, so calling him grandpa according to his seniority would be light. Wait a minute, I'm going to. Then, Kurosaki Ichigo followed. As soon as they walked out the door, Ash came back riding a fire-breathing dragon, with the skin god sitting on top of his head. Master Chi, why is Rukia's Pikachu leveling up so fast? Momozagi asked. It's simple, just like people, just play against each other. Xiao Ji smiled lightly and said, actual combat is the best way to improve the tacit understanding between the two sides. As long as the Pokemon follows the guidance of the trainer, fights against other Pokemon, and completely knocks down the opponent, it can stimulate its own bloodline potential. Even if there is no trainer, Pokemon can be upgraded through battle. Otherwise, why do you think there are so many Pokemon of the same family? Why are the levels different? My Pikachu, I have been following Pishin to the sea for training in the past few months. Of course, the level will increase quickly. Rukia said proudly. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly realized, I want to find a Pokemon that suits me best and then level up. Zoro listened and became interested. What Pokemon? Matching me? Xiao Ji smiled and said, you need to find it yourself. Rukia rolled her eyes at them and said with contempt, they are so stupid. What kind of Pokemon can they find? I don't need it anyway, I just want Fat Ding. Momozagi smiled and hugged the cute Fat Dick and kissed her. Laughing, this Momozagi is totally a pet. Kurosaki Ichigo looked at Fat Ding with envy. Zoro is very indifferent. Swordsmen don't need women. When I find the Pokemon and come back, I will definitely defeat your 5 chubby bunnies. Kurosaki Ichigo snorted coldly and said, Zoro is also looking forward to going out to sea to find his own Pokemon. Xiao Ji said, then you have to hurry up. My training gym will open next month. At that time, I plan to recruit 50 disciples. disciples. No problem, within a month I will definitely be back, Zoro said confidently. And that night Momozagi also passed the news back to Marine headquarters. Sengoku held a meeting and decided to send someone to fight for a spot. I'm too lazy to go, Kizaru said lazily. His card is lazy and sent to training. He probably won't learn much because he sleeps most of the time. Sengoku was speechless, then looked at Kyuzan. I'm in my 40s and it's not a good idea to learn from children, Kyuzan said. Xiaoji is 100,000 years old. You are only the age of a cell compared to others, Sengoku said solemnly. Looks like I can only go. Kyuzan was speechless and had to go this time. Garp nodded and at the same time selected some elites in Marine, trying to get as many spots as possible. Xiao organization also has its own intelligence network. After learning the news, they also held a meeting. The power of Pokemon, how strong they are, obvious to all. They all want this power. The bear boy Diodaro looked for his boss and asked, should we go to the Pokemon training center? He also wanted to catch a few divine beasts with explosive abilities to make better use of his clay bombs. However, Madara Uchiha shook his head. We have our own training methods. Okay. Diodara nodded. 673. He believed in Uchiha Madara's ability. Uchiha Madara must be able to develop a unique way to train Pokemon. Soul Realm. Captain Yamamoto also held a meeting, preparing to assemble the Grim Reaper with Pokemon to fight for a place. This time, we need people who have Pokemon to go to the human world to learn how to train Pokemon. Captain Yamamoto said solemnly. I'm going. My green caterpillar is awesome. My water arrow turtle is a high-level water-type Pokemon. And me. As soon as the commander-in-chief spoke, those female death gods at the vice-captain level rushed to agree, and there was no need to worry about the problem of no one going. In the Shinxu realm, Aizen did not act, just observed silently. Like Madara Uchiha, he was confident in his training methods. Ghost Island Void Night Palace. Yachen sat on the throne. Esteth snuggled in his arms like a gentle kitten. Your Majesty, don't we need to go? Esteth asked softly. She felt that if Pokemon could be trained to become divine beasts and quasi-divine beasts, the world would be more exciting, and it would be an era of gods. The age of the gods is early. We don't need to go here. I know more about Pokemon than Xiaoji, Yachen said lightly. Now just watch the show quietly and watch the opening of the big training era. When the time is right, the age of the gods will come. Chapter 127 The Four Heavenly Kings. The 8th Avenue Pavilion. A month later, the celebration of the City of Seven Waters begins. Nami, Robin, Princess Vivi are all here, and their Pokemon are all cute types such as Pikachu, Little Fire Dragon, Fat Ding, and Jenny Turtle. The other main students are Ace and the Fire-type Pokemon that is a good match for him, Little Fire Dragon. Kyuzan and his BB Bird, mainly because he can't fly, has it handy for missions. Tashigi and Frog Seeds carrying Big Cabbage. There is also Jean Taomaru. His Pokemon is Hack Dragon, which can evolve into a fat and cute fast dragon in the future. Zoro and Kurosaki Ichigo also found corresponding Pokemon. Zoro's Baby Dragon, a small dinosaur with a hard skull, can evolve into a quasi-divine beast Tyrannosaurus at level 50. Ichigo Kurosaki was very unlucky. He didn't catch a Pokemon with a good affinity. Instead, he got into a ghost, the ghost-type Ghost Stone. Soul World. Matsumoto Runge's Pickpocket Cat, Rukia's Pikachu, and other female death gods are mostly cute Pokemon. In addition to these main trainees, there are many trainees from all over the world, such as Fujitora and his Pokemon Gas Bomb, the two Pokemon of the Rockets who shouted all day. Since you ask sincerely, then we will tell you with great mercy. Gas bombs may seem useless, but Ash thinks they are a good fit for Fujitora. Fujitora is blind, and gas bombs are cultivated to create a strong gas mist. Fighting in it, Fujitora will have home field advantage. In the face of this first batch of students, Xiaoji taught with all his heart. After the ceremony, he taught them with all his heart. At the same time, all training experience is also passed on so that the outside world can learn by themselves. In just 1 week, a frenzy of trainers has been set off around the world. As a trainer, you do not need to travel constantly. Enhance the training of Pokemon and increase the bond between yourself and Pokemon. It's no different from a sea adventure. Everyone goes out to sea. On the sea, conflicts, big and small, naturally continue, and Yachen can continue to gain chaos points. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half has passed. In the past, Esteth had been practicing with Yachen, training the Pokemon Legion and the four maids of Ghost Island. In the evening, he accompanies Yachen to train secret techniques in the room, and Yusi has a very happy life. One day, Yachen in the hall felt that the heat was almost over, so he summoned Princess Mononoke and instructed Perona go to the training hall in the Seven Waters and perform a mission. Yachen asked her to go to the Seven Waters city, and he was going to hold a Pokemon contest to determine the four heavenly kings of Pokemon and the owner of the 8th Avenue Pavilion. The winner will get the exclusive magic skills of ancient Pokemon. City of Seven Waters Pokemon Training Center. As early as a year ago, many gifted students had graduated. Only Momomaru, Ichigo Kurosaki, and Zoro, who are single-minded, haven't graduated yet. The 6-monthly term, the three of them are now practicing with the 3rd and 4th class of junior classmates. This stupid dragon is really troublesome, Zoro said bitterly, saying that his Pokemon baby dragon's eyes suddenly became sharp and it slammed into Zoro's stomach. Was only a sharp pain, and Zoro's eyes almost bulged out. The baby dragon's skull was as hard as a big hammer, and Zoro felt 10,000 real damage. They get along really bad, Kurosaki Ichigo said with a black line on his face. He was talking. His Pokemon, Oni Stone, also flew out through the wall, frightening Ichigo Kurosaki, but he slapped it away. The two top swordsmen are very embarrassed. Their Pokemon are very weird, and they get along very badly. Aside, Gendarmeru and his hack dragon are eating snacks, sneering, idiot. It doesn't matter to Gendarmeru. Although his Pokemon hasn't evolved once, he doesn't care. You can eat and drink here, and the schoolgirls are cute. Much better than being the captain of Vegapunk's bodyguards. It has to be said that Onel is the greatest corruption. Holla holla. Suddenly, a shadow floated over, and along with a strange laugh, the ghost Princess Perona broke into the training hall. It's a witch. Zoro's face changed, and he immediately drew his knife. Almost at the same time, Kurosaki Ichigo and Gendarmeru also entered a state of alert. The Lord of the Void Circle. Why are you here? Negative ghost. Before Zoro and the others could make a move, Perona unleashed her fruit ability and cast a few negative ghosts, which penetrated the bodies of the three of them unconsciously. I really want to be a flea. If only I could make a pippy shrimp. I look like a pig. Why am I not a pig? Kurosaki Ichigo, Zoro, and Gendarmeru were instantly stunned, kneeling on the ground, their bodies gloomy, and they entered a negative state. At this point, their Pokemon realizes that its owner is in danger and immediately rushes out to attack Perona. Although they don't get along well, they have always signed a contract and still have friendship. Zoro's baby dragon, with red eyes, charged towards Perona. Scare. Kurosaki Ichigo's Ghost Stone squeezed his purple black fist and used his skill, Shadow Fist. Roar. There is also the hack dragon who fought against Dalmaru, who sent out the wrath of the dragon. Ha 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 ha. Are your Pokemon so low level? Perona gave her signature smile again. Come out, Yudi. Then she summoned the superpower Pokemon who did, and it was also a high level Pokemon that X-evolved, blocked their attacks with reflective walls and counter-attack with psychic blades. Who nodded, waved the spoon in his hand, and created a barrier to block the three Pokemon's attacks. Then it swiped lightly with a spoon, cut out a sharp blade, and instantly dropped three low-level Pokemon. Just then, Xiaoji heard the movement and came out. Who dares to come here to kick the gym? Xiaozai squeezed his fists and had Pikachu ready to fight at any time. Ha 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 ha. I'm not interested in your shabby restaurant. Perona floated in the air, looked down at Ash and the others, and shouted, 3 months later, the Lord will hold the first Pokemon contest in the Sabayati Archipelago. At that time, the 4 Heavenly Kings and the 8 Pavilion owners will be evaluated. All will get the ancient secret skills of the Pokemon and the badges bestowed by the ancient gods 100,000 years ago. After speaking, Perona disappeared into the air like a ghost. Pokemon contest. Oh yeah. Xiaoji was first surprised, then overjoyed, and finally there was a game. Hiccup hiccup. Hishin was also excited and jumped up happily. This time, he wants to get rid of the curse of losing the title of the second child of 10,000 years. Chapter 128 _ The competition begins. The Pluto is coming. After Perona left, the news spread quickly and all the big forces got the news. Moby Dick. Ancient secret skills. Badges bestowed by ancient gods. Where did the master of the virtual circle get these things? Whitebeard was a little surprised when he heard the news of the competition and a little suspicious of the authenticity of the information. After all, such a precious treasure was regarded as the prize of the competition. The behavior of the master of the virtual circle is a bit unpredictable. Whether to go or not is a matter of consideration. Red Firth. It seems very interesting that the world's recognized #1 Demon King actually holds this kind of competition. The corners of the red-haired Shank's mouth were slightly raised. He was looking forward to such a big scene and to see some advanced Pokemon. Ant and Kaido, after receiving the news, were both very interested in the ancient secret skills and the badges of the ancient gods, but they were also wary. Wanakuni. Madara Uchiha raised his mouth slightly. Is it a different war? Of course it went. As a result, his training level can be verified. Second, if the information is true, these 2 rewards cannot be missed. Even if it is a trap, with Madara Uchiha's strength, it is not difficult to get away. Divine Ruins Realm. Aizen looked at the strong human beings who were practicing diligently on the crystal ball and suddenly whispered, interesting. This competition brought together Reaper, the 4 emperors, Marine, Pokemon and various powerhouses, and it was a good opportunity to verify his training results. He wants the whole world to know that the Pokemon he trained are the strongest. In the end, Aizen dispatched the former Third Blade Nilu and her Pokemon to participate in the competition. 7 days later, the Sabayati Archipelago Assembly Hall. Thousands of trainers from all over the world filled the entire island, and 79 areas were already full of people. Among them, Alabasta came to 1,000 women with Pokemon, and their Pokemon were all Pikachu. The center of the island, Esteth stood on a large screen and served as the captain of the guard for the game. In addition to this, each area has a large screen, as well as the world live broadcast. Trainers from all over the world are welcome to participate in this Pokemon contest. Next, we will start the audition, Esteth said lightly. As soon as the statement came out, there was a lot of discussion below. What about the rules? With so many people, when will the audition last? Is it based on the level screening? My Pokemon has 36 levels. It should be a simple matter to pass the audition. I think it should be a direct fight. My Aberdeen is already hungry and thirsty. Roar. At this moment, a dark cloud poured into the air, and a black Pluto dragon stuck its head out of the dark cloud and roared wildly. Then, Yechen rode the Pluto dragon from the sky and flew to the big stage in the center. Wow, the Lord of the Void actually tamed the Pluto dragon. With this dragon, wouldn't it be easy for him to enter the virtual circle and the corpse soul world? Idiot. The master of the virtual circle can enter and exit the virtual circle of the soul world at will. It's so strong, I wonder if Arceus, the god of creation, can threaten him. It probably won't work. The Lord of the Void Circle didn't shoot Arceus last time, so it shouldn't be necessary. Silence. Yechen snorted coldly, and at the same time, the Pluto dragon issued its dragon might. Boom. The coercion of the dragon swept the entire island with invisible power. Almost all the Pokemon were instantly stunned, and most of the people rolled their eyes and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Hundreds of thousands of contestants. Suddenly only 7 or 8,000 left. Everyone who was still standing was dumbfounded. That's the audition rules. Esteth Vivi laughed. These audition rules are really strong. Doflamingo smiled softly. It's really powerful. It's not a loss to be the master of the virtual circle. The king of evil politics said excitedly. This old man admires it. Garp and Sengoku said solemnly. The power of Longwei just now is very familiar. Whitebeard and the red-haired Shanks looked at each other, and they both noticed that it was similar to Conqueror Haki. In fact, strictly speaking, Haki is similar to Longwei. Longwei was born earlier than Conqueror Haki. The audition is over. Now prepare for the preliminaries. That said, Yechen casually created 24 arena areas, which were distributed on the 24 areas of the island. Then, Yechen said lightly, on the 24 arenas, the one who can stand at the end is the top 24. Now let's play your strengths. Wait. At this moment, Sengoku stood up and asked, is the secret technique real? Could it be a trick to trick us, the strong, to come over and let us kill each other? The move of the Lord of the Virtual Circle may be to think that the strong dog in the world will bite the dog and watch a good show. After all, he is a lunatic and often does things that are incomprehensible to ordinary people. Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, Madara Uchiha, and others also nodded, and they had concerns before they came. If you don't believe it, you can send any representative up to compete with me. Pikachu, who has learned secret skills. Yechen said confidently. If you can defeat the pet of the Lord of the Void, wouldn't it be famous? Kizaru thought about it and stood up. Anyway, it is a contest between divine beasts. Even if it is a fiasco, it will not suffer. What's more, it's just a Pikachu. According to the blood, the Kirby bear will completely explode it. Very good. Kizaru really has an admiral demeanor. However, your Kirby bear is so lazy, and horror is not suitable for battle. Why don't you play in person? I think you are similar to Pikachu. Yechen said. Kizaru's Kirby bear is still sleeping and can't wake up no matter how much he calls it. When it wakes up, it will probably be dark. It's a perfect match. Kyuzan smiled. Haha, come on, Yellow Pika. After Garp reacted, he couldn't help laughing. Kizaru really looked more and more like Pikachu. It's just that this yellow pickup is a bit wretched. Can I not go up? Kizaru's face darkened. It wasn't that he didn't have the confidence to beat Pikachu, but he just didn't want to be ridiculed. No. Sengoku could hold back his smile and said solemnly, for justice, I can only be fortunate to you. Kizaru scratched his head and said bitterly, remember to give me a raise. Recently, Kizaru was close to the brink of bankruptcy. The carbine is especially edible. It takes 400 kilograms of food for a meal. Even Admiral can't afford it. This pig is too difficult to raise. This is also the reason why there are so few people raising copy beasts, because ordinary people can't afford them. Lower Pokemon to Marine Admiral. It's really interesting. Madara Uchiha laughed. Other powerhouses are also looking forward to this battle and want to see the training level of the master of the virtual circle. And at this time, on the ring, evolve Pikachu. From the very beginning, Yechen gave Pikachu the stone, which directly evolved into Reishu. It's still Reishu in Alola form, a Reishu with a more kawaii appearance and superpower attributes. What a special Reishu. Kizaru looked down at the little thing with disdain. Even if it evolves, Reishu's bloodline is still not as powerful as a fire-breathing dragon. Kizaru was conceited, and he couldn't be more familiar with Pikachu's attack patterns. Come on, Reishu, use the electric shock, Yachen said lightly. Preemptive strike, blasting electric shocks while running towards Kizaru. What a joke. Kizaru is extremely fast, dodging Reishu's attack with a flick of a flash, and then kicks at the speed of light. Use a shadow clone. Reishu nodded, then moved at a high speed, leaving a shadow to confuse Kizaru. It really happened twice. Kizaru kicked in the air, and Vivi frowned. Opportunity, superpower to immobilize him. Secret skill, million-ton flying kick. Kicking the shadow clone, Kizaru revealed his flaws, and Yachen found the best time to use the ultimate secret technique. I saw a faint red light around Reishu's feet, and then he flew and kicked at the speed of lightning. Just kidding, I can Logia. Kizaru was frozen, but confident. Boom. A loud bang. Kizaru was kicked in the lower abdomen, and his eyes were about to pop out. Ugh. A powerful blow. Kizaru was blasted out like a cannonball, smashing through more than a dozen houses in a row, and finally smashed a large pit dozens of meters deep. How is this possible? Kyuzen was shocked. He didn't expect the elementalization to be broken directly. What kind of power is this? It's a superpower. Momuzagi saw the mystery. A lower Reishu has superpowers, and it wraps superpower waves on its feet, which can directly ignore elementalization. Kizaru was careless this time. Reishu's racial value in all aspects is not high, and he uses fighting skills, so he exerts less than 20% of his power. Only the fighting type can exert the full strength of the million-ton flying kick, but the effect is terrifying enough. Cough cough. It's so scary. It's like being hit by a small meteorite. After half a minute, Kizaru got up from the deep pit, his face as pale as white paper. Reishu is short in stature. This kick hit the lower abdomen, and if he is shorter by an inch, he will be finished. Does anyone still have questions? Yachen said lightly. All the players and the world audience were dumbfounded. What a powerful secret skill to actually make Reishu kick out such power. This secret skill is really true. Suddenly, no one dared to question Yachen's intentions, and at the same time, his eyes looking at the ring were even more burning. Must win the championship. Chapter 129_rule loopholes. 24 strong. On the big screen, Esteth read the rules of the game. In this competition, each player can use up to 5 Pokemon, which can be attacked and defended. If a Pokemon loses its ability to fight, it will be considered eliminated and cannot directly attack the trainer. After that, the 8,000 people in the top 24 were divided into 24 groups, each with more than 300 people in the ring, and the game officially started. Come on, Pikachu, attack it with a water jet. Jenny Turtle, Electric Dragon, jump left and right. Thunder and lightning punch back. With an exhilarating battle cry, 300 people summoned Pokemon one after another on the huge arena and started a big melee. The arena was like a huge jungle, and it was also enchanted by Yachen, and it would not be broken no matter how he fought. And Xiaozai, as the only owner of the hall, can directly enter the top 24 and do not participate in the mixed competition. Sengoku and others feel a little pity, but also feel reasonable, because if Xiaoji participates in the melee, he will definitely be besieged. A few minutes into the game, strange phenomena appeared in various areas. Ring number 12. Madara Uchiha, the god of ninjas. Hyuti, get rid of them. Uchiha Madara's mysterious Isho, his super-type Pokemon Hyuti, suddenly turned red with 3 crescent moons on his pupils. Of the Uchiha clan, shaking round eyes, Uchiha Madara transplanted Hyuti with a Shackle Eye, which itself is a superpower system plus the Shackle Eye. This Hyuti is simply perfect. Go on, Hyuti. With an order, Hyuti's wheel-riding eyes began to turn, and he performed illusions on the Pokemon in the entire arena area. Suddenly, the entire competition area began to kill each other. In another arena, Deodara, the bear boy organized by Xiao, also started his artistic performance. His Pokemon is the Earth-type 3 Gophers, who, under Deodara's guidance, turned into the Pokemon version of Bomberman. Blasted 3 Gophers. The 3 Gophers frantically threw clay bombs that would explode, and a dozen people were killed in a single attack. Pokemon rely on their own abilities to create clay bombs, which is not a foul. The audience was stunned to see this incredible scene. What kind of Pokemon is this? Is it a mutant? The Gopher burrows. The entire ring is his attack range. It's terrifying. Uchiha Madara is even more incredible. No one attacked his Hyuti. At the VIP table, Sengoku asked, isn't this cheating? Xiaoji shook his head and explained, in my time, there were also superpower trainers. As long as you don't use superpower to attack players and Pokemon in the game, it is not a foul. Fuck, over there, it's even more disgusting. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, boom. God, false flash. There was a sudden loud shock from the No 08 competition area, and a blue light enveloped the entire entire arena. No one knew what happened, only that there was a very strong explosion. After a while the smoke cleared and a masked blue-skinned human-shaped tortoise with a Zanpakuto in his hand Haki S standing in the center of the ring, looking like a teenage mutant ninja turtle. The Pokemon Jenny Turtle of the former 30 Blades Nilu. After her evolution, her Jenny Turtle is not a water arrow turtle but a broken face, and it can also use virtual flash, so terrifying. In the competition area next to him, Ichigo Kurosaki couldn't help but complain, "Aizen, what monster did you create?" Urahara Kisuke was a little excited when he saw this amazing scene. "It seems that my training method is normal." Immediately afterwards, he also let the ghost-type Pokemon Ghost Stone cheat and used ghost skills to attack the opponent. Ring 20. Red-haired Shanks Isho lightly, "Looks like it's not just my Pokemon that has special abilities." Axe-toothed Dragon, armament enhancement instant slash. Immediately afterwards, the red hair began to use his dragon-type Pokemon Axetoothed Dragon to use a sword move and an instant shadow slash, killing dozens of opponents with one move. There are two sharp-edged teeth on both sides of the axe-toothed dragon's cheeks, and the red hair just took it in because of this. At the same time, other divisions are also full of tricks. Shadow Clone Technique. Seeking Flowers 0. Orochimaru's ABO monsters used the Shadow Clone Technique. Nearly 100 ABO monsters spewed poisonous gas together, and the entire arena was shrouded in poisonous mist, killing most of the enemies. Dai Ankai Entei. Ace's fire-breathing dragon will also use Dai Ankai Entei to instantly kill all Pokemon in the ring with one move. In addition, other powerhouses have also used all kinds of strange abilities. Spectators from all over the world and at the scene have black lines on their faces. It seems that the style of this game is not right. In the VIP seat, the corners of Zai's mouth twitched. It seems that his title of the second child of 10,000 years cannot be taken off. This is a Pokemon contest, it's just a dance of demons. In the afternoon, after Deidara's 3 Gophers defeated Kurosaki Ichigo's Ghost Stone, the first round finally ended. In the end, the top 24 were born: Madara Uchiha, Obito Uchiha, Nilu, Ace, Rukia, Tashigi, Deidara, Kisuke Urahara, Phoenix, Redhead, Orochimaru, Kuzan, and Robin, Vivi, Nami, Ben Beckman, Kaido, King, Quinn, Big Mom, Katakuri, Cracker. In addition, Jean Daomaru and Zoro were unexpectedly shortlisted because their Pokemon evolved into fast dragons and stormy dragons. In the melee, quasi-divine level Pokemon, of course, can be shortlisted. Among the 3 Crane Tails, only Kurosaki Ichigo's Ghost Stone did not evolve and was the most unlucky. He met Deidara and was eventually eliminated. Agreed, good brother, for a lifetime. Kurosaki Ichigo's face was ashen, as if he had been abandoned by the world. After the game, everyone began to prepare for the top 12 games, and because of the privilege, Zai can challenge any one of the top 24 and advance to the top 12. The top 24 players stood on the big stage in the center, looking at Satoshi's eyes. Except for Madara Uchiha, Kisuke Urahara, and a few others, everyone else looked uneasy. Because it is more powerful than Pokemon, there are really few opponents of Ash. To everyone's surprise, Xiaoji chose a stronger opponent, Deidara. There is no doubt that this trainer who likes to play self-destruction is targeted by Xiaoji. Chapter 130_Crazy and Perverted. After an hour's rest, the battle for the top 12 begins. Boom. With a gunshot, all 12 arenas began to fight, and the most eye-catching is the number 1 ring where Xiaoji is. It's finally here, the big battle between the bomb boy and the savior. The savior is so strong, there should be no suspense in this game. It's hard to say. The 3 Gophers' properties just restrain the electrical properties. The audience is still talking, and the two have already started a fight. Boom boom boom. Blasted with clay bombs. Deidara's 3 Gophers burrowed wildly, created favorable venues, and threw clay bombs frantically, blasting the venue into chaos. Pikachu dodge with high-speed movement and destroy bombs with lightning strikes. Zai knows that the 3 hamsters are immune to lightning, but he has also done research that is, lightning restrains the earth-type chakra, and Pikachu's 823 lightning can make clay bombs ineffective. Come out, water arrow turtle, and spray the water cannon into the mouse hole. Suddenly, Ash summoned the water arrow turtle, which restrained the ground attribute, and flooded the gopher's nest, forcing the 3 gophers to leave the formation. Chance, water arrow turtle at 3 o'clock, water cannon. At the moment when the 3 hamsters jumped out, the water arrow turtle aimed at the cannon, dropped the 3 hamsters in seconds, and won the first victory. The surrounding audience cheered for a while, admiring Ash's perfect operation. Wow, what an accurate judgment. God operates, Master G. Subsequently, the other arenas gradually decided the winner. Nilu's broken-faced turtle defeated Nami's Lei Chao in seconds with overwhelming strength. On the other hand, Princess Vivi has an unfortunate match to Madara Uchiha. Although Princess Vivi knew that Madara Uchiha had illusions, her mosquito shadow coils could not be prevented at all and finally failed miserably. Robin met the super strong Uchiha Obito, who also had a super powered cat with a super smart eye transplanted. At the beginning he hung up Pikachu and had the advantage. However, Robin summoned another Pokemon out of desperation. Duck, who was dumb-headed and not afraid of illusions, cracked the riding wheel and used a water cannon to blast the super cat out of the ring. In the end, the remaining players were also divided and the top 12 were all decided. They are Ash, Madara Uchiha, Ace, Nilu, Orochimaru, Robin, Kaido, and red-haired Shanks, Kuzan, Urahara, and the big dark horse who counterattacked all the way, Gendarmerie and Zoro. Immediately afterwards, the four heavenly kings were separated and the battle of the 8 major pavilion owners finally came. And Ash's amazing performance has been highlighted all the way, and his battle with Orochimaru has attracted the attention of countless audiences. Abio used the shadow clone technique, attacked the Pikachu with mud bombs, and attacked the water arrow turtle with 100,000 volts. Orochimaru began to command the battle, summoning dozens of Abio ghost clones, half of which sent out earth-based mud bombs, and half of them blasted 100,000 volt electric shocks. The attributes completely restrained Pikachu and water arrow turtles. What? Abercrombie's 100,000 volts? Xiaoji was taken aback. Even if he used the skill learner, a Bogwai wouldn't be able to learn this trick. This kind of attack power, if you hit it, you will be killed in seconds. Not to mention the attributes. Accidentally, this is my masterpiece. I transformed them with all attribute genes. Orochimaru smiled confidently. Orochimaru is a genius. Under his transformation, a Bogwai has added the genes of all attribute Pokemon so he can perform all attribute attacks. What a lunatic. Ash gritted his teeth, calmed down quickly, and continued to command the battle. Pikachu dodged with high-speed movement and shadow clones. Water arrow turtle used the cannon to sweep away the enemy's attack. Boom. Between the lightning and flint, Pikachu evaded at high speed while the water arrow turtle blasted 2 steel-type cannons, blasting dozens of mud bombs and 100,000 volts. Chance. Thick smoke billowed from the scene. Orochimaru and a Bogwai couldn't see Ash's actions clearly, and Ash seized the opportunity to fight back. Start to fight back. Water arrow turtle, make a request for rain, and then fire a water gun into the sky. Pikachu, use all your might to thunder. The water arrow turtle used advanced skills to start raining, and at the same time sprayed water jets into the air, increasing the rainfall. Pikachu, boom. A thunderbolt the size of a house fell and exploded in the snake pile in an instant. Pikachu's thunder was doubled under the rainstorm, and when the rain spread to the ground, Abio and Shadow Clone were instantly dropped. Having all attribute genes means having all attribute weaknesses. It seems that my experiment has failed. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, then walked off the ring with a smile. Even if he lost, he could make further improvements. His Aberdeen level is not high enough, and he has not studied defense skills. This battle is a valuable experimental experience. After this battle, the other people's duel has also been divided into winners and losers. Who lose the duel will automatically be placed on the seats of the 8 masters. They are Kuzan, Kaido, Redhead, and Robin, Zoro, Urahara, and Orochimaru. The remaining 5, Ash, Nilu, Madara Uchiha, Gendarmerie and Ace, will compete for the championship match. In this round, the winner will be determined in a group battle. In the end, the lottery was drawn, and Xiaozai, Gendarmerie and Ace were in a group 3-in-1. The other group is the strong confrontation between Uchiha, Madara and Nilu. In the first group of confrontations, Ash's opponents are Dragon, Fire, and Flying. His Pikachu and Water Arrow Turtle completely restrained Gendarmerie and Ace's Fast Dragon and Fire-Breathing Dragon. In particular, Ace's Fire-Breathing Dragon was double restrained, and every hit was a critical hit, and Gendarmerie was brutally abused because he didn't have any talent as a trainer. As a result, Gendarmerie and Ace both failed to defeat Ash. Another group, the duel between Madara Uchiha and Nilu, has entered a white-hot stage. Madara Uchiha is tricky to deal with Tortoise because evil-type Pokemon are immune to illusions and superpowers. Turned into a broken face, the broken face turtle already has the attribute of evil, and Hude can't do anything about it. During this period of time, Hude has been using teleportation to avoid the melee attack of the broken-faced turtle. Damn, hit a nail. Madara Uchiha was very helpless, and now he can only use the copy function of the shaker to fight with Hude's fighting technique. However, Hude's strength was extremely small, and his fighting technique couldn't be more sloppy. After half an hour of fighting, he was out of breath and almost instantly moved by less than 0.2. God, false flash. Nilu seized the opportunity to let the broken-faced turtle use a fictitious flash and slam into Hude. Hude used the tailed beast cannon. In the end, Madara Uchiha had to play the last trump card, allowing Hude to turn on the half-tailed beast and use the 4-tailed Sun Wukong's tailed beast cannon. What? It turns out that the the Pokemon is regarded as a human pillar force. Sengoku said in shock. Xiao organization is either a lunatic or a pervert. Hyuzen exclaimed. Boom. The two laser cannons collided and a huge mushroom cloud exploded in the arena. Half of the arena was affected and a big deep pit was blasted out. After a few minutes the smoke gradually dissipated and the outcome was already decided. Madara Uchiha's Hude was seriously injured in the explosion and fell to the ground, and Nilu's broken-faced turtle is safe and sound. The final battle is about to begin. Chapter 131_Finals. God level rewards. In the evening, the final came as scheduled. The final will be an offensive and defensive battle. There are 3 rounds in total. Only one Pokemon can be played in each round. The winner can continue to defend. The final is finally here. Kurosaki Ichigo said excitedly. Can Master G defeat this broken-faced monster? Perverted strong. Momuzagi said worriedly. You must win, the champion of the competition, and you can't let the people of Shinxu Realm take it away. Sengoku said firmly. At this time, the final has started. Come out, Water Arrow Turtle. Xiaoji let the Water Arrow Turtle play in the first round. Its attack power and defense power are very high, and it is very suitable for defending. The only disadvantage is that the speed is a bit slow. Liberate Broken Frog. On the other side, Nilu summoned the Frog with 6 vine-like arms growing on the flower buds behind it and holding 6 Pokemon in the shape of a sickle-shaped Zanpakuto. This is Aizen's broken-faced Pokemon created by imitating the state of the 10 Blades number 5 Nutra. Another bad face. What Aizen has raised are monsters. Sengoku dropped a few drops of cold sweat. This battle was not good for Ash. Broken Frog used the swivel to approach the opponent. Melee attack. In a flash of lightning, the broken-faced frog made a loud turn, teleported to the Water Arrow Turtle, and began to attack frantically. Water Arrow Turtle, indent the shell. In desperation, Xiaoji can only resort to emergency defense so that the shell of the Water Arrow Turtle can withstand the frantic attack of the broken-faced frog. The defense of the turtle shell is extremely hard, and even Zanpakuto can't help the Water Arrow Turtle. Broken-faced frog smash its tortoise shell with a phantom flash. Nilu decided to go head-to-head, and 17 let the broken-faced frog build up a false flash, ready to bombard it. Dangerous. Momuzagi looked worried outside the arena. If the gun went down, the Water Arrow Turtle probably couldn't stand it. However, Xiaoji's mouth was slightly raised. Water Arrow Turtle, Rocket Head Hammer. Between the lightning and flint, the Water Arrow Turtle jumped out like a rocket. What? Nilu's face changed slightly. At such a close distance, she couldn't escape. Then, Nilu made a temporary adjustment. Immediately shoot. Boom. There was a huge roar, a powerful explosion in the field, and a thick smoke enveloped the audience. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the result. After a while, the thick smoke dissipated, and the broken-faced frog and the Water Arrow Turtle fell to the ground at the same time, losing consciousness. Just a moment before the explosion, the Rocket Head Hammer with the general attributes of the Water Arrow Turtle hit the broken-faced frog, and the broken-faced frog also issued an incomplete virtual flash at the same time, killing it in one move. In the first round, the two were tied. Immediately afterwards, the two began the second round of the contest. Come out, broken-faced rhino. Nilu summoned a huge broken-faced rhino with 3 attributes of ground, rock, and evil, and it was very powerful. The opposite side, Xiaoji's face was a little heavy. Fire-breathing dragon. It seems that all his card-playing routines have been seen through. Now he only has the 2 signature Pokemon of Fire-breathing dragon and Pishin. Fire-breathing dragon is fire attribute and is double suppressed by rocks, but Pishin is even worse, and thunder and lightning are ineffective against the ground. Broken rhino, shoot it down. Nilu strikes first, blasting a boulder in an attempt to bring down the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, fly to high altitude to avoid attack with dragon's fury. The fire-breathing dragon nodded, immediately flew high into the sky, avoided the stone, and then used the dragon's mighty shock to retreat the broken-faced rhinoceros. Xiaozai calmly analyzed that the face-breaking rhinoceros was very similar to the Water Arrow Turtle, with high attack and defense and slow speed. The advantage of the fire-breathing dragon is that it can fly and has high mobility. After dozens of rounds of confrontation, Xiaoji used this advantage to cleverly escape the pursuit of the broken-faced rhinoceros, and Nilu gradually lost her patience. Liberate broken rhino. Suddenly, Nilu activated her ultimate move and let the broken-faced rhinoceros use the return blade, which instantly increased tenfold in size, covering half of the arena. So terrifying. The return blade of the broken-faced rhinoceros is a giant version of the number 0 imitation 10 blade, and now the fire-breathing dragon can hardly fly its position. What kind of power is this? Xiaoji's face changed greatly. This kind of attack would kill him with a single shot. Super X evolution. When the situation is critical, Xiaozai uses the fire-breathing dragon evolution Stone X, and the fire-breathing dragon evolves into a black-blue flame-burning super fire-breathing Dragon X comparable to the blood of the beast god and debuts. Smash it Broken Rhino. No matter what kind of super evolution, the face-breaking Rhino is just doing it, throwing a heavy punch. Super Charizard X with jet flames. In mid-air, a raging flame erupted on the fire-breathing dragon's tail, instantly brewing the strongest blow. Immediately afterwards, high-pressure flames began to condense in the mouth of super fire-breathing Dragon X and then sprayed towards the broken-faced rhinoceros. Boom! When the big moves were against each other, the face-breaking rhinoceros hit directly with a heavy punch, and the fire-breathing dragon's jet flame also burned the face-breaking rhinoceros into a big fireball. In the end, the beast-level flame and the tenfold enlarged punch defeated the opponent at the same time, and Xiaozai and Nilu were tied again. The end of the showdown. It's about to begin. The last hope is upon you. Pikachu. Ash's last trump card is Pikachu. Pikachu nodded, confident. Broken Turtle. We must defeat it. Nilu's trump card is the broken-faced turtle who has fought all the way. This time, it was Ash's attributes that finally prevailed. Liberate broken-faced turtle. Nilu did not hold back, and as soon as she came out, she let Broken Turtle open the final trump card, returning Blade Shuang Long Cha. After returning to the blade, the Zanpakuto of the broken-faced turtle was transformed into two delicate short forks and turned into a speed-type Pokemon, similar to Raphael in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Suddenly, the broken-faced turtle's eyes became sharp, and it disappeared into the air with a sound. Pikachu move at high speed and beat. At the same time, Ash also makes Pikachu use the fastest movement skills. In a flash of lightning, two Pokemon appeared in the center of the ring, with a double fork and an electrified tail fighting each other. The two Pokemon bounced away, shouted again, and continued to attack. Bang bang bang. Then, the two extremely fast Pokemon began to attack like lightning. Although Pikachu's attack is charged, the broken-faced turtle's physical fitness is extremely strong, and it will face Pikachu head-on with the electric shock. After nearly 10 minutes of fighting, the two Pokemon consumed a lot of physical strength, and both sides were seriously injured. In the end, the two decided to use the final blow to decide the winner. Broken Turtle, Rocket Strike. Nilu let the tortoise gain momentum, and then flew out like a cannonball, stabbing Pikachu with two prongs. This move is a variation of the Rocket Hammer, stabbing the opponent with double prongs, doubling the lethality. Pikachu Thunder. And Xiaozai also let Pikachu store the strongest thunder, and summoned a 10-meter thick Super Thunder to slash at the broken-faced turtle. Boom! With a loud explosion that shook the entire island, a deep pit with a diameter of tens of meters was blasted out in the center of the ring. After this trick is over, the outcome has been announced. Only saw the broken-faced turtle lying in the deep pit. The mask has been broken and lost consciousness. However, there was no sign of Pikachu in the ring. Where's Pishin? Was it blown to pieces? What's the matter? Did you really lose? There was a discussion off the field, and they were worried about Pishin. Hiccup. At this moment, the skin god who was covered in ashes jumped out of the deep pit. Why? Nilu was very surprised. It is reasonable to say that the move just now could not be missed. It's a secret skill stand-in. Xiaoji smiled confidently. At the critical juncture, Pishin used a secret technique substitute and suffered a fatal blow for Pishin. This secret skill is learned from the skill learner. It is very rare, and it is also the life-saving trump card that Xiaoji gave to 880 skin god. That's it, I lost. Nilu sighed, convinced she lost. The title of the champion is finally revealed. Finally, on the podium, Ye Chen personally gave badges to the champion, the 4 kings and the 8 pavilion owners. The 8 masters are Kyuzan, Kaido, Redhead, Ant, Robin, Zoro, Urahara Kisuke and Orokaimaru. They get the Hall Master badge, and the corresponding attributes of the Pokemon and the owner are increased by 25%. Ace, Madara Uchiha, Jean Daomaru, and Nilu became the 4 Heavenly Kings, obtained the Heavenly King badge, and their attributes increased by 50%. And the champion Xiaozai, the champion badge obtained, all attributes are increased by 100%. In addition, they also obtain the corresponding skill learner to learn secret techniques such as Million-Ton Flying Kick. The Lord of the Virtual Circle is really big this time. Alas, it's a pity it's not mine. I can't think of it. This kind of artifact is stronger than the ancient slave. The audience looked at these artifacts with so many boosts. Their eyes were red. All kinds of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Because the badge can also increase personal attributes, Kyuzan will finish blasting Akainu in the future, because after his ice attribute is strengthened, his natural energy level is higher than that of Akainu. And Ace against Akainu, there is no distinction between superiors and inferiors. These are artifacts from 100,000 years ago. This king rummaged through the Kato continent and found them. Now they are given to those who are qualified to get them. There will be a period in the future, humans, orcs, death gods, and Pokemon. After the game, Ye Chen left a light sentence, and then took the Pluto dragon and took his death and the others away from Sabayati archipelago. And this sentence made countless people's eyes shine. The Red Earth continent turned it out. Who was eliminated in the audition heard his eyes light up. The opportunity has come. It's time to go back to old business. It's time to dig a new hole. Chapter 132 Golden Cup Inverted Pyramid Sabayati Archipelago. Everyone is talking about the power of the badge. 100% attribute. Get it? My mosquito coils and tadpoles can instantly kill fire-breathing dragons. This 100% improvement is much stronger than that of the Evil King, without any side effects and trigger conditions, a real bonus. The worst is 25% and you can add your own strength. Now the status of the 4 emperors is even more unshakable. Why didn't the master of the virtual circle take it himself? His left hand of the Dark Master can exert infinite attack power. Infinite x2. The same is infinite. Those who did not win the ranking are envious, especially those who are crazy about power like Jeonju. Afterwards, many people began to leave the stage, but they were not depressed because on the Terracotta continent there were still unknown secret treasures buried in the sky. The strengthening effect of this badge is really unbelievable. Sengoku looked envious, and he also wanted to strengthen himself. Human race is currently too weak. To be precise, it should be that Marine is too weak. Side Hyusen said, actually, the power imprint of the badge can be copied, but you need to defeat my Pokemon to get the power of the badge. Then can you release the water? Sengoku said excitedly. Hyusen's face is full of black lines, and he is also the master of the 8 major halls. If he loses to a novice who just got a Pokemon, he will be very embarrassed. Jean Doan ate the chicken leg and said, Marshal, the badge is an artifact. It has its own spirituality. It's not good to put water. Sengoku listened, stared at Jean Daomaru. His eyes lit up. Little fatty, I remember that you are a backup Marine. Do you want your uncle to turn you into a regular? Grandpa, are you trying to unspoken rules for me? I think it's a good time in the gym. I'd better be a trainer. Jean Daomaru said with contempt. Sengoku looked embarrassed when he heard it. Hey. Anyway, I'm also Martial Marine. Even if it is, don't say it face to face. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, you'd better become a trainer first. Garp laughed. Sengoku was silent again, and it seemed that cheating would not work. Aizen is an enemy, or a perverted strong. Madara Uchiha is very arrogant, and it is estimated that his own people will not release water, let alone the enemy. You can only figure it out yourself. At this time, the red-haired pirates had already boarded the ship and were ready to leave. The harvest is not bad. Red-haired Shanks smiled lightly. When Usopp saw the captain returning in triumph, he cheered, Captain, have a good drink tonight. It's a pity I almost beat that snake. Ben Beckman was a little disappointed. He almost beat Orochimaru, but unexpectedly he was attacked by all attributes and turned into a victory. Whitebeard pirates. See you la. As expected of my son. Whitebeard is very proud of Ace getting the badge of Heavenly King. After all, the other 3 emperors have not received such an honor. It's a pity I didn't bring the championship badge back to Dad. Next time, I will definitely defeat Ash and take his badge. Ace was still young and frivolous and threatened to defeat Ash. However, this is probably getting more and more difficult. When Xiaoji got the championship badge, his strength was more than doubled. That the Whitebeard pirates gradually dispersed and returned to the New World. At the same time, the 4 emperors all instructed people to dig holes in the islands that were divided in the Kitu continent, hoping to get some good treasures. The next day, Marine headquarters. Because all over the world, large and small forces are digging holes in the Terracotta continent, and Marine is busy again. For this, Sengoku has transferred Akainu back to be the leader of the digging team. Akainu, this treasure hunt is up to you. Sengoku said, even if I'm a soldier, I have to do a decent job. Akainu said reluctantly, it's an honor to dig a pit. Don't you see Whitebeard, the Kaido pirates, and the Big Mom pirate group all digging a pit? Sengoku said. Akainu can only nod his head. Although digging a pit is hard, tiring and dirty work, it is also a good opportunity for him to turn around. At this time, there were many cracked Chitushimas on the Kitu continent. Shichibukai Doflamingo and Pika the Thing are also in action. Due to Pika's devil fruit abilities, which can manipulate rocks, it is easiest for them to dig pits. Doflamingo just had to sit on a chair with his thighs crossed and wait for Pika to swim through the formations. It's just that they don't know where the treasure is, so they still have to put some effort into it. After several hours of swimming underground, Pika finally emerged and said excitedly, Young Master, I found it. It is about 500 meters underground. There is a temple. It seems to be called Liudong Temple, and inside it is a huge the Golden Cup. Doflamingo smiled excitedly. Yeah, well, let's go. On the other side, Gecko Moria and Crocodile, 2 professional pit diggers, seem to have dug up treasures as well. It's a hole, Moria said excitedly. Looks like an underground site. Crocodile had seen ruins in this style in Alabasta. Then, the 2 Shichibukai walked in without hesitation. Crocodile's judgment is accurate. This is indeed an ancient site. However, However, he did not know that the site was a fallen pyramid maze. At this time, in the east of Kita continent, Supernova EPUB, using the fruit's ability to explore the sound system, detected a hole in the ground. Yo-ho, it must be an ancient ruin, and now I'm going to counterattack. Come on, Mountain Mouse. EPUB excitedly played a song and then made his ground-type Pokemon, Mountain Mouse, move in the designated direction and start digging tunnels. After about an hour of digging, the tunnel was opened. However, after EPUB entered the underground tunnel, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. This underground ancient ruin is actually a mausoleum full of oriental characteristics. Chapter 133 Shadow Servant Shikigamai Liudong Temple. This golden cup must be a good thing. Doflamingo looked at the glittering cup. The starlight from his eyes could not be covered by his sunglasses, and walked into the temple excitedly. Instigate. However, before he could step in, a cold light flashed. Doflamingo was shocked and quickly avoided. It's dangerous. I thought it was Hawkeye. Boom. The sharp sword energy swept across, directly cutting the large statue behind Doflamingo in half. Who is it? The stone man Pika, Slug Turipole and other senior cotters heard the sound and rushed over immediately. I only saw the person in front of me emitting a cold light, but it was just a black shadow, like the mysterious man in Conan. Moreover, there is more than one such shadow. There are 7. They are swordsman-like assassin, archer with dual knives playing melee combat, a female knight holding a shadowless sword, a burly-looking berserker, flying magician, female knight riding Pegasus 687. Of the 7 people, 6 are not easy, and the only one who looks normal is the spearman. Doflamingo's mouth twitched slightly. Guardians, watch me blow you all up. Come on, let me blow them up. Bounce. Rock fist. Earth blast. Doflamingo rushed up with masters such as Pika the Stone Man, Gladius the Demolition Man, and fought with the Guardians. The Guardians were not afraid at all and rushed up. Wind King Barrier. 3 crane wings. Yan back. Archer charged forward with the double swords and started a gorgeous combo. The master bounces off. It's so powerful. Doflamingo shuddered a little, but fortunately, his ability to use the fruit of the qualifying line blocked the 3 people's strong attack. Fantastic power. Immediately afterwards, a female knight riding a Pegasus flew over, and with one punch, the giant stone man Pika was blown away by more than 10 meters. High-speed word. The magician cast an auxiliary spell, entered the instant casting mode, blasted a large number of magic light bullets, and instantly killed the little followers behind Doflamingo. Intruder. Then, the burly berserker charged forward and rammed Doflamingo and the other cotters. Broken hair. Blaster Gladius detonated his own hair, blasting out countless hairs with paralyzing poison. Boom boom boom. However, the berserker was not affected by the poison and continued to charge, sending the blaster Gladius flying with one punch. Damn, this spearman is also a monster. No matter how you fight it, you can't fight back. Slug Turipole said solemnly. The spearmen didn't use any special skills, but no matter how hard they fought, they couldn't kill them. Due to the inability to adapt to the special abilities of these shadow followers for a while, the Doflamingo family suffered heavy casualties and fell into a hard battle. And on the other side, Gecko Moria and Crocodile are exploring the labyrinth of the inverted pyramid and have gone several floors underground. There are stone slabs everywhere in the labyrinth, but they are all inlaid around the labyrinth and cannot be taken away. And the further down you go, the narrower the labyrinth space is. Crocodile looked at the slates with excitement, very similar to the slates in Alabasta back then. It won't really summon Kaling. Moria was a little panicked. This place is underground, and if there is any ghost, it will be difficult to escape. Moreover, if all the slates survive, it would be more difficult to deal with than a group of 4 emperors. What are you afraid of? Others don't know. Don't you know? My fruit has awakened, and I can turn this place into a desert at any time. In the desert, I am invincible. Crocodile said proudly. In Alabasta, I didn't know how many monsters I killed. You have said this many times, but I have never seen you invincible once. Moria sneered. It was an accident. It was an accident. Crocodile was very angry. His Logia was broken repeatedly, and even Moria suspected that his Logia was fake. Because of the nemesis encountered every time, outsiders have called his fruit ability the most unlucky Logia. Accident? Is this your excuse to disturb the king's sleep? Suddenly, in a slate, the black mage slowly came out, staring coldly at Crocodile. Crocodile's face darkened instantly. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he cursed. Damn, it's you again. The black magic of the black magician can directly break his Logia, and Crocodile is twice defeated by the black magic of his apprentice, the black magic girl. Unexpectedly, it appeared again. At this moment, the supernova EPUB entered the mausoleum with a group of little minions. After half an hour of searching, apart from some ancient murals, there were no special treasures in the tomb. Where's the slate? Where's the badge? Where's the master ball? EPUB was a little anxious. There was nothing in this empty tomb. Just then, one of EPUB's younger brothers hurried over and said breathlessly, Captain, there is something at the end of the tomb. It's 2 stone statues. Appa was very excited when he heard it and rushed over immediately. There are two beauties in the stone statues. One is as charming as fire, engraved with the three characters of De Siming. The other one came out of the dust covered with a veil with the words Xiao Siming written on it. The secret of the tomb is definitely related to these two statues. Appa smiled excitedly and he said, how could there be nothing in such a mysterious tomb? Crystal. However, just as he was about to reach out and touch it, a burst of red and cyan light erupted from the stone statue. Who is coming? Intruder. Die. Under the strong light, the two stone statues actually came to life, their eyes full of killing intent and extremely unfriendly. Shikigamai Seance. White Tiger. Shikigamai Seance. Qinglong. Immediately afterwards, the two beauties immediately made a move and performed Onmyoji. Roar. The tomb shook for a while and two imposing divine beasts roared wildly and jumped out from both sides. Appa looked at these two mythical beasts and his face turned pale in an instant. Damn, look at my cheap hands. Chapter 134_unblock. King, wake up. Roar. With a roar, the two Shikigamai, Qinglong and Beihu waved their sharp claws and tore out two air blades, one green and one white, and swept towards Appa and the others. With one claw, more than a dozen little pirates were torn in half in an instant. Damn, come on. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts. Appa, shoot with mud. Screw, mouse, with metal claws. The remaining pirates gritted their teeth, fought back with all their might, summoned Pokemon, and at the same time all pulled out their weapons and launched a frantic attack on the two Shikigamai. Yo, yo, the radio pirates follow my rhythm. At the same time, Appa used his team fighting stunts to invigorate music, turning his whole body into a musical instrument, beating gongs, drums, and trumpets to boost the morale and attack power of the entire team. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of muffled noises, all attacks on Qinglong and Beihu were like hitting a steel plate, which was completely ineffective but angered the two Shikigamai. Blast spear claws broken, breaking the army fox shadow slash. Under the fury, Qinglong and Beihu made another powerful move, tearing out two air blades more than 10 meters wide, sweeping the audience. Boom. All the crew members except Appa were killed in an instant and Appa's arm was torn out, a few claw marks. Squeak. An emergency. Appa's Pokemon, the mountain rat, cut a big hole in a wall, entered a secret room, and escaped the catastrophe. Crystal. Appa didn't notice the situation in the secret room due to being overly nervous until a golden light flashed in front of his eyes. He didn't react. Wow. If you look carefully, the secret room is splendid, like an immortal palace, and there is a piece of cyan jade reflecting the three realms with the three realms stone written on it. Appa was stunned, as if in a dream. It's a bit similar to the myths and legends recorded in the ancestral home, Appa murmured. Afterwards, Appa walked into the center of the secret room and found a sealed black copper coffin with 9 dragons hovering on the coffin, as if to pull the coffin up. Whose coffin is this? If you sell it, it can at least be exchanged for 100 million Bailey. Appa's eyes glowed with gold. So many soldiers died this time, and this money is just right to recruit soldiers. Thinking about it, Appa decided to take it out on his back, and at the same time, Moria and Crocodile do their best to fight the Black Mage. Wake up, Shaolin Storm. Crocodile used his awakening ability to create a huge storm of sand, which instantly drowned the entire labyrinth. Come out, Undead Legion. At the same time, Moria also summoned a large number of zombie soldiers, blocking the front. Boom. However, these gorgeous sandstorm attacks were quickly blasted away by a black energy ball, and Moria's minions couldn't hold back for long. Go away. Crocodile took advantage of the chaos to escape, using part of the sand from the sandstorm to carry Moria to a distance, and then turned into sand to escape. Facing the devil fruit nemesis like the Black Mage, the awakened Crocodile could only fight and retreat, and he had to go all the way. Boom boom boom. At this moment, under the powerful shock, a secret big stone gate was accidentally opened. It's a secret room. There must be treasures in it, Moria said excitedly. After entering the secret room, a small inverted pyramid shone with golden light, very dazzling. Crocodile immediately grabbed the pyramid, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that this trip was not in vain. After taking the treasure, the two quickly escaped from the maze. Doflamingo over there. What a joke. I'm Heavenly Yiksha. Under the disadvantage, Doflamingo began to use his awakening ability and summoned a powerful fighting type Pokemon Fire Monkey. Ming's Fire Monkey LV50 has a very strong attack power, and with the auxiliary ability of his line fruit, he can burst into a very strong strength. Era White Wave. Awakening ability. Doflamingo turned the ground into a sea of white lines, instantly entangling all shadow servants. Fire Monkey. Use inverse scales. The restrained state. Doflamingo made the Fire Monkey use his strongest skill, reverse scale, and he beat the magician. Wild Waves and White Lines. At the same time, Doflamingo used the white line of the barren waves to twist the Lancer into a twist, and finally smashed him. Watch me crush you, she yat. With a piercing cry, Pika the Stoneman dived into into the stone and created two huge rock pillars which were sandwiched between the two Pegasus Knights. Blasting the rock super extravaganza, Bomber Gladius touched the rock left by Pika and the rock expanded like a balloon, resulting in a powerful explosion. Boom! Only a violent shaking was felt and the entire underground site was enveloped in a blast of dust. After a while, the entire underground ruins gradually returned to calm and the four shadow servants, spearmen, magicians, Pegasus Knights and assassins fell to the ground. However, the last three, the shadowless sword knights, the nuclear slingshot soldiers who played Mosiev and the undead berserkers were still standing in front of Liudong Temple although they were injured. Doflamingo's forehead was full of blue veins and then he roared, "Let the family's Pokemon come together. Come on, Rock Rhino, 100,000 volts, Pikachu, Water Arrow Turtle, Water Cannon, dozens of Pokemon, emitting wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, countless energy. God kills you." At the same time, Doflamingo unleashed his ultimate move, 16 holy bombs, God punishment, all of which hit the three shadow servants. Boom! In the end, the dense attack like a meteor shower leveled the entire underground site except for Liudong Temple, which was protected by an enchantment. After the battle, Doflamingo took a few breaths. The battle was very hard, but he also got his wish and won the Great Holy Grail crystal. The moment he touched the Holy Grail, the information remaining in the Holy Grail turned into golden light and entered his mind. After Doflamingo got this information, his eyes widened and then his eyes were full of ambition. Starting the Holy Grail war. Can the wish come true? Ha ha ha, invincible. Boom! At this moment the Holy Grail began to shake and then 7 golden lights erupted, penetrating 500 meters of strata and falling into the world. Boom, boom, boom. Among them 3 golden rays of light responded and turned into 3 beams of light soaring into the sky. Under the Liudong Temple, a golden figure appeared on a piece of shed snake skin. The underground tomb. In front of EPUB stood a black dragon-robed emperor with supreme majesty. On the inverted pyramid labyrinth, the inverted pyramid in Moria's hand flew in the air and summoned a nameless king. Kings, wake up. Chapter 135 My great Qin is dead. Doflamingo looked at the gleaming young man in golden armor, dumbfounded. Is this the heroic spirit summoned by the Holy Grail? Such a strong aura. Doflamingo had a hint of awe in his heart but more excitement, as if he had gained the strength to compete with the world. Just from the momentum, he can see the power of Jin Shining. As soon as observation Haki perceives it, he finds that Jin Shining has an aura that surpasses the 4 emperors but has a divine nature. Did I summon the gods? Doflamingo was very surprised and the sunglasses could not hide his greedy eyes. Miscellaneous repairs. Has this king allowed you to look up at me? Jin Twinkle got angry when he heard the word divine. He hated gods the most. I'm your master. What are you arrogant about? Doflamingo looked like 730 on his face, swaying from side to Jin Shan, and said arrogantly, "Master, you're the only one who deserves it." Jin Twinkle's eyes turned cold. Doflamingo frowned tightly and said with a ferocious expression, "It seems that you are lacking in lessons, but I am." So, the command curse? Doflamingo thought that glittering was an ordinary heroic spirit and wanted to make Gingering obey through a command spell. However, Jin Twinkle has the independent right of action to strengthen Yechen's X level and is not bound by the command spell. His X level independent action rights were strengthened by Yechen and no one could control his actions except Yechen. Doflamingo is going to have bad luck this time. Such ignorant miscellaneous practices have no survival value. Jin Twinkle's eyes exuded a very strong spirit and a golden light appeared behind him in an instant and the space changed strangely and a few ripples appeared. Then, several delicate knives, swords, and other weapons appeared in the ripples. This is the noble phantasm of A++ rank, the King's Treasure Eruption Noble Phantasm. This noble phantasm can access the items in the treasury anytime, anywhere. The more wealth in the treasury, the stronger the power. And the Golden Treasure House, known as collecting all the treasures in the world. One can imagine how powerful his King's Treasure Eruption Noble Phantasm can exert. Between the lightning and flint, a sharp sword flew towards Doflamingo like a bullet. Boom! Doflamingo quickly dodged the attack with the observation Haki, and the sword hit the ground like a cannonball exploding. Young Master, Slug, Demolition Man, and other cotters immediately supported Doflamingo, attacked Jinjing, and ordered all the Pokemon to attack. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment behind Jin Twinkle, there were countless weapons floating densely, like a torrential rain, blowing up all the attacks in an instant. Doflamingo used his awakening ability's defensive big move, Shield White Line. Pika the Stoneman used stones to build a defensive line, and the Demolition Man's explosive fruit detonated all objects, barely blocking Jin Twinkle's strong attack. However, Glittering's weapons were inexhaustible. Pika's boulder was blown up at once, and Doflamingo's Shield White Line couldn't last long. Boom boom boom. The endless attacks forced Doflamingo and his cotters into hiding, much like a a bunch of clowns jumping on a beam. And the Pokemon of the whole group, due to their low level, also suffered extreme damage during the explosion and were forced to return to the Pokeball. Doflamingo's level 50 fighting type Pokemon Fire Monkey won't last long due to its low defense. Surrendered. In the end, after holding on for nearly 20 minutes, Doflamingo, who was battered into a dog-like form, was wounded and surrendered. Miscellaneous repairers. What about that look just now? Jin Shining sneered. Although he can kill the summoner, he hasn't picked a new one yet, so he'll save Doflamingo's life. Doflamingo knelt in embarrassment, gritted his teeth, and succumbed. Your Majesty, from now on, everything will be yours. Take this king to find the king of this world. I want to see what kind of world this is. Jin Lian said coldly. The most powerful king? Do you mean Tenryabito of the Holy Land? Marie Joyce? Doflamingo was instantly overjoyed and lowered his head. Okay. Resentfully in his heart, Tenryabito, you wait. Pyramid Maze. Moria and Crocodile, staring at the small, dark-skinned unknown king, were amazed and curious. They didn't know what he was capable of, but he looked special, and he was similar to the nameless pharaoh recorded in the Alabasta tablets. By the way, Alabasta. There was a cold light in Crocodile's eyes, as if he had thought of some conspiracy. The unnamed king, I am the guardian of the sand. This time, I am here to welcome the king's return to our capital, Alabasta. Crocodile was polite and respectful to the unnamed pharaoh. Alabasta, my capital? The nameless pharaoh looked suspicious. Yes, that's your kingdom, Crocodile said. Well, the nameless pharaoh nodded ignorantly. Crocodile intends to cause civil unrest by tricking the nameless pharaoh into going to Alabasta. When the time comes, let's see how these stinky bitches who use magic die. Apu's sighed. It's bitter, because he was stuck on the ground by countless golden flying swords, dying. The awe-inspiring dragon-robed man in haki stepped on Apu's head. Tell me, what year is today? Man in the dragon robe also has the right to act independently at the X level, and Apu has undoubtedly become another Doflamingo. Apu was shocked when he heard the familiar ancient script. Isn't this the ancient script from my hometown? Fortunately, I can understand the ancient script. Tonight is the sea circle calendar. 22 years, the era of the great pirate. Apu said. The era of the great pirates? The man in the dragon robe looked stunned. Your Majesty, I didn't lie to you. This world has changed in 1.4. Apu said. Man in the dragon robe thought for a while and said, okay, go out with me to see this wonderful country. Apu nodded, then left the mausoleum with the man in the dragon robe. After taking a few steps, the man in the dragon robe suddenly stopped again. Now the Dakin has been passed down to which generation? Dachin? Your Majesty, your Dachin died a long time ago. Apu trembled a little and whispered, man in the dragon robe, what? My great Chin is dead. Ghost Island in the Palace of Void Night. Yechen watched it all from the perspective of God, and Isho said, very good. Babylon, ancient Egypt, ancient China, 3 ancient kings were born. The world is having fun again. Chapter 136 _ The capital is in turmoil. 2 days later, the Terra continent. Yingzheng, a man in a dragon robe, went to the hometown of the great root Apu, the largest and most fertile continent in the sea. Your Majesty, the Huaxia kingdom is ahead. Apu pointed to the continent ahead and said, Huaxia kingdom is somewhat similar to Wanakuni. It is closed to the country and is not under the jurisdiction of the world government. Legend has it that the Huaxia kingdom was the strongest kingdom in the entire pirate world before it closed its doors. Therefore, no one has attacked this country for thousands of years. This is my country. Yingzheng looked at the great mountains and rivers and rekindled his old ambitions. Dakin will be immortal. On the other side, in the Alabasta Palace. Dark Mage Girl, where are you going? Come back, Black Mage. This day, the 3 pillars of the Black Demon Deo contracted by Princess Vivi suddenly flew out of the palace and disappeared. 17. Because the nameless pharaoh set foot on this desert, Princess Vivi's black magician 3 pillars sensed the king's return, followed the king's call and left the contractor. Boom, boom. Suddenly, at the port of Alabasta, a big explosion occurred. Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and the nameless pharaoh have launched a raid on the kingdom. Then, Nami, Princess Vivi, and Robin, with the kingdom's escort and a group of Pokemon, came to drive off the invaders. It's Yushishibukai again. Princess Vivi burst into anger when she saw it was Crocodile. What have you done to the darkness? Nami asked Crocodile and Gecko Moria. Opposite. Crocodile laughed wildly. Alabasta's rebels, your king, are back. Then, the nameless pharaoh walked up to the 2 Shishibukai, the mighty Haki. This is the nameless pharaoh. Robin saw this outfit and immediately remembered the reliefs and contents recorded on the large stone tablet at the underground site. It's a Miss Sunday. Your king is back. Hand over the kingdom. Crocodile said ambitiously. You want to steal the country again? You lunatic. Pikachu. 100,000 volts. Nami couldn't hold back the anger in her heart and ordered Pikachu to attack. Moria. Crocodile lets Moria control the nameless pharaoh while a sandstorm rolls up in his hands. Salon. Boom boom boom. A sandstorm that covered covered half of the sky swept away, resisting all Pikachu's lightning attacks. The nameless pharaoh was a little stunned. He didn't expect to start a war as soon as he came. Gee king, let's take back your territory. Gecko Moria launched the command spell, causing the nameless pharaoh to summon the black mage and attack Alabasta. The nameless pharaoh had no independent action, only obedience. Damn, Alabasta, all attack. Princess Vivi sensed that something was wrong with the nameless pharaoh, and without any sympathy, ordered an attack directly. War broke out, and this time, the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. Gold glitter floats over the holy place of Marie-Joyce, shining with golden light, and the whole city is watching. Who is this? It's holy. It must be the patron saint of our Tenryabito. All Tenryabito looked up at Jin, shining in awe, thinking that he was Tenryabito's patron saint. As everyone knows, the next moment will be a disaster. A mere swarm of ants. Whoever allows you to raise your head, the worms have to look like worms. Bow down and die. When Jin Twinkle heard the word God, he was immediately furious, and immediately opened the noble phantasm king's treasure, and sent out countless magical weapons to bomb the holy city. Boom! A burst of explosions, once again breaking the tranquility of the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. Doflamingo didn't shoot, just stood by. As the arrogant king, Jinjing is disdainful, and does not need to rely on Doflamingo's power. Damn, another aggressor. Hurry up and call Marine Admiral. Quick, hide in the underground palace. The war started. Tenryabito immediately sounded the alarm, went to the underground palace to take refuge, and notified Marine to come to support. At this time, Marine headquarters. When Sengoku received emergency support from the CP0 intelligence officers stationed in the Holy Land, his face changed drastically. Kuzan, Borsalino, the Holy Land Marie-Joyce has an accident. Immediately go to support. Sengoku immediately ordered and sent 2 admiral to support. 680 yes. Kuzan and Kizaru nodded and immediately rushed to the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. Aside, Garp's face was heavy, and he asked, what's going on? Send 2 admiral at the same time. It seems that the enemy is very strong this time. It's a man with countless weapons and wearing going armor. The destructive power is amazing, and he has the strength of admiral, or even stronger, Sengoku said solemnly. Sengoku let the 2 admirals pass by because of Jin Shining's unknown combat power and powerful destructive power, so he wanted to end the turmoil as soon as possible. Otherwise, the holy site of Marie-Joyce will be razed to the ground again. In less than a minute, the Holy Land Marie-Joyce. Instigate. Light and shadow flash. Kizaru came. Yee. Afterwards, Kuzan also flew over with the evolved Pokemon Big Bird to support him at a high speed. It's so funny. In the corner, Doflamingo snickered when he saw the arrival of the 2 admirals, and a shocking duel was about to begin. Chapter 137 Treasure of the King. Admiral defeated. Miscellaneous. Who allows you to stand on the same level as me? In mid-air, Jin Twinkle's eyes exuded endless chills, and once again summoned a dense array of magical weapons and blasted at Kuzan and Kizaru. Yasakani no Megatama. Kizaru unleashed his ultimate move, firing countless barrages of light energy, slamming against the glittering treasure. Boom boom boom. The densely packed offensives of the 2 sides collided in the center, and a series of big explosions occurred. Ice Age. Kuzan seized the opportunity to get as close to Shining as possible under the cover of Kizaru before resorting to Ice Age. Cluck cluck. I only saw a crystal iceberg rising from the ground, instantly freezing the gold glittering. Kuzan's Ice Age, with the addition of the pavilion owner's badge, has raised its power by a notch. Boom. However, it didn't take long for Big Iceberg to be smashed by the weapon behind Jin Shining, and Kuzan's Ice Age could only seal him for a second. Look at you, Kuzan. Kizaru has maintained Yasakani no Megatama against the wealth of the king's treasures that glitter in abundance. The missing sword stabbed on Kizaru's body was also dissolved by his elementalization, and Kuzan got a good attacking opportunity. Big Bird used the storm. Kuzan took advantage of this advantage and cooperated with Big Bird to launch a fierce attack on Jin Shining. A hurricane swept across, instantly swept away a large amount of the king's treasure. Exploding pheasant mouth. Kuzan seized the best opportunity to attack, elementalized with one hand, burst into a strong cold, and shot an ice bird into the gap. Frost armor. In mid-air, a cold light poured down from the top of Jin Shining, directly blocking the blow. Boom. There was a violent explosion of ice, and Jin Twinkle still floated majestically, uninjured and not frozen, because he has already put on the C-rank noble phantasm, the frost armor, the armor held by the ancient Greek snow god Kion. Frost armor can reduce the damage of the ice attribute attack by 90% and is immune to the freezing state. Kuzan's attack hits him without pain or itching. In the ensuing contest, neither side was able to break through the other's defenses. Although Jinling's attack is fierce, it can't cause damage to Logia. Kuzan, Kizaru, and Big Bird's attacks were either blown up by the treasure of the king, or blocked by his armor. The 2 sides persisted for nearly half an hour, but no one could break take the situation. Suddenly, Jinling was confident in Isho. There are 2 times. I can only see what happened to these 2 ants. The abilities of Kyuzan and Kizaru are tricky. Jin Shining can only use the noble phantasm that can pierce through everything, the almighty omniscient star, a noble phantasm that can see through everything. So it is. The corners of Jinjing's mouth were slightly raised. He had already learned about the weaknesses of Kyuzan and Kizaru. The serious hero King Gilgamesh can become the heroic spirit of the ceiling, except for the ex-anti-world noble phantasm and the deviant's sword, mainly relying on his massive noble phantasm and the all-powerful and omniscient star. Know thyself, ever victorious. Coupled with his rich noble phantasm, it is easy to find out the opponent's weaknesses. He can be called the little prince of countermeasures, but under normal circumstances, he is too arrogant and disdains to use countermeasures. Happy Wrong Fan. Jin Shining used the B-rank noble phantasm Zurong Fan and attached flames to the treasure of the king. He decided to take out Kyuzan first because of his poor mobility. Zurong Fan is an artifact of Zurong, the god of fire in ancient Chinese mythology, and its ultimate power can burst out the fiery flames like the sun. Boom! The bullet-like speed, like a torrential rain of swords, spears, and axes, all slammed towards Kyuzan. Ice Age. Kyuzan created a tens of meters thick ice, trying to stop Jinjing's attack. However, the king's treasure with the noble phantasm flame attached easily penetrated his ice wall. It's troublesome. Kizaru immediately blasted Yasakani no Megatama to Shining, clearing for Kyuzan. Miscellaneous repairs. I'll wait for your move. The corners of Jinjing's mouth twitched slightly, and then she used a huge mirror to bounce Kizaru's Yasakani no Megatama back. Boom boom boom. Kizaru's eyes widened, and Yasakani no Megatama, who bounced back, actually blew him up. This mirror is one of the 3 artifacts given to the royal family by the great god Yamato Amaterasu. The Yata mirror belongs to a level noble phantasm. It can reflect attacks and has special rules. It ignores Logia and directly causes damage to the attacker. Kizaru's Yatagara mirror is just a fake made with light energy, and it can't be compared with the real Yatagara mirror. I heard that this is the nemesis of your capable ones. B-rank noble phantasm. The prototype of Poseidon's trident flew out from the golden treasury. Go! Boom! Kizaru, who was hit hard, could avoid it, and the trident pierced his shoulder directly, stuck on the ground, and blasted a big deep hole. The trident of the ancient Greek sea god, 1 level higher than Sea Stone, directly blocked Kizaru. On the other side, Kyuzan was also smashed by the burning weapon, and his whole body was injured. Big Bird, save Borsalino, retreat. The critical moment, Kyuzan could only retreat and let Big Bird pick up Kizaru and retreat. The world's top combat power is only miscellaneous. Shining Jin laughed wildly, and instead of pursuing him, he occupied one of the most splendid palaces in the Holy Land. Rejoice. From now on, this is the king's land. A few minutes later, Marine headquarters. The 2 admiral, covered in blood, returned to the marshal's office in embarrassment and reported the information of the golden glitter to Sengoku. Damn. Sengoku slapped the table and was furious, and the Holy Land fell again, and the golden glitter was undoubtedly a thorn that pierced the heart. Neither Marine admiral can settle, and it seems that another fierce battle is coming. P.S. In this chapter, Zurong Fan and Poseidon Trident are prototypes, so they are set as B-level. Chapter 137 _ The giant warrior is coming. The Holy Land cannot fall. Act now. Sengoku thought for a moment, and without asking Gorosei/5 elders, he raised the emergency alarm and dispatched all the marine elites to retake the Holy Land. Rejoice. Recall Akainu's digging team. Now we need strength. Garp reminded. Good. Sengoku nodded and immediately notified Akainu, who had been digging holes in the terracotta continent, to return to the team. A few minutes of preparation. Sengoku himself set out on the expedition, leading Momuzaki, Garp, Shaitan, Toki Cake, and 10 other vice admiral, as well as the Pokemon army plus 10,000 elite soldiers, to attack the Holy Land with all his strength. If you don't get rid of Jinling and take back the Holy Land, I will not let it go. Alabasta port was full of artillery fire, and the fire was flashing. The battle between Crocodile and the kingdom's army gradually entered a white-hot stage. Boom! The energy in the mid-air intertwined with each other, and the 2 sides did not spare any effort to bang against each other frantically, and the smoke of gunpowder spread over the entire battlefield. Robin and the others were not weak and blocked most of the attacks, but after Crocodile awakened, the destructive power was too strong, and the Black Mage attacked, causing heavy casualties in the kingdom's army. And Alabasta's Pokemon 580 are mostly cute, and the actual combat ability is too bad. King, summon the Chaos Dark Sorcerer and Dark Sorcerer Girl and activate joint magic. At this time, Gecko Moria took advantage of the victory and launched 2 command spells in a row, intending to take Alabasta in one fell swoop. The nameless pharaoh nodded, then summoned the Black Magician Girl, started the ceremony, and specially summoned the chaotic Black Magician position on the black magic altar. Black explosion magus. The three pillars of the black magic Deo jointly launched the ultimate magic, blasting a black magic Deo energy bomb the size of a warship. Ha ha ha, just give it a try. It's like being turned against by your own confidant. Crocodile laughed wildly. This move, at the beginning, destroyed the entire Buster Call's military force and seriously injured Admiral Kizaru, and its power was comparable to an ancient weapon. Damn. Nami gritted her teeth. She was very aware of this kind of power, and her current strength simply couldn't stop it. I will never step back in defense of Alabasta. Under the desperate situation, Princess Vivi burst into potential, and a strong golden light flashed on her body. Awaken, magician, technology fusion. Under the awakening, Princess Vivi released a big move, summoning Familiar with 4 attributes, and began to perform. Suddenly, a huge magic weapon appeared in front of him, covering half of the battlefield, and then jack bombs lined up in a circle. The frost snowman kept spinning, sending out icy attacks, and the photoelectric eel turned into a restraining halo, suppressing the huge dark energy bomb. Drink. The end. Princess Vivi smashed the device, and a shadowy night catfist the same size as a dark energy bomb blasted out like a cannonball. Boom. A dark light curtain instantly enveloped the entire island, and with a loud explosion that shook the entire country, both the dark energy bullet and the shadow night catfist both exploded. Princess Vivi's awakening big move blocked this devastating blow. I'm dying. I don't believe you can use it again. Dust pile. Gecko Moria crawled out again, smug, and wanted the nameless pharaoh to attack again. However, when he came back to his senses, he found that the nameless pharaoh was standing in front of Princess Vivi. The nameless pharaoh. You. Gecko Moria exploded in anger. He didn't expect the nameless pharaoh to betray them. Why? We are your summoners. Crocodile gritted his teeth. They didn't know that the command spell could only be used 3 times, and after 3 times, the nameless pharaoh had transferred the contract to Princess Vivi. The inverted pyramid also fell into the hands of Princess Vivi. This king is not at the mercy of thieves like you. The nameless pharaoh was very smart, and he knew that these two were not good people. Crocodile and Moria slaughtered the guards of the kingdom indiscriminately, and the people here did not support them. The guardian of the sand was just a lie to deceive a 3-year-old child. It was only because of the command spell that he had to take action. Immediately afterwards, the nameless pharaoh's eyes radiated sharpness and shouted towards the sky, "Come out, Obelisk's giant soldier!" Boom! There was a thunder, and dark clouds rolled in the sky, and then a huge blue beam of light shot down. A burly haki, a blue giant with wings, enveloped the entire island. One of the 3 phantom gods. Obelisk's giant soldier is coming. Obelisk, use the smashing fist. The nameless pharaoh gave an order, and the giant soldiers attacked with all their strength. It's over. Crocodile and Gecko Moria both turned green, greener than Gushenal. Boom! The punch of God smashed all sides directly, and instantly blasted Crocodile and Gecko Moria out of the sky. After God's attack, there was no suspense, and the Alabasta battle came to an end. However, the reality is just the opposite. This is just the prelude to the war. Holy Land. Rejoice. With Marine suddenly stopped and looked at the blue beam of light in the distance in surprise. Another heroic spirit summoned by the Holy Grail. There is still such a strong divinity. Jin Twinkle immediately frowned when he noticed the breath of this god. The power that can threaten him has appeared. This broken city will be returned to you. Saying that, Jin Twinkling abandoned the city and left, flying towards the beam of light in the distance. What's the matter? Sengoku looked bewildered, and before Marine even started fighting, Jin Shining escaped by himself. Is there any conspiracy in that beam of light in the distance? Gollum. Just then, the spies stationed in Alabasta came over. After getting on the phone, he learned that something big happened again in Alabasta. On the other side, the eastern ancient island, the Huaxia kingdom. Ying Zheng also sensed the arrival of the giant god soldier, but he just glanced at the beam of light before heading towards this ancient China-like kingdom. He doesn't care about the giant god soldier very much, because he has been reborn and his strength has been improved. After his death, he has been to the king's continent, where he obtained unimaginable power. What's more, the Huaxia kingdom has had countless strange people since ancient times. After unifying the Huaxia kingdom, even the gods will submit to his feet. Chapter 138 Supreme Kingship. Holy Land. Rejoice. After Jin Shining left, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Momuzaki, and 10,000 elite soldiers all stared at Doflamingo in the corner. Doflamingo's face turned white, even whiter than white paper. He said with sweat, "You all, what are you looking at me for? Catch him." Tenryabito, who took refuge, came out of the underground palace and immediately ordered the arrest of Dofrin. Mingo, hey, why are you arresting me? I didn't participate in this war. Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat and explained to Marine. However, Marine still pushed over and didn't listen to him at all. "I'm Tenryabito," Doflamingo roared. In order to avoid being beaten, Doflamingo can only throw out Tenryabito identity. However, the Don Quixote family, long since removed, has no Tenryabito to recognize his status. Open up. All he saw was a plume of smoke and dozens of fists, and Marine slapped him wildly. It beat me to death, sighed Tenryabito, vented his anger. Doflamingo was the culprit this time. Over the years, the holy site of Marie Joyce has suffered numerous attacks. 20 families, hundreds of Tenryabito, and now only a few dozen people are left under the raging war. This time, Tenryabito vented his anger over the years on Doflamingo at once. Okay, stop. Sengoku called to stop after a frantic beating, and asked Doflamingo about Ginger's situation. What's up with this Ginger? Where did he appear? Why is he so nervous about that blue light? Okay, but only I know the secret. You have to keep me safe and Shisabukai's status, Doflamingo said. Sengoku thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I promise you. No good to put Doflamingo in prison now. After all, he has helped Marine a lot in wars big and small. After taking a few breaths, Doflamingo honestly explained the Holy Grail War, heroic spirits, and command spells. What did you say? The victor of the Holy Grail War can fulfill all wishes. Sengoku listened to what Doflamingo said. His eyes widened in shock. If the information of the Holy Grail is true, it must be a bigger threat than Madara Uchiha, Aizen, and even the Lord of the Void. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku immediately ordered, go to Alabasta immediately, and you mustn't let Jin Shining succeed. At this time, the Huaxia Kingdom, the imperial capital Dragon Palace. Boom. Several lightsabers like meteors fell from the sky and smashed the walls of Daiguan, and the war was coming. Leave the braid without the head, or else die. In mid-air, Yang Zheng's whole body glowed with golden light. Looking down at the entire Dragon Palace, Haki was incomparable. Before that, Apu explained to Yang Zheng what happened to the Huaxia Kingdom for thousands of years. The kingdom has decayed and is now ruled by the queen, who is just her pawn without any real power. Apu also came out to be a pirate because he couldn't bear such a decadent rule. When Yang Zheng learned of all this, he was instantly furious and determined to rebuild China's hegemony and restore the prosperity of the Qin dynasty. And this braid symbolizes this decadent and collapsed era. This time Yang Zheng wants to end this era. Invaders, die. The Yellow Banner Corps, all attack. Shinwu Cannon, take your place. Hearing the movement outside the city, the 8 imperial armies guarding the Dragon Palace came one after another. The 8 legion commanders headed by them are also known as the Admiral Army with the strength of Vice Admiral. Boom. Dozens of bangs sounded in a row, and the imperial army sent countless shells into the air, blasting at Yang Zheng. By Lingzhan, going flash, blue gun. At the same time, all the 8 legion commanders flew towards Yang Zheng and struck the strongest blow. These weak people are the legion commanders. Has the Huaxia kingdom decayed to such an extent? Let's bury them there together. Yang Zheng is cold Isha. Flowers. Supreme kingship. Behind them, countless golden lightsabers erupted like a rain of lasers. Boom. The supreme kingship smashed all the flying cannonballs in an instant and then poured down like a torrential rain and fell on the entire Dragon Palace. Boom. The entire Dragon Palace exploded directly, and the 8 imperial guards and their regiment commanders had already been pierced by Wang Jian and their bodies were broken into pieces. In the sky, a golden light erupted from Yang Zheng's body, and then, a small river outside the Dragon Palace resonated and rolled up a 100-meter high waterspout crystal. At the top of the waterspout, a green light gradually appeared. Then, the lost Chuanguo jade seal flew from the tornado into Yang Zheng's hands. What a divine light. Our emperor is back. The people of the imperial capital all looked up at Yang Zheng in awe. This is the arrival of the king. Yang Zheng held the jade seal of the country and looked down at the common people. Haki declared, from now on, my great Qin Zhongshan will be immortal and will be handed down forever. A burst of dragon majesty erupted instantly, and the entire Chinese people bowed their heads and knelt down, convinced by this holy majesty. Now that the Huaxia kingdom is a great Qin country, I'll cut the whip soon. Leave the braid and not the head, Apu said to the people around him. The crowd around pointed to the long braid on Apu's head with contempt. What about you? Cut. Apu scratched his head in embarrassment, then picked up the big knife and cut off the long braid on top of his head. After that, the people of the entire Huaxia kingdom followed suit and cut off the symbol of corruption and cowardice. Yang Zheng looked at all this, ignited his ambition, looked to the sea, and wanted to take in the endless splendid mountains and rivers. The world and the Holy Grail must be in his pocket. From the perspective of God, Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. The first emperor really has the demeanor of a king. Soon, the 3 ancient kings will meet and the world will be stirred again. Chapter 139 Hero King vs Pharaoh. High above the Great Channel, on a mysterious sky island. Boom, boom. Crocodile and Gecko Moria, who had suffered heavy blows from the gods and were sure to die, slowly climbed out of the deep pits in the unique environment of this mysterious sky island and miraculously survived. Then, the two began to explore the island full of fairy energy in the air, and this night it was not calm. Marine headquarters was in action. Jinjing and Yang Zheng locked their eyes on Alabasta Island. Next day, Alabasta, the unknown pharaoh, returns, and the Alabasta king Cobra decides to abdicate and make way for the wise. The nameless pharaoh was also disrespectful because in his memory this was his kingdom, and now the world is in chaos and the recovery of all ethnic groups needs his strength. This day, most of the people of Alabasta came to the capital, Albina, to witness the coronation of the nameless pharaoh. The scene can be described as a national celebration. Pharaoh is immortal. 153 Alabasta will be brilliant forever. Under the cheers of warm applause, the pharaoh slowly walked out of the palace from the red carpet. King Cobra, Princess Vivi, Robin, Nami no Jaiko all followed behind on both sides, and there were 2 rows of Pikachu and Fat Ding's ceremonial team, adding a bit of color. However, at this moment a golden light flashed across the sky. Instigate. Suddenly, a special spaceship flew fast, blasted 2 sharp swords, and stabbed the nameless pharaoh. The king of heroes, Jin Shining, rides on his throne, Vimana, to challenge the nameless pharaoh. Not only glittering, but Marine has already arrived at full speed, but not as fast as glittering, and is still halfway there. Dark Mage. The nameless pharaoh responded quickly and summoned the Black Mage to stop the attack. The side Princess Vivi frowned and shouted at Jin Shining, who dares to disturb the king's enthronement. Ascension. Only me in the world can be the king, and the others don't dare to be some miscellaneous practitioners. In the sky, sitting on the throne, looking down coldly at the nameless pharaoh. Looks like it's here to make trouble. Black Mage girl, Chaos Black Mage, come on. Although the nameless pharaoh was kind, he couldn't bear the humiliation of Jin Shao, and immediately summoned the 3 pillars of the Black Demon Deo to launch an attack. Dark Bullet. The 3 pillars of the Black Demon Road burst out at the same time, and they blasted out 3 dark energy balls in unison. An ant. Is this the kind of strength? Jin Twinkle looked disdainful, and then activated the noble phantasm, King's Treasure, and blasted out countless swords, and axes. Boom. With a loud bang, the densely packed treasures of the king gradually exploded. 3 energy bombs, rushing towards the nameless pharaoh. Black Mage, with 1,000 knives. Darkness Girl, use a magic tube. Chaos Dark Sorcerer, attack directly. The nameless pharaoh commanded calmly, and let the black magician send out 1,000 knives to smash the treasure of the king, and at the same time let the black magician girl bounce the attack with a magic tube, and finally let the chaotic black magician clean up the remaining weapons. Boom boom boom. A burst of continuous bombardment. Colorful, dense attacks collided, resulting in continuous explosions, and the scene was extremely spectacular. After that, the golden treasure of the king and the 3 pillars of the black magic road have been deadlocked. The all-seeing star. All kinds of magic. The 3 pillars of the black magic road are more difficult than imagined, and Jin Yun had to use the omnipotent and omniscient star to find out their weaknesses. After a few seconds of observation, the little prince of countermeasures is confident. Isho, Bow of Light. The best way to deal with dark magicians is to use the noble phantasm prototype of the god of light, Balder, the god of light. Instigate. A few arrows in a row instantly penetrated the dark energy bullet and flew towards the 3 pillars of the black magic road. Magic hat. Boom. A burst of white smoke rose, and the ground was covered with huge magic hats, which hid the 3 pillars of the black magic Deo. The clown trick. However, Jin Twinkle used the all-powerful and omniscient star to see the hiding place of the 3 pillars at a glance. Boom. There was a violent explosion, and the 3 pillars of the black demon road were directly hit by the divine arrow of the light attribute, and they immediately exited the stage. Your Majesty. Robin, Nami, and Princess Vivi ignited the fighting spirit, ready to attack. No, let me come. The nameless pharaoh's eyes were sharp, and a golden light erupted, extremely sacred. Come out, Sky Dragon of Osiris. Boom. Under the thunder, the sky instantly turned into a dark cloud covering the entire Alabasta, which was more terrifying than the thunder cloud of the lightning bird. Immediately after that, a red light dyed the entire rolling sea of clouds, and it was extremely imposing. Roar. Lightning flashed and thundered, and amidst the rolling thunder clouds, a giant red dragon rolled and circled in the sea of clouds, and finally protruded its dragon head and glared at Jin Shining. The symbol of good and evil, the Sky Dragon of Inferno Osiris, is coming. Marine, who was about to arrive, and the masters of the Great Channel all looked at this dragon in awe. Is there another divine beast? It's a strong divine beast. It feels stronger than Kekuzuzu. It's only been quiet for half a year. Who wants to start a world war? On the warship, Sengoku looked serious. Is this the divine beast summoned by the heroic spirit? It seems that the legend of the Holy Grail will not be fake. Jin Twinkle looked at this behemoth and said coldly, Shenlong, dare to show your teeth and claws in front of this king. I don't know whether to live or die. The king's treasure. Afterwards, Jin Twinkle activated the treasure of the king and attacked the sky dragon. Looks like you haven't eaten lightning bombs before. The corner of the nameless pharaoh's mouth was slightly raised, and the second dragon mouth of the sky dragon was opened in an instant, condensing using a powerful thunderbolt and blasting it out. Boom! Lightning flashes all over the field. All summons will be judged by Hell to reduce their attack power by 2000 points, and those with attack power below 2000 points will be directly destroyed. Most of the noble phantasms issued by the King's Treasure are prototypes, basically below the C rank, and all of them were directly smashed by the lightning bomb, and the attack power and defense power of the Sky Dragon are determined according to the number of the Nameless Pharaoh's faction X1000, and now its attack power has soared into several digits. Deal with him, Sky Dragon. With an order, the Sky Dragon began to condense the energy of thunder light in his mouth and blasted it out. The Shield of Dawn. At the critical moment, the little prince of countermeasures used tactics and released a large round shield shining with holy light. Boom! A great noble phantasm. The Dawn Shield of Heimdall, the guardian god, blocked God's blow. The Lock of the Sky. Immediately afterwards, Jin Twinkle used the anti-god noble phantasm in the chaos, sending out a few huge iron cables, instantly tying the Sky Dragon. Roar! The Sky Dragon struggled desperately, but the more force it exerted, the tighter the iron rope became. The heavenly chain is a commandment to the gods. The stronger the divinity, the higher the hardness of the chain. 5.5, and the Sky Dragon cannot break free. Damn it! The Nameless Pharaoh was surprised, but he didn't expect that Jin Twinkle actually had an anti-god noble phantasm. Fortunately, the other party only has one heavenly lock. Judgment in Hell. Today the King of Japan will judge you well. Jin Shining laughed wildly. The Lock of the Sky. It was his most trusted noble phantasm, but he was obedient to the dragon rule of the sky. Just when the Nameless Pharaoh wanted to summon the giant god soldier, a loud shout came from a distance. Supreme Kingship. Blah blah blah. Countless golden lightsabers slammed on the Lock of the Sky like a rain of bullets, quickly severing the pair of divine treasures. Immediately afterwards, Qin Huang Yingzheng flew over from a distance with the newly built army. Which miscellaneous, disturbing this king's good deeds? Which miscellaneous cultivator is talking about me? Ying Zhenfei was at a higher place, looking down at Jin Shanying, and said contemptuously, when two arrogant and ancient kings meet, what kind of spark will erupt? Chapter 140_3 King's War. Another strange god-level powerhouse? Nami was shocked. This dragon robe and costume, could it be the first emperor of the ages? Qin Huang Yingzheng? On the side, Robin's eyes widened. In her memory, she had read some ancient books of the Huaxia kingdom when she was young, and she still had a little impression of the first emperor Yingzheng. Just when they were in a daze, the two kings had already started to take action. Miscellaneous repairers, those who dare to stand taller than me have all turned into dead bones. Jin Ling shouted loudly, and a golden light suddenly erupted behind him, and then a ripple flew out from the ripples. With the sharp sword, rushed to Yingzheng. The inferior pariah should kneel at my feet. Yingzheng gave him a cold look, then pointed at him, and a dragon sword chi flew out. Bah! A sword fight. The cold light is boundless, and the duel between the two officially started. Go to hell and be your king. Jin Twinkle strengthened the firepower and released more than 100 treasures at one time. The noble phantasm rain bombed, and it was terrifying to watch. 17. Supreme Kingship. Yingzheng snorted coldly, activated the Supreme Kingship, and blasted out countless golden lightsabers. Blah blah blah. Swords swept across the sky, and the sword energy was comparable to a laser barrage. The two's big moves were as endless as a meteor shower, overwhelming the sky. This kind of attack can't hurt this king. There were more than a dozen lightsabers of the Supreme King's power hit Jin Shining, but the damage was not high. His golden armor was originally immune to 90% magic damage. Your inferior noble phantasm will only lower my status. The shield of the king. And Yingzheng sacrificed the shield of the king, and all the incoming attacks were blocked by a white energy light shield. Dare to imitate this king's attack? Go to hell. Miscellaneous. Jin Twink was furious. Yingzheng's supreme kingship is very similar to his stunts, which makes the arrogant hero king very unhappy. In addition, the ancestral dragon aura on Yingzheng's body is divine, and Jin Twinkle can't tolerate such people living in this world. The Lock of the Sky. In an instant, the king of heroes once again used the noble phantasm, flying out a few chains, mingling with the king's treasure, and rushing towards Yingzheng. And the king punishes. Qin Shi Huang raised his hand lightly, and immediately countless dragon chi lightsabers landed on Jin Ling's head in the void, forming a going sword formation. Clang clang. The Lock of the Sky fell, locking Yingzheng. However, Yingzheng's supreme monarchy did not stop, and he shattered the Lock of Heaven every few seconds. On the other side, Jin Twinkle was also blocked by the sword formation and could not move. But after a while, Jin Shining broke free from the suppression of the lightsaber. Boom! The two kings continued to blast each other. Hundreds of artifacts and lightsabers collided at the same time, creating a huge explosion that shone the sky and the earth as gorgeous as fireworks. Such a wonderful aerial battle is really rare, Robin exclaimed. This battle is very shocking, second only to the sky war that besieged the creator god Arceus. The duel between Deidara and the Phoenix was like a fight between children. Afterwards, the two arrogant kings bombarded each other in the air for half an hour. At this time, Marine, who came at full speed, had already docked. Sabo, the second head of the Revolutionary Army, also landed on the other side of the island with a small team. It's not a joke. It seems that the bear's information is true. Sabo looked at the mid-air duel and was amazed. Long dispatched Sabo immediately after the news came back from the undercover tyrant bear buried in Marine. It seems that the information that the Holy Grail can realize any wish is very credible. At this time, Jin Twinkle was unable to break through Yingzheng and was already extremely angry. Deviant's sword. A terrifying scream. Jin Shining brought out the strongest ex-noble phantasm, the Deviant's sword, known as the sword that can sever the world, heaven and earth. Deviated star. A frenzy. Jin Jingjing slashed out a crimson energy cannon that destroyed the ground, and in an instant the desert of Alabasta began to crack. Supreme dragon power. Yingzheng counterattacked with all his strength and sacrificed the ex-noble phantasm to inherit the country's jade seal. The ancestral dragon's breath burst out instantly, upgrading the supreme kingship to the supreme dragon and sending out endless dragon sword chi. This power. In the palace, the nameless pharaoh did not intend to take action, but if these two forces collided, the entire Alabasta would definitely collapse, and he had to take action. Come out, trolls of obelisk. The nameless pharaoh summoned giant soldiers and instructed Robin to make sacrifices. Robin nodded and cast a spell to summon two elves. Soul energy max. With a single order, the giant god soldier crushed the two elves, exploded with divine energy, and slammed into the sky with a punch. Bang! The three god-level energies collided, and the whole world seemed to stand still in an instant. Rumbling. A few seconds later, there was a thunderous explosion from the sky, and the mountain shook, and three cracks gradually appeared in the sky. The sky was already shrouded in red, blue, and gold, illuminating half of the world. The masters on the great waterway all stared at this light sluggishly, shocked to the extreme. When the strong pass dissipated in the sky, the nameless pharaoh had already stood on the head of the sky dragon, confronting the other two kings. "This is my territory. You are not allowed to do anything wrong here," said the pharaoh without 407. "The whole world is the king's territory," Jin Shining said coldly. "An ants, there is no king in the world. Everything in the world is under my feet, including you." Yingzheng Haki responded, "You two kneel at my feet together. Heaven and earth are deviated." The star of development. The corners of Jin Shao's mouth raised slightly, and the seal of the deviant's sword was released again. The red aura exploded instantly and swept the audience. "I am the only one in the sky and the world." On the other hand, Yingzheng used the ultimate power of the imperial jade seal to elevate the supreme dragon energy to the limit. "Come out, the winged dragon of the sun god." With an angry shout, the nameless pharaoh was about to summon the last three phantom gods, and a burst of sun-like flames burned the sky. Under the raging fire, a golden sphere shone with fiery light like a small sun. The coast, marine powerhouses such as Sengoku and Kizaru stared dumbly in the air, dumbfounded. This is the legendary three phantom gods who destroy the world. At this moment, Alabasta experienced a strong earthquake accompanied by a surge of lava, and a huge wave of 100 meters was rolled around. "Stop!" In the sky, Xiaoji rode on the split empty seat, brought the three holy birds, and the ground Gulaton and Neptune Ya came strong. Chapter 141 Divine Beast Clash. Holy Grail War. Another bunch of miscellaneous men. Jin Twinkle was interrupted before he made a move, and his heart was full of unhappiness. "Miscellaneous? Looks like you didn't understand the situation." On the other side, the face of the nameless pharaoh changed slightly. These divine beasts were not much worse than his three phantom gods. Ash's champion badge adds 100% of the attributes of the beast. Among the 6 divine beasts, any of them can now be compared to the three phantom gods. "If you fight like this, you will destroy the world. Have you forgotten Yetiendi's punishment for the 9 sons demon god?" Xiaoji shouted. Emperor Yetien? However, the nameless pharaoh hadn't asked who Yetiendi was. Roar. At this time, Gulaton on the land of Alabasta lost his calm in an instant after seeing the giant soldier of the same size. Bear. In a frenzy, Gulaton unleashed his ultimate move, Sunshine Flame, directly at the giant soldier, spewing out sun-like flames. Smashing Divine Fist. The giant god soldier, who is also a violent temper, can't hold Gulaton in his eyes, and he punches with divine power. Roar. Almost at the same time, Xiaoji's rocket and seat also began to go mad, throwing off Xiaoji and attacking the sky dragon. The crackling seat is in charge of the sky, and except for the god of creation, it cannot accommodate any flying beasts from the outside world. Fire-breathing dragon. In desperation, Xiaoji had to summon a fire-breathing dragon to carry him. Destruction bullets. On the opposite side, the sky dragon mouth also began to condense thunder bombs, blasting towards the cracking seat. Boom. The 4 gods of the sky and the earth clashed with each other. The sky was was flashing with thunder and light, and the roar was repeated. The lava on the ground erupted wildly, the flames burned, the wrath of the gods swept the audience, and the entire island was instantly plunged into a devastating disaster. Master Ji, are you sure this is here to persuade you to fight? Nami's face was full of black lines. Sengoku, Gar, Princess Vivi, and others are also directly stunned. This savior, is he here to persuade or fight? Don't tell me. I'm also stunned. Xiao Ji was at a loss. Hiccup. On Xiaozai's head, Pikachu is also wearing a series of. There is no contract between the beast and Xiaozai. The beast helps Xiaozai, but it is only based on friendship. In this conflict, even Kaikong, who usually likes to be a peacemaker, also fought, and Xiaozai couldn't control it. Jin Twinkle looked at these divine beasts staring at each other. His face changed slightly. There are so many miscellaneous cultivations in this world. It really broke the king's yaxing. On the opposite side, Ying Zheng's face was calm, watching these divine beasts bite each other. No one knew what he was thinking. Nameless Pharaoh, take back your 3 phantom gods, otherwise they will continue to fight. Xiao Ji persuaded. In this case, how do you ask me to pay? The face of the nameless Pharaoh seemed to say, are you an idiot? If you accept the 3 phantom gods, won't you be maimed by your divine beast? At this time, Princess Vivi stood up and said to the nameless Pharaoh, Xiao Ji is the savior, trust me. The nameless Pharaoh nodded after hearing Princess Vivi's persuasion, and took back the 3 phantom gods. And Kakoza and Gulaton also stopped their attacks as the 3 phantom gods disappeared. Ying Zheng and Jin Twinkle didn't make another move either. In the current situation, whoever makes a move will suffer. It would be nice if Xiao En was here. Jin Twink murmured. He used the star of omnipotence and omniscience to observe the attributes of the 6 divine beasts, and dispelled the idea of fighting again. Jin Shining's trump cards have been used up, and with his current strength he can only deal with one. Xiao En in his mouth is his unique friend Enkiju. If the two join forces, Jin Twinkle has absolute confidence to defeat any opponent. As for Ying Zheng, he still has a whole card in his possession, but he will not release it for the time being. He is lonely and cold, but he is a person who has done great things. He will never benefit from being the target of public criticism. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, and the sky and the earth quickly turned into a cloud of ash, and then the cold air instantly froze the entire island, and snow actually floated under the desert. Is it a Steth? The island Hyusen sensed this familiar chill. Yes, this is a Steth's ultimate move, Binglan Admiral Army. It's really a Steth. Sengoku looked up and saw Pluto Dragon and a Steth. The dark cloud, a Steth rode the Pluto Dragon and flew above everyone, holding the great holy grail of Liudong Temple in his hand, and said loudly, you really want to get the power of this holy grail? Our king is also very interested in this. Don't worry. A month later, when the remaining 4 kings appear, come back to the new world created by our majesty to participate in this world-renowned war. Speaking, Esteth rode the Pluto Dragon and left, leaving only a reminder. Remember, the 7 kings must be present, otherwise, our king will destroy the great holy grail. Is this king allowing you to go? At this time, Jin Twinkle was very unhappy with Esteth's superior virtue, and used the treasure of the king to blast a few noble phantasms at her. However, the noble phantasm was still flying halfway when it was frozen by a burst of cold air and turned into ice crystals. Seeing Esteth walking away under her nose, Jin Shining was so angry that she wanted to stamp her feet. Miscellaneous. Pluto Dragon can directly traverse the 2 realms. No matter how fast Jin Shao is, it does not have the space power to cross the 2 realms, so it is impossible to catch up. Can't you see the situation clearly? Ying Zheng glanced at Jin Shining with contempt, and then flew back to the Huaxia kingdom. The Holy Grail War is not easy, and now he still needs to do some preparations to deal with the Holy Grail War in a month. On land, Sengoku was restless. There are 4 more kings. Only the 3 kings caused the destruction of the super large catastrophe. When the 7 kings meet, what level of battle will it be? The biggest Holy Grail War in history is coming. Chapter 142 Find the Holy Relic. Today is the day of this king's coronation. The savior rarely comes here. Why don't you go to the palace to sit down? After the turmoil, the nameless pharaoh invited Ash to the palace as a guest. Since the king personally invited me, then I'm welcome. Xiaozai nodded but did not refuse. He knew what the nameless pharaoh wanted him to do. In the palace, pharaoh invited me here because of the Holy Grail War. Xiao Ji said indifferently. Isho, I really can't hide from the eyes of the savior. The nameless pharaoh gently Isho, and then said, this time I invite you to come just to resolve the conflict between the 3 phantom gods and the divine beast. The nameless pharaoh was very distressed. If in the Holy Grail the divine beast came out to do something, it would undoubtedly have the greatest impact on him. Without the sky dragon and the giant divine soldier, 2/3 of its combat power would be lost. In front of many god-level kings, the winged divine dragon would be unable to return to the sky no matter how strong it was. Gulaton has a hot temper. Even if I am its owner, I can't control control it, let alone I am not. Xiaoji said bitterly. My giant god soldier is also violent. Now it's troublesome. The nameless pharaoh said solemnly. I'll talk to Arceus, the god of creation, about 117. Maybe he can stop Gulaton and Sky Splitter from running rampant. Xiaoji said. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The nameless pharaoh said. Whether Little Smart can find Arceus and whether Arceus can make peace for him is a question. The nameless pharaoh had his hopes up, but he also prepared for the worst. At this time, on the other side of the island, the boat of the Revolutionary Army. Go and look for the treasures that participated in the summoning of the four kings. After Sabo and Long were electrified, they did not return to the base camp but set sail to find the remaining four kings. As long as one of them is found, the Revolutionary Army will have the qualifications to participate in the Holy Grail War, and at the same time have the hope of winning the Holy Grail. At that time, the ideal world will not be far away. 3 days later, Marine headquarters. For the Holy Grail War, Sengoku called a meeting of the Marine executives. In this Holy Grail War, only those who contract heroic spirits can participate. We Marine must find ways to participate in this war, Sengoku said solemnly. Directly looking for the king, or attracting other kings to participate in the war. There are no more than these two methods. Crane analyzed. Alabasta is one of the kingdoms that established the world government. We can win over the nameless pharaoh to be Tenryabito, Kizaru said lazily. No, absolutely not, Sengoku said sharply. The nameless pharaoh was furious when he learned of the existence of Skymen and threatened to punish them severely. It's just a matter of the Holy Grail War, and I can't ignore it for the time being. This kind of stupid and decadent offspring could not be tolerated even by the good-natured pharaoh. And Alabasta didn't join the Holy Land Marijois, so the nameless pharaoh didn't blame Cobra and Princess Vivi. If Tenryabito is the descendant of Jinling and Yingzheng, I am afraid that Tenryabito will be exterminated. After a pause, Sengoku said, now, we have roughly figured out how to summon heroic spirits. What method? Everyone looked at Sengoku. We have already investigated that there is an underground Liudong temple in the Kitu continent, leaving behind golden snake skins. In the eastern underground site, an ancient coffin and the inverted pyramid pendant on Princess Vivi's body were found, all related to the heroic spirit. Sengoku wrote. Combining these common characteristics, Sengoku summed up the law of the appearance of the Holy Spirit. In other words, the appearance of the heroic spirit is related to these relics. Garp said. Roughly. Now we can only rely on these to find the remaining four kings. Sengoku said. Sengoku's analysis is very accurate. These relics, called holy relics, are the key to summoning heroic spirits. We have a large number of marines, so we should take advantage of our numbers. He suggested. It's time for Akainu's digging team again. It's time to play well. Kizaru teased. A few days later, through various means, the pirates who learned that the three kings had descended were all over the world looking for treasures related to heroic spirits. Dressrosa Island. Rebecca, the princess of the fallen country, in order to gain the strength to resist Doflamingo, has already taken a small boat to a misty island near the front. This foggy island had already appeared when the three phantom gods descended and golden light erupted, but because the island is mysterious and full of danger, no one dares to approach it. On the boat, Rebecca said with firm eyes, for strength, I have to go. Before she set off, her Aunt Violet advised her repeatedly, because she was someone who could stare at the fruit and had already checked the situation on the island. Although there is a fog, but intuitively, you can perceive the danger inside. However, Rebecca entered the island alone despite the danger of her life. East Blue. The legendary pirate Buggy the Clown, and in turn on the ship One Piece/King of Pirates Roger, is leading his crew to dig a pit on an island in East Blue. Suddenly, a crew member dug into an old box and immediately cheered and shouted, Captain, something has been dug. When Buggy opened the box, a burst of golden light suddenly shone, and it seemed to cover the entire cave. However, after seeing the true face of this treasure, Buggy suddenly scolded, what the hell, isn't it just a piece of rotten cloth? Idiot, keep digging for me. At this time, Shanks realm Toxian became nervous when he saw the human world looking for holy relics so frantically. Lord Aizen, the Holy Grail can fulfill any wish. Should we fight for the right to participate in the Holy Grail War? Aizen pondered for a moment and said meaningfully, the existence that can realize any wish is itself an unreasonable existence. Dongxian nodded. Lord Aizen is right. In fact, I don't know anything in my heart. Aizen-sama is what he says. In fact, Aizen has one meaning, the Holy Grail. There is a contradiction. Chapter 143 The King's Holy Sword, the King's Cloak, the King's Mask. Aizen's intuition was right. A treasure capable of fulfilling any wish is a contradiction in itself. For example, his wish is the wish of all. There is bound to be a conflict between people's wishes. In other words, it is impossible for a person to be omnipotent and omniscient, because all-powerful and omniscient is a false proposition. God cannot create a stone that he cannot lift. Therefore, the treasure pleasure thing that realizes all wishes does not exist. Eisen didn't believe in the power of the Holy Grail and just silently observed with interest. He had a feeling that maybe in the Holy Grail war he could find an interesting power. The next day, Dressrosa Island, the Misty Island. Rebecca landed on the island after an overnight voyage. Then he entered into a fog where he could not see his fingers. This island is really not for ordinary people. Rebecca frowned slightly and entered this island without even judging the direction. There is indeed a great risk. However, as an excellent sword fighter, Rebecca's psychological quality is relatively high and she is relatively calm. Never mind. Rebecca took a long breath and then walked straight forward. Along the way, Rebecca did not encounter any danger but was rather attracted by a sea of flowers on the ground. Nearly an hour later, Rebecca was approaching the center of the island unknowingly. At the center of the island is a calm turquoise lake. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment the ground vibrated and there was a sound of heavy footsteps all around. It's murderous. Rebecca had observation haki and she quickly sensed that something was wrong, and she was holding a sword in both hands, ready to fight. Then, a few burly figures appeared in front of them, staring with red eyes. Murderous. Whoever disturbs the king, kill him. There was a majestic haki warning from the shadow, and the turbulent momentum instantly dissipated the white fog that was several meters around. Night. Rebecca Vivi was shocked. This group of people was actually a group of guardian knights wearing silver armor, and the leader was a dark knight holding a red-hot iron rod. Come on. Rebecca's eyes were sharp. She never thought of running away, even if the opponent might be stronger than her. Backwater sword dance. Blah, blah, blah. With an angry shout, Rebecca swung a sharp sword, instantly beheading several guardian knights. However, at this moment, the red-hot iron rod in the dark knight's hand turned into a machine gun. Da-da-da. A burst of frantic shooting. Bullets flew densely. Blah, blah, blah. Evaded quickly with observation haki. Under the onslaught, Rebecca was very passive and could not find a chance to shoot. Bang. In the end, the guardian knight who had been knocked down stood up, picked up the knight's spear and swept away, knocking Rebecca flying and falling into the lake. Goo goo goo. Am I going to die? Mother, I'm so unwilling. Huh, what is that? In the bottom of the lake, Rebecca accidentally found a holy sword inserted in a stone. What a delicate, special sword. Rebecca's eyes widened in shock. Without thinking too much, she swam over and drew out the holy sword. Crystal. There was a commotion on the lake, and in an instant a golden light rushed to the sky, shining through the sky. The fourth king is born. Around the same time, East Blue. After Buggy dug through the cave, there was nothing to gain but the old box. Another day in vain. Buggy stomped the ground angrily and then called the crew to leave. However, not long after the voyage, a pirate group with a skull and bullhead slowly sailed over. Damn it, it's the Mad Cow Pirates. How bad I am today. Buggy looked through the binoculars and found that it was the newly emerging Berserker Pirates. The captain, Mad Cow, had killed countless people and the bounty had already exceeded 100 million. Bang. Before putting down the telescope, Buggy's shot was obscured by a cannonball. Run away, Captain. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose and a large hole was instantly blasted out of the deck of the pirate ship. Ugh. An unexpected heavy artillery shot directly wounded Buggy as well as a dozen crew members. Crystal. At this moment, Buggy's blood dripped on the broken cloak and a dazzling red light burst out in an instant. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a red beam of light rushed into the sky, earth-shattering. Then, a thunder chariot pulled by two bulls gradually appeared in the red light. Above the chariot stood a burly, middle-aged king with short red hair, wearing a red cloak and full of the majesty of a king. Flowers. Are you my new servant? It seems you are in trouble. The red-haired king glanced at Buggy and smiled softly. What courtier, Mr. Buggy? I hate red-haired men the most. Buggy snorted. Haha, let's go. Then, the red-haired man rushed out with two flying hoof thunder cows. Hey hey hey, that's the sea. Buggy hurriedly reminded, however, that the thunder chariot had already flown out. Boom. A burst of fire shot into the sky and the thunder chariot smashed all the flying shells and smashed the ships of the Mad Cow Pirates. This. Buggy looked at all of this. His eyes were about to pop out. What is this? It is really a fighting force against the sky. On the other side, an island in the New World. A girl with short red hair in a magic dress woke up hazy on a green grass. Who am I? How am I here? This is a mask. Girl was holding a skull mask in her hand as if she had lost her memory. Butter, butter, hurry up and hand over 3,000 tons of butter. At this time, Oven, the cotter of the Big Mom Pirate Regiment, who offered a reward of 600 million gold, brought the Crane Knight and other cotters to the island to snatch the candy raw materials, burn, kill and loot. Stop. What are you doing? The girl immediately blocked Oven's path to stop such atrocities. Justified. Do you want to die? Oven yelled at the teenager. It turned out to be a bunch of hateful pirates. You big bad guys, don't hurry up and stop. The girl's eyes are sharp and the heart of justice is full. Pirate, little girl, go to hell and play the justice game of the family. Oven scorned Isho, then raised his sword and slashed at the girl. skull. Cha! When the knife fell, the girl was directly slashed and a stream of blood spurted out and sprinkled on the mask. Boom! In an instant, a black beam of light rose into the sky, shocking everyone. Clang! Immediately afterwards, an evening bell rang. The sky and the earth turned pale, and the audience was silent. In the black beam of light, a figure that seemed to come from hell appeared. P.S. Guess who the girl is? It is said that she can tear the heroic spirit with her hands. Chapter 144 The sorrow of the evening bell. Joy begets sorrow. Ha ha ha. Under the shrill evening bell, a gust of wind swept the entire island. Black smoke rose from the skeleton mask, and the eerie dark figure gradually turned into a strong assassin holding a sharp sword and exuding ghost fire. Get out of the way. If mommy gets angry, I can't spare you. When Oven became irritable, he wasn't afraid of this kind of momentum. After all, if the ant's eating disorder attacks, even her own son will be killed, which is much more terrifying than this. Bear. However, as soon as the assassin's eyes widened, blue flames erupted from the ground, very similar to the Lich King. The moment the clock rings is the end of your destiny. Listen to this sound. This is the last moment for you, as mortals, to sleep peacefully. Assassin chanted the incantation, then slowly sneaking into the secluded Sankakai, and finally the skull flashed with blue light, accompanied by a sword light. Whoa! Oven's eyes gradually widened, and the line of sight in front of him became narrower and narrower, replaced by darkness and fear like death. Bang! The moment he fell, there was only the sound of the evening bell that echoed in his mind for a long time. He seemed to feel that his heart stopped instantly, the blood in his whole body stopped flowing, and then he died. Clang! Amidst the screaming bells, this scene was particularly terrifying and solemn. All of this is an instruction from God, and since it is an instruction from God, those who come face to face with this swordsman will meet the end of his life. Of assassins, King Hassan's X-ray death stroke. The curse of death instantly killed Oven. Master Oven, Lord Oven is dead. That's the devil. It's the god of death. Run away. The rest of the pirate minions were frightened. They immediately retreated and ran frantically to the coast. Hand over your head. While speaking, Wang Hassan sneaked and moved seemingly very slowly, but Ji Guang appeared out of thin air on the way the pirates were escaping, taking lives one by one, and King Hassan tried and executed them one by one. No one can escape the judgment of death, Wang Hassan said coldly. On the side, the red-haired girl was not suppressed by this terrifying aura. She watched this scene calmly and asked curiously, Grandpa, who are you? I is your servant, an assassin who helped you judge this war, Wang Hassan said lightly. At this time, on Buggy's boat, the red-haired man's chariot drove over again. Who are you? Buggy asked. Ha ha ha, I am the Conqueror King. The Conqueror King said proudly. King of Conquest? Never heard of it, Buggy said. The King of Conqueror was a little speechless, and then said excitedly, I once conquered the whole world. Come on, let's conquer this world again. Looks like I've met a fool. Buggy's mouth twitched as if looking at a lunatic. Even the world government has not conquered the world. This strange uncle, but he can brag about himself better than him. What age is it now? The King of Conqueror looked confused at Buggy's reaction. You're crazy, Buggy said contemptuously. Haha, you're very interesting. I didn't expect it to be so interesting to summon my courtiers. The King of Conqueror laughed boldly. He felt that Buggy's brain circuit was the abnormal one. He had never even heard of the title of King of Conquerors, so he didn't. True. What courtier? I'm Uncle Buggy, once a crew member of One Piece / King of Pirates, the legendary pirate, Buggy said proudly. Ha ha ha. Okay, legendary pirate, follow me to conquer the world. King of Conqueror took Buggy and flew to the nearby town. Buggy was nervous and always out of touch. It was better for him to ask other people. Boss, you're gone. What should we do? Buggy's younger brother was stunned and then reacted quickly as if their boss was kidnapped. Sighed. Moji, the vice captain of the Buggy Pirates, snickered secretly. Master Buggy is gone, so am I going to be the captain? The next day, in this sensitive period, the birth of the 3 pillars of light through the sky means the birth of 3 new kings. Naturally, such news cannot be concealed. It spread like wildfire and spread all over the world. Marine headquarters. Gold beams, red beams, black beams. It looks like there are 3 more kings, Sengoku said worriedly. Now, with only the last king left, Marine's chances are a little slim. I don't know who got it, Garp said. My biggest worry is that the revolutionaries get it. He frowned. Long senpai, he really can't hold back lately. Momuzagi said. Mr. Garp, can't your son stop? The world is messed up enough, Kizaru said lightly. I want him to stop, Garp said coldly. Beside, Doflamingo smiled gloatingly. Actually, this is not bad. Now is an unprecedented new era. He likes troubled times the most. Even if the world is destroyed, it doesn't matter. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the emergency phone bug rang. After Sengoku took over the phone bug, his face became more and more ugly. What? Buggy the Clown taking East Blue Logtown? He also declared that as his territory. How is that possible? Doflamingo grinned at Isho, having fun watching it. Beep beep. Immediately afterwards, the new world sent back back information. What Oven, a senior coder of the Big Mom pirate regiment, died in battle. 3.9 Sengoku was shocked again. It was a big pirate with a bounty of 600 million. That's the high-ranking officer of the 4 emperors. It's really interesting news. Doflamingo was very happy, and the chaos took so long, and finally a pirate of considerable weight died. He had already seen the end not pleasing to the eye. Beep beep. This is the phone bug ringing again. Emergency information one after another. A rebellion broke out in Dressrosa. Rebecca, the granddaughter of King Forsku, invaded the palace. Sengoku gritted his teeth. When Doflamingo heard this, his face turned green. Joy begets sorrow. Marine executives immediately glared at him, sneering. This is called the current world. Chapter 145 The Oath, the Sword of Victory. Damn, Rebecca, you wait for me. Marine headquarter. Doflamingo shed a tense cold sweat and immediately jumped out of the window, using the awakening ability of the thread fruit. The thread was tied to the cloud and flew back to Dressrosa Island. We have to act too. We can't let Marine lose his last dignity. Sengoku's face was a little heavy, and he immediately informed Shaitan Tokicake to go to East Blue, clean up Buggy, and retake East Blue's last Marine branch. In his opinion, Shaitan Tokicake has the strength to be promoted to Admiral after many bloody battles, and to deal with the clown Buggy. It is already a cannon to fight mosquitoes. Although the result was beyond his imagination. Dressrosa. Doflamingo only left Diamanti, the top coder of the Cube Army, Toripole the Slug, Baby 5 and Sugar to stay behind. A moment ago, Rebecca brought a blonde female Night King to the restaurant of Dressrosa Kingdom for an overlord meal. The Queen of Knights, who has an amazing appetite, is ready to leave after eating the overlord's meal, and the Cube Diamanti and the Plum Slug Toripole come to block the road. Rebecca's strength, of course, was crushed by D16 Amanti and Slug Toripole. Diamanti is a fluttering fruit capable. Everything that can be touched becomes fluttering and still retains the original attributes. The most proud skill is to turn the iron sheet into a cloak, which has a strong defensive ability, and the Slug Toripole is a sticky fruit capable and likes to attack opponents with disgusting slime. There is also the ability of Pseudologia. The reason for its immunity to physical attacks by swords and guns is that the whole body is wrapped in a thick snot coat and the attacker just doesn't stab his body. However, the female knight easily smashed Diamanti's iron defense and avoided the plum slime by instinct, and then killed Toripole, who was hiding in the slime, with one knife. After that, Rebecca and the Queen of Knights entered the palace all the way. The Queen of Knights dealt with Monet and spent some effort, and finally released her magic power to defeat the Snow Maiden Monet. Because magical energy is similar to Haki, it can concentrate Logia. In the sea, Baraka knocked out Doflamingo's most important coder, the childlike fruit ability person Sugar. Childlike fruit, as long as it is touched, it can turn people into toys, clear the world's memory of toys, and enslave toys. Therefore, she is Doflamingo's artifact to rule the kingdom and suppress rebels. But Sugar lost consciousness. All the toy soldiers returned to their original state, and the correspondingly erased memories were also instantly restored. Immediately, the crowd cheered and scolded Doflamingo in the street. Finally free. Hooray. Honey, you finally remember me. Damn, Doflamingo enslaved me for 8 years. Damn, I'm a high-ranking official of the world government. How dare to plot against me? Doflamingo. Wait. National protest. When Doflamingo rushed back, the whole person was angry. He rushed directly to the palace and then became even more angry. Looking at the corpses of the 2 senior coders, blue veins had erupted between the eyebrows and foreheads. The facial muscles twitched and they were instantly furious. Damn, Rebecca, I have to put you to death today. Doflamingo erupts with Conqueror Haki, burning with rage. After the death of his father and younger brother, the coders of the Donquixote family were his relatives. Rebecca dared to kill his relatives and vowed to kill Rebecca. Don't think that restoring the status quo will threaten my dominance. You are just birds in a cage. Bird cages. Of rage, Doflamingo directly used the bird cage to cover the entire Dressrosa Island, killing all of them as long as they disobeyed his orders. It seems that we can only defeat Brother Ming. On the street, Rebecca frowned as she looked at the shrinking birdcage. Beat me? Go to hell. Whiplash. Doflamingo flew out and found Baraka on the Royal Palace Avenue. He smiled contemptuously, then stretched his palm back, and after a moment of gaining momentum, he threw a thick line that could extend for several kilometers and slammed towards Rebecca. Wind King Barrier. Bah! Under the lightning and flint, the female knight behind Rebecca quickly drew out her sword and released the invisible sword wind to block the attack. Who are you? When Doflamingo saw the familiar sword wind, he thought of the shadow servant of Liudong Temple, and his face changed greatly. My king Arturia Pandaragon. Arturia said coldly. What? How is that possible? The knight ordered that the ancestors join. Doflamingo said in shock. The Donquixote family, whose ancestor was a knight, once claimed to have joined the Knights of the Round Table. You mean Donquixote, the one who keeps horses horses and does odd jobs. Arturia said coldly, "You dare to insult my blood? Go to hell." Hearing that the other party humiliated his ancestors, Doflamingo was furious, and the conqueror Haki exploded like a cannonball, causing the entire castle to shake slightly, and even Rebecca, who was quite powerful, felt a little uncomfortable. He valued his bloodline the most. His ancestor was actually a deceitful horse breeder, not even a knight. 237 is the biggest insult to him. God kills you. Doflamingo was furious, and directly used the strongest awakening move, sending out 16 rounds of holy murderous bullets. The descendants of raising horses and doing odd jobs still like to deceive themselves. Facing this kind of clown who thought he was the best in the world, Arturia was already a little impatient. He raised his sword in both hands, and a burst of holy light burst into the sky. The promise, the sword of victory. With a cry of Styrian, Arturia directly released the noble phantasm, the sword of victory, and slashed forward. Boom! Golden light speed cannon blasted God's Ocean, then broke through Doflamingo's giant defensive shield and shattered the ground. Boom boom boom. Aftermath erupted. Golden light covered half of the island, and Dressrosa Island shook violently in an instant. It was not until half a minute later that the island gradually returned to calm. This blow completely destroyed half of the kingdom, and Doflamingo, who had been blasted into the sea in the explosion, didn't know his life or death. After all this was over, the entire nation of Dressrosa cheered. Long live Dressrosa! Long live the King of Knights! Chapter 146 The Last King. After Doflamingo was defeated, the birdcage disappeared and the crisis in the kingdom of Dressrosa was completely lifted. CP0 quickly returned the intelligence response to the top of the world government and immediately informed Marine of the important news. Marine headquarters. Doflamingo was knocked down. Life and death unknown, Sengoku said in shock. Only a few hours. Doflamingo fell from the throne, and according to the description of the intelligence, he didn't die, and it was almost the same. After thinking for a while, Sengoku said solemnly, Doflamingo has repeatedly disobeyed Marine's orders and has done bad things. He also let Jinling to invade the Holy Land. Rejoice. From now on, he will be removed from Shichibukai. Although Doflamingo has won some military exploits for Marine, he did so only to stabilize his hegemony. In addition to several wars, he was domineering in the New World, arrogant enough to ignore Vice Admiral, challenge Admiral, and also did so many things to deceive our Marine and the world government. Now that Doflamingo's life and death are unknown, and his forces are almost completely disintegrated, Shichibukai's name is naturally deprived. Good job. Crane nodded and said, pushing the crime to someone who will disappear in this world is a timely one. After a moment of thought, Garp said, the Dressrosa side. As an allied country, we sent people to negotiate, and now Princess Rebecca is in charge. Let Momuzagi go. Sengoku said lightly. Garp nodded. Momuzagi is a girl, so speak up. Momuzagi is kind, and she is currently the strongest admiral in Marine, and her identity is sufficient. Beep beep beep. However, at this moment, East Blue sent back an urgent report. After Sengoku took over the phone bug, his face became more and more ugly. What? Shaitan Toki Cake was defeated and captured alive 10 minutes ago. Logtown, on Roger's execution stand. Ha ha ha. Ants, look up to my god Buggy, and soon, I will be the king of the whole world. Buggy laughed wildly, blocking Marine's face, preaching that he wants to rule the world. It's just a clown on Roger's boat. Just follow me back to impel down the ground. Shaitan Toki Cake thinks that Buggy is stupid. Just a clown who can even abuse Marine Rear Admiral still wants to rule the world. Instigate a moonstep. Shaitan Toki Cake wields armament S dagger, slashing Buggy in half. That's the power of Admiral. This clown Buggy has actually recruited Shaitan Toki Cake Vice Admiral. It's really a cannon to kill mosquitoes. All eyes are on, witnessing the majesty of the grand prize candidate, and they are shocked. Bugga, I am a broken person, immune to all slashes. Buggy sneered at Shaitan Toki Cake with a proud face, and then flew behind the King of Conqueror not far away. You dare to touch my subjects? The Conqueror glared at Shaitan Toki Cake. Haki said, it looks like you're the one behind the scenes. Shaitan Toki Cake frowned. Exactly. The King of Conqueror smiled confidently and drove the thunder chariot into it. Armament profound truth flying pig kick. Shaitan Toki Cake directly used the strongest profound truth, trying to defeat the opponent with one move. Boom. Under the strong collision, there was a huge roar, and Shaitan Toki Cake flew out like a cannonball on the impact, smashing a deep pit. Hey, my cow is a divine beast bestowed by the god King Zeus. The King of Conqueror said proudly. Okay, ha ha ha. My uncle Buggy's younger brother is invincible. Buggy stood on the thunder chariot and said proudly. Shaitan Toki Cake felt a tingling in his kicking foot and gritted his teeth. Damn it, mighty enemy. Very good. Then let you see my true power. Shaitan Toki Cake takes armament and observation Haki to the extreme, and the momentum is amazing. The momentum is very strong. Then the corner of King Conqueror's mouth raised slightly. The next moment the sound of horses' hooves shook the sky, and the entire log town, under the spatial variation of the inherent enchantment, instantly turned into a plain with poisonous sun and hot sand dancing. Boom, boom, boom. Under the splendid sunshine, dust was flying behind the King of Conqueror, and then an army of 1 million wearing silver armor appeared, imposing like a rainbow. This is the army of millions who still follow the King of Conquerors after his death. The ex-anti-army noble phantasm, the King's army. Buggy was stunned. It turned out that conquering the world was not blown out. This is the King, great King. The Marine of Logtown was also stunned before being overwhelmed by the charm of the Conqueror King. This Shaitan Toki Cake looked at the army of millions behind the King of Conquerors and could only be stunned. Beneath the scorching sun and above the loess, the Conqueror King drew his sword and pointed. All troops charge. Alexander the Great is back. Surrender. Shaitan Toki Cake was dumbfounded and immediately knelt down. Marine headquarters. I didn't expect Shaitan Toki Cake to be captured alive. I knew Borsalino sent it. Sengoku said, no, I suspect that it is a king and heroic spirit. Let's negotiate with him. The other party captures Shaitan Toki Cake alive for negotiation. Crane analyzed. Garp is going with Borsalino and Kyuzan. Sengoku said, no problem, old man. Garp said, it's just that Garp, Kizaru, and Kyuzan didn't go long. CP0 returned another shocking message. The last king is born, and in East Blue there was a fight with the Lich King. The most important thing is, the last king is an old acquaintance of Sengoku and Garp. Chapter 147 What about my great pirate era? Before Sengoku got the news, Goa Kingdom Garbage Mountain. Ace, here I come. The one who becomes One Piece / King of Pirates must be me. Luffy, who wants to be One Piece / King of Pirates, has reached the agreed age, got out of the Garbage Mountain, and started to go to sea. However, as soon as Luffy arrived at the port, he was stopped by a guarded army of undead. No one is allowed to go out to sea without the king's order. The undead soldier, holding a sharp sword, pointed at Luffy. The first step to becoming One Piece / King of Pirates is to hit you skeletons who occupy the kingdom of Goa. Luffy is full of self-confidence. Kyomo. With a loud shout, Luffy stretched his hands back, full of elasticity. Bazooka. Bang. The cannonball-like palms directly hit the leading soldier, and together with the skeletons behind them, they blasted into the sea. Open up. Immediately afterwards, Luffy slapped the undead soldiers with a swipe of rubber. The undead soldiers stationed at the alley are the lowest level, so it is not difficult for Luffy to deal with them. Your boat. I'll take it. Luffy bared his teeth and smiled, intending to take the Lich King's ghost ship out of the 373 sea. Roar. However, before he could get on the boat, a huge ice dragon flew over, slapped him flying with one claw, and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Fortunately, Luffy's life was hard and he was not killed in an instant, but his injuries were serious. Humans who resist the king must die. The undead knight standing on the ice dragon's head roared at Luffy. Boom, boom, boom. Afterwards, the undead knight and the ice dragon beat up, tyrannizing Luffy and severely wounding him. In front of a high-level combat power, the fledgling Luffy seemed too insignificant. Luffy, who was covered in blood, got up again and roared up to the sky. How can I become One Piece / King of Pirates if I don't knock you down? Wang's deterrence erupted in an instant, and a gust of wind swept across a radius of 100 meters. Conqueror Haki, wake up. Boom. However, the undead knight was not afraid of Conqueror at all, and fired directly, blasting him into the sea. Ugh, damn, I haven't become One Piece / King of Pirates yet. Luffy, who sank to the bottom of the sea, fell to the bottom of the sea full of unwillingness. Before dying, he touched a pirate captain's sword. Boom. A burst of light shines on the seabed, like a morning star on the seabed. Luffy was stunned. He actually summoned the legendary One Piece / King of Pirates, Gold Roger. I'm going to hell or heaven. The sea should be heaven to me, Roger murmured, grumbling. At this time, the landlubber, Luffy, sank to the bottom of the sea, half drowned. Almost forgot about you. Roger glanced at Luffy, as if he was looking at himself who had just gone to sea. He smiled softly, and then took him out of the sea. Roar. On the sea, the huge ice dragon and the undead knight attacked Roger without saying a word. Boom. However, with just one punch, Roger shattered the skull of the ice dragon, instantly destroying this behemoth. Before his death, he had the strength to kill the ice dragon in seconds, not to mention the heroic spirit of the king. However, his appearance is a bit strange, because he didn't explode the seventh sky-high beam of light, but Roger said it didn't matter. He just wanted to see his son and the world right now. See if everyone is free. Look at the world government has not been overthrown. Roger, who was full of anticipation, saw skeleton. Rows of skeleton army pupils are full of ghost flames. At the forefront of the army of skeletons, their king, the Lich King, was flying over on an ice dragon. You are the seventh king, heroic spirit, said the Lich King. Who are you? Roger said, he's the Lich King, the big bad guy, and I'm going to defeat him and become One Piece / King of Pirates. Luffy Luffy looked serious, full of fighting spirit. Lich King snorted coldly, "Stinky brat, I didn't bother to care about you in the past, and you even sent me to the door to find you dead. Why does being One Piece/King of Pirates have to beat him, and Whitebeard lost to him? Or did he get the great secret treasure, and the world has become like this?" Roger was shocked. After only 22 years, the world has turned upside down. Variety. What about the era of the great pirates that I created? Stupid king, do you think you know the whole world? The Lich King sneered. Looks like it's time for an interrogation. Roger bared his teeth. Isho. With a fierce fighting spirit, he drew out the sword from his waist. The etiquette of pirate questioning, that is, fight first, and the winner is qualified to question each other. Beyond your own power, let's fight. The Lich King drew his sword to fight, and Frostmourne instantly burst into a chill that was terrifying. Rumbling, rumbling. The shocking battle was about to break out, and the two king-level figures began to make moves, and the entire East Blue was boiling. In Logtown, Garp, Kizaru, and Kuzan were just about to negotiate with Buggy and the King of Conquerors when they received orders from Sengoku. "Quick, there's something wrong with the Lich King, your grandson," Sengoku said on the other end of the phone. "Luffy." Before Garp could hear it, he rushed over like a rocket. The Lich King, an existence that even he should be in awe of. If Luffy really provokes him, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. Mr. Garp, Kizaru and Kuzan were embarrassed. Garp was still the same, and when it came to East Blue and his grandson, he didn't care about anything. "Forget it, let's go together." The King of Conqueror felt that something big was happening, and followed him. "This uncle will give you a face, and go with you," Buggy said in a high-spirited manner. In fact, he was secretly fortunate in his heart. Just now, he had been feeling empty in his heart. Just because the Conqueror King could defeat Chiton Tokicake, it didn't mean that he could defeat Garp and the others. He was afraid of Garp. However, he didn't expect that when he arrived in the Goya Kingdom, he was immediately stunned. Ghost Island. Roger is resurrected and the world is about to shake again. Yachen is waiting for the chaos and is looking forward to the effect of reproducing the One Piece/King of Pirates in the world. Although Roger's reputation is not as good as before, once he appears in front of people again, the panic caused is no less than the battle of the beasts to destroy the world. After all, he is One Piece/King of Pirates. Chapter 148 _ The King's declaration shocked the world. Goa Kingdom. Boom boom boom. When Garp arrived, there was a loud boom in a clearing near the port, and the battle between the Lich King and Roger continued. Garp was taken aback when he saw Roger, not even his grandson. "This is not the time to reminisce." Roger gently issued at Garp before jumping into the fray again. Blah blah blah. It was another round of wonderful swordsmanship games. The more the two fought, the more exciting they became. As expected of the heroic spirit of the king, "There are indeed two strokes," said the Lich King excitedly. "You're not bad. Better than when I was alive," Roger said. "No matter who you are, if you offend my territory today, I will get rid of you." The Lich King's eyes became red and a bone-chilling aura erupted, ready to launch a big move. "No, the sea is my domain." Roger smiled. Frostmourne. With a loud cry of exhaustion, Frostmourne released the chill of death that covered the entire kingdom. After that, the army of millions of undead slowly climbed up from the extreme ice with a mighty rainbow, no weaker than the army of the king. Roar. Then, a thunderous battle cry was heard, and the army of millions of undead rushed over. Roger calmly responded to the army of millions, raised his sword high, and shouted to the sky, "One Piece, it is real. Noble Phantasm, King's declaration, release." Boom boom boom. Under the cheering shouts, the calm sea gradually became turbulent, stirring up huge waves. Roar, roar, roar. Then, in the past 22 years, countless dead pirates, undead of adventurers, and many sea kings have all emerged from the sea. World's attention. Gorosei/5 elders, 4 emperors, Whitebeard, Shichibukai, revolutionaries, residents of all the islands in the sea, have heard this sentence, and can also perceive the countless pirate undead. The king's declaration shook the world. In a 5-star building. "Damn, is Roger the last heroic spirit?" Samurai Gorosei/5 elders slapped the table angrily. "I originally thought that the world government could get the help of heroic spirits, but now it's just the opposite. The last one is actually the world government's nemesis. The chances of participating in the Holy Grail War are slim, and they may be besieged by many heroic spirits. The world government is too hacked." A large ship decorated with dragon patterns. Revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon looked at East Blue and faintly Isho. "Legend, it's back." All over the world, everyone was shocked. "This is Roger, the legendary One Piece/King of Pirates, resurrected, and the dead big man. Is this the power of the king? Roger is back, and the world government is probably going to end now." In the battlefield of Goa Kingdom. Kill. Under the panic, awe, and shock of the world, Roger waved his sword, and the undead rushed to the Goa Kingdom at the speed of light. Rumble rumble. The two armies of the king were madly fighting and fighting. In an instant, the entire battlefield was thunderous and smoke-filled with gunpowder, and the two sides were equally imposing. closing. This move, at least, is the power of XS anti-military noble phantasm. Bang. At this time, dark clouds appeared in the sky and a thunderstorm landed. Conqueror arrives with Buggy, Kyuzan, and Kizaru in his thunder chariot. At the same time, the king of Conqueror laughed excitedly when he saw the two kings. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect there are such kings in the world. It's interesting. Do you want to be my subordinate? Roger listened and said happily, ha ha ha, why don't you come and be my partner? Lich King said coldly and arrogantly, become a member of my undead army. Aside, Garp persuaded. Roger, stop, the world has changed. Garp, you know me, I'll never stop pursuing my dreams, Roger said firmly. Your dream is over, Garp said. Roger's face changed slightly. He pondered for a moment and then his fighting spirit ignited. Then create a new dream. Don't you think about your own wife and son? Garp said bitterly. Seeking flowers 0. Roger's heart skipped a beat. What happened to them? She tried her best to die after giving birth and now Ace is with Whitebeard, Garp said solemnly. Roger listened to a heartbreak. But Viviisho, I'm proud of her. But my dream will not end. Let's be here today. I'm going to meet old friends. With that, Roger lifted the noble phantasm. The declaration of the king brought Luffy with him, used his heroic skills, Moonstep EX, ascended to the sky in one step, and left quickly. At this moment, on the king of Conqueror's chariot, both Kyuzan and Kizaru had ugly expressions on their faces. This is a big trouble, Kyuzan said heavily. Yes, Roger is born, and the 7 kings and heroic spirits are here. Kizaru also felt troubled. No, what's more tricky is that Roger is born, and his old minions and friends must be swarming. The threat is enough to subvert the world government. Garp said, hey, your world government is too weak. Why is it so easy to be subverted? The king of Conqueror smiled faintly. Garp was speechless. Kyuzan fell silent. The same is true of Kizaru. The dilemma of the world government is in a word. Let's consider the Holy Grail War now. That's the most important thing. The king of Conqueror laughed. Garp and the others looked over, and it seemed that their only hope was in the king of Conquerors. Ghost Island. Ding. Gain 1.2 chaos points. Ding. Get 3.5 chaos points. Ding. Get 4.7 chaos points. Ding. Gain 12.5 chaos points. Yachen's investment quickly paid off in excess. Just as the king's proclamation spread across the world, the point of confusion exceeded 1 million. Roger, sure enough, is not an outdated figure, but a legend. Chapter 149 Moonstar Crusade. Next day, the news of Roger's resurrection spread all over the world, and the world was shaken. It turns out that yesterday's voice is really One Piece / King of Pirates. Roger is really resurrected, and Marine also offered a reward of 10 billion. Last time it was One Piece. Is it going to overthrow the world government this time? I think it should be for the Holy Grail War. All those who participated in the Holy Grail War are king-level figures. If this is the case, then it must be top. The victor of the Holy Grail War must be the king of our world. That night, on the Moby Dick, Roger drinks on Whitebeard's boat, and the two chat happily. Hula la la. Roger, when you come back this time, are you planning to kill the world government? By 083 Beard laughed. No, that's for future generations. My goal now is only the Holy Grail War, Roger said excitedly. In Roger's eyes, the current Holy Grail is undoubtedly another One Piece. Ace sat beside Whitebeard with a sullen face, reluctantly and unhappy with Roger on the opposite side. Roger just smiled. He didn't care. He was satisfied. The redhead and Rayleigh sat next to Roger, laughing and in a good mood. Even the dragon of the Revolutionary Army shows up in the boat and talks to the Luffys. The gathering of One Piece / King of Pirates and the 4 emperors and revolutionaries. Such a terrifying lineup. If it weren't for the arrival of the era of great chaos, it would definitely scare the world government to death. Of course, it's almost the same now. A day later, Marine headquarters. Marine executives were all worried. If the current Roger teamed up with Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army to kill him, the world government would have almost no ability to resist. After discussing with the Gorosei / 5 elders, Sengoku felt the need for a king Yingling, so he asked the Conqueror King and Buggy for their wishes. Rebirth to get a body. The King of Conqueror said excitedly. Ha, you're not kidding me. Didn't you say you want to conquer the world? Buggy said. Having a body can conquer the world, and using the power of the Holy Grail to stand at the top of the world is boring. Conquering the king. I feel like I've been tricked. Buggy's head is full of black lines. Such a waste of a wish. What a pity. Ha ha ha. Anyway, you still have a wish. Conquer Wang Hao laughed. That's right. Buggy, are going to be the man of One Piece / King of Pirates. Buggy said proudly. Ahem. Now Roger is alive. Garp said. Yeah, Captain. Woohoo. It's so good he's alive. Buggy burst into tears, and now he really wants to go back to Roger. In fact, he just wants to prove that he is better than the red-haired Shanks now. Because of his heroic spirit, the existence of the conquering king can indeed be boasted for a lifetime. Garp is speechless. This pair is really funny. Cough. Then it's settled. We Marine fully support you. Sengoku said. Little threat to Tenryabito and the Gorosei / 5 5 elders because of the king's desire to conquer. King was the ancestor worshipped by the two families in Tenryabito and was recognized by the two families. Doflamingo's family is much hilarious. The ancestor was a big liar, and now the entire family has been removed from Tenryabito, and even the records in the history books have been deleted. It is estimated that if Doflamingo died, he would also be angry and come back to life. A month later, on a desert island, Doflamingo's life and death are unknown. Jin Twinkle's command spell is looming, and he happens to meet the mysterious black-robed witch at the ruins of his ancient country, and then sign a contract. With such magic power, I can use all kinds of noble phantasms without restraint. Jin Twinkle laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, this king is sure to win. Ancient China finally found it. Ying Zheng pulled out a golden king's sword in a criss-crossing Lingyun cave. With it, this battle will be won. Dressrosa. After Baraka recaptured the kingdom, she reunited with her father, grandfather, and aunt, and captured Yukino and Sugar at the same time. Only her father, Cyrus, was worried about her participation in the war. Don't be afraid, Arteria is very strong, Rebecca said confidently. While eating chicken drumsticks and delicious food, Arteria said solemnly, Yes, I will definitely protect Baraka and swear in the name of a knight. Wipe the oil off your mouth first. Cyrus was a little disgusted. Is this foodie really reliable? After all, he was Dressrosa's army commander and the husband of the princess of the kingdom. In his eyes, as a woman, he should pay attention to etiquette, and his advice to Rebecca was to lay down his weapons and learn etiquette. Hee. Rebecca smiled foolishly, then took a tablecloth and helped Arteria clean up the oil stains. Very gentle. Arteria, you blushed, a little embarrassed. Alabasta here. Wang, do you really decide to change the master? Princess Vivi said. The nameless pharaoh nodded. I'm sorry, but I can't put you in danger. Master is life-threatening, so the nameless pharaoh intends to change to a master who is not life-threatening and can enable the three phantom gods to exert their extraordinary power, and he has already been selected at 5.5. Princess Vivi was a little disappointed but still firmly believed in Pharaoh's decision. Okay. On an island in the New World. Grandpa, are we going to participate in the war? Said the red-haired girl. Wang Hassan nodded and looked at the starry sky with a cold expression. Well, the battle in the sky. At this time, in broad daylight, a golden moon appeared in the sky. Crystal. On the moon, the great golden chalice shone brightly and summoned the 7 kings and their armies. The agreed time has come. All 7 kings have come, and the Holy Grail War is about to start. Chapter 150 The 7 Kings Club. The Battle of Lingji. When Roger was born, Yechen gained a lot of chaos. The changes on the moon now detonate the world in an instant. Golden moon. This light is more dazzling than the sun. Is this the Holy Grail War? It's really the world's attention. Why does it feel like the moon is getting bigger and bigger? What's going on? The sea actually ebbs during the day. The moon is getting bigger and it is approaching the planet as if there is only a thin line. During the day, the sea is ebbing and strange phenomena are scaring the world. Ding. Gain 5.1 chaos points. Ding. Gain 4.2 chaos points. Ding. Get 8.7 chaos points. Ding. Gain 5.8 chaos points. Under the fear of the world, Yechen got another wave of confusion. Immediately afterwards, Yechen prepared the phone bug and started the world live broadcast. Immediately, the images on the moon were projected on the screens all over the world. 15. An incomparably vast palace, located in a vast open space, with the words Hall of Heroes written on it. The huge golden Holy Grail shone with golden light, and Xian Kong floated at the top of the palace, which was particularly dazzling. Jin Twinkle and others never thought that the battlefield was on the moon. Moreover, the world does not know that there is such a temple on the moon. Can the rotation and size of the moon be changed? How sacred is this master of the virtual circle? Madara Uchiha frowned secretly because he knew that in addition to this palace, there was a huge secret sealed on the moon, which could be called the creation god of ninjas. Roar. At this time, Esteth took the 4 maids including Zaluria Palace, riding the Pluto dragon, and appeared in front of the 7 kings and the world audience. Then, Esteth declared to the world, this is the age of the gods, where the gods duel and resolve disputes. This statement shook the world, but people in the world think about it. The Pokemon has the creation god, the Void Circle has the creation god, the Death god has the Spirit King, the Ghost Swordsman has the Heavenly Emperor, and the 9 Suns demon god who has cultivated into a god. The existence of the gods is normal. Immediately afterwards, Esteth briefly explained the rules. This time the 7 Kings Holy Grail War. You can choose individual battles, legion battles, and national battles. As long as you win or kill each other, you can get 90% of the other party's spiritual foundation. Spiritual foundation. It is the source of spiritual power of heroic spirits, the root of heroic spirits' existence. After you get it, you can strengthen your spiritual foundation, no matter what means you use. However, killing, defeating, and coercing the opponent's master cannot obtain the spiritual foundation of the opponent's heroic spirit. You must defeat the opponent's heroic spirit. The last winner will have enough power to call out the true spirit consciousness in the Great Holy Grail and realize his wish. This king doesn't need to strengthen the spiritual foundation at all. Jin Twink snorted coldly, believing in his own strength, especially after changing the master. If you don't need the spirit base of the other party, the energy of the spirit base will be recovered by the Great Holy Grail, and the result will be the same. Esteth responded, that is to say, the remaining 6 heroic spirits must be killed or defeated. The King of Conqueror said lightly, if 5 heroic spirits are defeated, the Great Holy Grail can be used, but only one person can make a wish. Esteth said lightly, there can only be one winner. The last question, are you not afraid that our wishes will be detrimental to you and your master, your Lady Knight? The King of Conquerors asked curiously. Before asking this question, first of all, you have to win the Holy Grail War. Esteth smiled proudly. I'm fine. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to answer, the King of Conqueror could only hold back. As for the kings such as the unknown pharaoh, there is no doubt it is nothing more than a war. Sengoku, Garp, and others who were watching the battle felt that there was no choice in the way of fighting. Jin Twinkle, King Hassan, the Queen of Knights, does not have a powerful anti-army noble phantasm, and it is almost a personal battle. The King of Conqueror, Yingzheng, the nameless pharaoh, Roger, can fight legion battles. Esteth's mouth slightly raised. Since there is no doubt, then enter the battlefield prepared for you by the Temple of the Valiant Spirit. It is a very interesting battlefield. Esteth's mouth twitched slightly. Snap. Knock your fingers and give an order. Shhhhhhh. After each of the 7 kings chose the method of war, they turned into 7 pillars of light scattered in the 7 misty areas near the Temple of Valor. Each foggy area is connected to the Temple of Heroes, and the Temple of Heroes can clearly see the situation inside, but they cannot see the situation of the temple. The vision of the world audience is shared with the Temple of Heroes, and they can see all the dynamics on the battlefield. Miscellaneous repairs. Just let this king kill them, won't they get it? After Jin Twinkle fell into a battlefield somewhere, he cursed. That's what makes it interesting. In the adjacent area, King Conqueror 807 is very excited. He has experienced many battles and can handle this kind of venue with ease. Mist, it's a little tricky. Roger Vivi frowned. The fog can really cause a lot of trouble, especially in clan battles. This is the venue set for me, Wang Hassan said lightly. As an assassin, this foggy area can be said to be a home field-like existence. None of the 7 kings thought that this war would disperse them and move them to major regions. And in the foggy area, you can't see through the enemy at all. Even the golden shining star of omnipotence and omniscience cannot see all life beyond the line of sight. Miscellaneous. After Jin Twinkle used the almighty omniscient star, it was found to be invalid, and he scolded immediately. Then get on the spaceship Vimana and fly straight to other areas. He doesn't need tactics. He will kill anyone he encounters. However, as soon as his spaceship took off, he encountered the sniping of monsters in the foggy area. Night demon strikes. Endless bats with blood attacked Jinjing. Jinjing and the world audience were surprised. Are there other creatures in the foggy area? Chapter 151 Jungle King, Angry Giant Soldier. Jin Twinkle was attacked, and the one who attacked him was a vampire who could summon bats and use blood to fight. Miscellaneous. I have seen everything about you. Jin Shining glanced at the cold light and flew out a few sacred treasures with the treasure of the king, pierced the blood bat and quickly stabbed the vampire. Clap clap. The vampire's speed is not fast, and the noble phantasm directly pierced his body, instantly bleeding into a river. However, unexpectedly, the vampire did not die, but turned into a pile of blood and escaped. Even if the attributes are mutually exclusive, it cannot be solved in one move. These monsters are really thick-skinned. Esteth explained lightly to the audience watching the live broadcast of the world the King of Heroes met just now. The True Ancestor Clan, one of the 10,000 clans living on the moon. The True Ancestor Clan's characteristics are immortality, blood-sucking, and healing, and an almost endless lifespan. Immediately, in the world of One Piece/King of Pirates, whether marine pirates or commoners were a little creepy. God and vampires, luckily they didn't appear on our planet. Isn't this terrifying existence the nemesis of all races? Fortunately they live on the moon. At this moment the other 6 kings were also attacked by mysterious creatures. The first Emperor Yingzheng in the foggy area has many huge wild wolves and crows in groups, and the still rock giants, the huge flying winged fire dragons, all of them are iron-like existences. These monsters are very strong and are not easy to kill. Even with the supreme kingship they cannot be killed in seconds, and once they stop attacking them they will regain their vitality. However, after staying away from these monsters for a certain area they will return to their original positions and will not take the initiative to attack people. All of this made Yingzheng feel very familiar. The behavior of these monsters, isn't it? Immediately afterwards, Yingzheng tried to kill them and found that his spiritual power had been improved a little. Although it is very rare, it is impossible to check, but I have been to Yingzheng in the King's Continent and have a lot of experience in this. Sure enough, it's the same as the wild monsters in King's Continent. The corners of Yingzheng's mouth raised slightly, and he immediately started killing. Supreme Kingship. Clap clap. The golden sword energy is endless, sweeping away a large number of wild monsters in an instant, and Yingzheng's spiritual power has also been rapidly improved. With a change of heart, Yingzheng became the jungler king. It's just that everyone in the world is looking at it with a confused look. It's strange. Why is this Yingzheng provoking these beasts, wasting his energy? Garp asked curiously. Could it be that he has some conspiracy to sacrifice blood to monsters and condense the formation? He said. It's possible. After all, the Emperor of the Ages. Sengoku nodded. I don't know what the intention of Emperor Qianggu is. After a few hours, after Jin Jingjing killed the vampire, he entered the foggy area where the others were and encountered the first enemy, the nameless pharaoh, and his master Zai. Ha ha ha, very good. This time, this king will kill you completely. Jin Jingjing has been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now his magic power is almost endless, and he can definitely defeat all mythical beasts. It's too early for you to be proud. Come out, the three phantom gods. The nameless pharaoh sneered. With a cry, three pillars of light flashed across the area. Then the three phantom gods, Osiris, Obelisk, and the pterodactyl of the sun god, come. Moreover, behind the three phantom gods there are a large number of legions, black magicians, black magic girls, chaotic black magicians, cursed dragons, dark dragon knights, and many other powerful elite legions. You chose the legion battle. Jin Shining gritted his teeth. At this time, Xiaoji also began to release Pokemon. Also come out, Super Charizard X, Water Turtle, Pikachu, Miohua Seeds. Damn. Jin Shining's face was a little gloomy. Do you want to eliminate him all at once with this kind of force? What a joke. I am the Supreme King. The heaven and earth are deviated. The star of development. Jin Twinkle released all the seals of the Deviant's sword with all his strength, and the power was enough to shake the world. Scapegoat. The nameless pharaoh didn't change his face and summoned the four scapegoats of the magic slate to let the giant gods start their tricks. Giant soldier. Soul energy max. The giant god soldier sacrificed two scapegoats. His whole body turned red with anger, and he launched an infinite attack, blasting out energy that shattered everything. Boom. The entire area shook violently, and two extreme energies collided, creating a huge explosion. The infinite attack power is actually the breaking power of the world. The Deviant's sword that Jin Twinkle fully opened is also an exceptional force in the world. So after the confrontation, there is no winner or loser. In this area, Ye Chen spent a lot of creation points to strengthen, and has a powerful enchantment. Even if all the kings attacked with all their strength, this space could not be destroyed. I didn't expect to be able to block a blow. So what about this move? The winged dragon turns into a going phoenix. The pharaoh had expected it and immediately pursued it. The winged dragon in the state of a golden sphere turns into a going phoenix that burns with undead flames. Bear. The phoenix flew towards Jinjing with infinite destructive power, burning everything. Not good. Jin Shining frowned. He had just used the Deviant's sword. It would take a while to release the noble phantasm again, and the nameless pharaoh didn't give him a chance at all. Spaceship. Moment. His master, the mysterious witch, directly used space magic to transfer her and Jin Twinkling to a distance, dodging a blow. Pharaoh Vivi sighed. I didn't expect that his master would be able to use space magic, and it fell short. Next time, Jin Shining won't be so easy to reveal flaws. At this moment, audiences like Sengoku, Garp, and Gorosei/5 elders understand the true power of the three phantom gods. In fact, that's right, the three phantom gods are not weaker than the existence of the dark archmage, and it is normal to have infinite attack power. And the golden noble phantasm is also very terrifying, and its world-class destructive power is almost equal to infinite attack power. It's a pity that Jin Shining's two fists are invincible to four hands, and it is not wise to single-handedly take on the mythical beast legion without choosing a legion battle. Fortunately, he has a space transfer, and there is still a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, this battle, I feel that the nameless pharaoh has won. At this time, the battlefield is in a corner. Grandpa, my craft is not bad. After tearing up a lot of wild wolves, the red-haired girl is roasting wolf legs on the bank of a small stream. The rich fragrance unknowingly attracted Vice Admiral Rebecca and the Queen of Knights. It's the enemy. Rebecca immediately became vigilant when she saw that it was a competitor. On the side, the female Night King Arturia stared at this whole leg of lamb, which was neither fat nor greasy, and suddenly swallowed. Hey, are you hungry? The red-haired girl handed a big wolf's leg to Arturia. My dignified King of Knights, even if I starve to death, I won't eat the food given by the enemy. Arturia turned her head and hummed. The red-haired girl just smiled and then said to Rebecca, by the way, what is your wish? Baraka noticed that the other party had no killing intent, relaxed her vigilance, and responded, Good, world peace. The red-haired girl smiled naturally. Me too. Then let's form an alliance for the time being. Rebecca was instantly overjoyed. The red-haired girl, okay, what do you think, Grandpa? Wang Hassan remained silent. Opposite him, Arturia, who had a strong body just now, just picked up the wolf's leg and gnawed on it. With that expression, there was no need to ask. Before she could swallow it, Arturia said with a wide-eyed smile, it's really fragrant. Watching the live broadcast of this scene, Sengoku, Garp, Redhead, Whitebeard, and others all have black lines. This couple, if others say it, they will believe it. A little war-conscious. As everyone knows, the intuition of the King of Knights is still very strong. Even more impossible for Rebecca to deceive Wang Hassan. The Spear of Death, the strongest shield. In a sense, this pair is the most terrifying pair in the Holy Grail War. Captain, the captain has met an opponent. Suddenly, the redhead watching the live broadcast cheered like a little fanboy. In the 7th area, the King of Conqueror and Roger met in a canyon. This is a narrow road meeting. I don't know what kind of sparks these two, a king who conquers the earth and a king who conquers the sea, will create. Chapter 152 The King's Army, a showdown. In the canyon, the King of Conqueror and Roger, the two kings met and looked at each other with admiration. I didn't expect that the first opponent was you. Roger grinned. Haha, I didn't expect it either. The King of Conqueror laughed. Captain Buggy met Roger again, moved to tears, but remembered that they were opposites, so there was no pass. Buggy, you have grown up too. Roger smiled and said, he's my opponent. Luffy was full of fighting spirit, baring his teeth excitedly, loosening his bones, ready to fight. Come on, boy, let Uncle Buggy teach you a good lesson. Buggy pulled out a few throwing knives and rushed towards him. Kyomo, a pistol, cracked pancakes. One punch and one kick hit each other, and the war was about to break out. Although it was like a rookie pecking at each other, the two fought with blood and excitement. King of Conqueror and Roger laughed involuntarily as they watched the two little brats fight, and then the two laughed and drank wine. Come on, cheers. The two heroes drank 927 in one go, and then filled another bowl, admiring each other. At the same time, after the official opening of the Holy Grail War, both sides can see each other's attributes. Spirit, One Piece / King of Pirates Roger. Age of the Sea X, the privilege of the heroic spirit of the king, fighting in the sea. All attribute bonuses are 100%. Leadership A, king level leadership. Infinite martial arts A++, the ultimate fighting technique can be exerted at any time. Moon Step EX, fighting technique after heroic spirit, jump to the moon. Armament EX, defense, requires a noble phantasm that exceeds rank B to inflict damage. Observation Haki EX, can listen to the voice of all things and meet the future for a short time. Conqueror EX, it can intimidate living beings below its own level and weaken the opponent's attributes. Noble Phantasm 1, King's Declaration X. Noble Phantasm 2, the death of the king AX. Heroic spirit, King of Conqueror Iskandar. Conquer the earth X, the privilege of the heroic spirit of the king. Start a legion battle on the earth and enhance all attributes by 100%. Against magic D, complete immunity to the lowest level of magic. Riding A+, can control divine beasts or phantom beasts not suitable for dragons. Leadership A, king level leadership. Military strategy B, strengthen the defense against military noble phantasms. Divinity C, legend is the son of Zeus. Noble Phantasm 1, Shinwei will A+. Noble Phantasm 2, King's Army X. Contrastingly, the King of Conqueror suffers quite a bit. He is better than Roger in team fighting power, but his one-on-one ability is not as good as Roger's. However, the King of Conqueror was very confident and chatted with Roger over drinks. Be my admiral army, or we can form an alliance and conquer other heroic spirits. It's almost the same for you to be my deputy captain, and I won't take action against allies. Roger smiled lightly. And your wish is to conquer the world. Haha, that's right, but I chose to resurrect, and then I went to conquer the world myself. The Lich King, the Lord of the Void, Aizen, and other tribes. This world can make this king's blood boil. He once conquered the sea. You should also want to conquer the whole world again. The King of Conqueror said excitedly. No, I just want to see an era full of its own. Roger smiled softly. The two have different wishes, and he refuses to form an alliance in a war that must be decided in the end. King of Conqueror laughed loudly. It seems there is no way out. Saying that, he stood up. Roger on the opposite side. The two charismatic kings turned and walked away. After pulling away, they handsomely dropped the cups in their hands and turned around. The king's army. The king's proclamation. The inherent barrier appeared and half turned into a desert and half into the sea. Millions of soldiers and soldiers who follow the King of Conqueror, who follow the king's dream, and countless pirates who follow the great secret treasure to pursue their dreams, stand on both sides of the battlefield, majestic, ready to fight. Kill. Then there was a battle cry, and the armies of the two sides rushed to kill each other like a huge wave, and the battle was very fierce. Conquer there. Spear / archer soldiers, cavalry, and generals and wizards of the heroic atomic level. On Roger's side, there were also many hundreds of millions or even billions of big pirates who buried the sea. In terms of individual strength, Roger's side is more dominant, but on the battlefield, the conquering king's army is more reliable. The two sides fought fiercely, and the line drawn between the desert and the ocean on the battlefield was where the firepower met. Boom boom boom. The magical energy in the sky, the overwhelming rain of arrows, the guns and shells against the pirates, and the special power of various devil fruits caused a big explosion that shook the entire space. During the half-an-hour battle, the two armies' firepower was evenly matched, and it was difficult to tell the winner. This is the most shocking battle of all time. Even if the Marine headquarters and the four emperors go shopping, it's just like that. Any force of any party can easily pacify a world government. The world was stunned when they saw this great battle. On the battlefield, the King of Conquerors said excitedly, "It seems that there is no difference between the winner and the loser." The opposite side, the corner of Roger's mouth slightly raised. Indeed. Afterwards, both sides summoned and shouted at the same time, "Legion summons." A burst of strong light shone on the battlefield, and several strong figures gradually appeared in the two camps, and reinforcements from both sides came. Chapter 153 Marine Heroic Spirit Group vs 4 Emperor Heroic Spirit Group. Boom boom boom. Several beams of light fell on both sides of Roger and the King of Conquerors, and then the heroic spirits summoned by the Legion battle emerged. "It's been a long time since I fought alongside you." Roger Viviisha. Behind him are the red-haired Shanks, Rayleigh, Dragon, and Whitebeard, the Legion heroic spirits temporarily summoned by the four emperors. The opposite side, the reinforcements of the King of Conquerors are Sengoku, Garp, Momuzaki, Kizaru, Kuzan, Akainu, and Marine's top fighting force has all come to the battlefield. "It's really interesting power," the red-haired Shanks said with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. These reinforcements were temporarily transformed into heroic spirits to participate in the war, and their abilities were terribly improved, and even if they die in battle, it will not affect the real world, so they can participate in the war without reservation. The red-haired attribute is quite useful for team fights. Temporary heroic spirit, red-haired Shanks. Sword Art X, the world's top swordsman. Noble Phantasm, please give me a face. X can forcibly end a battle. X Fantasy Noble Phantasm. Whitebeard turned into a heroic spirit. His strength was not as good as Roger's because of his old age. Heroic spirit, Whitebeard. Strongest man X can play the ultimate fighting technique. Noble Phantasm, Shock Fruit X. Earth Crash, Sea Crack, A++ level Anti-City Noble Phantasm. In addition, Dragon and Sengoku, the two Phantom Beast type abilities, are also XS anti-human Noble Phantasms accordingly. With the blessing of the heroic spirit attribute of Sengoku, the size of the Golden Buddha has become larger, comparable to Little Oz, and his physical strength has reached the X level. Although the destructive power is inferior to that of Whitebeard, it has reached the A+ level. The Dragon's Fruit ability can call the wind and call the rain, change the weather of the entire battlefield, and can freely control the wind and rain, and its attack, destruction, and auxiliary capabilities are all first class. In addition, Garp's X level skill, Hero Glory, can cheer up the entire army and increase its attack power and belligerence. On Roger's side, Rayleigh also has a similar effect. Pluto's teaching can improve the agility and attack power of pirates, and Marine 3 Admiral Logia Fruit corresponds to A++'s anti-human Noble Phantasm. As for Momuzaki, her A++ swordsmanship is a little worse than that of Redhead, but her awakening skill, burning the heavens and refining the sun, is an X-level skill against heaven and earth. "You guys are here too." Sengoku frowned. The lineup for the last party was almost complete, and Marine's lineup was still under a lot of pressure. Dragon, Red Hair, and Whitebeard, but there are 3-4 Emperor-level powerhouses on the opposite side. Rayleigh is old, but he can still fight Admiral, being able to summon reinforcements. This is the benefit of Legion warfare. In fact, Jin Twinkle can also summon his going partner in Kiju in this way, but he doesn't know the rules, and has an arrogant and cold personality, so he chose personal warfare. A thunderous battle cry. Roger flew towards the King of Conquerors. The sword was covered with the ultimate armament, and he cut out a sharp sword energy that split the ground. All troops attack. King of Conqueror, driving his chariot, rammed Roger head on, and drew his saber, the sword of Cyprus. Distant ravages and tyrants. Boom. The King of Conqueror liberates the A+ level Noble Phantasm. The far-flung ravages dominate the hegemony. The collision of the flying hoofed bull and the Shinwei wheel instantly smashed the sword energy, and then ran towards Roger. The King slash. Roger uses the X-level moon step to fly high into the sky, and then uses the momentum to fall like a meteor, sending out a powerful slash. Boom. A gust of dust rose to the sky in the desert. Two moves collided, and a gust-like momentum erupted, instantly wreaking havoc on the entire battlefield with an extremely powerful momentum. After the strong move was over, the two kings continued continued to make moves. Although Roger is better than conquering king, he can't beat him for a while. After the two kings fought, the summoned reinforcements also began to fight, and the war broke out in full swing. Kola Lala, Garp, Sengoku, we haven't played each other in a long time. Whitebeard stuck the Naginata on the ground, activated the shock fruit ability, tore apart half of the desert with both hands, and then quickly collapsed. Under the blessing of the heroic spirit attribute, the destructive power of Zhen fruit is even greater, but the scope has been limited to a certain extent. Fistbone extra large iron ball, big golden Buddha shockwave. Garp and Sengoku couldn't stop Whitebeard's ability. They could only throw out a cannonball the size of a meteorite and hit Whitebeard with a dazzling golden shockwave to stop the destruction. Flowers. Kula la la, empty shock. Whitebeard punched again, surrounding the faint white light and bursting out the ultimate energy that shattered the air, shattering the cannonball and the golden Buddha shockwave. Then, the three old rivals started a head-to-head duel. Akainu here. Victory belongs to justice. Akainu was transferred back and wanted to show himself well, so he went to Long for a duel. Is tyranny your justice? Long snorted coldly, then summoned a strong storm and rushed towards Akainu. Long Genzi was the year of battle, and his strength was comparable to that of the four emperors. After changing the weather, the power of Akainu's lava decreased under the heavy rain. Desperation. Kyuzan had to come to help because his ice was resistant to rain. Although the ice element cannot completely restrain the dragon, it will not be pressed and beaten. On the other hand, Momuzaki and the red-haired swordsman of the four emperors level also fought. Quick shadow slash. The red-haired extreme haki and strong swordsmanship is stronger than Momuzaki's swordsmanship. The fierce cold light was aggressive, and the red-haired did not exert all his strength because Momuzaki was a woman. Because he knew very well that Momuzaki fully possessed the strength of the four emperors. Yulongjiang. In addition to swordsmanship, Momuzaki's palm technique is also erratic, extremely gorgeous, and the red hair is a bit unpredictable. As for Rayleigh and Kizaru, the two are fighting against each other again. The fighting technique and swordsmanship of the two are similar, and it is difficult to decide the competition for a while. The intensity of the battle was beyond the imagination of the world. Just after the fierce battle between the two sides for several hours, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky, rumbling. Immediately afterwards, the great desert gradually cracked, and the sea water began to swell, and its momentum was stronger than Whitebeard's shaking fruit. The heaven and the earth are deviated. The star of development. A loud shout came from the crack, and Jin Twinkle completely liberated the deviant's sword and cut out a sword that opened up the world. The surprise attack of the little prince caught everyone off guard. This time, Jin Shao intends to take away two heads in one wave. Chapter 154 _ The decisive battle begins. The scarlet rays of light covered the whole sky, and the big move fell in an instant, and the sea water hundreds of meters high slapped down, and at the same time, the ground quickly cracked, and an extremely powerful explosion occurred. All the heroic spirits present widened their eyes and used noble phantasms or corresponding life-saving moves to confront them. Burning the sky and refining the sun, Momuzaki made an X-level awakening, waving a 100-meter-long fiery blade and turning, evaporating seawater and energy aftermath. With this move, he was already invincible, so he could easily escape the fatal blow. Land of the sky. The dragon flew high into the sky, and at the same time used the force of a hurricane, sending Redhead, Luffy, and Rayleigh high into the air. Roger looked at the big move that destroyed the world and smiled excitedly. The sea belongs to my era. He has a moon step EX to land on the moon, and it is easy to dodge the strict, but he is the king of the sea. 843. He wants to conquer this force. Roger, I won't lose to you this time. Hai Zhenquan. Whitebeard didn't go either, but punched a tsunami to resist the force. He also has the arrogance of a king. The tsunami is his most proud skill, and he is determined not to hide. Moreover, he is only a temporary heroic spirit, and it doesn't matter if he dies. However, Whitebeard's power, unable to shake Jinjing's ultimate move, was eventually engulfed by the sea. Buggy, let's go. The king of Conqueror drives his chariot, ready to escape with Buggy. If you escape, you will fall short. High in the sky, the corners of Jin Twink's mouth raised slightly, and he used the noble phantasm, the lock of heaven, and flew out of the chain. Buggy, survive. You have to believe that you are an excellent pirate. In the nick of time, the king of Conqueror did his best to throw Buggy into the air, and he, locked by the lock of the sky, could not escape, and was eventually submerged by the sea. Iskander. Buggy burst into tears, shouting at the Conqueror, who was submerged in the flood, and wanted to fly down to save the Conqueror. Buggy usually hangs around, greedy for life and fear of death, but also has a loving and righteous side. At this moment, Luffy popped a rubber arm to bind him, pulled him back, and yelled at him, Buggy, if you go down, he will die in vain. As for Marine, Garp and Sengoku use Moon Step to escape. Kizaru is fast and can fly without any pressure. Kyuzan made a towering icicle and escaped. As for Akainu, it was was too late to defend and eventually died in the flood. Under the ultimate power of the Deviant's sword, almost all the powerhouses were swept away. In addition to being able to fly to high altitudes and have special abilities, others have almost died. Even Roger was seriously injured and could no longer fight, and these temporarily summoned heroic spirits, because of the death of the Conqueror King and Roger's serious injury, have lost the blessing of their strength, become dim, and their combat power has greatly decreased. At this moment in the sky, Jinjing's whole body was glowing with dazzling golden light. After obtaining the spiritual foundation of the King of Conquerors, all his attributes and noble phantasms have been strengthened. Now he can defeat any heroic spirit here. Ha ha ha. This king is invincible in the world. Ginger laughed wildly and sent out the king's treasure, ready to harvest Roger. As long as one more heroic spirit is taken away, the Holy Grail is a certainty. Boom boom boom. Between the electric lights and flints, countless golden lightsabers flew from a distance, and they collided, blasting all the golden noble phantasms. Afterwards, Ying Zheng with a red and a blue runestone floated around his body, glowing with alternating gold and purple light, appeared in front of everyone. It was because the fluctuation of the big move just now was too great that it attracted him. Miscellaneous. How could you possibly block my noble phantasm? Jin Shining was surprised. More unexpected things are yet to come. Ying Zheng smiled confidently. With the economy and experience gained from wretched development, now he has collected Zhonggai Hourglass, Athena's evil holy grail, World Destroyer Death Cap, Void Staff, Rule's Ice Crystal Scepter, and Lich's Bane. 6 great costumes. Even shoes are not out, plus spell power. It is stun, coupled with the red lizard, the blue stone statue, the 3 fire dragons and the big dragon buff. Even if Jinjing has been upgraded, it is only on par with Ying Zheng. Roar. At this time, there was another roar from the sky, and one of the 3 phantom gods, the sky dragon, was sneaking among the dark clouds. The nameless pharaoh is coming. Just when everyone's attention was distracted by the sky dragon, a silent shadow floated up and slowly approached Ying Zheng. Whoosh. A gust of sword energy flew past. Ying Zheng quickly dodged a blow. A better assassin than Jing Ke, but unfortunately, I have true sight guards, Ying Zheng said coldly. The experienced Ying Zheng, in order to prevent assassins, has set up a real eye nearby, which can see sneaking units. Ying Zheng discovered the assassin's actions in advance and easily avoided the sword chi. And this assassin is Wang Hassan. Wang Hassan possesses the power of a curse. Once he hits the target, Ying Zheng may be directly killed. Avoided, Wang Hassan said lightly. Unfortunately, this action was exposed, and it will be difficult to find an opportunity next time. Afterwards, Arturia, Gudazi and Rebecca also rushed over. Not only that, but far away in the sky, the nameless pharaoh rode a winged dragon, and Xiaoji rode a fire-breathing dragon with a powerful summoning core, making his debut. Jin Ling's good deeds were disturbed again, and he was furious. Miscellaneous. The enemy is really strong. Arturia frowned. Now Ying Zheng and Jinjing in the air are blessed by buff, and the breath alone can completely explode the general heroic spirit. Call Thunder Bomb. After the arrival of the king, the sky dragon sticks its head out of the clouds and fires lightning bombs at all the enemies. Supreme Kingship. However, with Ying Zheng's divine armor in his hand, he directly ignored the power of the lightning bomb and launched a fierce attack on Jin Twinkle. Damn 4.0. King's Treasure. Under the oppression of Ying Zheng, Jin Twinkle could only fight with the treasure of the king, the promise, the sword of victory. On the other side, Arturia fired a light cannon and slammed into Jin Shining. Song of Extreme Ice. However, the glittering master, the mysterious black-robed magician, created a barrier of ice to block Arturia's light cannon, and assassin King Hassan began to sneak, looking for a one-hit kill opportunity. The 5 kings meet, and the chaos begins. Guroci/5 elders watching the live broadcast and people from all over the world know that a decisive battle is coming. At this time, from the perspective of God, the corner of Yechen's mouth raised slightly. The decisive battle has begun, and the real king of the end is about to take action. Chapter 155 Demon King Solomon. Giant God Soldier. Use the smashing God Fist. Fire-breathing dragon. Dodge multiple attacks and use jet flames. The King's Treasure. Supreme Kingship. Sword of Promised Victory. The melee of the 5 kings started in an all-round way, and the colorful energy was overwhelming and extremely spectacular. The nameless pharaoh has the greatest advantage with the 3 phantom gods and Ash's army of Pokemon. Wang Hassan and Arturia have the smallest range, look the weakest, and have no special features, but they still have whole cards. Ying Zheng and Jin Twink refused to join forces. If they joined forces, they would definitely have the power to fight against the nameless pharaoh. The war lasted for nearly 100 rounds, and all parties were exhausted, so they decided to use a big move to break the deadlock. The scapegoat, the giant soldier, used the soul energy max. Wing Shenlong turned into a going phoenix. Sky Dragon, protect the 18th army of friends. The nameless pharaoh ordered and deployed everything in succession. In an instant the giant god soldier crushed the two scapegoats, turning his whole body red and emitting infinite power. Bear bear! The winged dragon roared wildly, and the whole body was ignited by the blazing flames of the sun, rushing towards the opponent. The heaven and the earth are deviated. The star of development Jin Twinkle's ultimate move was launched again, and the final move after the upgrade was cut out. The powerful red light made the heaven and earth shake, and the momentum was extremely turbulent. In the sky and the world, only I am the only one. Supreme dragon power. Various buffs coupled with the ultimate power of the ex-human noble phantasm and the imperial jade seal. Yang Zheng's dragon spirit has been elevated to the extreme, and he can emit an infinite lightsaber. Boom! Only saw a dazzling light covering the entire area. The ultimate energy of the three kings exploded instantly, and the aftermath of the spherical explosion spread rapidly, spreading dozens of kilometers around. So terrifying. Distant ideal hometown. At this moment, a strong golden holy light flashed in the energy wave, and a large hole was cut in the aftermath of the spherical explosion. Arteria used the ex-enchantment noble phantasm, the remote ideal land, to block the deadly explosion. After half a minute, the aftermath slowly dissipated. When the nameless pharaoh saw that several heroic spirits were still alive, Vivi was shocked. It was blocked. How did you do it? With this one blow, even his ancient summoned beast army and Ash's Pokemon army were annihilated, and the protection of the sky dragon only protects him and Xiaozai. Unexpectedly, they survive. Artoria's strongest shield, the matching scabbard of the Sword of Oath and Victory, can cut off all physical interference and nullify all attacks. And Wang Hassan, Gudazi, and Rebecca also dodged a blow. In fact, Wang Hassan has an X-class battle endurance, and even if he dies, he will immediately revive on the spot. As for Ying Zheng and Jin Shanying, Ying Zheng used the golden body effect of Zhonggai's hourglass to isolate time and space, and was immune to all damage, and Jin Shanying was also protected by the Black Robe Magician's time and space enchantment, so he did not suffer any harm. However, even if there are no heroic spirits killed, all parties have almost exhausted their cards, and the battle is coming to an end. At this moment, the corner of Ying Zheng's mouth slightly raised. Xian Yuan sword clang. In an instant, a golden holy light shot up into the sky. Ying Zheng sacrificed the ultimate treasure against gods, demons, and tyrants, the Chinese treasure Xian Yuan sword. In the heavens and the world, I am the only one who respects Emperor Xuan Yuan's sword, slaying all the devils. Xian Yuan sword plus national jade seal. The combination of two ex-noble phantasms burst out with power beyond ex-noble phantasm. In addition, Xian Yuan sword has restraint effect on demons, gods, and tyrants on Jin Shining. A golden sword light from fierce Haki passed by, directly cut the golden glitter across the waist. Jin Twinkle is divine and is also a tyrant. This move instantly made him stunned. After being cut in half, Jin Twinkle did not die immediately, but roared at Ying Zheng, miscellaneous. Damn, miscellaneous. However, Ying Zheng, who was on the opposite side, laughed wildly. Fuck ants, go to hell. In the heavens and the world, only I am the only one, Emperor Xian Yuan, to kill all the gods and demons. The ex-noble phantasm was activated again. Jin Shining did not expect it. With a ferocious face, wide-eyed, miscellaneous repair. The noble phantasm bursts, and it is instant. This is the existence of the skin. Ying Zheng has a blue stone-like buff, which can quickly restore blue and reduce cooling. Addition, when Athena's holy grail of evil kills hero-level characters, it can restore 1/3 of its magic power. Just now, he cleared out the remnants of Roger and the remaining troops summoned by the King of Conquerors, and now his magic power is full. Between Lightning and Flint, the Golden Master, the mysterious black-robed magician Mysterious Isho, it's almost time. Space Mobile. The black-robed magician cast time and space magic, moved to the wounded Roger and killed him, then teleported to behind Jin Jingjing, who was not far from death, swallowed him, and then shouted, "The last king, come out, go." The situation changed so quickly, it was unexpected. No one knew that Jingjing's master was so strong, not weaker than the king's heroic spirit. Boom. At this time, a golden beam of light covering half of the area rose into the sky, and a magician with thick white braids and a red and white mage robe descended slowly in the holy light. The magic of heroic spirits. The true last king, the demon king Solomon, has arrived. Come out, 72 demon gods. After singing for a while, Solomon summoned 72 demon gods, and they all attacked, blasting Ying Zheng's sword chi. What, is NT Roger the last king? This is the last king. They lied to people all over the world. Everyone was dumbfounded, including the world audience. From God's perspective, Yechen Mysterious Isho, Alice, you did a good job. Roger is the fake last king. He is just a fake heroic spirit summoned by Solomon through the summoning technique. All of this is a hoax, including Ginger's accidental encounter with Alice. It's a conspiracy. Demon King Solomon and the witch Alice designed them all. Of course, only Yechen knew all this. At this moment, Solomon sang to the sky and released the final noble phantasm. The time of birth has come. come, so correct all phenomena. The chanting X was completely liberated from the noble phantasm of humanity, condensing hundreds of millions of light cannons to form a halo, wrapping the entire moon. If this move falls, it will directly destroy the world. Chapter 156 The Demon King's Wish. Viewers all over the world watched this scene, holding their breaths, as if their hearts had stopped beating. This is the rhythm of extinction. I finally understand why this battle is not fought on our planet. Divine Ruin's realm. Aizen passed through the crystal ball and saw this terrifying skill, and was also shocked. The last king is really strange. He had doubts about the king of the end before. Although Roger was a bit special and possessed the strength of a king, there was no burst of light when he appeared. However, the real king of the last is indeed very special, beyond Aizen's expectations. He lied to everyone, even Aizen didn't know it. Vivi raised the corner of Aizen's mouth. The master of the Demon King is not easy. The strength of that mysterious black-robed female magician is not weaker than that of a king-level heroic spirit. Look at the breath like a magician, and it is not a human magician. Aizen's observation is very meticulous. This magician who knows time and space magic must be another person with foresight. Alice is the top element magician from the Dungeon Demon world, the leader of the Element Magician Guild, and once defeated all the top magicians in the demon world. The strength is of course terrifying. Alabasta, Princess Vivi, Robin, and were shocked. Both revered and feared the devil. Is this the king of magicians? The king above all human magicians? I don't know if he is our king, but his feeling to me is completely different from Teacher Shaylin. Under the shock of the world, Solomon's noble phantasm had all been blasted down. Boom! A roar shook the universe, and the entire moon was instantly bombarded with holes, blown into a lava ground, and turned into a terracotta continent. Originally, every light cannon in this move had the destructive power comparable to the Sword of Victory of the Vow. After obtaining the spiritual foundation of the three heroic spirits, the light cannon has been upgraded to the terrifying power of A++. Distant ideal hometown. At the critical moment, Artoria once again activated the X-enchantment Noble Phantasm, which was immune to all damage and protected the ally King Hassan and the two masters. Sky Dragon. In desperation, the nameless pharaoh had to sacrifice the Sky Dragon as a barrier to block all attacks. In the heavens and the world, only I am the only one who respects me, the mighty Emperor Xian Yuan, who slays all the gods and demons. Yang Zhengzhonya's hourglass was still a little bit colder, and at the time of the crisis, he had to use his big moves with all his might to fight Solomon's falling light cannons. Rumbling. A++ light cannon, which is like a barrage of rain. Many beams of light penetrate his sword energy and smash him into serious injuries. Zhonggaya hourglass. At the last moment, Zhonggaya's hourglass finally cooled down. Yang Zheng turned into a golden body. Time and space froze, escaped the fatal injury, but was seriously injured. The world's eyes almost fell to the ground when they saw the scene of destroying the world. Everything is destroyed. I don't know if the true ancestors are dead. I was envious of these masters before, but now I won't go if you give me 10 billion. After dozens of seconds, the remaining power of the ultimate noble phantasm gradually subsided, and almost all of the 7 areas on the arena were razed to the ground. Suddenly, the billowing smoke was instantly dissipated by a strong momentum, and the angry giant soldier roared up to the sky. Soul Energy Max. Without using the sacrifice, the giant god soldier directly used infinite attack power and punched Solomon with a punch. After the sacrifice of the Sky Dragon, the giant god soldier was completely angry. Supreme Dragon Power. Recovered a lot of stamina from the power of the big dragon buff, and reluctantly issued an X-level big move, blasting the golden light flying sword. The promise, the Sword of Victory. On the ground, Arteria also fired a light cannon at Solomon. Obviously, the biggest boss right now is Solomon, and all the heroic spirits have tacitly formed an alliance to attack him. 72 demon gods. However, Solomon blocked all the opponent's attacks by summoning a huge demon god with 72 pillars. Having swallowed the spiritual foundation of 3 heroic spirits, the current Solomon is stronger than all the heroic spirits present combined. Spaceship aside, Alice has opened the crack in the different dimension, ready to enter the Temple of Valor. It's time to end this. Goodbye, everyone. Solomon mysterious issue, and then disappears into the interdimensional rift, and he wants to take the Holy Grail in front of the Temple of Heroes. As for these heroic spirits, just leave them to the demon god pillar. After a while, the Temple of Valor. Under Alice's time-space magic, the two of them reached the Temple of Valor in a blink of an eye. Under the freezing of Asteth's ultimate move, Mokabatmo, the Temple of Valor was not destroyed, but it was also dilapidated. However, the Temple of Heroes has the ability to repair itself and is slowly returning to its original state. Solomon could take the Holy Grail. Asteth stopped him. The war is not over yet. Do you want to violate the king's rules? A boring game. This king is not bound by any rules. When I realize my wish, everything will return to its origin. Solomon snorted and said, Esteth Vivi was startled. Back to the source. What is your wish? Lamentation, greed, anger, and killing. Human beings are not completely uncertain beings. The elimination of human history is just a curse, and it will eventually come to an end. The malice of defeated history is the result. Only by energizing can we rewrite Genesis and return to the original world without death and pain. Solomon said ambitiously, let me draw an end to the history of mankind. Solomon's ambition through the world's live broadcast spread throughout the pirate world. Immediately, everyone fell into extreme panic. What a profound theory, but this lunatic just wants to destroy mankind and rebuild the world. Sengoku gritted his teeth. Destroy all human beings and return to the origin of the world. He must not succeed. Crane frowned. This lunatic is planning to do the things of the god of creation. Garp said solemnly, no, it should be crazier. Sengoku said, Madara Uchiha rules the world for world peace. Aizen is to become an unsurpassed god, and Arceus destroys the world to seek justice, and he completely to create a theoretical world. Moreover, Solomon destroyed the world faster and more completely than Arceus. Ding. Gain 14 chaos points. Ding. Gain 17 chaos points. Ding. Gain 21 chaos points. Ding. Gain 15.4 chaos points. The world is about to be destroyed, and the world is witnessing the imminent death, and the chaos point has risen by several million points in an instant. Suddenly witnessed the destruction of the moon, and then learned about Solomon's crazy thoughts. Confused, it's over a million in an instant. Yechen was waiting for this moment, the moment of harvest. Chapter 157 Demon King vs Lord of Void Circle. Solomon is approaching the Great Holy Grail step by step, and the world is desperate, but now Solomon has not succeeded. The destruction of the world is not a foregone conclusion, and everything is turning around. Queen's death. You must stop him. These days, the villains are all too powerful, and all of them are so ideal. I feel like I live like a salted fish. Unexpectedly, at the juncture of life and death, we pinned our hopes on the Lord of the Void Circle. In the Temple of Valor. Let you go. I can't explain it to the master. Esteth drew out his long sword and pointed at Solomon, and a strong chill suddenly erupted. Extreme ice slash. Esteth burst into a gust of wind and ice dance, slashing out a large amount of powerful frost sword energy bursting out of the air. Earth fire. Alice cast a spell, and several rows of columns of fire appeared on the ground, sweeping away Esteth's frost sword energy. Boom. The two energies collided, one ice and one fire, completely cancelling out. The Holy Grail War is the stupidest act. Solomon smiled contemptuously past Esteth and flew towards the Great Grail. Damn. Esteth wanted to chase after her, but Alice cast a thunder attribute magic to hold her back. Alice 933's strength is very strong, and she is also proficient in various elemental magic, completely suppressing Esteth. Don't even think about us. Before the Holy Grail, Yechen's four maids Zaluria Palace, Uji Zioxia, Perona, and Tina stopped Solomon and immediately launched a big move. Dragon Emperor Different Dimension. Extraordinary Ghost Kamikaze Bomb. Tailed Beast Jade. The Admiral level Dragon Emperor Light Cannon coupled with the powerful Ghost Bomb and the Tailed Beast Jade of the second and third tails all blasted towards Solomon. Whoever gets in the way, get out of the way. Solomon used the summoning technique again to summon 4 of the 72 demon god pillars. Boom. The 4 demon god pillars fired powerful light cannons at the same time, not only knocking out the big moves of the 4 maids, but also blasting them out of the Hall of Heroes. 4 of them together couldn't beat Esteth, not to mention the demon king Solomon, who had obtained 3 king level heroic spirits. After the explosion dissipated, Solomon had already flown to the Great Holy Grail and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Human history. This is the end. When the world saw this scene, the heart seemed to have been petrified and then turned into ashes. It's over. The world is going to be destroyed. Sengoku's face was ashen, and he was almost on the verge of despair. Master of the Virtual Circle, is this time playing with fire and setting yourself on fire? Garp sighed. Boom. Just when Solomon encountered the Great Holy Grail, a dark cloud surged over the Temple of Valhalla. Solomon, hee or a monster, you're kind of funny. Under the darkness, a figure like a ghost gradually appeared in front of everyone. It's the Master of the Virtual Circle, Sengoku said excitedly. Solomon has already obtained the Great Holy Grail, and it's only now appearing. Will it be a bit late? Garp said solemnly. Perhaps the Master of the Virtual Circle is really not afraid of the power of the Holy Grail. He analyzed. On the Temple of Valor. You want to stop this king too? It's useless. It's too late. Solomon snorted coldly. However, Yechen commented extremely indifferently. The King of Magic, as expected of the King of Wisdom. This play is very good. I am very satisfied with your performance. When you are about to die, you are still stubborn and turn it into an energy of the origin world. Solomon said with a grim expression. Haha, even if you get the power of the Great Holy Grail, I already knew that you were the last king, so why didn't I expect this step? Yechen Chen said lightly. Don't lie, there will be things in this world that this king doesn't know. Solomon frowned, then made a move in embarrassment. The king's shining boom, casting spells at a high speed comparable to the spirit of words. A golden laser several meters wide blasted out at extreme speed and bombed Ye Chen. However, the laser cannon hit Ye Chen without even touching the hair. Is that so? Ye Chen sneered coldly, then tapped his finger. Wang's Higsa flashes. Boom. In a flash of lightning, a black laser cannon with a thickness of dozens of meters swept across and directly penetrated the moon, leaving a bottomless large crack like cutting an apple. Solomon used his X-level clairvoyance, using his ability to briefly see through the future, and dodged. However, his teleportation was still not black enough for Wang's Higsa to flicker, and his arm was blown off. When the audience of the world saw this large crack on the moon like a knife mark, they suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. This isn't a level of combat power. I think the Lord of the Void Circle. If you want to destroy the moon, it's just a matter of 2 fingers. I said, how can the Lord of the Void Ring hold a war like this? How can he be afraid that the heroic spirit will turn against him? Did it miss, or was it an accident? Solomon was surprised that the master of the virtual circle seemed to have missed it on purpose. Afterwards, Solomon stretched out his tentacles from the wound and gradually stitched the broken arm back to its original shape. It seems you didn't mean to kill me. Why? Solomon has 10 Solomon's Ring X, which were given by God and can do all human magic. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen directly ignored this X-level ability. Now he is completely aware of Ye Chen's power and dare not act rashly. You are not qualified now. However, the restraining power of the moon is ready to kill you. Ye Chen sneered. At this moment, a red figure appeared behind Solomon, emitting a dazzling light. The Shinxia realm. Aizen looked at the crystal ball, and Vivi's eyes widened because the moon had turned blood red. That kind of power is unheard of. Solomon felt a chill behind his back, and a few drops of cold sweat broke out. Turning around and looking, this red figure is the master of Wang Hassan. Drink. At this moment, Gudaza's eyes turned golden, as if he was possessed by something. He charged towards Solomon with super demon-like power. Chapter 158 Tear up Solomon. Boom. A red light passed by, and Gudaza tore off Solomon's arm with one hand and floated in the air. Solomon looked at Gudaza in shock. What kind of power is this? Immediately afterwards, tentacles flew out from his wound and joined the arms. Infinite magic barrage. Solomon gritted his teeth, and the power of the Holy Grail fully unleashed, blasting out endless X-level magic beams. All of a sudden, wind, fire, thunder, and electricity are all over the sky, just like the concentrated form of the final noble phantasm, and almost no human being can stop this move. Clatter. However, what was even more unexpected was that when Gudaza snapped his fingers, all the attacks disappeared without a trace. The current Gudaza has obtained the power of the lunar restraining force, which is very powerful, equivalent to the god of the moon, almost invincible. Of course, this is not absolute invincibility, and the moon's inhibitory power is also limited. If he encounters a power that can destroy the entire moon in an instant, Gudaza's state will not be able to stop it. Damn. Solomon realizes that the situation is not good and immediately flees, flying away from the moon. He is a wise king, but not omnipotent. Strength, durability, and agility are the flaws of all mages, and he is no exception. Facing the furious Gudaza, he could only choose to run away. And don't even think about leaving. Before Solomon could take off, Gudaza flashed behind him. Bang. Another claw passed. Solomon's arm was torn off again, and was directly crushed by Gudaza. The art of immortality. Alice cast healing magic, and Solomon's broken arm flashed a blue light, and it returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. Boom. Who knows that just after recovery, Gudaza snapped his fingers and his arm exploded again. The technique of teleportation. In desperation, Alice could only escape through space magic. This dick is already invincible. Want to go? No way. Gudaza clicked his fingers again, and the interdimensional crack was directly closed. She has reached the state of omnipotence and omniscience. Heroic spirits are produced by restraining power. Now that Gudaza has the power of restraining power, his level is naturally higher than that of champion heroic spirits. Blow up the moon. There is a price to pay. Under the anger, Gudaza turned into a red blood light, and his hands directly tore Solomon in half. This fight is over. World of One Piece / King of Pirates. Fingers close the space and tear Solomon with hands. Is this the power of the omniscient god? The bearded Gorosei / 5 elders exclaimed. One master is stronger than the other. Is this the Holy Grail War or the Master War? Samurai Gorosei / 5 elders was also surprised. But just after the world thought the war was over. Temple of Valor. At the critical moment, Alice thought silently in her heart, Lord Hell, please grant me strength. The thought sent out was immediately responded, and a huge crack appeared in the sky in an instant, and a huge ice crystal was shot at Solomon. Gudaza wanted to stop Solomon from escaping, but found that the other party's strength was not weaker than her and could not close the crack. Cluck cluck. The ice crystal grew rapidly, instantly freezing Solomon's 2 amputated limbs and the Great Holy Grail, and then pulled into the different dimensional crack by the shadow tentacles in the crack. Alice then flew up and turned to look at Gudazi and Yechen before disappearing, which was meaningful. Upheld, the second apostle of the demon world. Alice returned to the demon world with Solomon's remains and the Great Holy Grail. In the demon world, Yechen has already initially built it, but it has not yet appeared in the world, and this time, on the moon, the Holy Grail is taken away, which means the battle is over. It's over, I'll disappear too. Arturia looked at Rebecca with a bit of reluctance. As a heroic spirit, after the Holy Grail war is over, he will leave this world and return to the throne of heroes. However, there are exceptions. Yang Zheng has the right to act independently, so he can stay, and King Hassan and Arturia, along with the nameless pharaoh, will soon disappear. Flowers. However, the pharaoh of the nameless law will return to the Millennium building blocks because of another mission. At this time, in the Temple of Valor, Zuyu, who controlled Gudazi, gave Yechen a deep look. The woman I possess is not simple. She is the oldest chaos evil of mankind. If she doesn't have this ability, I can't force Solomon back. With the Great Holy Grail and the 3 heroic spirit bases, Solomon's power has passed far beyond the crown heroic spirit. Even if he uses restraint, it will take a lot of energy to destroy him. Yechen smiled lightly. Then what? Zuyu said with a faint issue. I hope you don't start wars on the moon. The weak will eat the strong, and the advantages will be eliminated. If you don't become stronger, you will be destroyed. Yechen said lightly, and took Esteth and the 4 maids into the crack and left the Hall of Heroes. The moment Yechen left, the live broadcast of the world disappeared. Masters on the moon also returned to the world of pirates. The shocking war ended, and in addition to being shocked, everyone still had doubts in their hearts. Where did this black-robed magician come from, and where did she go with the Holy Grail? What power took them away? What happened to the red-haired girl? What a perverted fighting force. The master of the virtual circle may know. After all, he is on the scene. It's possible, but who is qualified to ask the Lord of the Void Circle? Perhaps the master of the virtual circle knows, but the world cannot find the master of the virtual circle, nor dare to look for it. These mysterious characters and forces have left a big mystery to the world. It's just that there is no need to ask Yechen about these, because the answer will appear in the near future. P.S. For the specific strength level, Yu-Gi-Oh! Grim Reaper, Ninja, Dungeon, Pokemon, the author will make a level table tomorrow as a reference and put it on the work. Chapter 159 _ A Man from Heaven. Half an hour later, Pirate World, an island in the New World. Gudazi opened his eyes and found that he had returned to the planet. He suddenly looked confused. Grandpa, I am not on the moon. Why did I come back here? Gudazi, it's over. You ended the war with your own hands. Wang Hassan said calmly. It's time for me to go too. Gudazi frowned and said reluctantly, Grandpa, are you leaving? Well, go back to the throne of heroes outside the world. Wang Hassan nodded and said. Gudazi pondered for a moment, very reluctant, but she was very strong. I must be an excellent assassin in the future. Wang Hassan's mouth twitched. I think Berserker is more suitable for you. No, I'm going to be an assassin. Gu 463 Daza said firmly. Wang Hassan thought to himself, if you are an assassin, you don't need to mix with other assassins. After a while, Wang Hassan's body quickly dissipated and then squinted his eyes and said goodbye. After speaking, Wang Hassan turned into an aura, flew into the sky, and returned to the throne of heroes. Dressrosa Island. This is delicious. In the palace, on the royal dining table more than 10 meters long, Arturia swept the whole table and ate the delicacies of the mountains and seas distributed by dozens of people. Cyrus was speechless for a while. Was he really the former king? He didn't pay attention to etiquette at all. He. Slow down. Rebecca grinned. Ah, delicious. Rebecca, I'm leaving. I'll leave my sword to you. I hope we can meet again in the future. Arturia bared issue at Rebecca, leaving the sword and scabbard to Rebecca. Her body has gradually turned into a spiritual child and floated into the air. With tears in her eyes, Rebecca said with a smile, I will definitely become an excellent knight. Okay, next time we meet, let's learn swordsmanship. After saying that, Arturia floated away completely and disappeared in front of Rebecca. East Blue, Logtown. Luffy and Buggy returned to Roger's execution at the same time. It's over. Buggy looked at the sea, a little melancholy. The King of Conquest died for him, and Roger was gone before he had time to say a word to him. No, it's just the beginning. I'm going to be the One Piece / King of Pirates man. Che, the person who conquered the sea must be my uncle Buggy. I will definitely become a big pirate. Buggy said arrogantly. Don't think that I will thank you for saving me once. From now on, we will be enemies. Then I have to defeat you to become One Piece / King of Pirates. Luffy Sunshine Isho said firmly. B.A. Killer distanced himself, bared his teeth, pointed at Luffy, and said proudly, Uncle Buggy, I have been approved by the King of Conquerors. You are more than worthy of carrying my shoes for me. Ha ha ha, this is more worthy of my defeat. See you on the great waterway. Luffy looked at the sea, then jumped off the execution platform and continued to sail. Goal: One Piece / King of Pirates. Ancient China. After Ying Zheng returned to the ancient country, he entered the dragon vein and fell asleep. Before that, he had already instructed Appa to help him gather in humans with special abilities. The hegemony of the Emperor through the ages is not over yet. Alabasta. Ash rode a fire-breathing dragon, flew over, and handed the inverted pyramid millennium building block to Princess Vivi. The nameless pharaoh didn't explain much, just left them the ancient stone slabs of the 3 pillars of the Black Magic Road. The ghost said Esteth was defeated by Alice, and said unwillingly, "Your Majesty, I want to become stronger." Chen said lightly, "Strengthen? Don't worry, practice well first, and things will change sooner or later." Esteth nodded, looking up at the sky, looking forward to the future sky. Half a year later, Luffy and Buggy went to sea separately and have been navigating the Great Channel for some time. It was a miracle that Luffy was able to enter the Great Passage because he had no company and no navigators by his side. Although Loketown is very close to Upside Down Mountain, a rookie with no sailing experience, it is almost a life and death to go in. Luffy has crossed Whiskey Peak and is heading to Drum Island. Suddenly, a big pirate ship with a devil pirate flag floated not far away. This is the crazy ghost pirate group that made a name for itself in West Blue not long ago. Captain Kulad has a level 37 ghost-type Pokemon Cursed Doll and is also a berserker. In the few months he went to sea, he did a lot of bad things and used all kinds of despicable means to force other people's Pokemon to lose to him. The bounty has reached 300 million. Found Luffy's boat with the Straw Hat pirate flag flying and suddenly laughed wildly. Ugh, ha ha ha. Look at that silly hat. Isn't that the master of One Piece / King of Pirates? A one-man pirate group. Really idiot. After seeing the crazy ghost pirates, Luffy's eyes became sharp. Hey, are you the crazy ghost clad who specializes in stealing other people's Pokemon? I'm going to beat you up. Ha ha ha. Idiot, come on, my cursed doll. But I haven't had any experience for a long time. Coolard laughed wildly and directly ordered Cursed Doll, sneak attack. As soon as the voice fell, Cold's Cursed Doll disappeared into the air. Luffy, regardless of the 3721, jumped onto the opponent's boat and made a direct move. Kiyomo rocket launcher. The two hands stretched back, poised like a slingshot, and then the palms were like 4.9 rockets, slamming towards Kudur. At this moment the sneaking Cursed Doll appeared and sent a powerful dark energy wave to Luffy. Boom. At level 37, it was still a Pokemon that evolved once, and it had reached the power of Vice Admiral, plus it had a dark attribute. This blow directly knocked Luffy down and was seriously injured. Along the way, although Luffy defeated several pirates with bounties of millions or even tens of millions, he grew rapidly. However, in the face of 300 million pirates, Luffy is still too tender. Che, it's really weak, Kudur said contemptuously. Boom. Just then, the blue sky shook like a tsunami. Luffy looked up, startled. A young man crossed the sky like falling into the sea and fell. Chapter 160_World Mutation. Sky City. Who are you? Kudur was taken aback by the tall man in strange clothes that fell from the sky. My name is Cabensis, and I come from the heavens. Cabensis stood up, touched his head, and muttered, "It's okay, I thought I was dead." A person from the Soul Realm. Death God. Cold said. Soul World? Never heard of it. Cabensis said. Looks like another idiot who broke his head. Cold stared at the two exquisite revolvers of Cabensis and said greedily, "Hey, your two guns seem to be good. My uncle wants them." With that said, his crew had already surrounded him, ready to snatch his gun. Looks like I've encountered a robber. Looking at the flying pirate flag, Cabensis drew his gun at the speed of a gust of wind. Boom, boom. 2 shots were fired, and the flag of the crazy ghost pirates was knocked down in an instant. Damn, catch him. I'll hang him from the mast and execute him. Ling Chi. The pirate flag was demolished, which was a blatant provocation, and Calder was immediately furious and ordered the arrest of Cabensis. Bang, bang, bang. Before Cold's crew could take action, Cabensis fired 17 times and shot at the pirates. A splash of blood splattered, and more than a dozen minions in the front row were directly stunned, and the guns shot their heads. He's out of bullets. Go ahead. Come on, Mosquito Coil Tadpole. Pikachu, electrocute him. Look at my 3 cuts. The pirates saw that Cabensis was changing bullets, and immediately released several low-level Pokemon, and at the same time used the dash skill. A bunch of idiots, Cabensis said coldly. He finished changing bullets in less than half a second. However, instead of continuing to fire, he pulled out a huge Gatling gun, M137 Gatling. Chug chug. The powerful machine guns fired frantically, sweeping the besieged pirates into honeycombs in a matter of seconds. Aside, Luffy's eyes were shining with stars. Wow, so cool. Luffy likes these majestic hacky firearms and technological weapons the most. Just like Ant's love for rare beasts, she has has no resistance at all. Luffy, who has become a fan of his younger brother in seconds, has ignored such a big machine gun. Where did Carbensis come from? A few seconds later, dozens or hundreds of bullets were fired, and except for Captain Cold, the rest of the crew were either killed or injured. Curse the doll, misfortune never comes alone. Captain Cold was furious, and let the cursed doll pounce on Carbensis and attack. Bang bang bang. Carbensis fired a few times and found that the cursed doll could not be injured. It's a ghost. Silver bullet. Then, he unhurriedly loaded a few special silver bullets. Bang bang bang. A series of silver bullets penetrated the spirit body, directly knocking the cursed doll away and returning to the pokeball. Silver bullets restrain ghosts, elves, undead, and demons. Ghosts, who are usually immune to physical attacks, have absolutely no power to fight back when they encounter this special bullet. If I don't show my power, I really treat me like a sick cat. Collapsing the mountain. At this moment, Cold leaped and used a mountain slash to sneak attack on Carbensis. Floating bomb. Carbensis hit the opponent with a bullet, and then a sliding shovel quickly moved under Kudur. Barbecue. A knee hit, and then raised the grit machine gun to fire. Puff puff. Kudur was directly beaten. Kuomo bazooka. Between the lightning and flint, Luffy performed a smug stunt, stretched his arms, and slammed his palms at Kudur. Boom. The rocket hit the abdomen, and Cold foamed at the mouth, flew out of the clouds like a cannonball, and fell into the sea. Rubber man, what have you got to do with Lobely? Carbensis thought of a minion who worked for the Celestial Rebels. He was a rubber man, but he was ugly. Lobely, can I eat it? My name is Luffy, and I'm going to be the man of One Piece / King of Pirates. Luffy grinned. It seems that I think too much. Carbensis said. What is heaven? Luffy asked curiously. Heaven is my beautiful hometown. It's a very special place, but recently there was a rebellion. I was hunted and killed. I was desperate and finally jumped into the sea. I didn't expect to fall here. Carbensis lit a cigarette. Sad way. Where are you going now? Luffy asked. I don't know. I haven't found a way to get back to the top yet. Carbensis said, blowing out a smoke ring. Why don't you be my partner? Luffy smiled brightly. I declare in advance that I will not do anything about killing people and setting fires. Carbensis said with a faint smile. Becoming One Piece / King of Pirates doesn't necessarily mean killing people and setting fires. Anyone who does bad things, no matter who they are, I will beat him up. Luffy said firmly. Do you know sailing? Where are we going next? Carbensis asked. I don't know about sailing, but in Upside Down Mountain, an old grandfather gave me this, and according to the pointer's instructions, I can reach the next island. Luffy pointed to the record pointer on his wrist and explained. Okay, let's go. Go to the next island, and I'll remodel our ship. Carbensis said. Remodeling? So cool. Luffy said excitedly. Afterwards, the two sailed a boat and continued to Drum Island. However, just when they thought it would be smooth sailing, the accident happened again. Boom. There was a strong earthquake in the sea, and suddenly huge waves appeared in the seas all over the world, turning huge waves. Immediately afterwards, a huge whale flew over the sea in the sky, and the whole world could clearly see it. Look, what a big whale. A new island has appeared near Little Garden, so mysterious. Minotaurs and many orcs. A terrifying forest has appeared near our city, and there are many huge cat demons in it. The moment the whales appeared, the world changed dramatically. Marine headquarters. Sengoku's emergency phone worms ring incessantly. Marshal, Little Garden was attacked. It is suspected that Orc 973 did it. A mysterious island appeared in the New World. Troops entered, and the news was lost. Marshal, monsters have also appeared in the Seven Waters. Please support quickly. Damn, what's going on? What's up with that whale in the sky? Countless emergency intelligence bombardment. Sengoku almost messed up. Sighed. Garp said in surprise. Is the orcs doing something? Do you want me to take a look? Let's support these places first. Crane suggested. Sengoku quickly calmed down, and now is not the time to think about it. Sengoku immediately ordered. Send troops to rescue immediately. At the moment, Sabayati Archipelago yawned. The Tauran chief sneezed as if the orcs were lying down. At this time, the orc sword Saint Samuro came from a distance. There are monsters suspected of being orcs in the world, and everyone thinks that it is a good thing for us orcs. We orcs, will we do such shameless things? The Tauran chief said angrily. Over the past few years, the orcs have been keeping a low profile without doing anything and developing quietly. This time it was suspected maybe this is people sit at home and the pot comes down from the sky. And at this time, on the Great Channel, after the earthquake in front of Luffy and Carbensis, a huge white tower appeared. This is the only way to connect the sky in the legend, the City of the Sky.